Chapter 515 Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. Haha, that's how it should be. Come to my place to have a chat. Elder brother there has the highest grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. Today, us brothers shall not return without getting drunk. Wu Zan put his arm around Yi Yuan and pulled him hard, like really becoming good friends despite a great difference in age. Yi Yuan had no choice and could only say goodbye to Ski Maple and leave with Wu Zan. As an alchemy sovereign expert, Wu Zan's residence was naturally very luxurious. Wu Zan brought Yi Yuan to a small courtyard, took out 2 jade small wine bottles, and showed them off. He said, "This Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew is of the highest grade among wine. In this city, only Fu Yunjing that old man knows how to brew it. I pestered him endlessly before getting 6 bottles from him. Today, if not to entertain this younger brother, elder brother, I wouldn't bear to drink." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Elder brother entertaining like this, wouldn't it put Yi Yuan to shame?" "Hey, what's there to be ashamed around? To be able to make friends with younger brother, I'm more than happy. Come, quickly taste it." As he said, Wu Zan was just about to pour the wine for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was stupefied and said, drinking it like this." This time, it was Wu Zan's turn to be in a daze. He asked, "Not drinking like this? How else can it be drunk?" Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Old brother secured this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, but you don't know its drinking method. Isn't it a waste?" Wu Zan said in surprise, Hearing the meaning of younger brother's words, "You've drunk this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew before?" "According to what I know, in this endless world, it seems like only Fu Yunjing that old man knows how to brew this wine. Hang on, you talk about how this wine should be drunk first." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "The Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew has a total of 5 grades, low grade, middle grade, high grade, top grade, as well as the highest level heaven grade. According to the difference in level, the wineware will not be entirely the same too." Yi Yuan brought the tiny wine bottle to his nose and sniffed before continuing, "This bottle of Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew should be a low grade. It should be matched with wine cups made from southern sandalwood to be able to bring out the taste." "Oh, why is this so?" Wu Zan had a curious look as if he had discovered a new continent. As far as he knew, Fu Yunjing that old punk indeed still had even better Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, but had never been willing to take it out to show others, let alone say asking for it. After Wu Zan drank a low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew once at Fu Yunjing's place, he could not forget that taste anymore. Hence, he ran over daily to beg Fu Yunjing for a few bottles. At first, Fu Yunjing still did not agree. Later, through Wu Zan's hard and soft tactics and his incessant pestering, he finally could not take it and Wu Zan's 6 bottles. Yet, he had never heard before that drinking this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew actually had so many details to pay attention to. The fragrance that southern sandalwood gives off when mingled together with this wine will make the flavor even stronger when it enters your mouth. Furthermore, low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew still has some impurities. Cups constructed out of southern sandalwood can slightly cleanse these impurities, making the taste of the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew even more fragrant, Yi Yuan explained. There's actually such attention to detail. Cups made from southern sandalwood, I actually have them here. It's just that I thought all along that jade material wine cups are more suited for the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, and that wood material cups will spoil the taste of the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. Hence, I've never used it to drink. Today, hearing younger brother say this, I really have to give it a try." Wu Zan ran into the room. Soon enough, he really brought out 2 wooden cups. Pouring the wine in, Wu Zan moved the cup in front of his face and sniffed. His eyes involuntarily lit up, it's really more fragrant compared to before. Following that, he sipped a mouthful of wine. A look as if he was walking on clouds immediately appeared on his face, like he was really comfortable to the max. Wu Zan did not speak. He just took a sip one after another in this manner and drank this cup of wine entirely in just a short while. Yi Yuan smiled. Likewise, he picked up his cup but downed it all at once. This low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade liquid, Yi Yuan simply could not be bothered to savor the wine. In his previous life, what Yi Yuan drank were all heaven-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade liquid. The taste was on a completely different level from this low-grade one. He placed the cup on the table, and gave Yi Yuan a big thumbs up as he praised, using southern sandalwood cups to hold the wine, the taste and flavor improved at least 10% from before. "Younger brother, you're truly impressive. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Elder brother, don't make fun of me. Little brother, I merely just happened to know it, that's all." But Wu Zan said with a laugh, "As far as I know it, in this endless forest, only Fu Yunjing alone knows how to brew this wine. He also accidentally obtained this secret recipe in a cave somewhere when he was wandering the endless forest in his early years. That secret formula also stated that the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew is divided into 5 grades. It's just that the secret recipe only had the brewing method for the low grade on it. The middle grade's brewing method was incomplete. I see that younger brother seems to be very familiar with this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. Could it be that you've drunk this wine before in the past?" Yi Yuan knew that Wu Zan was trying to understand his background by beating around the bush, so he said with a smile, "Not only have I drank it before, I even know how to brew it. If elder brother is interested, I can pass this low-grade brewing method to elder brother." Wu Zan nearly jumped up when he heard that and said excitedly, "As younger brother for real?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Look at what you're saying. Would I scam elder brother? That's great, haha. Fu Yunjing, that old fellow, is always showing off his Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew in front of me. Wait until I brew this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. See if he still dares to show off in front of me." Wu Zan was like a kid in a fit of pique right now, wishing to run in front of Fu Yunjing to posture around right away. Seems like Wu Zan had most likely been nursing grievances in front of that Fu Yunjing for a very long time. Thinking about it, that was right. This low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew was naturally not considered much in Yi Yuan's eyes. But in the endless world, it was a top-grade fine wine. Fu Yunjing possessing such a secret recipe and showing it off a bit in front of his companions was also human nature. Furthermore, it seemed like that Fu Yunjing and Wu Zan were both people who loved alcohol greatly. Otherwise, Wu Zan could not possibly have southern sandalwood wine cups here. This low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew's brewing method seems to have some flaws. The taste doesn't seem to be very orthodox. Elder brother, when you use my method to brew this wine, I presume that the taste should be able to be improved tremendously, Yi Yuan said with a smile. While Yi Yuan and Wu Zan, the two of them were drinking wine and having a good talk, Cao Fang currently had his nose pointed at by Cao Zheng, and the former was being scolded severely. "You fool, you knew perfectly well that that boy is the honored guest that the 3 sects in Ren Xingqian invited, and you actually dared to use this kind of method to provoke him. Are you going to squander away all the reputation that my Cao family has garnered for thousands of years? If the 1000 Query Wall collapses, my Cao family will no longer have the opportunity to rise up again. Do you understand? How many times have I told you, don't hang out with those riffraff friends? Place your sights on Ren Dong. If you're unable to surpass him, my Cao family will continue to be suppressed by the Ren family." Cao Zheng had a face like he had expected better from him. Clearly, he was greatly exasperated by Cao Fang. The swelling on Cao Fang's face had long subsided, but that 5 fingerprint mark still remained on his face. Being reproached badly by Cao Zheng at this time, how could he dare to talk back? Cao Zheng scolded for a long time before saying fiercely, "Tomorrow, you bring along gifts and personally go to Fengya Pavilion to apologize to Yi Yuan. You must get his forgiveness. Otherwise, if he throws a tantrum and doesn't take part in the endless meet the day after tomorrow, you'll be smacked to death by Qin Hongtao, the 3 of them." Chapter 516, Not allowed to vie for masters with me. A bout of wild laughter came from inside Ren Dong's pill refining room. "Ha ha ha, I finally succeeded, I finally succeeded." Ren Dong looked at a transcendent grade tier 1 medicinal pill in his hand in a frenzied state. Turns out that lesser faceless art can really refine transcendent grade medicinal pills. Looks like this high-ranked quasi-alchemy king, am utterly unworthy of the title. Even the lesser faceless art can refine transcendent grade medicinal pills. It can be seen that along the way, I've missed out too many things. Yi Yuan, you this master, I'm acknowledging you for sure. Ren Dong sucked in a deep breath and muttered under his breath. Ren Dong opened the pill refining room's door and ran out like a gust of wind. "Little Dong, where are you doing?" A kind-sounding voice was heard, stopping Ren Dong. "Aunt, I'm going out to do something important. I'll come and pay respects to Aunt after I return. I'm going first." Ren Dong's footsteps did not even stop and directly dashed out far away. "This child," the woman gave a melancholic sigh. If Yi Yuan were here, he would surely be happy. This woman was exactly the mother that he yearned for day and night, Ren Hongling. Sigh, I also don't know how Yuan is like as of late. He's no longer who he was now. He should be living very well, right? Ren Hongling murmured to herself. Ren Hongling was grounded by Ren Xingqian and was only permitted to move about within the tall walls. There were only two people on her mind. One was the Yi Hang who was imprisoned by Ren Xingqian. The other was naturally her son, Yi Yuan. In her home, the person Ren Hongling liked the most was Ren Dong, this nephew. Because every time she saw Ren Dong, it was as if seeing Yi Yuan. She came to find Ren Dong today because she wanted to make him go and beg her father, Ren Xingqian, again, to let him spare Yi Hang. Who knew that Ren Dong was in a rush and directly ran off? Ren Hongling was helpless and could only go back. Cao Fang followed the servants into Fengya Pavilion one step at a time. When he had just entered the backyard, he heard a hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, with this recipe, the expression on Fu Yunjing that old punk's face will definitely be very interesting to look at. He keeps the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew recipe like a treasure, showing off in front of me every day. This time, I'll see how he still show off, Wu Zan said with a big laugh. Hearing Yi Yuan say that he had the recipe, Wu Zan directly drank and finished the 6 bottles of low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew with Yi Yuan yesterday. He came to find Yi Yuan today to get the recipe. Elder brother, this low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew isn't considered much. It only needs half a month to finish fermenting. But it won't do for brewing the middle grade one. For the middle grade quality, it needs half a year. Anyhow, you gather the ingredients according to the recipes that I gave you. After half a year, forget about that Fu Yunjing, even Lord Chairman will probably come to request from you as well, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Upon hearing this middle grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, Wu Zan's saliva almost drooled down. According to what Yi Yuan said, the taste of the middle-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew surpassed the low-grade one by 10 times. The low-grade was already so delicious. What will the taste of that middle-grade be like? Thinking about it made people long for it endlessly. Young Master Yi Yuan, the Cao family's third young master is here. Let him come in then. Call Grand Elder Ski Maple over too, Yi Yuan casually instructed. Cao Fang came before Yi Yuan with a nasty look. He never could have thought that Yi Yuan would actually address Master Wu Zan with such great familiarity. Wu Fang City was an alchemy sovereign expert. His status in Wu Fang City carried weight. He himself always observed a pupil's manners in front of Wu Zan, but Yi Yuan could already address him like brothers. Yi Yuan, yesterday's matters, it was my wrong. Please forgive me. Cao Fang contorted his face and stammered as he said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan shot him a glance and said indifferently, you didn't do anything to me. Whether I forgive or not doesn't matter. As long as Grand Elder Ski Maple can forgive you, I have nothing to say. Every injustice had its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. Yi Yuan was not a petty person. He only wanted to get justice on Ski Maple's behalf. If Ski Maple really suffered some serious injuries, Yi Yuan naturally would not let Cao Fang off easily. But Ski Maple only suffered some hardships yesterday and did not receive any substantial wounds. Since Cao Fang paid a visit to apologize, this matter was also considered to have passed. Of course, it was also Yi Yuan reaching there in a timely manner. Or else, if he were too late, what would have happened was really hard to say. While talking, Ski Maple just happened to be called out too. The main guy is here. Whether he forgives you or not will depend on your sincerity, Yi Yuan said coolly. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Ski Maple immediately understood what was going on. He could not help looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. A colossal giant like the Cao family would actually apologize to a little alchemy king like him. This had to be said to be immense face for Ski Maple. Cao Fang gritted his teeth and lowered his head as he bowed towards Ski Maple. He said, Cao Fang was impulsive yesterday and offended Elder Ski Maple. Elder, please don't blame. As he said, Cao Fang held a storage ring in his palm and said, inside this storage ring are 100,000 high-grade essence crystals and also some healing medicinal pills. Cao Fang hopes to compensate for the mistake made yesterday. Ski Maple looked at Yi Yuan. He saw Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Ski Maple then said, forget it, this matter is over. Cao Fang was overjoyed when he heard that and could not help turning his head to look at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan took over the storage ring from Cao Fang's hands and said, Third young Master Cao, don't blame me for shooting my mouth. People like Mao Yuanji, you'd best hang out with them less. Otherwise, there will come a day where you'll suffer a huge loss. Cao Fang nodded repeatedly and was just about to withdraw, but he saw Ren Dong dash inside like a gust of wind. Master, I did it, Master. Ren Dong's person had yet to arrive, and his voice reached already. While talking, Ren Dong already came before Yi Yuan and said with an excited look, Master, I did it. I did it. Now, you can take me in as a disciple, right? Cao Fang could not help jumping in fright when he heard Ren Dong's words. What? You want to acknowledge him as your master? When Ren Dong heard that, he was stunned too. Cao Fang, why are you here too? Cao Fang had yet to speak when Ren Dong's expression changed as he said, you aren't trying to acknowledge Yi Yuan as your master too, right? You're not allowed to vie for master with me. Humph, I'm telling you, even if master agrees to take you in, I'm also your senior. Cao Fang was thrown in confusion by Ren Dong. Even his brain was somewhat short-circuited. Ren Dong's strength was even greater than his, and he even had a peak alchemy sovereign grandfather. He actually wanted to acknowledge Yi Yuan as master. Yi Yuan scolded with a smile when he heard that. What nonsense is this? Cao Fang came to find me for other matters. You said that you can do it, but seeing is believing. However, this Fengya pavilion doesn't seem to have pill refining rooms. Elder brother Wu Zan, is it fine to borrow your pill refining room to use? Wu Zan was also secretly alarmed by the side. A few days ago, Ren Dong was still at loggerheads with Yi Yuan. Now, he actually wanted to acknowledge him as his master. Wu Zan's thinking was around the same as Cao Fang's. Although Yi Yuan's talent seemed to be very monstrous, Ren Dong had a peak alchemy sovereign grandfather behind him. Could it be that he still needed to acknowledge other people as his master? Hearing Yi Yuan's request, Wu Zan nodded and said, no problem. Wu Zan was also very curious how Yi Yuan was going to test Ren Dong. Chapter 517 Establishing Rules. Inside Wu Zan's pill refining room, it was already packed with people currently. When Xiao Ruyan heard that Yi Yuan was going to test Ren Dong, she was full of reluctance but insisted on following over no matter what. Meanwhile, Cao Fang was also very curious, following over at the behest of supernatural power, causing him unable to resist. Yi Yuan naturally noticed it but did not say anything either. When Wu Zan saw the materials Ren Dong picked, he could not help being stupefied. He said, younger brother Yi, why did he choose all tier 1 medicinal herbs? Isn't the threshold of your acceptance test too low? Yi Yuan said with a smile, elder brother, you watch first. You'll know in a while. This Ren Dong still has some comprehension abilities. To think that he could achieve it so quickly. Looking at how both of his eyes are bloodshot, presumably, he didn't even shut his eyes these few days. How could the acceptance test that Yi Yuan set up be achieved so easily? Even for the lowest level lesser faceless art, wanting to reach the standards of refining transcendent grade tier 1 medicinal pills, those with slightly better talent also needed around half a month's time of bitter training. Those with poorer natural endowments might not even find the knack to refining at all. Just as Yi Yuan predicted, Ren Dong did not rest for a single second these few days. From morning to night, he was immersed in the pill refining room, for the sake of completing the acceptance test as soon as possible. Furthermore, for this lesser faceless art to reach the level of refining transcendent grade medicinal pills, it was not achievable with just bitter training as well. If there were not Yi Yuan's demonstration, Ren Dong could not possibly find the trick to it so quickly either. He had been recalling the scenario of Yi Yuan refining pills bare-handedly these few days, contrasting it continuously. That was why he could understand the secret so quickly. It was just because the lesser faceless art was too simple and practically did not have much skill content, that was why Ren Dong could reach such standard in a few days. But for Ren Dong to be able to reach this level, it also showed that his talent surpassed others. In Yi Yuan's perspective, Ren Dong's alchemy talent should be even higher than Xiao Ruyan's. Everyone all looked at Ren Dong very curiously, wanting to see just what of thing this acceptance test was. Although Ren Dong was very tired, he was currently in a state of extreme stimulation. Yi Yuan opened a window for him, letting him see a great path linking to the heaven. To alchemists, there was nothing more exciting than this. All the preparations were in place. Ren Dong said to Yi Yuan with an excited face, Master, watch closely. When Ren Dong made his move, everybody could not help staring wide-eyed. Lesser faceless art, younger brother, what kind of medicine are you selling in your gourd here? Wu Zan was completely baffled. Using the lesser faceless art is the acceptance test. How low was this threshold? Even alchemy grandmasters when taking disciples could not possibly use this as the evaluation too. Hoo-hoo, elder brother, carry on watching. This boy is quite interesting, Yuan said as he behaved like a senior. It was naturally quite interesting. Ren Dong only used 3 days and actually touched upon the threshold of the legendary realm. Looks like his conditions were really decent. The legendary realm was only normal to Yuan. But to others, it was not something that simple. Furthermore, it was simply not possible for there to be people who would devote time and energy into the lesser faceless art to reach the legendary realm. Any refining technique would have very impressive effects after reaching the legendary realm. The lesser faceless art was no exception either. Of course, that effect was only aimed at Tier 1 medicinal pills. Cao Feng looked at Ren Dong with a face full of contempt. This fellow's brain isn't spoiled, right? That Yuan is clearly fooling him. He actually took it seriously. A quasi-alchemy king acknowledging another quasi-alchemy king as his master. Hee, really comedic enough. Cao Feng was criticizing Ren Dong incessantly in his heart. Cao Feng did not doubt Yuan's alchemy standards, because his performance in front of the 1,000-query wall already indicated everything. At least, Yuan's theoretical standards were pretty high. Making disciple acceptance test Tier 1 medicinal pills and Tier 1 alchemy techniques, what was this if not being a joke? Refinement of Tier 1 medicinal pills did not take too much time. Ren Dong finished refining very quickly. Ren Dong gave a light cry. The medicinal pill was done. Hee, master, you come and evaluate it. Ren Dong came in front of Yuan and said fawningly. Yuan nodded with a smile and said, not too bad. But the lesser faceless art is just an entry-level alchemy skill. There are still many areas that you need to learn. Next, your task is to use the greater faceless art to refine a transcendent grade medicinal pill. Greater faceless art. Ren Dong still did not come around for a moment. But Xiao Ruyan could not carry on watching by the side silently. She reproached Ren Dong daintily, you dunce head. Still not hurrying over to acknowledge master. Ren Dong came to a realization. His face revealed wild elation as he kneeled on the ground with a thud. He exclaimed, master is high above. Please accept a bow from disciple. Get up. In the future, Ruyan is your senior apprentice sister. I don't have many rules under me. But there are several points that you have to remember, Yuan said coolly. Master, please say. Yuan nodded and said, mustn't defy orders and be unfilial. Mustn't commit crimes in violation of the law. Other things, free reign. If I discover that you all did something that goes against the heaven and reason, I'll personally cripple you guys. Ruyan, same for you too. Yes, master, disciple will definitely bear it in mind. Ren Dong hurriedly said, disciple understands. Xiao Ruyan also did not dare to have a cheeky smile when she saw how solemn Yuan said it. Being around Yuan for a long time, Xiao Ruyan more or less also grasped Yuan's disposition a little clearer. Majority of the time, it was fine no matter how she joked around. But once Yuan became serious, then it was not that fun anymore. However, Xiao Ruyan did not have much evil thoughts in her heart. Such rules were actually dispensable to her. She did not take it to heart too much either. Younger brother Yi, you were saying earlier, using the lesser faceless art to refine transcendent grade medicinal pills. It was only after seeing that they finished acknowledging master-disciple relationship did Wu Zan ask Yuan in amazement. That's right, this was the entry test that I gave Ren Dong, Yuan said smilingly. Hiss, let me take a look. Wu Zan opened the medicinal cauldron and took out that medicinal pill. It was indeed transcendent grade without a sham. Using lesser faceless art can actually refine transcendent grade medicinal pills. Except, what use does this have? Wu Zan asked puzzledly. Transcendent grade tier 1 medicinal pills could be refined using high tier alchemy skills too. There wasn't anything impressive. Although using lesser faceless art to refine transcendent grade medicinal pills exceeded Wu Zan's expectations, in his view here, it was pointless. With so much time to research a tier 1 alchemy skill, why not spend the time on higher tier alchemy skills? Cao Feng was also very disdainful inwardly. It was just that he did not dare to make a sound. Hearing Wu Zan question at this time, he perked his ears up too, wanting to hear how Yuan was going to explain. Yuan said with a smile, one will never achieve their goals without doing things one step at a time. This lineage of mine, What it attaches the highest importance to isn't garish alchemy skills, but it is laying a solid foundation. Don't look down on Tier 1, Tier 2 alchemy skills. Even high-tier alchemy skills were born from these low-tier alchemy skills too. Researching low-tier alchemy skills thoroughly, then cultivating high-tier alchemy skills, will have the effect of half the effort and twice the results. Wu Zhan shook his head and said, "It just that this way, it will expend huge effort. The loss outweighs the gain." Yi Yuan did not answer Wu Zhan's words, but he asked Ren Dong, "Do you feel that the loss outweighs the gain?" Ren Dong shook his head very affirmatively and said, "Absolutely not." Chapter 518 Meeting begins. Ren Dong was not sucking up. When he trained the lesser faceless art close to the legendary realm, he actually discovered that he had many new comprehensions. Back then, when he had just come into contact with alchemy, he had many things that he did not notice. All the way until today, where it suddenly dawned upon him, he discovered just how unstable his own foundation was. Yi Yuan being able to freely refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills was indeed not coincidental. Recalling the words that Yi Yuan said when he was acknowledging him as his master, Ren Dong only came to realize the truth now. Ren Dong believed that as long as he continued walking down the path which Yi Yuan designated, he would definitely discover a new continent. Of course, to most people, doing this was a pointless effort. Because they did not have a master like Yi Yuan. Without Yi Yuan's personal demonstration, Ren Dong could not possibly have touched upon the threshold of the legendary realm too. The lesser faceless art was just the most basic entry-level refining technique. The higher the tier of the refining technique, the more challenging it naturally was to want to reach this step as well. Without the guidance of a great teacher who had a profound understanding, they might never find where the legendary realm was throughout their lives. Cao Fang curled his mouth. He was clearly very condescending towards Ren Dong's excuse. Wu Zhan knew that it was not that there weren't people who wanted to train the basic alchemy skills to an extremely high realm. But without any exception, they all took too many detours. Those alchemists who were originally around the same realm as them had flung those people who researched alchemy skills that way several streets behind. Wu Zhan initially wanted to persuade Yi Yuan a little, but upon recalling Yi Yuan's performance, he swallowed the words at this throwed back down. Yi Yuan, this alchemy emperor, naturally had more authority to speak regarding laying down a foundation or speed walking this sort of issue. He knew that Wu Zhan and the rest all did not believe. But the moment when Ren Dong soared to the skies in a single leap, they would surely have a completely new appraisal of this matter. With Ren Dong's talent, this day might not need too long. The following 2 days, Ren Dong practically immersed in studying beside Yi Yuan, while Yi Yuan did not hide anything either. He demonstrated the greater faceless art's legendary realm once for Ren Dong to see. Ren Dong's talent was indeed remarkable. He actually comprehended some knack to it very quickly. But, very clearly, the speed of him comprehending the greater faceless art was no longer as quick as the lesser faceless art. And right at this time, all the titans in the northern domain finally gathered at Wufang City. The endless meet officially convened in the City Lord Manor. In the main hall, all seats were occupied, and those people who were seated, the weakest had middle stage divine traversing realm strength. 4 seats were arranged on the left-hand most side. Sitting there were respectively Ren Xingqian and the 3 sects, old ancestors. They were evidently the northern domain's pinnacle existences. And sitting to their right were not those late-stage divine traversing realm experts but an unknown sea transformation realm youth. This youth was naturally Yi Yuan. The big shots present, quite a few people brought the juniors that they were most proud of over. It was just that those juniors all stood behind them with their hands by the sides. Very clearly, in such an apex meeting they did not have a chance to speak. Even Qin Yan, Guo Taochun, and Yin Yanhua were all by the side too. Only Yi Yuan, this young person, sat very conspicuous. Many people had not met nor heard of Yi Yuan before either. Him sitting naturally incurred many interested gazes. Regarding this kind of focused looks, Yi Yuan was very calm. The previous life's Ji Qingyan had experienced countless great spectacles. Such a small occasion was simply too substandard to show in public. Everyone got in their seats. Ning Yixian was the first to speak. "Everyone, time is tight. This Ning won't blabber any more nonsense either. Today, we convened everybody to discuss the major issue of how to respond to the fierce Gale world's invasion. Several thousand years ago, the Endless World had the Grand Yan True sect, this extraordinarily powerful sect, to seal the realm passageway. But now Not that this Ning is belittling our capabilities, but we might not be the Grand Yan true sects match even by combining our 3 sects' power. Hence, our situation has already reached an extremely grim state, and the most terrifying thing is that we know absolutely nothing about the fierce Gale world. Their strength, their plans, their habits, we don't understand anything at all. Now, everybody state their views. Hey, what else can be done? When soldiers come, use a general to hold them off. When the water rises, use dirt to keep it back. I don't believe that their fierce Gale world martial artists can still have 3 heads and 6 arms. Exclaimed someone immediately the moment Ning Yixian's voice faded, and those with such views were not in the minority. Once these words came out, there were people concurring straight away. I've seen before some fierce Gale world records in some ancient records. It's said that that small world has gale winds blowing all year round. It's completely a place where not even grass would grow. This kind of barbaric land, how many experts could there even be? That's right, our endless world is abundant in resources. The martial artist's strength and realm are also extremely formidable. To really compete in martial strength, it's impossible for us to lose to them. Haha, just a bunch of motley crew. In my view, our northern domain's various sects should join hands and send a group of elite forces and directly take down the southern domain. Don't they have a boundless realm expert? As long as we take down the southern domain and send array masters to secure the realm passageway and not let them reinforce the array formation, the endless world will be safe and sound. Speaking to the back, the fierce Gale world martial artists directly became a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. It was seemingly like slashing a blade over and everyone's heads would hit the ground. When Yuan heard these words, he seriously could not hold back and let out a snigger. With this snigger, there were immediately people who were unhappy. "Where are you from, boy, to actually dare jeer at us?" said a middle-stage divine traversing realm sect master with an unkind look. He also knew that such an occasion absolutely would not arrange the seats wrongly. This sea transformation realm boy surely had an extraordinary background. But being derided by a junior like this, he was still rather displeased. It was just that he was more reserved when speaking and did not dare to overly offend those 4 on top. But Yuan shook his head and said with a laugh, "Earlier, old ancestor Ning already said, we're absolutely ignorant about the fierce Gale world. Also don't know where your confidence came from, to dare belittle them like so. If there weren't an endless forest obstructing there, we'd probably have lost half of the world already. You guys are actually still in the mood to brag here. Truly don't know what you're talking about." That sect master being mocked by Yuan could not quite preserve his face. If it weren't because of the faces of the 4 people on top, he would most likely fly off the handle long ago. But at this time, he said solemnly, "This war has yet to be fought, and you're boosting other people's morale and lowering your own. According to what you say, could those fierce Gale world people really have 3 heads and 6 arms? Not to the extent of 3 heads and 6 arms. However, to talk about combat strength, they mustn't be underestimated. If it's as you all said earlier, the endless world won't be far from annihilation either," Yuan said nonchalantly. "Hey, talking as if you've seen it with your own eyes. Doesn't that fierce Gale world have just 1 boundless realm expert? As long as we don't let him come over, how strong can they get?" Yuan said with a smile, "You nailed it. Not only have I seen before fierce Gale world martial artists, but I've also even been to the fierce Gale world. Not even preparing a draft when you brag. With just your meager strength, you can still return unscathed after really going to the fierce Gale world," said that sect master with a cold smile. Those 4 on top did not seem to hear anything and let Yuan and the rest bicker at their own discretion. Chapter 519 Lan Feng's Strength. Everybody seemed to have discovered the 4 titans' unparticipative attitudes. They all could not refrain from criticizing Yuan one after another. "Don't know what you're talking about. The 2 worlds only passageway is guarded by the fierce Gale world. With just the likes of your strength, you can escape from the fierce Gale world. Young man, don't come out to posture just because you have some strength. Some bragging shouldn't be done. It's easy to unravel the truth. Turns out that you've been to the fierce Gale world. I wonder if you brought back some local specialties from the fierce Gale world." Ha ha ha. The group of people chortled loudly, mocking Yuan bragging too substandardly in succession. When they saw Yuan sitting in that position, they originally felt displeased already. At this time, they happened to catch one of Yuan's slip-ups and was naturally unwilling to let it go. Right then, the profound Sun sect master, Wu Rong, opposite Yi Yuan said with a smile, "This little brother, one mustn't joke around in this occasion today. You said that you've been to the fierce Gale world. You got to prove it a little, right? Mere lip service. I can also say that I've been to the fierce Gale world. Would you believe me? The profound Sun sect was a great sect second only to the three sects." Wu Rong's strength was extremely daunting as well. If Yi Yuan were not here today, it should be Wu Rong sitting in his position. The one who previously found fault with Yi Yuan was actually the profound Sun sect subsidiary faction. The Northern Domain's sect stood in great numbers. There tend to be subsidiaries between factions. To want to cast off the fate of being a subsidiary, there had to at least be a late-stage divine traversing realm expert holding down the fort in the sect. And this Wu Rong was a 9th-level divine traversing realm experts. Compared to the Great Circle divine traversing realm old ancestors from the three sects, he was also just marginally weaker. But this difference of a margin was as far apart as heaven and earth. In a small world like the Endless World, after cultivating to the divine traversing realm, every step trod out was tremendously arduous. From the 9th-level divine traversing realm to the Great Circle of divine traversing realm did not seem to have a big gap, but this step was immensely hard to stride out. This was the restrictions of heaven and earth regulations. Mortals had no way of transcending. And from the Great Circle of divine traversing realm to shattering the void and achieving boundless, this step was even as hard as ascending to the heavens. Hence, while the Endless World's divine traversing realm experts were many, those who could genuinely ascend to the divine traversing realm was scanty few. Even for the level of experts like the three sects, old ancestors, wanting to stride out this step was extremely difficult too. Wu Rong not daring to say much to the three sects, old ancestors and Ren Xingqian did not mean that he did not dare to make things difficult for Yi Yuan. Just a junior, could it be that the three sects really dared to make a move on him? Let alone, this junior simply had no idea what he was saying. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "You guys laugh at me for saying nonsense, but I laugh at you for being innocent and clueless. If they didn't have confidence, how could the fierce Gale world dare to take such actions? You people want proof, right? I'll show you." Lan Feng's figure suddenly appeared beside Yi Yuan. Everyone's faces changed when they saw the situation. Spatial spirit artifact. Even Wu Rong, when seeing this action of Yi Yuan's, his gaze revealed a burning heat. However, his fervent heat subsided very quickly. Since Yi Yuan dared to take this out in a flagrant manner, he was obviously not afraid of them snatching it away. There was even the possibility that this spatial spirit artifact was given by one of those four beside him. This person is the slave I took in when I was in the fierce Gale world. Everyone is a divine traversing realm expert. You just have to slightly inspect his divine soul, and you'll know, Yi Yuan said coolly. These people investigated Lan Feng's divine soul and discovered that it was indeed slightly different from Endless World martial artists. They could not help becoming astonished. Although these people knew that the fierce Gale world already occupied the southern domain, they had yet to see fierce Gale world martial artists before. Seeing Lan Feng at this time, they all could not help sizing him up curiously. Is this a fierce Gale world martial artist? Looks very normal. What? Yeah, what can a puny little 4th level C transformation show? Hoo, look at his manner of dressing up. Simply bumpkin to the max. If fierce Gale world martial artists are all like this, then wouldn't our Endless World win for sure? Another wave of loud laughter. But Yi Yuan did not smile. He just said nonchalantly, "Everybody is a leader of a sect and naturally look down upon a puny little fierce Gale world C transformation. However, I released Lan Feng out to let you all witness the strength of a fierce Gale world martial artist." Yi Yuan briefly swept a glance over these divine traversing realm experts and asked, "I wonder which senior's progeny just happens to be at the 4th level C transformation realm. You can come up to exchange moves with Lan Feng." Yi Yuan's momentum was pressuring. The intent of provocation was very clear. 4th level C transformation versus 4th level C transformation. Nobody could find fault. Wu Rong saw the situation and gave a look to a middle-stage divine traversing realm subordinate influence. That person understood and opened his mouth to say, "Fei you go up to accompany him to play then. Remember, go easy." A young man behind him fell out of the ranks and said with a haughty look, "Yes, martial ancestor." Finishing talking, the young man came before Lan Feng with a bound. This youth's name was called Song Fei, similarly a 4th level C transformation. His strength was also at the top of the list within his sect. To be able to be brought by old ancestor by his side this time, his position could be imagined. Lan Feng still had that attire from the fierce Gale world, vastly different from the endless world. Furthermore, just as those people said, simply a bumpkin to the max. One look and it was like from an unorthodox background. How could he be comparable to a sect's elite disciple like Song Fei? Hehe, I want to take a look if the fierce Gale world's martial artists are really as formidable as he says. Song Fei said with a cold laugh. Lan Feng had a blank look and completely did not take Song Fei's provocation to heart. He said indifferently, just try, and you'll know. Finished talking, Lan Feng's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. Song Fei's expression changed. He did not think that Lan Feng's speed was actually so swift. He wanted to make a move, but it was already too late. He could only hastily put up a passive defense. Song Fei was smashed flying out several hundred feet by Lan Feng's one punch. No long-winded words nor any complacency either. Lan Feng was unforgiving when he gained the momentum, his fists pummeling towards Song Fei like a torrential storm. The match between Sea Transformation Realm was totally not worth mentioning in the eyes of these big shots. But at this very moment, their brows involuntarily knitted together tightly. Although Lan Feng had the suspicion of surprise attacking, those skills were not fake. His speed was abnormal, and his fist art was exceedingly swift and fierce and bizarre. Absolutely proficient in combat, the two people exchanged over 100 moves in a twinkle. The more these big shots watched, the more alarmed they became, including those 4 people above. This was also Ning Yixian's and the others' first time seeing Lan Feng. They didn't think that a slave which Yi Yuan brought under control actually had such combat power. These people's horizons were usually high. Through these two persons face-off, they could tell that Lan Feng's concept comprehension was a little worse off compared to Song Fei. But his combat experience was exceptionally abundant. Moreover, regarding the utilization of concepts, the concepts were integrated into his bones. After 100 moves, Lan Feng relied on that initial most advantage and steadily took the upper hand. Lan Feng's combat experience was exceedingly plentiful and totally did not give Song Fei any chance at all. Compared to Lan Feng, Song Fei was like a fledgling who was still lacking some level of attainment towards combat. Another 100 over moves passed. Lan Feng finally caught one of Song Fei's dead spots and blasted Song Fei flying with one punch. Chapter 520 Fame spread far and wide. All those present were dead silent. Lan Feng's performance utterly shocked these divine traversing realm experts. That match earlier, apart from that surprise attack in the beginning, there was not the slightest bit of resorting to trickery. And Song Fei himself not being focused was a great taboo in combat by itself. Nobody would pity failures. Song Fei was an elite from a very formidable sect in the northern domain. He actually lost to this bumpkin to the max fierce Gale world martial artist. Could it be that the strength of the fierce Gale world's martial artists were all so formidable? These big shots all had tightly locked eyebrows. The expression on their faces had unspeakable graveness. Hoo-hoo, can't even beat my slave, just who is boasting. Are you people sure that you can beat back those divine traversing realms from the fierce Gale world with just the likes of you people? Yi Yuan derided. This time, that group of people who taunted the most enthusiastically at first all sensibly shut their mouths. They were still clamoring previously, saying that the fierce Gale world martial artists would crumble in one blow. And now, this slap was flung really resoundingly. But Wu Rong was unresigned and said in a solemn voice, "Was this slave of yours tampered with, or perhaps he's an extremely powerful existence among the fierce Gale world martial artists?" Wu Rong's question was also the question that everybody was concerned with. A martial artist being powerful was not scary. What was frightening was everyone being this powerful. If the fierce Gale world martial artists were all this formidable, then the endless world was really in danger. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Although this slave of mine has some strength, within the same realm, he's absolutely not considered powerful. At the very most, he's also just average standard. If you don't believe, you can feel free to carry on with those plans earlier and directly charge over to exterminate the southern domain's fierce Gale world martial artists." Yi Yuan's words were like a series of thunders, extinguishing everybody's hopes. Yi Yuan was not exaggerating just to scare people. Lan Feng's strength did not count as too impressive in the fierce Gale world. The Lan family brothers not being able to withstand a single hit in front of Yi Yuan did not mean that they could also be finished off in one blow in front of the other endless world martial artists. Back then, In the mystic realm, Mei Zhen and the heavenly sky sect's Wu Jiao were both not the Lan brothers' match. In Mei Zhen's and Wu Jiao's strength were absolutely not the slightest bit inferior compared to this Song Fei. Hence, Song Fei losing was also something within reason. Yi Yuan, your meaning is that the fierce Gale world martial artist's strength as a whole is a level higher compared to our endless world? Ning Yixian asked gravely. Yi Yuan nodded and said, what everyone said earlier wasn't wrong. The fierce Gale world is scarce in resources. Regions with powerful gale winds, even the Wind Emperor won't dare to enter. But it's also precisely because of this kind of environment that resulted to the fierce Gale world martial artist's might. Yi Yuan spoke with fervor and assurance, picking out some of the fierce Gale world information to say, leaving their brows locked even tighter. In accordance with what Yi Yuan said, the fierce Gale world martial artist's comprehension towards the concept of wind was innate. Practically every martial artist would have very deep comprehension in the concept of wind. Hence, the fierce Gale world martial artist's movement speed was much greater than the endless world's. Furthermore, with the tempering of the gale winds, the martial artist's essence energy were purer. Adding in the barbarousness, the fierce Gale world martial artist's collective strength was much stronger compared to the endless world. Under such circumstances, if the endless world chose to clash head-on, it was simply without any chances of success. Ning Yixi and the four of them exchanged glances, and all saw the seriousness in the other party's eyes. They had a simple exchange with Yi Yuan yesterday and knew that the fierce Gale world power was great. But it was also just a rough idea, far from as great as the impact from Lan Feng and Song Fei's match earlier. It was precisely because they knew that the fierce Gale world was formidable that the four of them deliberately let Yi Yuan stir up these sects' leaders a little to make them not underestimate the enemy. Who knew that even they themselves were astonished too? For Song Fei to be able to become a sect's elite, his strength was not considered weak. But he still lost to Lan Feng. Lan Feng grasped the battle situation precisely, making everyone feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. This martial artist was simply born for fighting. If the fierce Gale world's folks were all like this, the matters at the back, they somewhat did not dare to carry on thinking. The fierce Gale world martial artist's strength, I believe that everybody already has a very direct understanding. Yi Yuan did not deceive everyone. He really entered deep into the fierce Gale world before in order to rescue his fellow sect members. Now, to talk about who understands the fierce Gale world best in the entire endless world, it's none other than him. Moreover, I know that many of you view the southern domain as a barbaric land and are completely indifferent to the state of affairs there. But, I want to tell you that Yi Yuan once led the southern domain's Tranquil Cloud sect and defeated the Purple Mansion sect thrice, killing 3 of the Purple Mansion sect's Soul Sea realms. This effectively slowed down their invasion, only because of this that we managed to have our northern domains meet. Or else, some of those present would probably have their sects eradicated already. Ning Yixian's voice enlightened the benighted, striking everyone's hearts. Only now did these sect leaders knew that there were still so many twists and turns in between all this, and also knew what kind of person Yi Yuan was. The southern domain's matters, they might be unconcerned, but the Tranquil Cloud sect's great name, many among them already came to hear of it. The Tranquil Cloud sect eradicating the heavenly evil sect domineeringly and a sea transformation realm boy killing the Soul Sea realm Mao Yuanji, this news already spread like wildfire. Those present were all the northern domain's respected figures who were very well informed. They naturally knew this information. It was just that they never thought that that Tranquil Cloud sect's youth was actually this one before their eyes. It never occurred to them that Yi Yuan already did many things for the endless world without them knowing. Defeating the Purple Mansion sect thrice. How did this boy accomplish it? Truly an enigmatic existence. But Wu Rong frowned and said, isn't this talk a little too alarming to cause a sensation? Even if the fierce Gale world martial artist's strength is formidable, we have our advantages too. As these sects aren't soft persimmons that they can knead as they want either. In truth, Wu Rong's words were lacking some confidence. But a sea transformation realm boy riding on top of his head still made him brood over it. But this time, Jing Zan said coldly, alarming to cause a sensation. Old man Wu, do you believe these words that you said? As far as I know, the fierce Gale world already sent out 5 peak divine traversing realm experts into the southern domain. Whether it's exaggerating things to raise the alarm or not, everybody weighs it yourselves. What, 5 peak divine traversing realms? How is that possible? Jing Zan's words immediately caused a stir in the crowd. Wu Rong looked at Jing Zan with a face full of disbelief. 5-peak divine traversing realms. Such strength was too scary. One had to know that the northern domain only had the 3 sects, old ancestors who were peak divine traversing realms. Was the current situation 3 versus 5? Ning Yixian gave Wu Rong a scornful look and said coolly, not possible. Do you think that these few days, the 3 of us were sitting at home doing nothing? Furthermore, the southern domain did not blockade information. Wanting to investigate this news isn't hard. It's just a pity that Old Hai has already been missing for a long time and there's no news up until now. While Old Man Duan is a recluse with no fixed abode and also secretive about his whereabouts. If the 2 of them are present, our chances of success will be much higher. Chapter 521 Old Hai. Hearing Ning Yixian's emotional sigh, everyone's mind quivered. The Old Hai and Old Man Duan from his words were peak divine traversing realm experts. With them around, the endless world's confidence would be much greater. Although bottom-level martial artists could unleash tremendous effects in a great war between 2 worlds, the high-level combat strength was the deciding factor which determined the direction of the war. If the fierce Gale world did not have Zhao Tianyan, the endless world would not be so fearful of the fierce Gale world either. Zhao Tianyan alone could sweep across the entire endless world. Such combat power simply made people despair. This was Yi Yuan's first time hearing that the endless world still had 2 of such experts who existed. He could not help becoming very curious. If the endless world really had 5 peak divine traversing realm experts, it more or less could be considered to have some self-preserving strength. Talking about this, Yi Yuan suddenly recalled a matter. In a small world, every world had a realm lord who existed. Zhao Tianyan was naturally the fierce Gale world's realm lord. Yi Yuan had stayed in the endless world for such a long time but did not know who this endless world's realm lord was. Was it possible that he was one of these 2? These years, most of Old Hai's time was spent in the endless forest. Also, I don't know what is he busy with. Now that such a major incident happened, he can't possibly watch indifferently without lending a hand, right? Jing Zan said, yeah, Old Hai has always stayed away from scenes of contention. But the incident this time concerns the entire endless world's safety. If he deserts us on the eve of battle, that will chill the heart too bitterly, Ning Yixian said. Right at this time, an aged voice sounded out faintly, reverberating throughout the main hall. You punks, talking behind people's backs all day long. No wonder this old man, I am always sneezing. Achoo. As he said this, that old man really gave a sneeze. Upon hearing this voice, everyone guessed who came. Who could it be but this Old Hai? It was truly speaking of the devil. An old man wearing tattered hemp clothing walked into the main hall like this slowly, looking very much like an ordinary old man. When the 4 people on the seats of honor saw this old man, they exchanged glances, and all became extremely excited. This old man's appearance gave everybody's mind a shock. Ha ha, Old Hai, it's really you, said Qin Hongtao once he saw Old Hai. He laughed loudly. Old Hai, you finally came back in the nick of time. Otherwise, the few of us really can't quite support the situation. Ning Yixian said. Jing Zan and Ren Xingqian did not speak. But these 4 people's behavior actually faintly treated Old Hai as superior. And these people did not notice that at this moment, Yi Yuan was still in a state of immense shock and did not recover for a very long time. When Old Hai entered, his gaze darted at Yi Yuan imperceptibly and even gave him a faint smile. At that time, Yi Yuan was dumbfounded. Because he had seen this old man before. This old man was none other than precisely the stall vendor old man, Chi Hai, that Yi Yuan encountered in Breaking Dawn City. At this point, Yi Yuan could virtually confirm that Chi Hai was definitely the endless world's realm lord. Yi Yuan's sense was very sharp. He could faintly sense that the power emitting from this Chi Hai's body was even stronger than the power from Ning Yixian trio. Only the ruler of a world could reach such an extent by gathering the destiny of a world. Very likely, this old man Chi Hai already had half a foot into the boundless realm and was only a final goal shot away. Ning Yixian trio actually faintly regarded themselves as juniors. Looks like this Chi Hai's seniority wasn't an ordinary kind of big. Come, men, add a seat for Old Hai in the center of the left-hand side. Ren Xingqian instructed. Chi Hai waved his hand and said, no need to be so troublesome. This old man, am not that particular after many things. I'll just seat here, young chap, we meet again. You're fine if we squeeze a little, right? When these words came out, everyone's faces changed. Old Hai actually knew Yi Yuan. These divine traversing realm experts present, each one of them wanted to cozy up to Old Hai. But his elderly self's whereabouts were elusive, so they completely could not cozy up to him. Just how many days had Yi Yuan been in the northern domain? He actually knew Old Hai. Furthermore, Old Hai actually lowered himself to squeeze together with Yi Yuan. It could be seen that his impression of Yi Yuan was pretty decent. Just what was going on here? Yi Yuan forced a smile and said, Old Hai's instructions, how can Yi Yuan dare to refuse? It's just that Old Hai really concealed too deeply. Back then, when Old Hai saw us in peril, you actually did not even extend a hand to rescue. Chi Hai sat down beside Yi Yuan carelessly and said smilingly, back then, when I sold the daughter green grass to you, I already saw your extraordinariness. In this endless world, I've yet to encounter anybody who recognized the daughter green grass. Later, when I saw you exterminate the Jin family father and son ruthlessly, I regarded you even more highly. That Soul Sea realm, I was originally planning on finishing him off conveniently when leaving. But I didn't expect that you actually forced him out. I was watching the fight all along back then. If any accidents were to really happen, I'd naturally lend a help. Except, I never expected you could actually already execute condensing gathered essence into form at such a young age. It was truly an eye-opener for me. When Yi Yuan heard these words, he exclaimed in surprise instead, so you knew that was daughter green grass long ago? Chi Hai burst into laughter and said, haha. Of course I knew, otherwise, do you really take me for a black-hearted merchant? One stock of quasi-tier 4 medicinal herb selling for 100 middle-grade essence crystals. The daughter green grass is extremely rare. You could actually bear to sell it to me? Yi Yuan asked doubtfully. Hoo-hoo, quasi-tier 4 medicinal herbs, no matter how rare, doesn't have much use to me either. Rather, you clearly needed it more. I'm very curious though, what were you planning on using the daughter green grass for? Chi Hai asked with a smile. Yi Yuan smiled too and replied, buying medicinal herb is naturally in order to refine pills. Can't be like that Jin Peng, swallowing it down, right? Finished talking, the two people exchanged a look, and both chortled with laughter. On the left-hand side, Ning Yixian cursed inwardly, these two people, one old fox, one young fox. Both people who are not to be trifled with. Old Hai wanted to feel Yi Yuan out, but Yi Yuan lightly skated over it. This boy is really astute. However, these two people revealed a great amount of information. Turns out that when the Tranquil Cloud sect was moving north, such a major thing actually happened before. And Old Hai personally witnessed Yi Yuan battling a Soul Sea realm. Towards such a monstrous youth, he naturally kept him in mind. Didn't think that Old Hai had long taken action already, touring one round to the southern domain and back. Ning Yixian said with an emotional sigh. Chi Hai scolded with a smile, you little punks, wagging your tongues all day behind people's backs. Such a major thing happened to the endless world, how can I, this old man, only care about myself without care for others? This trip to the southern domain, not only did I inquire some information, I even dragged old man Yuan here as well. That old punk, at first, he was still unwilling to leave retirement. After being pummeled by me, he finally yielded. Chi Hai said it carelessly, but everyone was secretly alarmed when they heard it. Old man Yuan was a peak divine traversing realm experts. Old Hai actually beat him up as he liked to. Chapter 522 Seeking Counsel. Old man Yuan, you're not coming out yet. Could it be that you still want me to invite you out? Chi Hai called out in a clear voice. A very lean old man appeared before everyone. He was naturally the old man Yuan that everyone was talking about. Chi Hai smiled and said to Yi Yuan, don't look at how old man Yuan is very unassuming. His strength is pretty decent and should be even above the three of them. It's just that his natural disposition is lazy and was unwilling to stick a hand in secular affairs. Hence, he found a secluded place in the southern domain and lived there quietly. Yi Yuan nodded slightly. For an itinerant cultivator to cultivate to such a realm, it was truly not easy. This old man Yuan seemed to be not too willing either. He just sat down beside Chi Hai and did not speak from start to end. Chi Hai did not seem to mind and said to everyone, all right. Everybody continued to discuss as you all should. Don't bother about us old people. With him saying this, everyone did not know how to discuss though. But Wu Rong was unresigned and asked Chi Hai, Old Hai, you made a trip to the southern domain. Did they really send out 5 peak divine traversing realm experts? Chi Hai nodded and said, that's right. Before returning this time, I took a tour around the Heavenly Sky sect before and almost came to blows with one of the 5. And then what? With this, nobody suspected the authenticity of this information anymore. Hee. Later on, each of us was wary of the other, so this fight did not take place. Chi Hai said it very apathetically, but the others had a different feeling when they heard it. Hearing Chi Hai said so, Ning Yixian could not sit still either and asked, the other side's peak divine traversing realms actually had somebody who could threaten Old Hai. Chi Hai's strength, everyone present was very clear. Hence, the way these people saw it, Chi Hai was their greatest reliance. But now, a random peak divine traversing realm that the other side sent out was actually on par with Old Hai. Could it be that the fierce Gale world's martial artists were really all formidable to such an extent? Not so far as threatening me. But that person's strength shouldn't be much weaker than mine. Once the fight began, if we alarmed the others, it would probably not be that easy for me to want to get away, Chi Hai said. The sect leaders present all exchanged glances. Immediately, they felt like the pressure was akin to MT. Tai crushing down. Looks like the fierce Gale world's might greatly exceeded everyone's imaginations. Chi Hai looked at everyone and said coolly, you bunch of brats aren't still holding on to thoughts of leaving it to chance right now, are you? If the fierce Gale world wasn't powerful to such an extent, how could such a powerful sect like the Grand Yan True Sect back then pay such a terrible price to seal the realm passageway? Just that battle, how were the sacrifices just the Grand Yan True Sect alone? After that battle, our endless world's vitality was greatly sapped, resulting in this current declining trend situation. Hearing Chi Hai's words, everyone's gaze involuntarily turned towards Yi Yuan. Looks like what this youth said previously was not the slightest bit false. Ning Yixian trio did not think that the situation was already severe to such an extent already either and said, Old Hai, you enjoy high prestige and command universal respect. This situation still needs you to manage. Very clearly, there was nobody more suitable than Chi Hai to lead the group of heroes among the people present. Who knew that Chi Hai smiled and shook his head as he said, this old man, am used to being lazy. How can I be the leader? Ning Yixian, you're experienced and prudent and can take on this responsibility. However, this old man, will say the nasty things first. I normally don't bother too much, but if anyone dares to trip people up at this sort of time, this old man, will be the first to exterminate him. Chi Hai's words did not seethe with killing intent, looking like having a heart-to-heart talk. But everyone felt a chill arise when they heard it. Then Ning Yixian said with difficulty, Old Hai, Qin Hongtao interrupted him and said, don't decline at this sort of time. This burden, you have to shoulder it. Nobody is more suited than you. This old man, still have other things to do. Qin Hongtao and Jing Zan, the both of you have to support Ning Yixian with all your strength. At this time, don't have any ideas about sects. If the endless world is gone, your Tao teachings will naturally be gone too. The 3 people's faces turned intent and acknowledged it in a solemn voice. Chi Hai nodded, but then he looked towards Yi Yuan and said, Little brother Yi, I wonder what thoughts you have regarding the present situation. Hearing these words, everyone looked at Yi Yuan in surprise. Ning Yixian was the person that Chi Hai personally recommended to take charge of the overall situation. He did not ask Ning Yixian's opinion, but he actually sought a junior's opinion. Furthermore, those who were attentive noticed that Chi Hai actually addressed Yi Yuan as, Little brother Yi. About this, there had to be some stories that they did not know. Could it be that Chi Hai already treated Yi Yuan as an equal to interact with? Yi Yuan was stunned too and said, Old Hai, this isn't appropriate, right? Yi Yuan actually came today just to plan on letting these people know the fierce Gale world's might and not to underestimate the enemy. As for how to come up with stratagems and give advice, he did not plan on talking out of place. So many divine traversing realm experts present, how could it be his turn to interject? It was just that he did not expect Chi Hai would actually be the first to ask for his opinion. Nothing inappropriate. They are completely clueless about the fierce Gale world. Letting them talk is shooting blindly too. You go ahead and talk. I'll see who dares to say a word. Chi Hai said coolly. In truth, there really were quite a number of people who were rather displeased secretly and planned on finding fault when Yi Yuan was speaking in a while. Now that Chi Hai said that, these people immediately swallowed those words back into their stomach. Yi Yuan nodded his head. He was not a coy and shy person either. Since Qi Hai thought highly of him, he would not decline either. All right then, since old Hai thinks highly of Yi Yuan, then I'll say a few more words. Whether you listen or not is all up to everybody, Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan stood up and said without caring about others, in my opinion, the fierce Gale world has several advantages which we have no way of competing with. Firstly, they all have a common faith, and that is the Wind Emperor. The Purple Mansion sect is still loyal and devoted to the Wind Emperor after many generations. A lot can be deduced from this. Because of this point, they can achieve a unified rule. In comparison, we're a pile of loose sand. Secondly, the fierce Gale world martial artists' collective combat strength is greater than ours. If engaging in close quarters, we'll surely suffer a huge deal. Thirdly, although the southern domain's resources can't compare to the northern domain, it's much better than the fierce Gale world's. With these resources, the fierce Gale world martial artists' strength as a whole might even advance a level. Fourthly, the fierce Gale world's high-tier combat strength is way stronger than ours. As far as I know, the fierce Gale world's peak divine traversing realm experts are not just 5 people. What, you mean that these 5 are just the vanguard? Ning Yixian exclaimed in shock. Yi Yuan nodded and said, the fierce Gale world's peak divine traversing realm martial artists, according to what I know, have as many as 7 people. Counting in some itinerant and some secluded old monsters, I reckon that it might not be below 10 people. As for how many among these 10 has old Hai's level of strength, I can't confirm. Following these people's understanding of the fierce Gale world becoming increasingly deeper, they noticed more and more that for the endless world to want to defeat the fierce Gale world, the hope was simply too bleak. Chapter 523 Severe punishments should be dealt in troubled times. Yi Yuan was not simply shooting his words out. If Lan Feng was not very clear about the fierce Gale world's upper echelons, Xiaoruyan was a true blue capital nobility. The 3 commanders under Zhao Tianyan's command were peak divine traversing realm experts. Apart from this, a super faction like the Shangguan family, their leader was peak divine traversing realm too. Just within the central capital, there were as many as 7 peak divine traversing realms. To say that these 5 people were the vanguard was not over the top at all. Hey, aren't such words a bit much? How can so many experts be born in a place lacking in resources like the fierce Gale world? Wu Rong said disdainfully. Yi Yuan shot him an indifferent look and said, the fierce Gale world is indeed poor in resources, but it doesn't mean that there aren't resources. Comparatively speaking, to the endless world's resources decentralization, the fierce Gale world's resources are basically all gathered in the central capital. Plus, the fierce Gale world resides in Gale winds constantly. The martial artists can be said to be cultivating at all times. Their cultivation speed is naturally faster than our endless world's martial artists. What's strange about giving birth to so many experts? Also, whether I say it or not is up to me. Whether to listen or not is up to you. If you don't want to listen, you can close off your ears. The truth and false of what I said, Old Hai and Senior Ning they all will naturally screen through. When is it your turn to cut in? This Wu Rong repeatedly caused trouble. Yi Yuan was disinclined to haggle over it with him. This fellow even went from bad to worse. These words were said without any consideration for face, directly turning Wu Rong's face red. Ning Yixian frowned as well and said, Old man Wu, you're an overlord of a region too. Why are you always making things difficult for Yi Yuan? Ignoring that Yi Yuan is the only one among us who understands the fierce Gale world's situation, just based on the contributions that he made for the endless world, what's the harm in us listening to his opinion? Ning Yixian's words were not severe. But talking this way to Wu Rong in front of so many big shots, it was actually already considered giving him a slap. Wu Rong was crimson red, with rage, but due to Qi Hai being present, he could not blow up and just snorted coldly and said, hey, can't even give opinions. Fine, fine, fine. I'll just shut my mouth. Qi Hai had his head lowered, looking straight down the entire time as if he paid no heed to both parties' dispute. At this time, seeing that Wu Rong finished speaking, Qi Hai asked again, Yi Yuan, you carry on speaking. A simple 6 words already completely stood on Yi Yuan's side. The other sects, big shots all kept their mouths shut sensibly. At this sort of time, regardless of what was to be said, it was clearly all not a wise move. Yi Yuan nodded and said, just as I said earlier, the things that we can bring out are seriously too little. Hence, if we want to turn the situation around, we must make drastic reforms. Otherwise, the endless world being swallowed is just a matter of time. What kind of reforms? Ning Yixian asked. Yi Yuan spoke confidently and with composure. Actually, the things that we can do now are not much. But there are 3 things that we can still make it in time. Ning Yixian's eyes lit up, and she asked rather interestedly, oh? Quickly say, what 3 things? Yi Yuan extended a finger and said, the first thing is that the concept of being a sect must be stopped, unifying all under one management, and concentrating all of the elite forces. Each fighting their own battles will only be broken easily. One must know that the fierce Gale world martial artists are akin to the mortal world's army with extremely daunting combat strength. Yi Yuan extended a second finger and said, the second thing is to raise our martial artist strength. Our endless world's greatest advantage is abundant resources. Furthermore, the standards of alchemy skills are more than a level higher than the fierce Gale worlds. And these resources are grasped in the hands of the various great sects. Now, these resources have reached the time where it needs to be put to good use. Using them to raise the martial artist's strength is a pressing issue. In addition, the various great sects still have to select elite disciples to gather together and develop them heavily. These people clearly have greater room for improvement. All in all, this point is to make use of all the resources that can be utilized rationally, to make our endless world martial artist's strength improve to the greatest extent. Yi Yuan reached out a third finger and continued, thirdly, to concentrate all of the northern domain's array masters. Although the present endless world's formation's path standards are inferior to back at the Grand Yan True Sect's time, our formation's path standards are still much higher compared to the fierce Gale world. In the war, with the support of array formations, it can unleash the martial artist's strength to the greatest limit. This point, we have to utilize well. Yi Yuan's words poured out with ease and fluency. Qi Hai nodded slightly by the side. Clearly, he was very pleased with Yi Yuan's 3 views. When Ning Yixian listened, his face also revealed an expression of suddenly seeing the light. However, the faces of these sects, big shots, were not that nice. Yi Yuan's way of doing things was the same as they all forsaking all of their sect's Tao teachings. This northern domain would only have one colossal sect in the future. These guys were all people who act in an arbitrary manner in their own sects. But in the future, they had to become other people's subsidiaries. Such a change was unacceptable to them. Old Hai, we absolutely cannot agree to this way of doing things. Our Sky Illumination sect's legacy already has several thousand years of history. Is it going to be wiped out like this? Shouted the Sky Illumination sect's old ancestor, immediately jumping out to object. Yeah, although our sect isn't big, our legacy to this date is already close to 10,000 years of history. Surely it can't be gone like this. Disagree. I disagree too. For a moment, the objecting voices rose one after another. Wu Rong did not speak this time but kept on smiling coldly by the side. As the saying went, it was hard for the law to punish the collective. No matter how formidable Old Hai was, it was not possible to kill all of these divine traversing realm experts, right? If they were really killed, who would deal with those experts from the fierce Gale world? Among these divine traversing realm experts present, the vast majority were major sects that had several thousand years of legacy, and also a number of new sects which rose up in recent years. Regardless of what kind of sect, they all did not hope for their Tao teachings to be lost in oblivion. Wu Rong was very delighted in his heart. He gave a few meaningful looks to several people just now. Those few immediately understood and came forward to object to Yi Yuan's plans. Moreover, this kind of approach had indeed touched these people's baseline. As long as there was somebody coming forward, it would immediately spread like a plague. Everybody stepped forward to object. Heh, I want to see how this plan of yours will be implemented. Wu Rong thought in his heart delightedly. Old Hai, who had both eyes slightly closed the entire time, suddenly spoke. He said it to Yi Yuan. Little brother Yi, looks like everybody objects to your plan. What do you think should be done? Qi Hai asked nonchalantly. These words in Wu Rong's perspective was Qi Hai choosing to compromise, hoping that Yi Yuan could take back the words said earlier. Wu Rong was very pleased with himself inwardly. Look at you, this boy, being unbridled. Fighting with this old man, you're still a little too inexperienced. Except that these words had another layer of meaning the way Yi Yuan heard it. Only to see Yi Yuan grin widely and said, severe punishments should be dealt in troubled times. Since there are people not willing to submit, just kill and be done with it. Ha ha ha, Chi-Hai suddenly guffawed with laughter and said, "What a fine, severe punishments should be dealt in troubled times." Chapter 524 Endless Alliance. A moment ago, it was still cloudless for thousands of miles. The next instant, it was a torrential squall. After Chi-Hai laughed loudly, the situation suddenly changed inside the main hall. A horrifying pressure enveloped everybody, and the center of this pressure was precisely Wu Rong. When Yuan sensed this pressure, he unwittingly nodded his head secretly. Chi-Hai was indeed well deserving of being the Endless World's realm lord. This strength most likely already had half a foot into the threshold of boundless realm. He just had to wait for heavenly tribulation to arrive, and then Chi-Hai would be able to shatter the void and ascend to the divine realm. Except, this ascension heavenly tribulation was not so easy to cross. A moment of carelessness would be perishing, and one's Tao dissipating. When Wu Rong felt this pressure, his expression could not help changing drastically. "Old Hai, what are you trying to do here?" Chi-Hai did not explain a thing, gently lifting a hand and smacking it towards Wu Rong directly. Wu Rong gritted his teeth and said with a savage look, "Old man Chi-Hai, I'll fight it out with you." As he said this, Wu Rong attempted to retaliate too. Yet, it was all futile. In front of a half-step boundless realm expert, the 9th level divine traversing Wu Rong could not take a single hit as well. Wu Rong's body collided heavily onto the wall, and dropped down feebly. He was already dead. Everyone's expressions became fearful, looking at Chi-Hai in disbelief. They all knew that Chi-Hai was very strong, but never knew that he was actually indomitable to such an extent. Chi-Hai had not exhibited his strength in front of everyone for many years already. Regarding conjectures about his strength, it was also just hearsay. Today, only after seeing Chi-Hai striking Wu Rong dead in one palm did they know just how terrifying Chi-Hai's strength was. A 9th level divine traversing realm was already an extremely formidable existence in the endless world. But he was actually unable to survive a single move from Chi-Hai. At this point, you all are actually still harboring hopes of getting lucky, each with your own ulterior motives. Truly don't know life from death. Little brother Yi illuminated a path for you guys, but you all insist on disregarding the consequences and persist in carrying on. At this point, Wu Rong still wants to mislead the masses for his personal gains. Deserves to die. The main hall was dead silent. Nobody dared to come out to refute Chi-Hai. Chi-Hai continued, "We'll establish the Endless Alliance here today. Ning Yixian will assume the post of Alliance head. Qin Hongtao and Jing Zan will hold the posts of Vice Alliance heads. Me killing Wu Rong doesn't mean to force you all to join the Alliance. If you feel that you can only care about yourselves and disregard other people, feel free to not join. But your sect must withdraw to the extreme northern lands." Chi-Hai's tone suddenly eased up, and he said, "Establishing the Endless Alliance doesn't mean that you all have to forsake your sects' legacies. If the endless world can tide over this calamity, you can still establish your own factions later on to inherit your Tao teachings. If the endless world is annexed, everything is naturally for naught. But I'll say the nasty things first. If anyone dares to be half-hearted, Wu Rong is the best example. Alright, this old man will talk only until here. Good luck to everybody." Hearing Chi-Hai's words, everyone finally set their minds at ease. As long as they could preserve their sect's legacies, everything could naturally be discussed. But these people also knew that after the war, how many sects among them that could still preserve their legacies was something up in the air. However, just as Chi-Hai said, the fierce Gale world bore down menacingly. If the endless world completely fell into the enemy's hands, their sects would no longer exist as well. Furthermore, if they were to shrink back at this time, they would become the common target for scorn. Even if their sect was not destroyed, migrating to the extreme northern lands was a tremendous blow to the sect as well. The essence energy in the extreme northern lands was sparse and completely could not support martial artists' cultivation. Going there, what kind of future would the sect still have? "Old Hai, my Sacred Fire sect is willing to join the alliance." At this time, a 9th level divine traversing realm was the first to come forward to express his stance. With someone taking the lead, the others all acceded to it one after another. This matter of establishing the alliance was finally settled. The specific arrangements, Ning Yixian, the three of you are in charge of handling. Set the condition. Those who made contributions will be rewarded, and those at fault will be punished. Every order must be executed without fail. Chi-Hai instructed. Ning Yixian trio clasped their hands and answered, "Yes." These three people had also not seen Chi-Hai take action for a long time. They were shocked to the core seeing it today too. Before the three of them became renowned, Chi-Hai was already at the peak divine traversing realm. His strength at present had indeed already reached an unfathomable degree. Chi-Hai nodded his head and carried on. In addition, it's considered a coincidence too. The vast heaven pagoda is going to open very soon. This time, your three sects shouldn't treasure your own belongings too highly. As long as they are martial artists under the skeletal age of 60, including those itinerant cultivators, they can all enter it. Maybe seizing this opportunity, we can unearth some promising talents. Ning-Yixian trio exchanged glances. Although they were somewhat hesitant, they also knew that now was not the time to be miserly, and they could only nod and agree. Seeing Ning-Yixian trio nod their heads, those sect leaders were all extremely excited, putting Yuan at a loss. Looks like this vast heaven pagoda was some remarkable place that was monopolized by the three sects all along. Opening to the public this time, the other sects should be able to obtain considerable benefits. Yuan could not help admiring Chi-Hai inwardly in his heart too. Although this old man was rather unruly, he was experienced and shrewd with age after all. This tactic of a large stick in one hand and a carrot in the other was executed rather magnificently. These sect leaders obtaining sufficient benefits would naturally put aside some prejudices and risk their lives to fight the enemy. Except, after such a sharing of resources, if the endless world could tide over this catastrophe, the northern domain's setup would probably undergo a titanic change. In a side hall, Chi-Hai and Yuan sat facing each other. Little brother Yi, your talent surpasses the endless world too much. Your background probably isn't simple, right? Chi-Hai looked at Yuan with scorching eyes and asked. The specific matters, Chi-Hai handed them to Ning-Yixian they all to do. But he pulled Yuan inside a side hall and asked about Yuan's origins right away. Yuan knew that the things a realm lord of a world understood was far from comparable to others. Many things in front of other people would be over just by fooling them a little. But in front of Chi-Hai, wanting to casually brush him off probably would not work. Senior Chi-Hai, if little brother Yi doesn't mind, just call me elder brother will do. If the endless world can make it through this disaster, maybe elder brother, I still have areas where I still need to rely on little brother Yi for. Chi-Hai cut off Yuan's words and said with a smile. Yuan smiled and said, I accept deferentially than to stand on ceremony. Elder brother Chi-Hai should be the endless world's realm lord, right? Chi-Hai was not surprised. Instead, he chortled and said, haha. Little brother Yi's horizons are really high, to actually even know about realm lords. That's right, this old man is indeed this endless world's realm lord. Yuan nodded and said smilingly, younger brother's master is indeed not somebody from the endless world. It's just that due to master's orders, it's not convenient for younger brother to express some things. Elder brother, please forgive me. Chi-Hai did not reveal a surprised look. Yuan's such heaven-defying talent, it was absolutely impossible for the endless world to give birth to. Yuan naturally would not tell him that he possessed a body that had gone a rebirth either. Although people of the divine realm rarely descended to the lower realms, it was not unheard either. Taking in a disciple in the lower realms was actually not something of a big deal. Chapter 525 Vast Heaven Pagoda Inheritance. Heh, looks like little brother's fortunes run deep, to actually obtain a divine realm major power's good graces. Truly the envy of elder brother, me. Even though Chi-Hai was the endless world's realm lord, in the eyes of the divine realm's major powers, he was still just an impoverished person. Yuan's talent was so monstrous. In Chi-Hai's view, his master was bound to be a character in the divine realm too. Of course, as for how powerful, Chi-Hai did not have a clue either. Although he knew some matters related to the divine realm, his knowledge was very limited. Elder brother already has half a foot stepped into the boundless realm. The day of ascending to the divine realm is not far off too. Why is there a need to be envious of me? Yuan said with a smile. This distance of half a step is as hard as ascending to the heaven. If I had the confidence, I'd have long gone to cross the heavenly tribulation. Why would I remain in the endless world, idling my time away bitterly? I lingered in the endless forest these few years just for the sake of finding that feeble thread of hope too. Chi-Hai sighed emotionally. To the lower realms martial artists, the ascension through heavenly tribulation was a life and death juncture. What Chi-Hai had to face was not just the heavenly tribulation of boundless realm, there was also the boundary pressure when shattering the void of the small world. Superimposing the two, ordinary martial artists simply could not survive it. Unless it was people who were heaven-defyingly talented or those who had immense good luck, the success rate was truly very low. Hence, breaking through to the boundless realm in a small world like this endless world was actually even harder than the divine realm. And a small world's essence, energy and resources were simply a heavenly chasm-like difference compared to the divine realm. This increased the difficulty of martial artists ascending even more. Elder brother doesn't need to lose heart. Heavenly Tao will always leave a ray of hope. As long as senior doesn't give up, you'll eventually be able to find this ray of hope someday, Yi Yuan consoled him. Actually, with Yi Yuan's capabilities, wanting to aid Qi Hai to pull through the heavenly tribulation was not something hard. It was just that the days he spent with Qi Hai was few, and he did not have much understanding of this person at all. He naturally would not say such sincere words to a mere acquaintance. Furthermore, if he helped Qi Hai ascend now, the endless world would basically not have hope anymore. Without the need for Zhao Tianyan to come, just the Shangguan family and those few first-rate families could destroy the endless world. In the future, if he confirmed that Qi Hai was worth trusting, giving him a hand then was not late either. Hey, then I'll thank little brother for your blessings. If elder brother, I, can ascend to the divine realm by chance in the future, I hope that little brother can look after me well. Qi Hai said with a smile. The reason why he was so courteous to Yi Yuan was actually because of this. Qi Hai had drifted with the tides in the endless world for so many years. Although he did not have great confidence regarding crossing the heavenly tribulation, he more or less had some too. If he passed the heavenly tribulation by chance in the future, without anyone looking after him when he reached the divine realm, it was very hard to keep going. This point, Zhao Tianyan knew, Qi Hai naturally knew as well. Yi Yuan was curious and asked, why does elder brother Qi Hai say that? Our endless world should belong to a certain faction too, right? When elder brother, you, ascend to the divine realm in the future, there will naturally be that faction coming to receive you, no? There were countless lower realms small worlds, but they were not ownerless objects. These small worlds more or less had countless intricate ties with the divine realm. For Qi Hai to be able to become the realm lord, it was not because he was the endless world's strongest person, but he was a person designated by some faction in the divine realm. In his previous life, the Medicine King Hall, this super major faction that Ji Qingyan was at, had jurisdiction over countless planes in the lower realms too. It was just that these affairs, Yi Yuan never concerned himself with. It was all Ji Kanglin's responsibility. However, even though Yi Yuan had come to the endless world for some time, he did not know which divine realm faction this endless world belonged to. But the divine realm's various major factions all would not bother about the lower realm's affairs. Because descending from the divine realm was exceedingly difficult. Even in the divine realm, there were very few who could accomplish this as well. Yu Mengli being able to come down was definitely by using Bright Moon City's strength. It was also precisely because of this reason that Qi Hai ascertained that the person behind Yi Yuan was definitely very powerful. These factions would mostly have special channels of communication with the lower planes. This point was much easier. And the inheritance of a realm lord was also the small world's internal affairs under most circumstances. As long as the previous realm lord chose a successor and report it to the divine realm to be approved, it would do. But Qi Hai said with a bitter smile, actually, I don't know which faction in the divine realm the endless world belongs to either. In reality, since the start from the previous realm lord, we lost contact with the divine realm completely. Roughly around 1,000 years already. Yi Yuan was stupefied. He did not think that there was actually such a thing. Seems like the divine realm faction which the endless world belonged to might have suffered some major unforeseen event. Alright then, elder brother's matters, I've noted it down. It's just that I don't dare to promise you at this time. After all, after that master of mine imparted to me knowledge, he brushed his hands off and no longer bothered about me again. But Yi Yuan's promise that was not a promise sounded like a heavenly melody to Qi Hai. He said elatedly, that's of course. Oh, right, within half a month, the vast heaven pagoda will be opened. At that time, you must go and take part. Perhaps you might have some unexpected gains too. Oh, the vast heaven pagoda, what's that? Yi Yuan was still really curious about this vast heaven pagoda. Something that could visibly move so many divine traversing realm experts was bound to not be an ordinary thing. The vast heaven pagoda is an inheritance mystic realm. It is communally owned by the 3 sects in Wufang City. This vast heaven pagoda has a total of 9 levels. Every level passed, one would obtain unimaginable benefits. It's a superb place that the 3 sects in Wufang City foster their young disciples at. Ever since discovering the vast heaven pagoda, countless powerhouses walked out from there in the endless world. Back then, the Grand Yan True sect's forefather, Grand Yan True Lord, walked out from there too. You don't know how terrifying Grand Yan True Lord's strength was back then. Even though he wasn't the Realm Lord, in front of him, the Realm Lord at that time wasn't even fit to carry his shoes. Hence, these 4 major factions have been monopolizing the vast heaven pagoda all along, not allowing the other factions to dip their fingers in. The vast heaven pagoda opens up once every 10 years. Half a month later just happens to be the 10-year date, which so happened as well. Qi Hai's words poured out smoothly. Qi Hai did not know that not only did Yi Yuan know the Grand Yan True Lord, Lu Linfang, he even had close ties with him. But with Qi Hai saying this, Yi Yuan became even more interested in this vast heaven pagoda. To be able to give birth to such a supremely powerful character, this vast heaven pagoda's prowess was clear at a glance. Oh, there's still such a thing. I wonder how many levels did that Grand Yan True Lord pass through back then? Yi Yuan asked curiously. In Yi Yuan's view, a heaven-defying character like the Grand Yan Divine King should have made it to the 9th level back then. Except, Qi Hai's answer was very far from Yi Yuan's view. Only to hear Qi Hai say, the 7th level. Since remote antiquity, there were only a mere 3 individuals who made it to the 7th level. And the Grand Yan True Lord was one of them. This time, Yi Yuan was truly taken aback from shock. How heaven-defying Lu Linfang this fellow was, Yi Yuan was well aware. With his strength, he actually just made it to the 7th level too. Then how perverse did the 8th level and 9th level had to be? Doesn't that mean that this 8th level and 9th level, there was nobody who made it there at all? Yi Yuan said in astonishment. Chapter 526 Yi Hang's Crisis. In Yi Yuan's understanding, Lu Linfang was already among the Divine Realm's apex level of a powerhouse. If even he merely reached the 7th level too, then the 2 levels at the back, were there still anyone who could make it through? Yi Yuan was not being unduly humble. He knew that his comprehension abilities were actually very high. But as for how high, he did not have a definite answer either. Because he did not walk to the pinnacle of the martial path. But Yi Yuan himself felt that even if he was stronger than Lu Linfang, he was probably not much stronger than the latter as well. After all, the comprehension abilities of characters who could stand at the peak of the Divine Realm would not be too poor no matter how bad it was. Of course, reaching Lu Linfang's level of realm, comprehension ability was not absolute. Destiny, comprehension ability, natural endowments, hard work, not one of them could be lacking. But Qi Hai's answer somewhat exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. Only to see Qi Hai shake his head and said, "That's not it. This 8th level, there was somebody who made it there before." Yi Yuan was greatly shocked when he heard that and asked, "Who?" "He's called Li Fantian. As for who he was, I don't know," Qi Hai said. "Oh, even you don't know too? Then how did you know that he made it to the 8th level?" Yi Yuan inquired curiously. The vast heaven pagoda area has a wall. Anyone who makes it to the 5th level will be recorded up there. But during this recent 100 years, no one could make it to the 5th level, Qi Hai said rather regretfully. Yi Yuan nodded his head. He more or less had some understanding of the vast heaven pagoda already. Looks like wanting to clear this vast heaven pagoda was not an easy matter. Guo Taochun, Yin Yanhua, and Qin Yan, Yi Yuan was still aware of their talent. Even they could not make it into the 5th level. Looks like this vast heaven pagoda's difficulty level was indeed rather high. Only a heaven-defying genius like Lu Linfang could make it to the 7th level. Alright, half a month later, I'll head to the vast heaven pagoda, Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said. Since there was such a mystical place, Yi Yuan obviously could not miss it. At the city Lord Manor's backyard, Ren Hongolin was currently by the window with her head on her hands, unsure what she was thinking about either. "Hongoling, are you thinking of your son again?" A voice suddenly sounded out at the entrance. Ren Hongolin did not turn around. She knew that it was her older brother, Ren Yuji. "So what if yes, are you going to release me to go find him?" Ren Hongolin said rather resentfully. Ren Yuji heaved a sigh and said, "Sister, you lost all of your abilities now. Even if I let you out, where can you go? Furthermore, if you leave, what about brother-in-law? You're aware of father's temper. Ren Hongling turned around slightly, her gaze looking at Ren Yuji rather vacantly. She said coldly, "Father. He's not worthy of being my father at all. And you are not fit to be my brother either. If not for my husband stubbornly insisting on returning, wanting to seek for his forgiveness, it's impossible for me to return to this place which makes me feel disgusted for the rest of my life. In all of your hearts, there is no kinship, only benefits." Ren Hongling's eyes gradually welled up. She did not think that so many years had already passed, her father was actually still so unreasonable. When the two of them appeared in front of Ren Xingqian detained Yi Heng without a word and grounded her. And he, this big brother, was very timid and incapable. He completely did not dare to say anything in front of Ren Xingqian. Ren Hongling begged Ren Yuji multiple times to let him release her to go see Yi Heng. But Ren Yuji refused to no matter what. Gradually, Ren Hongling perished the thought too. In this backyard, only Ren Dong this junior could stir up a hint of ripple in Ren Hongling's heart. Ren Yuji heaved a sigh again and said, "Hongling, not that big brother isn't willing to help you, but I seriously can't help you. You're aware of father's temper. If he knew that you met brother-in-law's life would probably be long gone. I'm doing this for your own good too." But Ren Hongling did not appreciate the kindness and said with a cold smile, "I just want to see my husband once and not bringing him away either." "If you don't tell him, how would he know?" Ren Yuji shook his head and said, "You're belittling father too much. He could reach today's position, so how could it be that simple? Forget about this city lord manor, even a hint of the rustling of leaves in the wind in the entire Wu Fang city can't possibly escape his eyes either." Hearing these words, Ren Hongling's face calmed down slightly. She also knew that her big brother's personality was weak and hard to take on great responsibility. Counting on him was hopeless. If he could have a little backbone back then, she would not have gone so far as to slip away to distant lands with Yi Heng either. She would not have lost her essence energy and be unable to refine pills anymore. Of course, Ren Yuji's personality could not be separated from Ren Xingqian's dominance. "Then you coming to find me today is for my own good too?" Ren Hongling said sarcastically, but Ren Yuji's expression dimmed as he heaved a sigh again and said, "Sister, actually, I came today wanting to tell you that father is going to take action against brother-in-law already." "You?" Sigh. Ren Hongling's entire person was like struck by lightning, immediately freezing there. This news was truly a bolt out of the blue to her. Originally, she and Yi Heng returning was to acknowledge their roots and ancestors. Who would have thought that it would actually end up in such a plight? "You, what did you say?" Ren Hongling's entire person felt worn out. "These few days, you had been grounded at home all along. There are many things in the outside world that you don't know. An earth-shaking major incident happened to the Endless World recently. These 2 days, many divine traversing realm experts assembled in Wu Fang City to discuss on dealing with the great matter of another world invading us. And father already gave the instructions 2 days ago that after the meeting this time passes, brother-in-law will be put to death." Hearing this news, Ren Hongling could not withstand the blow anymore. Her 2 eyes went dark, and she fainted away. Ren Yuji hurriedly supported her and inserted a trace of essence energy into Ren Hongling's body. Ren Hongling slowly regained consciousness. Grabbing hold of Ren Yuji's arm, she said tearfully, "Big brother, I'm begging you, save him. Now, the only one who can save Yi Heng is you." Ren Yuji had a conflicted face. Big brother, back then, I made you plead with father. You didn't dare to say a word. Now that over a decade has passed, Yi Heng and my feelings are all the more deeper. Could it be that you're still going to treat us the same as back then? If my husband dies, I absolutely won't live alone. If Yuan comes to know of this matter, he definitely comes to find father to seek revenge. Do you want this kind of human relations tragedy to happen in the Ren family?" Ren Hongling already became tear-stricken with tears. Yi Heng and Ren Hongling watched Yi Yuan's growth and were very clear about his temperament. Once Yi Yuan found out about the news of Yi Heng and her perishing, he would definitely come to find Ren Xingqian to take revenge at all costs. At that time, grandson versus grandfather, regardless of what the result was, it would be a human world's tragedy. "Yuan, that's your and brother-in-law's child. You guys refused to say any news about that child. Turns out that he's actually called Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, why is this name so familiar?" Ren Xingqian suddenly felt like he seemed to have heard this name before somewhere. Except that how could Ren Hongling still be in the mood to listen to this right now? She implored, "Big brother, you make Ren Hongling go and beg father. He'll definitely agree. I beg you," Ren Yuji said with difficulty, "but father already made people bring brother-in-law out of the city to execute him in secret." Chapter 527 Execution. This time, Ren Hongling forcefully resisted and did not faint. Because she knew that Yi Hang's life was suspended on a thread right now. She must go and save Yi Hang. No idea where her strength came from, Ren Hongling pushed aside Ren Yuji and forced her way out of the door. "Ah, isn't Yi Yuan that tranquil cloud sect youth who took part in the endless meet? Could it be that sister's son is really him? But how is that possible?" Ren Yuji suddenly had a flash of inspiration and finally recalled who Yi Yuan was. After yesterday's meet, the Endless Alliance was established, and Yi Yuan was a very popular figure among the Northern Domain's upper echelons. Could such a monstrous prodigy actually be his own nephew? His figure moved and caught up to Ren Hongling very quickly, grabbing hold of her. "You let go of me. I'm going to save my husband." Ren Hongling struggled desperately. "Hang on, you said that your son is called Yi Yuan. Is he from a small sect called Tranquil Cloud Sect?" Ren Yuji asked. "How did you know?" Ren Hongling froze and stopped struggling too. Her heart started pounding even faster. How did Ren Yuji know? Could they have? Seeing Ren Hongling's expression, Ren Yuji knew that she misunderstood and hurriedly said, "Set your mind at ease. Not only is nephew fine, but his reputation is also awe-inspiring now. Even the three sects have areas they rely on him for right now. If nephew is really that youth called Yi Yuan from the Tranquil Cloud Sect, brother-in-law might still be saved. It's just, I wonder if we can still make it." Ren Yuji knew that time was of the essence and could only cut his words short. Ren Hongling was startled and hurriedly said, "Then what are you waiting for? Quickly bring me to go find Yuan." Ren Yuji had a look of dilemma again. Ren Xingqian's accumulated pressure in his heart was too overpowering. He completely did not dare to have any disobedience. Coming to inform Ren Hongling today was already a tremendous breakthrough. "If you're not going, I'll die right now for you to see." Ren Hongling fished out a small dagger from God knows where and was about to stab it toward her heart. Except, how could she possibly have the chance to commit suicide in front of a Soul Sea Realm martial artist such as Ren Yuji? Ren Yuji snatched away the dagger in Ren Hongling's hands. His expression flickered, and he said, "Fine. I'll bring you." Ren Hongling stared at Ren Yuji somewhat disbelievingly as her face revealed wild elation. Actually, what moved Ren Yuji ultimately was still that human relations tragedy which Ren Hongling said before. Previously Ren Yuji did not pay attention, but after knowing that Yi Yuan was his own nephew, he knew that this was not some laughable joke. That Tranquil Cloud Sect's Yi Yuan absolutely had the strength to overturn Wufang City in the future and even butcher his own maternal grandfather. And did Ren Xingqian have the capabilities to kill Yi Yuan? The answer was uncertain. Behind Yi Yuan stood Qi Hai now. Even if Ren Xingqian were any more rampant, he would not dare to behave atrociously in front of Qi Hai either. Which was also to say that in the future, after Yi Yuan matures, Wufang City would truly suffer the human relations tragedy which Ren Hongling predicted. Master Wuzan, you too have some tea. This is a top-grade spirit tea that I brought from the City Lord Manor. Not only is it sweet and mellow, but it also has the effect of increasing essence energy, Ren Dong explained to Yi Yuan with a respectful look. Wuzan was Fengya Pavilion's frequent guest now. He would run here when he had nothing to do. These few days, he had been having a nice heart-to-heart talk with Yi Yuan, rambling away, but receiving substantial benefits. They hardly said 3 sentences without talking about their line of work. What Wuzan and Yi Yuan chattered about the most was naturally still alchemy. In fact, some of Yi Yuan's views and experiences had tremendous inspiration to Wuzan. Like this, Wuzan liked to immerse himself at Fengya Pavilion every day even more. Wuzan said with a smile, "You, this boy, always had your eyes on top of your head. To think that you'd actually submit fully to others one day. City Lord with his temper, if he knew that you stole his spirit tea, I reckon that he'd fly into a thunderous rage." Yi Yuan drank a mouth of the spirit tea and said smilingly, "Heh, City Lord's temperament is really arrogant and explosive." When he recalled the conflict with Ren Xingqian in exquisite Jade Pavilion, he was speechless too. Ren Xingqian clearly came to be a mediator. In the end, he quarreled with him. This temper was also unparalleled. Hoo, if City Lord didn't have such breadth of spirit, how could he overpower the Cao family and manage this Wu Fang city like an iron bucket? Wu Zan said with a smile. The three people were just conversing when a servant came in to inform, young Master Yi, City Lord Manor's Lord Ren Yuji brought a woman to request an audience. Ren Dong was stunned when he heard that. What did father come here for? Could it be to find me for something? Yi Yuan came to a realization and nodded his head and said, invite them in then. Before long, Ren Yuji led Ren Hongling in. Yi Yuan and Wu Zan were currently engrossed in conversation and did not seem to have noticed the two people. Yi Yuan also thought that Ren Yuji came to find his son and had nothing to do with him. He naturally would not pay attention to. And when Ren Hongling saw that familiar face, her entire body trembled agitated and her tears gushed out from her eyes uncontrollably. Ren Yuji was stunned when he saw Ren Dong as well. Dong why are you here too? Ren Dong was likewise stupefied. Father, aunt, didn't you guys come to find me? Ren Yuji shook his head and pointed at Yi Yuan and said, we came to find him. Ah, what are you all finding master for? Ren Dong asked in bewilderment. Master. Ren Yuji was likewise confused. When Yi Yuan heard the conversation over here, his head involuntarily turned over. With this turn, his entire person was immediately frozen in place, and he revealed a look of wild elation soon after. Mother, why are you here? Ha, truly wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search and finding it by chance without even looking for it. I even made brothers away go and find you and father. To think that you actually came here yourself. Yi Yuan came in front of Ren Hongling with a flash and held her hand as he said warmly. But Ren Hongling's expression changed drastically as she grabbed hold of Yi Yuan's hand and said, quickly go and save your father. Any later and it'll be too late. In a forest outside the city, Yi Hang was escorted by several martial artists to an open space. The martial artist leading was shockingly a 9th level Soul Sea Realm expert. If Yi Yuan were here, he would immediately recognize that the person presiding over Yi Hang's execution was actually Shu Zuwei. Shu Zuwei received Ren Xingqian's orders this morning to make him bring several people and escort a criminal outside the city to carry out the death penalty. Shu Zuwei paid little attention to it too and brought several people over. As for what kind of offense this criminal committed, Shu Zuwei did not know at all. Of course, he was not interested to find out either. Just a late-stage crystal formation martial artist, this person completely could not enter Shu Zuwei's eyes. He was even rather resentful in his heart that City Lord was really using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Carrying out an execution against a late-stage crystal formation realm, he actually even made him, this 9th level Soul Sea, to come and hold the line. Really took him to have nothing to do after eating his fill. How could he have known that this was Ren Xingqian not wishing for a family scandal to get out? That was why Ren Xingqian did not even bring up charges against this person. Even Ren Hongling and Yi Hang eloping back then, Ren Xingqian blockaded all of the news too. Shu Zuwei only knew that Ren Hongling fell ill and died. Alright, just do it here. Be a bit neater, Shu Zuwei said rather annoyedly. Chapter 528 Release. Yi Hang revealed despair. He did not think that Ren Xingqian was actually impervious to reason to such an extent and actually really hardened his heart to want to kill his own son-in-law. The incident back then, he was forced by circumstances too. He and Ren Hongling loved each other, but Ren Xingqian refused to consent no matter what. The reason was just that his background was too lowly. Yi Hang's talent was not poor. It was just that he did not have sufficient resources and powerful cultivation methods. Hence, compared to Ren Hongling, Yi Hang was completely not worth mentioning. But Yi Hang's tenacity and sincerity moved Ren Hongling's maiden heart. From there, she fell hopelessly in love with this penniless little alchemist. Yi Hang lifted his head and gave a long sigh as he said, I, Yi Hang, did things all my life with a clear conscience. To think that I still ended up like this. Forget it. This life, give it back to that unreasonable Ren Xingqian. Also, count it as settling a grudge. As he said, Yi Hang shut his eyes and said, do it. Shu Zuwei was originally still quite impatient, feeling that this punk was still babbling on and on before dying. Suddenly, he felt that Yi Hang this name was rather familiar to the ear. When he thought again, he was suddenly shocked awake. Wasn't Yi Hang the person that young Master Yi entrusted him to find? Wouldn't be so coincidental, right? Shu Zuwei roared. A finger's essence energy flicked out, sending that long sword in that executioner martial artist's hands flying. And at this time, that long sword was already less than half a centimeter away from Yi Hang's chest. Yi Hang looked at Shu Zuwei rather uncertainly and did not know what this person was trying to do. Shu Zuwei stared at Yi Hang and asked solemnly, "You're called Yi Hang? You don't know who I am?" Yi Hang was stupefied. Then he immediately understood and said with a self-ridiculing laugh, "That's true. My existence is a disgrace to the Ren family. How could he let servants know of my existence? That's right, I'm called Yi Hang." Getting an affirmative answer, Shu Zui's heart pounded. He stared fixedly at Yi Hang and asked, "Then, who's Yi Yuan to you?" Although Yi Yuan did not say who Yi Hang in Ren Hongling was to him, as long as one had some brain cells, they could guess their relationship. When Yi Hang heard Yi Yuan's name, his entire body involuntarily quivered. "You know Yuan?" Shu Zuwei thought to himself, "Damn. There is really no story without coincidences. He actually nearly killed Yi Yuan's father. Earlier, if that sword were to really go down, he would not have the face to see Yi Yuan again thereafter." Shu Zui's son already successfully broke through realms after consuming the medicinal pill that Yi Yuan conferred. To a martial artist, one minor realm was a small matter. But the time saved from this was hard to be exchanged using money. He received Yi Yuan's grace but killed Yi Yuan's father. That would truly be a classical reciprocating kindness with ingratitude. But Yi Hang was a person that City Lord mentioned by name to kill. How should this be done? Shu Zuwei had a conflicted look and fell into a dilemma for a moment. Kill, or not to kill? Yi Hang looked at Shu Zuwei full of doubts and suspicions. The strength of this person before his eyes was too formidable. He did not have the leeway to resist at all. But, hearing his tone, he actually knew Yi Yuan. Could it be that Yi Yuan was also in Wufang City right now? Thinking up till here, Yi Hang could not help being agitated. But he became downcast again very soon. He was almost dead. Even if Yi Yuan were really in Wufang City, how could he go and meet him? Yi Hang was all too familiar with Ren Xingqian, this person. It was impossible for this expert before his eyes to defy his wishes. "You, leave." Yi Hang was just letting his imagination run wild when Shu Zuwei suddenly spoke. Yi Hang was dazed and could not quite react. "I said, leave," Shu Zuwei said in a solemn voice. With him saying this, the few subordinates immediately became anxious. "My lord, he's a person that City Lord named to kill. If you release him, City Lord won't let you off." "Yeah, City Lord's temper, are you still unaware? You mustn't let him go." Shu Zuwei felt irritated and roared, "I said let him go. Are you all deaf? This matter, if City Lord lays down the blame, I'll bear it alone." Those few subordinates still wanted to urge again. Shu Zuwei glared fiercely and said in anger, "Say any more, and I'll exterminate the few of you." Seeing that Shu Zui's expression did not seem to be joking, these few subordinates finally did not speak again. But Yi Hang had a blank look as he said, "Senior, you took on such a heavy responsibility in order to let me go. May I ask why?" Shu Zuwei waved his hand and said, "I received kindness from young Master Yi and seriously can't bring myself to take action. You should go." Yi Hang roused himself and said in great joy, "Yuan is really in Wufang City?" Shu Zuwei nodded his head and said, "Young Master Yi is indeed in the city. He previously entrusted me to find a husband and wife pair, but I didn't have any leads all along. To think that you were actually imprisoned in City Lord Manor by City Lord Yuan is he?" Well, Yi Hang was somewhat anxious, yet fearful that he would lose it for a time. "Hoo, young Master Yi is a great character at the peak of his height right now in the entire Wufang City. Of course he's well." Shu Zuwei briefly recounted the matter of him inviting Yi Yuan to Wufang City. These 2 days, the Endless World's upper echelons were all discussing the matter of establishing the Endless Alliance. Many news had not spread out yet. With Shu Zui's status, he still did not know what happened during the meet. If he knew that Yi Yuan's current status could be comparable to those sect leaders, he would probably not be so worried either. Yi Hang also felt rather unreal when he heard it. He had already not had Yi Yuan's news for over a year. This 1 year plus, Yi Yuan actually grew to such an extent. But thinking about Yi Yuan's heaven-defying performance in the state of Qin, perhaps he could really achieve it. Musing for a moment, Yi Hang clasped his hands and said to Shu Zuwei, "Junior has a presumptuous request. Can Senior please bring me to meet Yuan?" Shu Zuwei looked at Yi Hang and asked, City Lord's control over Wu Fang City is extremely tight. You'll probably fall into his sights once you go there. Do you really want to go back? Yi Hang nodded and said, my wife and son are both in the city. How can I leave alone? Outside Wu Fang City, Yi Yuan pushed his movement technique to the limits. Behind him, Ren Yuji was secretly alarmed. He actually felt rather taxing following Yi Yuan. Ren Yuji's talent was inadequate. Up till now, he was just early rank Alchemy King strength 2. But even so, he was also a true blue second level Soul C. With his realm, he actually could not keep up with a second level C transformation. No wonder this nephew of his could stir up the wind and rain in the endless world's upper echelons meeting. His strength was actually so formidable. Younger sister Ren Hongling lost the ability to become an alchemist. To think that she actually gave birth to such a heaven-defying son. Truly, misfortune might be a blessing in disguise. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan stopped. What is it? Ren Yuji halted his footsteps too and asked curiously. Yi Yuan heaved a long sigh and said, heaven has eyes. It was actually Shu Zuwei in charge of carrying out the sentence. Looks like I'm going to owe Brother Zuwei a massive favor. As he was talking, a group of people walked out from the jungle. Chapter 529 Forsaken by Loved Ones and Followers. At Fengya Pavilion, Yi Hang and Ren Hongling hugged tearfully. Yi Yuan watched this scene, feeling his heart ache very much too. Along the way, Yi Hang already told everything to Yi Yuan, infuriating Yi Yuan greatly. He never would have thought that Ren Xingqian was actually his blood-related maternal grandfather. Furthermore, this old man was actually so unreasonable and impervious to reason. Making a connection to Ren Xingqian's conduct in the exquisite Jade Pavilion back then, Yi Yuan felt that this old man was simply incapable of being reasoned with. Yi Yuan had occupied this body for a long time and had long taken Yi Hang and Ren Hongling to be his closest loved ones. Ren Xingqian, that old stick in the mud, actually sentenced his own son-in-law to death because of this kind of laughable reason. It was simply preposterous to the max. If Yi Yuan did not request Shu Zuwei previously, if the one carrying out the sentence this time was not Shu Zuwei, Yi Yuan would really have to part forever with his father. With Ren Hongling and Yi Hang's love, she absolutely would not live on alone. He already lost an alchemy emperor father. He did not wish to lose a lower realm's father again. With the scare after the incident, Yi Yuan's hatred of Ren Xingqian already reached the verge of erupting. Father, mother, Yuan is incapable and made you two suffer. Yi Yuan reproached himself. Yi Yuan also sighed deeply in his heart. His current strength was still too weak. If he had sufficient strength, Yi Hang and Ren Xingqian absolutely wouldn't have left by themselves, and also would not have feared that Ren Xingqian would harm him and not dare to even reveal his name. Ren Hongling already recollected her emotions at this time and said to Yi Yuan with a smile, silly child. We can have today, your father and I are already with joy. Returning to Wu Fang City is your father and my decision. How can it be blamed on you? Yi Hang pulled a long face and said, you rascally boy, don't take everything upon yourself. As he said, Yi Hang gave a sigh and said, to really talk about incapable, father is the most useless. Back then, I couldn't protect your mother and you well, and almost caused you mother and son pair to lose your lives. Father-in-law he couldn't accept his daughter becoming a cripple. I can understand that too. These years, Yi Hang blamed himself very much secretly too. Although he and Ren Hongling loved each other very much, he had indeed eloped with Ren Xingqian's daughter. And Ren Hongling back then was even Wu Fang City's future and hope. When they escaped to the southern domain back then, they did not expect to run into a group of martial artists with malicious intentions. Ren Hongling was pregnant at the time and accidentally affected the fetal circulation flow. At that time, Yi Yuan, who was still in her womb, was already in danger of dying. In order to preserve Yi Yuan at that time, she poured all of her essence energy into her womb. But because her dantian was damaged, she herself became incapable of amassing essence energy again. This increased the guilt in Yi Hang's heart even more. It was precisely because so that he would think of returning to the northern domain and get Ren Xingqian's forgiveness. But they never expected that Ren Xingqian was actually extreme to such a degree. Seeing Yi Hang's expression, Yi Yuan's heart winced in pain, and he said solemnly, who said that father is useless? Isn't it just a peak alchemy sovereign? Father, your future accomplishments will surely be above his. Yi Hang laughed in spite of himself and said, silly boy, your grandfather is already standing at the pinnacle of the endless world. Surpassing him, wouldn't I ascend to the divine realm? Yi Yuan laughed too and said, "What does ascending to the divine realm even count as? I've already realized now that the legacy I obtained absolutely far exceeds the endless world's standards. Ascending to the divine realm is but a matter of time too." Right at this time, an immensely powerful pressure enveloped the entire Fengya pavilion. Everyone's faces changed. Yi Yuan's expression darkened, and he said to Yi Heng and Ren Hongling, "Father, Mother, just stay here. I'll face off with this old fellow." To be able to release such a powerful pressure, who else could it be but Ren Xingqian? Towards Ren Xingqian, Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of a favorable impression. Yi Yuan casually laid down a set of restrictions to stop the two of them from coming out, but he himself then turned around and went out. He wanted to have a look at just how much of a scoundrel this old fellow was. Yi Yuan came out from inside the house. A slightly aged-looking silhouette appeared in the courtyard. Who could it be but Ren Xingqian? At first sight, Ren Xingqian directly slapped a palm at Shu Zuwei. Shu Zuwei, Ren Yuji, and Ren Dong were all in the courtyard waiting for Yi Yuan. Ren Xingqian actually did not say a word and directly made a move. Disregarding that Shu Zuwei did not dare to resist, even if he really resisted, it was impossible to be Ren Xingqian's match too. This palm directly beat Shu Zuwei to heavy injuries. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan was already enraged to the extreme and reproached indignantly, "Old fogey, you dare to make a move and hurt people." Ren Xingqian's temper was clearly not good either, and he likewise rebuked furiously, "Humph. Living off me but secretly helping others. Leaving him his wretched life is already showing mercy. Boy, isn't your hand extending a bit too long? Don't think that with old Hai backing you up, I won't dare to do anything to you. You actually dared to interfere with my family affairs. Even if I killed you, I believe that old Hai would have nothing to say either." "Father, he is," Ren Yuji anxiously tried to explain. "You shut your mouth for this old man. Your gall is getting bigger and bigger now, to actually dare defy my orders. After I take care of this brat, I'll deal with you after. Old fogey, if you have the capabilities, kill me together with them today too." Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. "Humph, do you really take this old man to be made out of clay? Since you want to die, this old man will fulfill your wish." As he said, Ren Xingqian actually really lifted his palm and struck towards Yi Yuan. Right at this time, Ren Dong stepped forward bravely and blocked in front of Yi Yuan. "Grandfather, if you want to kill master, then kill me off too," Ren Dong said with cold eyes. Ren Xingqian's expression choked up, and he said furiously, "You. Each and every one of you is rebelling. You move to one side for me." At this time, a beautiful profile slowly appeared in front of Yi Yuan and said coolly, "Apologies, Mr. Yi. Originally, I didn't want to disturb you. But this place is too noisy." Once Yu Mengli appeared, the power emitting faintly from her body immediately scattered Ren Xingqian's pressure in all directions. Ren Xingqian's expression became apprehensive. Everything in this courtyard was under his control. But he actually did not discover just how this woman showed up. Furthermore, the aura emanating off from this woman's body unexpectedly made him feel daunted. There was actually such a powerful martial artist around Yi Yuan still. What background did this boy have? He was seriously too mysterious. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "This old man only knows how to be fierce all day long. I want to see if his bones are really that tough. Li help me take good care of this old fogey." Yu Mengli said apathetically, "All right." As she said, Yu Mengli gently lifted her finger. The situation in the entire courtyard changed drastically. Ren Xingqian's expression changed dramatically when he saw the situation. His mouth was unable to close no matter what. Boundless realm. This is absolutely the power belonging to Boundless realm. How is this possible? Chapter 530. You're regretting. With Ren Xingqian's shout, everyone was taken aback from shock. What kind of boundary Boundless realm was, everyone present was all too clear. This was power not belonging to the endless world. How could it possibly appear on such a young girl? But with Ren Xingqian's realm, how could he possibly identify wrongly? With this, the gazes that everyone looked at Yi Yuan with underwent a change again. A Boundless realm expert actually willingly followed by Yi Yuan's side. What kind of concept was this? Ren Dong was the first to react and begged Yi Yuan, "Master, although grandfather is rather overbearing, his offense doesn't deserve death. You let him go, all right." Ren Xingqian's mouth moved, wanting to say something, but he ultimately did not speak. Facing a Boundless realm experts, he seriously did not have any confidence to continue being arrogant. Seeing Ren Xingqian's deflated look, Yuan could not help feeling secretly pleased inwardly. Yu Mengli could not really make a move, but using her move to deter a little was still very effective. This kind of stirring up heaven and earth essence energy was just the effort of lifting a finger to Yu Mengli. But in the eyes of divine traversing realms, it was a godlike realm. A boundless realm in the lower realms represented invincibility. Even with Ren Xingqian's domineering character, he did not dare to act rashly in front of Yu Mengli either. Forget it, forget it. Li put it away. Who asked me to take in such an obedient disciple? If I killed his blood-related grandfather, this master and disciple relation wouldn't carry on well in the future, Yuan deliberately said with an emotional sigh. Yu Mengli nodded and kept her aura, becoming a harmless little girl again. She then stood behind Yuan. Ren Dong was sold by Yuan without even him knowing it. Seeing Yu Mengli cease, he could not help being overjoyed and said, "Thank you, master." "Thank you, master." Ren Xingqian also recovered at this point. Hearing Ren Dong calling master over and over again, he could not refrain from saying angrily, "Dong what are you calling him? What right does he, a sea transformation realm brat, have to be your master?" Ren Dong shook his head and said, "He's not my martial path master but my alchemy path master." Ren Xingqian was stunned. The flames which were just suppressed shot up all at once with a roar again. With Grandpa teaching you alchemy skills, you actually still acknowledged others as your master. Ignoring that you acknowledged a master, Yuan is at the very most just a quasi-alchemy king too. What right does he have to be your master? Have you lost your mind? Grandfather, I'm very clear about what I'm doing. Although master he can only refine quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills, the profoundness of his alchemy path knowledge far exceeds yours. As the saying goes, those who reached first can teach. He can naturally be my master. Ren Dong said. Only now did Ren Xingqian recall Yuan's performance at the Thousand Query Wall. Back then, he stopped Yuan from continuing to challenge. If he really carried on, how many questions Yuan could answer was really hard to say. Looking from this, Yuan's alchemy path standards actually far surpassed his present realm. As long as his boundary reached, the standards of the medicinal pills refined would greatly surpass those of the same rank. Like this, Yuan being Ren Dong's master did not seem to be unjustifiable. Ren Xingqian discovered that he could not do anything to this youth before his eyes at all. He had a boundless realm fighter, and his own alchemy knowledge was also very heaven-defying. Martial path and alchemy path, he actually could not match up to a brat who was still wet behind the ears. This made the arrogance in heart and haughty in manner Ren Xingqian feel very aggrieved. Stinking brat, quickly hand over Yi Heng and my daughter. This is my family matter. It isn't your turn to interfere. Ren Xingqian talking right now was not as confident as earlier. He did not even dare to say threatening words. But Yuan said coolly, "They are right inside this house behind me. If you have the capabilities, you go and bring them out yourself." Ren Xingqian took a look at the Yu Mengli behind Yu Mengli and nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. If I could beat her, I would have long brought them out. Why would I waste my breath with you? Ren Xingqian sucked in a deep breath and reined in his impatience as he asked Yuan, "Fine. Then I ask you, what is your relationship with them? Why do you want to save them?" But Yuan did not answer. He just looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. When these words came out, Ren Xingqian himself was stunned for a bit too. He was originally in the midst of anger and did not think deeply about this matter. Now that he asked, he thought of a possibility. Yuan was surnamed Yi. Yi Heng was surnamed Yi too. Moreover, calculating according to the time, Yi Heng and Ren Hongling had also left the northern domain for 18 to 19 years already, just nice coinciding with Yuan's age. Shouldn't be. Ren Xingqian seemed to have thought of something and abruptly turned his head to ask Ren Yuji, "You all knew long ago?" Ren Yuji forced a smile and said, "I only knew today as well. It was sister's one sentence which shocked me awake thoroughly. That's why I took the risk of father laying down punishment to bring her to find Yuan." Ren Xingqian was stupefied and asked, "What did Hongling she say?" She said, "If brother-in-law died, she absolutely wouldn't live on alone. And if Yuan knew that they died in your hands, he'll surely come to find you to take revenge in the future. She didn't hope to see this kind of human relations tragedy to happen to our Ren family. When I knew that sister's son was Yuan, I knew that he completely had this capability to come and find you to take revenge in the future. Hearing these words, Ren Xingqian was secretly alarmed. Was there a need to wait for the future? Yi Yuan had a seemingly boundless realm expert beside him right now. He wanting to kill him was simply something effortless. Even if he did not rely on this boundless realm, with Yi Yuan's degree of monstrousness, maybe in less than 5 years, he would not be his match anymore. He had such a heaven-defying maternal grandson, but he also almost killed his son-in-law. Why did this sort of thing seem so absurd? Except that Ren Xingqian never would have dreamed that Yi Yuan, this gradually rising genius martial artist, was actually his own maternal grandson. This grandson should originally have been the entire Wu Fang city's pride. But now, this was the first time in his life that Ren Xingqian felt somewhat regretful. For so many years, he stood by his words. He wanted the entire Wu Fang city to all listen to him. His daughter fell for a bottom-level alchemist. He wanted to use forceful means to separate them. Now, that alchemist brought sincerity and brought his wife to come and apologize to him. Instead, he wanted to kill that alchemist. You're regretting. Yi Yuan's voice suddenly rang out. Ren Xingqian was startled. This boy actually saw through his thoughts. You're regretting that a junior which even old Hai regards highly was actually your own grandson, but you didn't know. You're regretting that this grandson can give your Wu Fang city, can give your Ren family limitless reverence and benefits, but you wanted to kill his father. You're regretting that such an outstanding grandson, but you offended him thoroughly. But have you thought about that? If I was just an ordinary person, would you still regret the things that you did last time? If I were just an ordinary person, my corpse would probably be lying in this courtyard right now already, right? Therefore, you're just an utter and complete self-centered person. In your eyes, only your paramount status is the most important. Chapter 531, hitting the nail on the head. Each sentence that Yi Yuan had uttered struck Ren Xingqian's heart like a heavy punch. Such an outstanding junior was absolutely what every family clan were extremely eager for. Even using one's heel to think about it, one would also know that Yi Yuan's future accomplishments would surely be extraordinary. But now, Ren Xingqian had offended this descendant thoroughly. Of course, offended means offended. If it were an ordinary person, Ren Xingqian could capture him back to discipline him strictly. But the problem was that he could not do anything to Yi Yuan at all. Humph, what do you know at your young age? Everything that I do is for the sake of the Ren family. If there wasn't me, how could the Ren family quash the Cao family and firmly occupy this Wu Fang city's highest position? Ren Xingqian was very conceited. Even if he felt regret over Yi Yuan in his heart, it was also not possible to lower his head to Yi Yuan this junior. Furthermore, he did not feel that what he did was in any way wrong. This was the most crucial. Ha ha ha, you, this old man, are really amusing. Is this game of deceiving yourself and others very fun? Hearing Ren Xingqian's words, Yi Yuan burst into laughter. The mockery in the laugh was revealed completely. Ren Xingqian said with a black face, deceiving myself and others. Wu Fang City is already managed by me tight like an iron bucket. Who dares to say a word of no to my orders? Like an iron bucket is it? Maybe, it's just that, this is only temporary. If your words are really the law in this Wu Fang City, on that day when I challenged the 1,000-query wall, you shouldn't have been standing on the Cao family's side. You should have been kicking them while they are down to pull the Cao family up by the roots. You didn't dare to do this because the Cao family's bedrock is too deep. And this Wu Fang city's prestige still needs the Cao family to maintain it, and not you, this city lord. Yi Yuan continued with a cold smile and said, the Cao family is just on the decline temporarily. Their foundation is right there. Sooner or later, there will come a day when they will rise up once more. And you are just an upstart. Without a bedrock, without any future. After you pass your peak period, Wu Fang City will change hands once more. Actually, you yourself realized this point too, right? Humph. Dong talent greatly surpasses that Cao Fang. You saw it yourself too. As long as Dong matures, the Cao family still will be trampled underfoot by our Ren family. Ren Xingqian continued to be stubborn. Yi Yuan said with a smile, I don't deny this point. But do you really feel that Ren Dong can take on the heavy responsibility all by himself? What can you leave for him? A powerful family. Cao family is indeed inferior to Ren Dong, but they are just quasi-alchemy kings after all. At Alchemy King this level, Alchemy Sovereign this level, the Cao family can invite so many alchemy sovereign experts every 5 years. Those people didn't come on account of your face. They came for the Cao family. In terms of foundation, in terms of connections, in terms of talents, the Ren family doesn't have a single one that can beat the Cao family. Yi Yuan's words shattered Ren Xingqian's sense of superiority to dust. Ren Xingqian opened his mouth but did not know how to refute. His entire person seemed to have been sapped dry. It was as if his whole person aged greatly instantaneously. Yi Yuan's words hit the nail on the head. He had no way of refuting at all. The Ren family's few years of flashiness were just on the exterior. Ren Xingqian had long realized the Ren family's crisis. Hence, he groomed Ren Hongling and the Ren Dong later on without sparing any effort. But just as Yi Yuan said, the Ren family's foundation was too shallow and simply could not be compared with the Cao family. Within the Cao family's third generation, indeed, there was nobody who could surpass Ren Dong. But the Cao family's second generation was much stronger than the Ren family's. In the Cao family's second generation, just the alchemy sovereign experts numbered quite a few. Who dared to guarantee that among these people, there wouldn't be a peak alchemy sovereign being born in the future? As long as a peak alchemy sovereign appears in the Cao family, his position as the city lord would be in imminent danger. And the Ren family only had Ren Yuji, this early rank alchemy king. Ren Yuji was quite talented in the area of managing the city. But, on the alchemy path, it was rather forceful for him. Ren Xingqian spared no effort to quash the Cao family on the one hand. On the other hand, he had no choice but to borrow the Cao family's prestige to strengthen Wu Fang City's rule. The hardships in between this, only he himself knew. Who could have thought that such a young youth actually saw through the Ren family's peril at one glance? It was precisely because of so that after Ren Xingqian knew Yi Yuan's identity, he became even more dejected. Ren Xingqian very much wished that Yi Yuan could become a member of the Ren family. But his personality was like this. He would not lower his pride to say some submissive words. His attitude was still very unyielding. Yi Yuan ignored Ren Xingqian's awkwardness. He went to Xu Zui's side and poured essence energy from his palm into Xu Zui's body. Yi Yuan could only refine tier 4 medicinal pills right now. It could not have much of an effect on Xu Zui at all. But Yi Yuan had many ways of treating people. Although his realm was not high, using essence energy to help Xu Zui ease his wounds was still doable. Before long, Xu Zui's complexion became a little rosier. Although his wounds were not healed yet, he could still labor to say some words. The conversation between this grandfather and grandson, although Xu Zui was unable to stick a word in, he still took it all in. Honestly speaking, he felt that City Lord was very impressive all along. But he did not think that the City Lord Manor's crisis actually already reached such a state. It was precisely because of so that he admired Yi Yuan even more. This boy was so young. Not only was his strength and means extremely formidable, but his visual prowess also greatly surpassed ordinary people. His future accomplishments were boundless. Thank you very much, young Master Yi. Xu Zui forcefully propped himself to stand up and wanted to give a bow to Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan stopped him and said unhappily, disregarding that you got injured because of me, just based on our friendship, is there a need to say a word of thanks? Xu Zui went blank and could not help being overjoyed in his heart. Hearing Yi Yuan's tone, he took him as a sworn friend for life or death. Although his realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's, to be able to be recognized by Yi Yuan at this time, he could not contain the joy in his heart. To be able to become friends with a peerless prodigy like Yi Yuan, others could not accomplish this even if they were envious. Xu Zui nodded hard at Yi Yuan to express that he understood. Seeing this scene, Ren Xingqian's face became even blacker. This brat was so polite to his own subordinate. But to himself, Yi Yuan had the manner of keeping him 1,000 miles away. Definitely did it intentionally for him to see. Xu Zui saw Ren Xingqian's face too and could not help smiling bitterly as he said, young Master Yi. Brother Zui don't need to be courteous with me. Directly call my name, or call me younger brother. Yi Yuan interrupted him. Xu Zui was blank. He nodded and said, then I won't be melodramatic. Yi Yuan, I know that I'm an outsider, but can you allow me to say a few words? Yi Yuan nodded slowly. The meaning was clearly permitting it. Xu Zui was secretly relieved, and he opened his mouth to say, I never would have dreamed that you're actually City Lord's grandson. I've followed City Lord for many years. His grace to me is as heavy as a mountain. Even if he really killed me, I wouldn't have any complaints either. But seeing you grandfather and grandson wrangling intel like this, I really feel very upset. Chapter 532 Lowering One's Head. Talking up to here, Shu Zuwei sneaked a glance at Yi Yuan, only seeing that he did not have a displeased look. Shu Zuwei plucked his courage and said, "You are blood-related kin in the end. Even if City Lord has all kinds of faults, the fact that he's your grandfather can't be changed. Since you're all one family, why is there a need to cause a scene to such an extent? Regardless of what he has done, his original intention was for the Ren family, no." But Ren Xingqian was enraged when he heard that. "Shu Zuwei, do I need you to poke your nose into other people's business? How can this city lord's merits and faults be appraised by you?" Ren Xingqian thought very highly of Shu Zuwei all along. Otherwise, that blow just now, Shu Zuwei would have already gone to the Western Paradise. But no matter how highly he regarded him, Shu Zuwei was also just a subordinate of his. A subordinate saying his master had all kinds of faults in front of his face. With Ren Xingqian temperament, how could he preserve face? Yi Yuan said with Shu Zuwei with a smile, "You see, he doesn't care about your kindness." But Shu Zuwei did not have any embarrassed look and shook his head as he said, "City Lord's temper, I'm aware. This life of mine was given by City Lord. Whether he accepts my grace or not is his problem. But whether I do it or not is mine. Since Yi Yuan you have a good opinion of me and call my brothers away, then even if I die, I'm also not willing to see you grandfather and grandson fall out and become enemies." Yi Yuan glanced at Shu Zuwei and shook his head as he said with a sigh, "Brothers Away is very loyal. To be able to make friends with brothers away is truly Yi Yuan's fortune." Yi Yuan's words were naturally not said for fun. If there weren't Shu Zuwei, Yi Heng would probably be long dead at this time already. And the current situation would also definitely not be how it was right now. If Yi Heng really died, Yi Yuan would surely go into a frenzied state. Even if Ren Xingqian were Yi Yuan's grandfather, he would definitely kill him personally too. Yi Yuan recognized Yi Heng this father, but it did not mean that he recognized Ren Xingqian this grandfather. If he really killed Ren Xingqian, Yi Yuan would not have any psychological burden at all. If not for Shu Zuwei this person being so upright, even if he knew Yi Yuan and Yi Heng's relationship, he might not be able to withstand Ren Xingqian's pressure and take a principled action. Ren Xingqian's prestige all these years in Wufang City was still exceedingly terrifying. This situation currently, although Yi Yuan was extremely displeased, it was still not at the extent of falling out entirely. Especially under the circumstances where he held the initiative. Yi Yuan slowly came in front of Ren Xingqian and extended his hand to say, "Give it." Ren Xingqian was stunned. "Give what?" "Healing medicinal pills," Yi Yuan said coolly. Ren Xingqian looked at Yi Yuan and glanced at Shu Zuwei again, his expression flickering continuously. He knew that this was the last chance Yi Yuan was giving him. If he refused to give the medicinal pills, his relationship with Yi Yuan would most likely be unable to be mitigated forever. Ren Xingqian could sense that Yi Yuan's stubbornness was absolutely not beneath his. But handing over the medicinal pills was equivalent to him lowering his head to Yi Yuan. He injured his subordinate but used his own medicinal pills to heal. This by itself was a form of submission. Yet, Ren Xingqian was an extremely tyrannical person. There had only ever been others lowering their heads to him. Where was there the part of him submitting to others? Everyone held their breaths, awaiting Ren Xingqian's choice. With this falling out, Yi Yuan and the Ren family would probably have no way of getting together again. Shu Zuwei did not say anything by the side. He had interacted with Yi Yuan for a period of time too and more or less understood a bit of Yi Yuan's personality. He was extremely domineering, facing a leviathan like the Myriad Sword sect and directly detained Qin Hongtao's grandson. Now, facing a Ren Xingqian, Yi Yuan being able to do it to such a step was already giving him tremendous face. As for how he chose, it would be up to Ren Xingqian himself. Ren Xingqian felt his heart beat very fiercely. He froze there without moving for a long time. He never thought that he would actually be checkmated by his own grandson. Facing Yi Yuan's overbearingness, Ren Xingqian actually had dread in his heart. Ren Xingqian was perfectly clear about Yi Yuan's ability. Once the Ren family had Yi Yuan, it was far from as simple as having a descendant with an exceptionally promising future. Yi Yuan's prowess by itself was already ample to astonish everyone. The Cao family's dread towards Yi Yuan right now simply could not be described using words. Originally, Ren Xingqian was also extremely wary of Yi Yuan. But if Yi Yuan joined the Ren family, the Cao family was completely nothing to be scared of. With Yi Yuan, the Ren family would have an additional living 1,000 query wall. Faster. My patience has a limit, Yi Yuan said with a frown. Ren Xingqian drew a deep breath and took out a Tier 4 healing medicinal pill from his storage ring. He slammed it sullenly on Yi Yuan's palm. Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a long sigh in relief. Yi Yuan lightly swept a glance over the medicinal pill in his palm and said disdainfully, "A dignified peak alchemy sovereign can only refine this sort of rubbish medicinal pill." "Forget it, who asked me to be unable to refine Tier 4 medicinal pills? Brothers away, you make do with these and take them." As he said this, Yi Yuan casually threw the medicinal pill to Shu away. Ren Xingqian's face went black, and he said furiously, "Stinking brat, this azure flower jade dew pill is the highest grade healing medicinal pill in Wufang City. You actually say that it's rubbish?" Yi Yuan said crossly, "An exalted peak alchemy sovereign refining a Tier 4 medicinal pill can only come out with just high grade. You have the face to take them out?" Ren Xingqian said, with a cold smile, "Who doesn't know how to brag? If you have the capabilities, refine one yourself for me to see." Yi Yuan chuckled but did not speak. But the contempt in his expression stimulated Ren Xingqian greatly. He had yet to flare up when Ren Dong interjected, "Grandfather, if Master He broke through to the Alchemy King realm, refining transcendent grade azure flower jade dew pills should be not an issue." "You rascal, why are you helping outsiders? Also, he's your cousin. What are you calling him master for?" Hearing Ren Dong cut in, Ren Xingqian immediately blew up and directly shouted. But Ren Dong grinned cheekily and said, "You already said that he's my cousin. How is it helping outsiders? Furthermore, we're each involved differently. It doesn't affect anything. Since I acknowledge cousin as my master, he'll be my master in this lifetime." Ren Xingqian's face went black, and his figure moved, carrying Ren Dong in his arm. "Stinking brat, still being stubborn. Watch if I don't take care of you properly when we return. Also, you, Yuji, go back and face the wall to reflect." As he said, Ren Xingqian's figure moved, vanishing from inside Fengya Pavilion. Seeing Ren Xingqian's distant back view, Shu Zuwei said gratefully, "Young master saved face for city lord." Zuwei is endlessly grateful. Shu Zuwei perceived that after Yi Yuan took the medicinal pill earlier, he deliberately displayed a disdainful look as an impromptu jest. This way, everyone would not appear to be overly awkward. Although Yi Yuan forced Ren Xingqian to lower his head, he was after all one of the top alchemists in this small world. This face still had to be given. Yi Yuan had a black face as he said unhappily, "What young master? Why are you at it again? Just call me Yi Yuan in future. Over here at my place, you're not a subordinate but a friend." Chapter 533 The Cao Family's Distress. What did you say? Yi Yuan is Ren Xingqian's grandson. These 2 days, the news that Yi Yuan was Ren Xingqian's grandson slowly spread out within Wufang City. The Cao family was naturally among the first batch of family clans who were informed of this news. When Cao Zheng heard this news, alarm and panic were all over his face. This news was undoubtedly a bolt out of the blue to him. How monstrous Yi Yuan was, Cao Zheng already had a taste of it. His performance at the 1,000 query wall made Cao Zheng unbelievably panic-stricken. Originally, Ren Xingqian falling out with Yi Yuan at Exquisite Jade Pavilion even delighted Cao Zheng endlessly. Who knew that the situation would change drastically? News suddenly came from the Ren family that Yi Yuan actually was Ren Xingqian's grandson. Yi Yuan's realm was not high but was an exceptionally troublesome character. Not only was his alchemy knowledge extremely terrifying, he even had the support of the 3 sects and Qi Hai behind him. He was simply unshakable by anyone. Such an existence became a member of the Ren family. This simply could be said to be a catastrophic disaster for the Cao family. The Cao family's greatest confidence and reliance right now were the 1,000 query wall. Yet, this confidence in front of Yi Yuan could not withstand a single blow. If Yi Yuan was not a Ren family member, for the sake of Wufang City's collective interest, Ren Xingqian had no choice but to stand on the Cao family's side. But, if Yi Yuan became a Ren family member, the situation would be entirely different. With Yi Yuan's alchemy knowledge, he could completely come and challenge the 1,000 query wall's 7th level directly. Even if the challenge was not successful, as long as Yi Yuan's performance was sufficiently heaven-defying, he could also push the Ren family's prestige to another height. At that time, the Ren family completely did not need to rely on the Cao family's prestige anymore. Because Yi Yuan was another thousand query wall, Ren Xingqian had long viewed the Cao family as a thorn in the side. If he had a living thousand query wall like Yi Yuan, it was impossible for him to let go of the chance to suppress the Cao family. Yes, the information is already confirmed. Back then, Ren Xingqian's youngest daughter eloped to the southern domain with an alchemy master without any background, and she gave birth to a boy in a mortal kingdom. That boy is Yi Yuan. The one talking was Cao Zheng's eldest son, Cao Kun. At present, he was already an early rank alchemy sovereign expert. Entirely different from Cao Feng being utterly suppressed by Ren Dong, Cao Kun was an elite among the Cao family's second generation, standing out above the entire city. Apart from Cao Kun, the Cao family still had a number of sons who were all Alchemy King experts. Compared to Ren Yuji, it was seriously way stronger. These few sons of Cao Zheng were the people Ren Xingqian was wariest of. Especially Cao Kun. It was very likely for him to impact through the realm of peak alchemy sovereign in the future. As long as the Cao family gave birth to another peak alchemy sovereign expert, the Cao family's declining trend would gradually turn around. These few years, Cao Zheng had always been enduring silently. It was for the sake of waiting for Cao Kun to rise up. But Yi Yuan's appearance completely ruined his plans. Cao Zheng sucked in a deep breath. He sat back down onto his seat with tightly knitted brows. This news was too shocking. He was caught somewhat off guard. Any other news? Cao Kun's expression was not too good either as he said, some news even came out of City Lord Manor. It's just that I don't know if it's true or false. Speak. It's said that Ren Xingqian will send out a public notice 2 days later to announce an important issue. Although it's uncertain what it is, it may be assumed that it can't be not related to that Yi Yuan. Cao Zheng felt an incredible headache. Originally, in this Wufang city, the momentum of all of the luck was gradually leaning towards the Cao family. Yet, Yi Yuan's appearance completely turned the situation around. After a long time, Cao Zheng looked his son and asked, "How much strength do you feel that Yi Yuan really has?" "I'm talking about thousand query wall." That day when Yi Yuan challenged the thousand query wall, although Cao Kun wasn't present, he researched Yi Yuan's answers carefully after the incident too, and it actually gave him a feeling of suddenly seeing the light. As a Cao family descendant, the most important thing was to study the thousand query wall. Cao Kun as an alchemy sovereign expert was very clear about the thousand query wall's 7th level's questions. Yi Yuan's answers made him have a feeling of sighing at his own inferiority. This youth was too strong. Cao Kun mused for a moment and smiled bitterly as he shook his head and said, "I really have no way of estimating." Although Yi Yuan only answered 20 questions, these 20 questions, he answered all of them directly, virtually without even thinking time. More importantly, all of his answers leave no room for criticism and completely can't pick out any fault. This shows that these 20 questions were very easy for him. As for where his limit lies, most likely, nobody knows. Unless, Cao Kun did not finish saying. But Cao Zheng understood his meaning. Unless Yi Yuan continued challenging the questions in front, otherwise, nobody knew where his limit lies. The thousand query wall's 7th level could be said to be a deity-like existence. Even though these 20 questions were only ranked at the back of the 7th level, the difficulty involved already represented the endless world's pinnacle standard. But it was this pinnacle standard that was like child's play in front of Yi Yuan, utterly without any difficulty in the slightest. So where Yi Yuan's limits lay, nobody knew either. But the problem was, did the Cao family dare to let Yi Yuan continue challenging their thousand query wall? When the mysterious veil of a holy land was uncovered layer by layer, then it could no longer be hailed as a holy land. After a long while, Cao Zheng gave a sigh and said, "The Cao family has lasted several thousand years and been through several times of prosperity and decline, but we pulled through all of it. These several decades, the Cao family was suppressed by the Ren family all along. Father has never given up before either. But now, Sai, you take your leave first. Let father think about it properly." Seeing Cao Zheng's look, Cao Kun was downcast too. His painstaking efforts these few years was for the sake of quashing the Ren family. But now, because of the appearance of a sea transformation realm youth, it vanished like soap bubbles. This made him have intense unwillingness in his heart. It was just that, so what even if he was any more unwilling? What Cao Zheng wanted to think about, Cao Kun naturally knew. He wanted to think about how to let the Cao family carry on surviving. Was a colossal family clan with a lineage of several thousand years actually facing annihilation? City Lord Manor. Ren Yuji was currently a guest at Ren Hongling's residence. Ren Yuji said with a smile, Hongling, you and brother-in-law lived a vagrant life outside these few years. You must have really suffered considerable hardships. Now, father finally thought it through. Our family can finally sit down properly and have a chat. But Ren Hongling was displeased as she said, what thought things through? If it wasn't for Yuan, how could he have possibly thought it through? Furthermore, my husband and I have already treated the state of Qin as our home these few years. Where is there suffering hardships? Ren Yuji was a goody two-shoes. Hearing that Ren Yuji was still full of grievances, he was feeling rather awkward. Yi Hang could only come forward to smooth things over. He said, Hongling, although our family went through quite a lot of twists and turns during this period, it also considered a happy ending right now. Past matters, just let it go. In truth, how could Yi Hang not have resentment in his heart? But Yi Hang's disposition was magnanimous, and his tolerance was outstanding. He had long come to accept everything. In Yi Hang's heart, Yi Yuan's current accomplishments were extraordinary. Ren Hongling could return to the Ren family too. He no longer had any worries in his heart. The various things in the past, he did not have anything he could not get over too. Chapter 534, announcing to the entire city. Hearing Yi Hang said so, Ren Hongling had nothing much to say as well. Although Ren Hongling was resentful towards Ren Xingqian in her heart, she was Ren Xingqian's daughter after all. With this matter being able to be resolved perfectly, Ren Hongling was naturally very happy in her heart too. Actually, Yi Yuan's words that day shook father up greatly. These 2 days, his attitude when speaking to me was much better than before. Intentionally in his words and in a roundabout manner, he had remorse towards the two of you. It's just that due to pride, he couldn't come over to find you guys, Ren Yuji said. Yi Hang waved his hand and said, past matters are already over. City Lord is a senior after all. How can we let him come and apologize? Ren Yuji nodded his head and said, I wonder what plans brother-in-law have from here on. Yi Hang said, I've already discussed with Hongling. After some time, we'll return with Grand Elder Skimaple back to the Tranquil Cloud sect. That is Yuan-er's home. It's naturally our home too. Ren Yuji smiled bitterly and said, are you guys still harboring resentment towards father in your hearts? Yi Hang shook his head and said, what's elder brother talking about? Now that my wish is fulfilled, there isn't any resentment. It's just that we understand Yuan. He definitely won't be some young patriarch in this Wufang city. He will return to the Tranquil Cloud sect. Hongling's and my greatest worry is Yuan. We're naturally unwilling to leave him. Ren Yuji came to a realization. He said, actually, me coming to find you guys today was father's intentions. He has an idea and wants to seek your opinions. Yi Hang and Ren Hongling exchanged glances and were slightly a bit surprised. Ren Yuji would actually seek the two of their opinions when doing things. It made them very surprised. Elder brother, please say, Yi Hang said. Actually, father felt that he owes you guys too much these few years and wants to hold a make-up wedding for you. At the appointed time, he will announce to the entire Wufang city and apologize to you guys for the incident back then. It's just that he was embarrassed to ask you. So he sent me to consult your opinions, Ren Yuji said. Yi Hang could not help being stunned when he heard that. He did not quite dare to believe that Ren Xingqian would actually do something like this. Back then, he had experienced Ren Xingqian's high-handed personality many times. Coming to Wufang City this time, Ren Xingqian's behavior went from bad to worse. To think that after experiencing the incident 2 days back, Ren Xingqian would actually undergo such a huge transformation. Yi Hang knew that this was all changes which Yi Yuan brought to him. One had to admit that this suggestion of Ren Xingqian still made his heart palpitate with excitement. He brought Ren Hongling and traveled far away to the southern domain back then. But Ren Hongling conceived Yi Yuan along the way. Then, later on, they settled down in the state of Qin. He and Ren Hongling actually never held a presentable ceremony between them before. Although Ren Hongling followed him out of her own free will, he still felt like he owed her in his heart throughout. With a time interval of many years, if he could hold a grand and spectacular ceremony, it could also be considered a compensation to Ren Hongling, right? Especially this time, it was going to be held with Ren Xingqian's blessings. The significance was naturally extraordinary. Except, making Ren Xingqian inform the entire city, this sort of thing was a bit too damaging to one's face. This point made Yi Hang hesitate. Yi Hang looked dearly at Ren Hongling. Ren Hongling smiled gently and said, all up to husband to make the decision. The two of them had helped each other in humble circumstances and had long known what the other was thinking. Just one look and Ren Hongling knew what Yi Hang was worried about. Yi Hang felt grateful inwardly and said, Hongling, after we return to the Tranquil Cloud sect, I'll invite Grand Elder Skimaple to take charge and hold a make-up ceremony. But Ren Yuji's expression changed and he said, you'd rather go back to the Tranquil Cloud sect than be willing to accept father's apology. Isn't doing this too overboard? Yi Hang shook his head and said, elder brother, you're mistaken. City Lord is the ruler of a city. His status is comparable to the three sects, old ancestors. How can we let him do such a thing? Uncle, you go and tell that old man. About this matter, I'll agree on father's behalf. Right then, Yi Yuan's voice came over from outside the door. Yi Yuan slowly walked into the room and came before Yi Hang and said, this is what that old man owes you, and it is also what you deserve. Heh heh, looks like that old man isn't stupid. He knows to use you guys to tie me down. But I have to admit that him doing this thing is quite in line with what I want. Yi Hang was stupefied by what Yi Yuan said. This boy was too impolite to his elders when talking. But Yi Yuan was no longer the former Yi Yuan. He was already a great figure who could command a region. Although that face was still somewhat childish and tender, he had already grown into a towering tree. Towards Yi Yuan, Yi Hang had long not used the mentality of treating little children to treat him. Although he felt that Yi Yuan's attitude was rather inappropriate, he did not say anything either. Yuan, this isn't very good, right? After all, he's your grandfather. Yi Hang used a consulting tone and said. Yi Yuan said with a smile, heh heh, I didn't acknowledge that he's my grandfather. The Ren family doesn't have anything to do with me at all. To me, you and mother are the most important people. That old man harmed you guys and even almost killed you. Although I didn't haggle over it, it doesn't mean that he doesn't need to pay a bit of a price. Furthermore, do you think that informing the entire city is very detrimental to him? Yi Hang was dazed as he said, isn't that so? Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, the martial artist world has always been talking using strength. Although alchemists are slightly different from martial artists, they similarly use strength to talk. That old man's strength is formidable enough. Even if there are nastier scandals, what loss is there to him? But for him announcing to the entire city and acknowledging you as his son-in-law, is equivalent to acknowledging me as his maternal grandson. This will only make his position, the city lord, be even more secure. This was not Yi Yuan blowing his own trumpet, but it was a fact. Yi Yuan's alchemy strength was a sea-stabilizing divine needle to the future Ren family. So what if the second generation had a declining trend? So what if the Cao family's foundation was deep? These things were all too weak to take a single blow in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Hang was not a foolish person. Hearing Yi Yuan say this, he immediately understood what was happening. But he did not have any resentment towards Ren Xingqian. For Ren Xingqian to do so, the price paid was also big enough. A character who stood at the pinnacle of a world's alchemy path like Ren Xingqian, making him come forward to openly admit his fault seriously needed immense courage. Let alone a person with Ren Xingqian's character. Wanting to do such a thing required even greater courage. For Ren Xingqian to be able to do it to such an extent, it could be said that he was sincerely repentant. It could also be said that he was genuinely considering for the Ren family's future. Once Yi Hang figured it out, he was no longer conflicted. He nodded and said, all right then. You make the call for this matter. Oh, right, weren't you in closed seclusion? Why did you exit seclusion so quickly? Yi Yuan said smilingly, you're going to host a grand wedding ceremony here. How can I, as your son, not present a lavish gift? As he said, Yi Yuan took out 2 small medicinal bottles and placed them in Yi Hang's hand. Chapter 535c, Resplendent Jade Pill. Yi Yuan pointed at one of the small bottles and said, Father is already at the peak crystal formation realm. This sea-expanding pill can help you to open up an essence energy sea and advance to the sea transformation realm. Yi Hang was overjoyed when he heard that. He knew that Yi Yuan had a mysterious master who taught him and had countless pill formulas in his brain. He had never heard of this sea-expanding pill before, but since Yi Yuan took it out to give to him, it was likely not an ordinary medicinal pill. Ever since cultivating in the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art and 1000 Augmenting Soul Incantation, Yi Hang's cultivation advanced with giant strides. In this short year, he already cultivated to the peak of crystal formation realm. Shattering the core and forming the sea was a crucial step to martial artists. This sea-expanding pill was naturally the most suitable for Yi Hang. Then the other bottle? Yi Hang asked curiously. Yi Yuan said with a smile, the medicinal pill inside the other bottle is called Resplendent Jade Pill. This medicinal pill can directly act on the martial artist's dantian, repairing the dantian's damage. This medicinal pill is quite troublesome to refine, so it was delayed for some time. Ren Hongling was slightly dazed and looked at the medicinal pill in Yi Hang's hands in disbelief. Yi Hang sucked in a deep breath too and looked at Yi Yuan as he said, "You mean that this medicinal pill can repair your mother's dantian and let her amass essence energy anew?" Yi Yuan nodded his head with a smile and said, "That's right. In the past, I overlooked it and never thought that mother was actually a martial artist too. Since I'm already aware of it now, I naturally have to think of ways to remedy it." After rebirth, Yi Yuan practically spent all of his time being busy and completely did not notice Ren Hongling's dantian damage. Seeing that her body did not have the slightest trace of essence energy undulations, he even thought that she was just a normal person. Hence, when he heard that Ren Hongling lost her essence energy completely as a result of saving him, apart from being moved, Yi Yuan wanted to think of ways to help her recover even more. Although who Ren Hongling saved was just his predecessor, the previous Yi Yuan, to the present Yi Yuan, it was not any different. By the side, Ren Yuji had shock written all over his face too. The dantian was where the foundation of martial artists lied but was also the most sensitive and fragile place. Once the dantian was damaged, it could be said to be a catastrophic blow to martial artists. Unless there were some heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, otherwise, it would basically be ruined in this lifetime. Pill formulas which restored the dantian were exceedingly rare. Furthermore, the refining difficulty were all extremely great. In the endless world, there were simply no dantian restoring pill formulas. Or else, with Ren Xingqian's cultivation, he would definitely have long refined it for Ren Hongling. At Yi Yuan's level, refining this resplendent jade pill took such a long time too. It could be seen just how hard it was to refine this sort of medicinal pills. Ordinary alchemists, even if they had the pill formula, might not be able to refine it either. Hence, the astonishment in Ren Yuji's heart could be imagined. Ren Hongling's entire body trembled all over with agitation. She looked at Yi Hang with tears in her eyes and said, "Husband, to think that I can actually become an alchemist again one day." Yi Hang burst into laughter and said, "Hongling, you gave birth to a fine son." Ha ha ha. Although Ren Hongling assisted her husband and brought up her son with a mortal's identity for over a decade, this did not mean that she had no attachments towards alchemy skills. One could only say that Yi Hang's and Yi Yuan's importance to Ren Hongling far surpassed her attachment toward alchemy skills. It was because of this that she could suppress her dreams so composedly for so many years. But it was merely suppressed. Back then, Ren Hongling only got together with Yi Hang because of alchemy skills. Her feelings towards alchemy skills were naturally needless to say. Now, she could actually become an alchemist once again. The agitation in Ren Hongling's heart could be imagined. Although it was delayed for over a decade's time, Ren Hongling's age to martial artists was not considered too old. She still had hope to climb to the summit of the alchemy path. Ren Yuji heaved a sigh and said, "It's you guys who gave birth to a fine son together." 4 hours later, in Ren Xingqian's study room. "What? You said that Yi Yuan refined a dantian restoring medicinal pill. Not only did Hongling recover essence energy now, she even broke through to alchemy grandmaster." Ren Xingqian nearly jumped up when he heard this news. Ren Yuji nodded and said, "Yes. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Hongling consumed the resplendent jade pill that Yi Yuan refined and started closed seclusion. When she came out again, she was already alchemy grandmaster realm." Who? Ren Xingqian sucked in a deep breath. He was digesting this news. Oh right, after Hongling exited seclusion, brother-in-law had entered closed seclusion too. Yi Yuan refined a type of medicinal pill for him called Sea Expanding Pill. It's said to be able to help him break through to sea transformation, and become a quasi-alchemy king. Ren Yuji said again. Ren Xingqian looked at Ren Yuji and seriously did not know what he should say. The formidability of this grandson of his still greatly exceeded his expectations. No wonder old Hai viewed Yi Yuan so importantly. Looks like Yi Yuan obtained some heaven-defying lucky chance and had already far surpassed the endless world, this small world. With Ren Xingqian's strength and status, he could naturally discern what level Yi Yuan's talent was at. At the very least, this endless world standards was unable to groom such a freak. Like this, then Yi Yuan's lucky chance could only be inherited from the divine realm. Associating it to that exceptionally powerful woman around Yi Yuan again, it seemed like the various clues all pointed to the divine realm hazily. To lower realm martial artists, the divine realm was an extremely mysterious world. That place represented power and limitless possibilities. Only after a long time, did Ren Xingqian give a deep sigh and said, I really didn't think that Yi Hang and Hongling actually gave birth to such an amazing son. The matter of hosting a make-up wedding ceremony for them, have they agreed? Ren Yuji recounted Yi Yuan's words exactly as it was, leaving Ren Xingqian at a loss whether to cry or laugh. This boy is really sharp. Looks like it was indeed not a coincidence that he could have today's accomplishments. Forget it, forget it. As long as it can make this brat satisfied, I'll throw out this old face. Yuji, you declare an announcement tomorrow. Say that I, Ren Xingqian, found my long-lost daughter, and I want to hold a make-up wedding for her. The entire city will celebrate together. The next 2 days, this matter became the hottest topic in the entire city. Especially among the major factions, they placed immensely close attention to this matter. At the Alchemist Association, Dan Chenzi looked at Wu Zan and said, I really didn't expect that Yi Yuan is actually Ren Xingqian, that old fellow's grandson. He really picked up a treasure. Looks like this Wu Fang city's power arrangement will thoroughly change. Wu Zan, your relationship with that Yi Yuan isn't bad. You must maintain it well. This boy's origin is definitely not simple. Presumably, he has countless intricate ties with the divine realm. Wu Zan forced a smile and said, I also didn't think that Yi Yuan actually still had such an identity. But through these few days of interaction with him, I discovered that Yi Yuan is a person who differentiates kindness and grudges clearly. As long as our Alchemist Association doesn't take the initiative to provoke him, he won't have any ill intentions towards us. Dan Chenzi nodded and said, it's also thanks to Yi Yuan that I can finally refine the Dragon Tiger Mighty Soul Pill. With this Dragon Tiger Mighty Soul Pill, it can be assumed that the day of me ascending to the divine realm won't be far off. I'll start my closed seclusion from tomorrow onwards. The matter of that wedding, it will be you making an appearance then. Remember to help me send a big gift over. Chapter 536, Congratulatory Gift. On this day, the City Lord Manor was decorated with lanterns and decorations, bustling with a jubilant air. Under Ren Xingqian's overbearing nature, City Lord Manor had always been filled with a lifeless atmosphere. There wasn't even a person who would dare to talk loudly. It had already been God knows how many years since this City Lord Manor was so crowded. The City Lord Manor's entrance was crowded with people. Those watching the show and delivering congratulatory gifts practically blocked up the entire street in front of the entrance. City Lord actually issued a self-admonishing edict. This is truly unprecedented. Yeah, City Lord has a paramount position, dictating the world. He had always been very domineering. This time, he actually issued a self-admonishing edict for the sake of his daughter and son-in-law. It really comes as a huge surprise. Hey, you aren't aware yet, right? City Lord issuing a self-admonishing edict was not because of his daughter and son-in-law. It was because of his maternal grandson. There, it's that young man receiving guests at the entrance. How did you know? My brother-in-law's wife's younger sister's third aunt is a maidservant in City Lord Manor. This matter had long spread in the City Lord Manor. This grandson of City Lord is very formidable. I heard that he nearly overturned the Cao family's 1,000-query wall. With City Lord accepting this grandson, the City Lord Manor's strength will become even greater. There were no walls without any cracks in this world. Moreover, Ren Xingqian did not plan on controlling these rumors this time. Hence, it slowly spread out from the City Lord Manor as well. Furthermore, broadcasting Yi Yuan's reputation would only be more beneficial to the City Lord Manor. Today, Yi Yuan took the initiative to be together with Xu Ziwei and took on the task of welcoming guests. For father and mother's big wedding, him, as the son, naturally had to wait upon cautiously. Alchemist Association, Elder Wu Zan has arrived. The voice had yet to fade, and Wu Zan came forward to Yi Yuan with a big laugh. He said, "Younger brother Yi, congratulations, congratulations. Ha. Elder brother came really early. Quickly have a seat inside." Yi Yuan said with a laugh too. "No rush to sit, no rush to sit, younger brother, today is your father's joyous day. This congratulatory gift from elder brother can't be missing. But this gift of mine is offering a present provided by somebody else. Younger brother, please don't get mad, Wu Zan said with a laugh. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, what is elder brother saying here? You being able to come is already giving me tremendous face. How can I dare to get mad? Ha ha, then that's good. Young brother, clear away all the wine at the main banquet. Change to mine, Wu Zan said with a mysterious smile. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard that. Could it be that this old man fermented the immortal remembrance jade brew so quickly? Wu Zan saw Yi Yuan's eyes and knew that the latter already guessed it. He immediately no longer held Yi Yuan in suspense. Extending a hand and waving, he said, come, men. Carry all of the wine inside. A group of servants carried loads and walked out from the crowd. Yi Yuan's eyes swept over. There were actually as many as 20 barrels. 20 barrels of wine was nothing. But 20 barrels of immortal remembrance jade brew was sufficient to cause a stir throughout the entire Wufang city. These wooden barrels were all made from southern sandalwood. Although they were all sealed off, the fragrance overflowed, immediately intoxicating a stretch of people. What alcohol is this? So fragrant. It's already so fragrant without breaking the seal. If I can have a taste, I'd be willing to even die. Hey, ignorant and ill-informed much. I smell this alcohol fragrance. It must be that legendary alchemy sovereign, Fu Yunjing's immortal remembrance jade brew. I had once smelled before the alcohol fragrance several hundred feet away. It made me reminiscence for several days. It's actually immortal remembrance jade brew. My god, isn't this the fine wine that alchemy sovereign Fu Yunjing hoards? Why is there so many all at once? Furthermore, why would it be delivered by Master Wu Zan? That, I don't know. Moreover, I smell that this alcohol fragrance is actually even more aromatic than the last time. The quality of these immortal remembrance jade brew is probably even above the wine brewed by alchemy sovereign Fu Yunjing. 20 barrels of immortal remembrance jade brew. It immediately caused an uproar among the surrounding crowd. The immortal remembrance jade brew was very renowned in Wufang City. Many people had only heard of its name but never seen it. Being able to have the opportunity to smell the alcohol fragrance from far away once was already the good fortune of 3 lifetimes. But today, Wu Zan brought out 20 barrels in one go. It was seriously too astonishing. Many martial artists were drooling ceaselessly, envious to death of those who could take a seat at the banquet and drink this wine. Yi Yuan saw the situation and could not help laughing in spite of himself and said, elder brother is so ostentatious. All right, then I'll take it first. Thank you, elder brother. Ha ha, what's still there to thank between us? Furthermore, I'm just presenting Buddha with borrowed flowers here. I'm only responsible for providing the ingredients. Oh, right, I still have a congratulatory gift over here. It's chairman's. He's currently in closed seclusion right now refining pills, so he can't come here personally. But he made me bring his gratitude over. Wu Zan smiled and took out a long sword. Chilly air overflowed from it. Those onlooking martial artists could feel that oppressive freezing air separated by a distance of several hundred feet away. This was still under the circumstance where Wu Zan did not use essence energy. Yi Yuan took over the long sword from Wu Zan's hands and praised, fine sword. Wu Zan said with a smile, this sword's name is called Xianxia sword, it is a low-grade profound artifact. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said with clasped hands, elder brother, help me thank Lord Chairman on my behalf when you return. This congratulatory gift from Dan Chenzi was given to Yi Heng in wife in name. Actually, it was prepared for Yi Yuan. Profound artifacts were different from spirit artifacts, 2 entirely different concepts. Spirit artifacts that were any more expensive could also be bought on the market using essence crystals. However, profound artifacts had the demand but no supply. Even if you had plenty of essence crystals, it's still very hard to buy them from some trading companies. Profound artifacts were basically all weapons used by divine traversing realm experts. They were extremely rare in the endless world. Dan Chenzi gave a low-grade profound artifact with his opening move. It could be said to be extravagant. But Yi Yuan did not have any psychological burden. Because he helped Dan Chenzi complete the Dragon Tiger Mighty Soul Pill. The value of this medicinal pill, others were unaware, but how could Yi Yuan not know? Accepting a profound artifact of his was already him suffering a loss. But Dan Chenzi being able to remember to give him a gift counted that he had the heart to. Furthermore, following the rise in Yi Yuan's strength, Kanghua's sword was already gradually becoming somewhat lacking. And Kanghua's sword's quality already reached the limit. If more restrictions were added, there was the risk of shattering. Although he was unable to unleash the full power of the Xianxia sword right now, it was much more powerful than Kanghua's sword. This was also just Yuan. Taking another seed transformation realm martial artist, they could only just use some high-level spirit artifact. But Yuan's martial techniques were overly heaven-defying. Ordinary spirit artifacts could not unleash the true power of his sword moves. Yuan and Wu Zhan had some small talk for a while, then Wu Zhan went inside to take a seat. Before long, the servant called out once again, "Cao family's family head has arrived." The expression on Cao Zheng's face was rather dim. He saw Yuan and forced a smile to congratulate, "Little brother Yi, congratulations." Congratulations. Arrivals were guests. Yuan obviously would not reach his hand out to smack a smiling person. He replied with a smile, "Thank you very much." Yuan knew that Cao Zheng did not spend these few days very well. But he did not care about it much either. Since Ren Xingqian was still technically his grandfather, Yuan naturally had to lean towards the Ren family. As for how the Cao family would be, Yuan was unconcerned. However, Yuan knew that Cao Zheng definitely would not come empty-handed today. He had to at least show a little something. Indeed, Cao Zhen fished out a slip of paper from inside his sleeves and passed it to Yuan, saying, "This old man slightly prepared a modest gift. I hope that little brother Yi can kindly accept it." Yuan reached his hand out to take the slip of paper and could not help being slightly stunned. Chapter 537, Opening a Forum and Giving a Sermon. The Cao family's big gift is rather weighty. Yuan looked at Cao Zheng and said with a half-smile. The corners of Cao Zheng's mouth twitched, and he forced a smile as he said, "Little brother Yi is too kind. Your father's grand wedding, as a part of Wufang City, my Cao family naturally have to prepare something presentable." Yuan nodded slightly and passed the slip of paper to Shu Zuwei and said, "Brothers Away, I'm overwhelmed by this big gift from the Cao family. You'd better present it to old master directly." Shu Zuwei was rather baffled listening to the two people's conversation earlier. The thing that Cao Zheng handed over seemed to be a contract. Was it possible that the City Lord Manor was directly giving business to City Lord Manor? Such a gift definitely could not be said to be simple. He received the contract from Yuan's hands doubtfully and gave it a brief glance. His entire person trembled involuntarily and almost threw the slip of paper away. Shu Zuwei took a look at Cao Zheng and glanced at Yuan again. The astonishment in his heart could not be any greater. What was in his hands was indeed a contract. Except that this contract was not some ordinary business from the Cao family, but the exquisite jade pavilion which was renowned throughout the entire northern domain. This was the Cao family's largest business. It was also the most profitable business. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that inside the exquisite jade pavilion had the 1,000-query wall. The 1,000-query wall's significance to the Cao family simply could not be converted using essence crystals. That was where the foundation of the Cao family lied. It was also the foundation which the Cao family relied on to survive. Without the 1,000-query wall, the Cao family was just an ordinary alchemy family too. They will be no different from the Ren family. Moreover, without the 1,000-query wall, it was simply impossible for the Cao family to be City Lord's match. They would be completely suppressed very soon. Was Cao Zheng's brain damaged? Or else, why would he use this sort of thing for a congratulatory gift? This. Shu Zuwei wanted to say something but did not know what he should say. Cao Zheng looked intently at Yuan and suddenly turned around to say to everyone in a loud and clear voice, "Everybody, today, borrowing City Lord daughter's grand wedding date, my Cao family will be giving the exquisite jade pavilion as a gift. From today onwards, 1,000-query wall will be officially owned by City Lord Manor." The flesh on Cao Zheng's face was twitching. But he still said firmly, 1,000-query wall had never been the Cao family's 1,000-query wall, but all of the Endless World's alchemists' 1,000-query wall. The Cao family had always treated the 1,000-query wall as our private property. Truly an injustice to everyone. Wufang City being the Endless World's alchemy holy land, the 1,000-query wall ought to be managed by City Lord Manor. Finished talking, Cao Zheng's entire person seemed to have aged greatly. The Cao family's painstaking work for several thousand years, he gave it away with both hands just like this. This was a tremendous test to him. Even Yi Yuan did not expect that Cao Zheng would actually have such great breadth of spirit either, directly giving exquisite jade pavilion to City Lord Manor. The 1,000 query wall indeed did not pose much of a challenge to Yi Yuan. But when Yi Yuan was challenging the 1,000 query wall, he also deeply experienced the 1,000 query wall's prowess. Although he only answered the last 20 questions, not one of these 20 questions did not represent extremely high standards. The crystallization of the endless world's alchemy path powerhouses, wisdom these several thousand years was absolutely not an undeserved reputation. Cao Zheng's words shocked all the martial artists present until they were tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. What? The Cao family can actually bear to hand the 1,000 query wall to City Lord Manor. This. Just why is this? This is a major epic event to the endless world's alchemy world. How is the Cao family still going to compete with City Lord Manor without the 1,000 query wall? This Cao Zheng isn't an impersonator, right? This kind of thing mustn't be joked around. Everyone was speculating the intentions behind this action of Cao Zheng. But no one could have guessed that Cao Zheng was actually fearful of the youth in front of him. Although some people also guessed clues from Yi Yuan challenging the 1,000 query wall, it was still very hard for them to link this kind of major thing to Yi Yuan. This was an insane move. What in the world was Cao Zheng afraid of? Cao Zheng had fought in the dark with Ren Xingqian for so long. How could he possibly make such a move? Yi Yuan glanced at Cao Zheng and was also slightly in admiration of his breadth of spirit. This kind of swift and opportune decisiveness was not what everybody could have. Since Cao family head is so generous, my City Lord Manor naturally won't be stingy either. From tomorrow onwards, I will open a forum and give a lecture in exquisite jade pavilion for 5 consecutive days. As long as they are alchemists, they can come and listen to the lecture. Yi Yuan suddenly said in a loud voice. What? That young man wants to open a forum and give a lecture? Who is he? So arrogant. Are you kidding? That's the City Lord's grandson. He challenged 20 questions from the 7th level at the 1,000 query wall a few days back. Moreover, all of them were answered correctly. No way, right? Looking at his age, he's just 17 to 18 years old. How can he have such profound and deep alchemy knowledge? Hey, I don't know. But you mustn't underestimate him because of his young age. I heard a story that City Lord issuing a self-admonishing edict this time was because of this grandson of his. Perhaps, this action of the Cao family is due to him too. How is this possible? A 17-year-old youth can actually cause such earth-shattering impact. I only heard it, up to you to believe it or not. But in my opinion, it's not far off. Yi Yuan's words stirred up a great disturbance in the crowd. The 1,000 query wall changed owners. The one opening a forum and giving a lecture was actually not the City Lord but his grandson. Yi Yuan's heaven-defying performance mostly circulated around the endless world's upper echelons. And these ordinary martial artists and alchemists' understanding of Yi Yuan was extremely limited. But one could also tell from the news that had spread out that this youth was absolutely out of the ordinary. It was just that opening a forum and giving a lecture was not something that normal people dared to do. Today, in front of so many people, Yi Yuan made such a promise. Did he have the ability to keep it? A minority of the people believed it, but the vast majority of the people did not believe this. A 17-year-old youth saying to open a forum and give a lecture. This was simply a joke. Many people believed that Yi Yuan would definitely be replaced by the City Lord a few days later. The City Lord would be the one giving the lecture. The 1,000 query wall changing owners and then the City Lord, His Excellency, coming forward to open a forum and give a lecture was something justifiable. Yi Yuan's experience was too shallow and was simply incapable of suppressing the scene. The reason why Yi Yuan did this was naturally that he had his own ideas. Now that the fierce Gale world was glaring at them like a ravenous tiger, to the endless world's alchemists, even if they could increase a tiny bit of strength, it was still good. Hence, he would rather waste 5 days to host a forum and give a lecture. Perhaps it might let some alchemists glean considerable gains. Furthermore, since the City Lord Manor took over the 1,000 query wall, they had to at least have some indications, to let these alchemists submit wholeheartedly. Yi Yuan did not like Ren Xingqian, that old man. But Yi Yuan still had another plan. The position of the next City Lord, he would accept it on Yi Hang's behalf. With him around, Yi Hang would surely break through to Alchemy Sovereign Realm within 10 years. There was nobody more suitable than him to take over Wu Fang City. Father had been nursing grievances for so many years. He got to at least hold his head up high. Chapter 538, Everyone Present. Cao Zheng looked deeply at Yi Yuan and said with clasped hands, "Then I'll have to trouble little brother Yi. Tomorrow, this Cao will definitely be there to listen to little brother Yi's lecture." Cao Zheng's words were equivalent to tacitly acknowledging the reality of Yi Yuan opening a forum and giving a lecture. His attitude caused a stir in the crowd once again. With the Cao family's foundation, he was actually going to listen to Yi Yuan's lecture. Those onlooking martial artists and alchemists all looked at Yi Yuan with amazed eyes. Right at this time, a servant called out loudly again, "Heavenly Martial Sect's old ancestor Ning, Myriad Sword Sect's old ancestor Qin, and Profound Ice Sect's old ancestor Jing Zan, has arrived." No way, right, the three sects, old ancestors are actually all here. What kind of status do they have? To actually turn up personally for the city lord's daughter's wedding event. Weren't the three old ancestors all preparing the matters concerning the establishment of the alliance? To actually find time out of their busy schedule to attend the wedding. These three old ancestors aren't here on account of city lord's grandson too, right? Ning-Yixian trio's arrival caused a commotion. Their identities were too high. Furthermore, when they were busy with official affairs, logically speaking, sending a divine traversing realm expert from each sect over should be enough. No one could have thought that they would actually come here personally. At this time, many people were already guessing that these three people came for Yi Yuan too. Ha ha ha, younger brother Yi, this old man came here to congratulate. Qin Hongtao's voice was like a great bell and actually had a very happy appearance. He grabbed hold of Yi Yuan's arm and appeared very close. Yi Yuan was bewildered by this action of Qin Hongtao. He thought to himself if it was possible that this old man ate the wrong medicine. If Ning Yixian took this kind of action, he would not be too surprised. But Qin Hongtao still had a considerable grudge with him. How could he have such an attitude? Seeing Yi Yuan's dubious eyes, Ning Yixian explained with a smile, ever since Qin Yan returned from the Tranquil Cloud Sect trip, he reflected on the bitter lesson. A few days ago, he already broke through to the Sea Transformation Realm, becoming a Soul Sea Realm expert. After Qin Yan exited seclusion, he said that for him to be able to break through successfully this time, the person he was most grateful to was you. Hoo-hoo, for this matter, old man Qin even showed off in front of us for several days. Yi Yuan came to understand only when he heard that. It was just that he never expected that Qin Yan would actually break through so quickly. From the Sea Transformation Realm to the Soul Sea Realm, there was an incredible barrier. It was the checkpoint of transitioning from the lower three realms to the middle three realms. Even for Qin Yan, these peerless heavens chosen, wanting to cross this hurdle required the accumulation of a very long period of time too. Qin Yan, Guo Taochun, and Yin Yanhua, these three people were originally running neck to neck. To think that it was actually Qin Yan who strode out this step first. Hoo-hoo, so that's how it is. Then I'll have to congratulate old ancestor Qin. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and congratulated. Ha ha, both of us together. Younger brother Yi, don't need to be courteous with me. In the future, call me elder brother as well will do. Your father and mother returning to their family clan and getting married blissfully. I, as the elder brother, have to come and congratulate no matter what. This goose plume treasure armor was used by me in my early days. It's already infinitely close to a profound artifact, Qin Hongtao said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan's heart was moved. Defensive spirit artifacts were extremely hard to come by and tend to be much greater in value compared to offensive ones. Although this goose plume treasure armor had not yet reached the level of a profound artifact, its value was already not beneath the Xuanying sword which Dan Chenzi gifted. This Qin Hongtao making a move was rather extravagant. This old man's opening move is the goose plume treasure armor. Doesn't that make it hard for the two of us? Fortunately, this old man, I, have preparations. Come, Yi Yuan, this is Earth Core Spirit Essence Milk. With your knowledge, you should know its value. It's absolutely not beneath that goose plume treasure armor of old man Qin. Ning Yixian said with a smile. Yi Yuan, this is our Profound Ice Sect specialty product, Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus. This lotus will only bloom once every 100 years. Even in my Profound Ice Sect, it's an extremely rare object too, Jing Zan said. When Yi Yuan saw this Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus, he could not help becoming wildly ecstatic in his heart. He truly did not expect that the Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus actually really existed in the endless world. This Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus was a Tier 5 item. To people who cultivated in ice attribute cultivation laws, it was a greatly beneficial item. Even when swallowing it whole, it could also be comparable to 10 years of bitter cultivation. To the profound ice sect's martial artists, it was absolutely an extremely precious spirit medicine. Of course, Yuan was not concerned by this. The reason why he was so elated was that this Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus was a type of Tier 5 medicinal herb. It was also the mandatory material to refine the Tier 5 medicinal pill, 5 Revolutions Ice Heart Pill. This 5 Revolutions Ice Heart Pill was a miracle elixir to treat the chronic disease in Luer's body. For such a long time, Luer had been staying inside Yuan's spatial spirit artifact all this while because she was unable to cultivate. But Yuan's current realm was unable to help Luer uproot the chronic disease. This had always been a worry for Yuan. This Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus was very seldom seen. Yuan even thought that it probably could not be found in the endless world. Who knew that it was acquired without any effort at all? This was actually the profound ice sect's specialty product. As long as Yuan broke through to divine traversing realm, refining this 5 Revolutions Ice Heart Pill would naturally be easily accomplished. Yuan contained the joy in his heart and said to the 3 people with clasped hands, "Many thanks to 3 old ancestors." Elder brother Wuzan prepared Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew for everybody. 3 old ancestors, please head inside to have a taste. Qin Hongtao's eyes lit up, and he said in ecstasy, "I've drunk the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew once at Fu Yunjing's place. Until now, it still brings back endless aftertastes. Didn't expect that Wuzan, that old fellow, actually knows how to brew it too. Old man Ning, Jing Zan, hurry, hurry. I want to go and have a taste." Ning Yixian had clearly heard of Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew's great name before. At this time, his alcohol addiction flared up too. He said goodbye to Yuan and went inside with Jing Zan. "Ha ha ha, little brother Yi, this old man came without an invitation. You mustn't blame me." Yuan hurriedly went up to greet with clasped hands as he said with a smile, "What's old Hai saying here? You're working hard for the common people in the world. How can Yuan dare to blame you? Furthermore, my parents are just holding a make-up wedding. How can we dare to trouble old Hai to grace us with your grand presence?" Chi Hai said with a laugh, "Even if I'm any busier, little brother Yi's parents' great event, I have to rush over too. Here, this is an ancient tiger bone which I acquired some years back in the Endless Forest. I don't have much use for it keeping it either. I'll give it to you as a gift then." Chi Hai's voice had yet to fade when a streak of white light flashed past and snatched away the tiger bone from Chi Hai's hands. It was precisely white light. Yuan furrowed his brows and said, "White light. Don't be rude." Chi Hai laughed and said, "Haha. No worries, no worries. This little white tiger of yours is really smart. Presumably, this tiger bone is very useful to him." Chi Hai had seen before white light around Yuan long ago. He faintly sensed this little white tiger's extraordinariness. If not for this, how could white light possibly snatch away things from Chi Hai's hands with his present strength? "Heh heh, big brother, I was too agitated just now. This tiger bone is very useful to me. I'll accept it on your behalf." As he said, white light's figure moved, vanishing from everyone's sights. Yuan could not help smiling wryly. This fellow was so impolite to his elders. Seeing that the time was almost right, Yuan said to Chi Hai, "Old Hai, the auspicious hour is drawing near. I, as the son, can't screw up my parents' great event. Let's go in." Chapter 539, Immense Popularity. Wine cups clanged, and wine flowed freely in the main hall. The guests were already utterly conquered by the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew long ago. "Wuzan, just based on our friendship, you have got to give me a flask of this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew later." "Oh, no, 10 flasks." By Wuzan's side, a divine traversing realm expert slung his arm around Wuzan. "Wuzan, our relationship is solid enough, right? If you give him 10 flasks, I can't get lesser than 10 flasks no matter what, right?" said another person. Wuzan's head was already long messed up by these fellows who tried to curry favor. Flinging his hand, he said, "Shoo shoo shoo. Do you all think that this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew is some jug wine by the roadside? With your ways of giving out, no matter how many I have, it will all be given away too. Telling you all honestly, this old man, I, only took these Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew out for everybody to sample because today is younger brother Yi's parents' wedding day. After today, whoever wants it will have to splurge. When Wu Zan brewed the low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, he already anticipated today's situation. He already discussed it with Yi Yuan to place this low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew onto the market to sell. It would definitely earn a hefty amount. Wu Zan bringing these Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew over today was naturally in order to boost Yi Yuan's face. But it was not without the intention of promoting this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew either. Those who could enter the main hall today were all upper echelons in Wufang City. They were either wealthy or with connections. As soon as the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew rolled out into the market, only these people could afford it. Fu Yunjing's Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew definitely had some parts omitted in the brewing process. Hence, the production output had always not been high. This was also the reason why Fu Yunjing cherished his own belongings all along. Wu Zan cleared his throat and said in a clear voice, "Today, everybody could drink this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew all thanks to younger brother Yi Yuan." However, this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew wasn't picked up from the streets. Just the materials expended in brewing the alcohol is a huge sum of money. After today, if everybody wishes to drink this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, you can go to Drunken Immortal Restaurant. With Wu Zan saying this, everyone came to understand as well. Why, this Wu Zan came today to cast a long line to cast a big fish. But those present were all respected figures. Regarding Wu Zan's way of doing things, there was no cause for much criticism. Such a delicious vintage wine like the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew was naturally not what some lousy common street ware could compare to. Yet, the most important thing was that this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew could actually be mass-produced. Wu Zan, you mean that we can all drink such a delicious vintage wine any time in the future? Wu Zan smiled faintly and said, that might not be the case. Such a vintage brew, the materials needed are extremely precious. Don't look at how I brought so much here today. Actually, it already expended close to 20% of this old man's assets. Therefore, although Drunken Immortal Restaurant will provide this wine all year round, it's only limited to 10 flasks per day. First come, first serve. Everyone all drew a cold breath. 20 barrels of Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew actually cost Wu Zan 20% of his assets. Wu Zan is an alchemy sovereign expert. His assets definitely surpassed ordinary martial artists by a great deal. 20% of his assets was absolutely a huge sum of wealth. One could see from this just how terrifying the expenditure to brew this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew was. Originally, those who were still savoring it in large mouthfuls already could not bear to lift their cups now. This wine, drinking a mouthful was one lesser. Actually, Wu Zan's words had areas of exaggeration. He did indeed spend a huge sum of money on brewing this alcohol. But it was naturally impossible to be just 20 barrels. Furthermore, the most costly expenditure was not this low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, but it was the middle grade. The middle grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew was on an entirely different level from the low grade. The low grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew that Wu Zan brought here today was just half of what he brewed this time. And adding up the costs of these 40 barrels of low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, it was not even half of the middle grade. The middle grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew was still in the process of brewing. But, the output was merely 1 barrel. Such an expenditure, even with Wu Zan's massive wealth, it was also somewhat unbearable. However, with the recipe that Yi Yuan gave, Wu Zan's future wealth could be predicted. Don't look at how alchemists were all very rich. Actually, their expenditures were immense too. Following the increase in their strength, the expended essence crystals and medicinal herbs also soared exponentially. Hence, nobody would complain about having too much money. Isn't 10 flasks too little? Wu Zan, essence crystals are not an issue. This alcohol, I'll reserve a barrel first. The next time it's out, give it to our Zhang family first, alright? Wufang City's Zhang family head yelled out. Wu Zan shook his head and said, Old man Zhang, not that I, Wu Zan, am miserly. The process of brewing this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew is extremely troublesome. There's simply no way of providing a large supply. Otherwise, I wouldn't limit it to 10 flasks daily too. This old man indeed still has some remaining stock. But giving this inventory to you, the other families will shred me up. With Wu Zan saying this, there were immediately people from the other families who were indignant. That's right, old man, Zhang, are you the only rich one? Our Sun family can still afford this bit of essence crystals. You want a barrel, this father of yours wants 10 barrels. The city lord manor hasn't even spoken yet. What capabilities does your Zhang family have to dare swallow a barrel all at once? In my opinion, it's still Wu Zan's method that is good. 10 flasks daily. First come first serve. This way, it's fair to everyone. Seeing this scene, Wu Zan was also secretly delighted in his heart. Actually, the low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew really did not have many troublesome aspects. He originally also planned on selling barrel by barrel, but after he told his plans to Yi Yuan, it was denied by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's idea was very simple. An object was valued relative to its rarity. If it were supplied unlimitedly, when everybody drank a ton of it, this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew would not be valuable anymore either. But if it was just supplying 10 flasks a day, everyone could not drink to their heart's content each time. Hence, they would all break their heads every day fighting to snatch those 10 flasks of wine. In just a few days, these 10 flasks of Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew would be raised to a sky-high price. This wine, ordinary people and factions simply could not drink it. At that time, it would become a symbol of identity and status. After waiting for a suitable time, Wu Zan would then roll out the middle-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. That way, the middle-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew would become a supreme level of Immortal Brew. Regardless of how the price was set, it would be up to Wu Zan's call. In a corner of the main hall, Fu Yunjing had a depressed look. Wu Zan, this old man, pestered him daily in the past for the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. He himself put on a nonchalant appearance too. Finally, Wu Zan paid a very large price before getting 6 flasks from his place. Who knew that in a twinkle, this old man produced Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew himself? Not only was the quality much better than his, but it could also actually be mass-produced. His opening move was 20 barrels. What a big play! Fu Yunjing himself sampled a mouthful earlier. The taste was indeed much better than his. Furthermore, he actually did not know that drinking the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew unexpectedly needed southern sandalwood to be the cup. Just where on earth did this old fellow learn it? How could Fu Yunjing not wish to mass-produce the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew? But, the success rate of his brewing was too low and simply had no way of satisfying the market demand. The source of income which landed in his hands was given away with both hands just like this. Fu Yunjing's gloominess would be imagined. He picked up the wine cup and slowly walked towards Wu Zan. Chapter 540, Unyielding. Wu Zan, I wish to ask you, where did this recipe of yours come from? Fu Yunjing inquired. Wu Zan saw that it was Fu Yunjing and said, this recipe, it was naturally taught by an expert. Fu Yunjing, what's the meaning of you asking this? Hey, can it be that you still don't know what the meaning of my words is? Everybody knows that this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew's recipe, only I have it. Isn't you doing this too dishonest? Fu Yunjing said with an unkind expression. Actually, Wu Zan and Fu Yunjing still had some friendship between them. But it was still not that close. However, it was still because of this friendship that Wu Zan was able to get Fu Yunjing's wine after begging many times. But Wu Zan's actions now infringed upon Fu Yunjing's interests. Fu Yunjing could not swallow this insult despite reconsidering repeatedly. That was why he came up to question. Once the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew could be mass-produced, that was cold, hard cash. Each drop would be extremely valuable. Fu Yunjing's expenses for the sake of brewing the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew was rather dear too. Seeing his own Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew become worthless, he was seriously stifled in his heart. Fu Yunjing, today is the City Lord Manor's day of great joy. Must you cause trouble? My Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew doesn't have anything to do with you. This point, people who have drunk the wine before should all be aware, right? Wu Zan said with a cold grunt. Heh. Actually, I've been researching on improving the brewing method of the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew all along and finally managed to have some progress. Right at this juncture, your Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew actually appeared. Is there such a coincidental thing? Previously, you were at my place for roughly right around half a year's time or so. But it's just nice the time to brew these Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. Fu Yunjing said with a cold smile. The meaning of these words was already very obvious. It was that Wu Zan stole a peep at the results of his development and brewed the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew himself. Although Fu Yunjing was lying through his teeth, the reasoning was infallible, making many people look towards Wu Zan in suspicion. Once this sort of thing was confirmed, Wu Zan would no longer have the face to keep a foothold in Wufang City. But how could Wu Zan be so easy to hoodwink? he said with a cold smile. Not that you can't slander me, but you have got to bring out the evidence, right? Your immortal remembrance jade brew clearly isn't as good as mine. This point, as long as one knows their liquor, they can probably discern it, right? All talk without substance, aren't you afraid of your teeth falling out by saying this? Fu Yunjing said with a faint smile. Hoo, I don't have proof. I'm just very curious. Everybody in the city knows that my recipe was obtained from the Endless Forest, just this one copy in the entire Wufang city. Then, where did you get your recipe from? An expert, such words can only fool little children, right? One had to admit that this Fu Yunjing was born with an eloquent tongue. Hearing his words, many people became even more skeptical towards Wu Zhan. This sort of thing, like stealing formulas, was held in extreme contempt, let alone that it was exposed on the spot by the original owner. Yeah, I really didn't think of this. Wu Zhan's recipe wouldn't really have been stolen from Fu Yunjing there, right? This recipe, Fu Yunjing has always kept it as a treasure. It's impossible for people to know. Unless it's really as Fu Yunjing said, Wu Zhan plagiarized it while he was not paying attention. Stolen things, just be satisfied with secretly brewing a few flasks to drink. To actually take it out to sell, isn't this disgraceful? Hearing some people's whispering, Wu Zhan's face became livid. Fear of incurring gossip, he was wholeheartedly focused on bringing the immortal remembrance jade brew out to make money, but forgot that Fu Yunjing would make a false countercharge. However, after today's matter, Wu Zhan could also be considered to have a new understanding of Fu Yunjing. But Fu Yunjing said it as if it was true. This already aroused most people's suspicions. How should he explain? Could it be that he had to compare formulas with him? That way, wouldn't the recipe be divulged? How should he explain to Yi Yuan? Just as Wu Zhan caught in a difficult dilemma, Yi Yuan and Qi Hai entered the main hall. This formula was given to him by this old man. What complaints do you have? Qi Hai said, in a slightly low voice. As a matter of fact, it had already been a while since they entered the main hall. Yi Yuan briefly recounted the event through voice transmission to invite him to come forward to uphold justice. Qi Hai did not have much hesitation and directly agreed. Yi Yuan occupied a 50% share in this business too. Fu Yunjing causing trouble here was directly spoiling his business. How could Yi Yuan turn a blind eye to it? Although Yi Yuan was very wealthy right now, as an alchemist himself, he was deeply aware of the importance of essence crystals. This thing. In his previous life, if there weren't the Medicine King Hall, this colossal titan supporting, no matter how high his talent was, he would have no way of reaching that level too. Alchemist was an occupation which burned money. Wanting to refine a type of medicinal pill had to refine countless medicinal herbs to waste. The higher the rank of the medicinal herb, the greater the expenditure. Even though Yi Yuan's success rate of refining medicinal pills was exceptionally high, with his current consumption speed, no matter how much essence crystals there were, it was also insufficient to use. Regardless which major faction it was impossible to treat medicinal pills like candy to eat like him too. Putting aside whether or not one could bear the expenses, how could the average martial artist dare to swallow so many medicinal pills? Furthermore, the medicinal pills which Yi Yuan refined, the medicinal effects were all extremely tyrannical. They were on a completely different level from the endless world's medicinal pills. But Yi Yuan did not plan on coming forward himself. Firstly, he did not wish to overly expose himself. Secondly, he was young after all. The words he said might not be enough to convince everyone. Qi Hai stepping forward was naturally the most appropriate. With his status, who dared to say a word of no? Indeed, once Fu Yunjing saw Qi Hai speak, he could not help being alarmed inwardly. He never would have thought that the person behind Wu Zhan was actually Qi Hai. This time, he poked the hornet's nest. Ah, turns out that it's old Hai's recipe. I was still perplexed. Could this immortal remembrance jade brew of Wu Zhan be pulled out of thin air? It's just that I wonder where old Hai obtained this recipe from. Fu Yunjing still did not give up and asked sarcastically. In front of so many people, moreover, it was City Lord Manor's great joyous day, he did not believe that Qi Hai dared to do anything to him. Qi Hai said with an icy look, does this old man still need to explain to you when doing things? Fu Yunjing instantly felt a tremendous pressure coming at him head on, crushing him until he could not catch his breath. He gritted his teeth and said obstinately, old Hai naturally doesn't need to explain to me. But don't you feel that suppressing people with force is inadequate to convince the masses? Justice lies in the hearts of people. Old Hai can kill me, but it's hard to shut the mouths of everybody. Qi Hai did not expect that this Fu Yunjing still had some backbone. Facing his pressure, he actually did not back down in the slightest. He could, of course, kill Fu Yunjing with one palm. But Wu Zan would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Fu Yunjing was precisely eyeing this point, that was why he dared to be so unyielding. Today was different than the time with Wu Rong. At that time, Qi Hai was standing on the standpoint of a righteous cause. Others did not dare to say much about killing people. Now, Fu Yunjing stirred up the situation. If Qi Hai really killed him, then Wu Zan would ascertain the label of plagiarism and would also have no way of keeping a foothold in Wu Fang City in the future. For a moment, Qi Hai could not help being at the dilemma to advance or retreat. Chapter 541, Instructing Secretly. Yi Yuan also did not think that Fu Yunjing was so persistent, to actually dare to lock horns with Qi Hai. Fu Yunjing had also grabbed Qi Hai's soft spot, making it rather hard for Qi Hai to do things. Yi Yuan's divine sense moved and transmitted his voice to Qi Hai. Fu Yunjing saw the situation and knew that the two were transmitting voices through divine sense. His heart involuntarily pounded, but, on second thought, as long as Wu Zan did not dare to publicize the formula, his words would have no weakness to exploit. And if Wu Zan dared to make the recipe known, even though he would lose reputation, Wu Zan would have no way of monopolizing the immortal remembrance jade brew either. The losses in between this would be huge. At this point, even if it harmed others without benefits, he had to push on as well. Asking him to swallow this insult, he was unable to do it. But not knowing why, the youth beside Qi Hai kept on giving him an unfathomable feel. Hearing Yi Yuan's voice transmission, Qi Hai's eyes gradually lit up. Looking at Fu Yunjing, he said in an oppressive manner, "You said that you improved the immortal remembrance jade brew's formula. Then, do you know what you lack in your formula, resulting in the taste to be inferior to the one brewed by Wu Zan?" Fu Yunjing was stupefied. He immediately said with a cold smile, hearing Old Hai's meaning, "You actually know my recipe. You're confessing everything without duress here." Fu Yunjing's words immediately caused a stir. Just as Fu Yunjing said, wasn't Qi Hai confessing everything without being pressed here? Fu Yunjing's formula, only he himself knew. How did Qi Hai know what Fu Yunjing's recipe lacked? Between Qi Hai and Wu Zan, there had to be someone who plagiarized Fu Yunjing's formula. And between the two of them, everyone would naturally think that it was done by Wu Zan, and Qi Hai was just stepping forward to defend Wu Zan on account of Yi Yuan's face. Qi Hai was not startled nor in panic as he said coolly, "That's right. Last time, when I went to Wu Zan's place, he invited me to drink a flask of the immortal remembrance jade brew that he got from you. I discerned that it was not right with one taste. As luck would have it, I had some research regarding this stuff. It's just that I never had the time to make it. So, I gave the formula to Wu Zan. This formula came from the divine realm." Fu Yunjing already had a stance like a dead pig, not being afraid of boiling water being scaling right now. He might as well act all the way shamelessly. Hearing Qi Hai said so, he said with a cold sneer, "I know that Old Hai has all kinds of connections with the divine realm. But I'm afraid that you're thinking too simply by wanting to use divine realm, these two words to shut everybody's mouths, right? Hearing Old Hai's words, you just drank a mouthful and then knew my formula inside out. Isn't this too laughable? Hoo-hoo, I'll report the formula. You see if it's correct." As he said, Qi Hai started to report the materials used to brew the wine one by one. Altogether there were actually 100 over types. And Fu Yunjing's expression became increasingly uglier along with Qi Hai's reporting. The recipe that Qi Hai reported was actually the exact same as the one he obtained. Even the quantity used for these ingredients were not the slightest bit off, just like he saw the recipe with his own eyes. With this, even Fu Yunjing himself could not help somewhat doubting as well if Qi Hai and Wu Zan really plagiarized his recipe. Of course, those with the same thinking as him was not in the minority. There were even some people already starting to whisper under their breaths. Could Old Hai have really plagiarized Fu Yunjing's recipe? You guys look at Fu Yunjing's expression. What Old Hai said is definitely not far off the mark. Yeah, what is Old Hai playing at here? Even if he really stole Fu Yunjing's formula, he doesn't need to go so far as to say it out so generously, right? Even though he's a senior, doing so would destroy his reputation too. Isn't old Hai bullying people with his power here? Doing this is also too overboard. Chi Hai's strength was indeed formidable. But if he used his power to bully people like this, it was impossible for others to be convinced either. Other people did not dare to do anything to Chi Hai. But Wu Zan's reputation would be rotten in the future. After Chi Hai reported all of the ingredients, Fu Yunjing's expression was ugly to the extreme. Chi Hai saying this was equivalent to making his recipe known to the public. In the future, he would have no way of using the immortal remembrance jade brew to keep a foothold in this Wu Fang city anymore either. Even though he was already replaced by Wu Zan now. Heh, really didn't expect that old Hai's face was actually so thick. Stole my formula and actually even admitted it swaggeringly. Truly shameless to the extreme. Chi Hai said with a smile, when did I admit that I stole your formula? Fu Yunjing was stunned. Wasn't he too shameless, already at such an extent and still not admitting it? Hearing what you said earlier, you're admitting that the formula I said was correct. No need to deny, other people are not fools either. They could tell long ago, Chi Hai still said coolly. Fu Yunjing's expression became black, and he suddenly had a foreboding premonition. Indeed, Chi Hai continued, you said that you improved the immortal remembrance jade brew recipe. I wonder how did you improve it? Fu Yunjing's heart plummeted. Turns out that it was waiting here. Hey, why do I have to tell you? Fu Yunjing said, appearing tough outwardly, but timid inside. Chi Hai said, I can tell you that in your recipe, 5 kinds of ingredients are missing. As long as you can say out the names of these 5 kinds of ingredients, Wu Zan would naturally have plagiarized your formula. But if you can't say it, then scram right now for this old man. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite. Fu Yunjing's expression changed repeatedly. When did he really improve the formula? This immortal remembrance jade brew, even in the divine realm, it was a top-grade immortal brew that not everyone could drink. If Fu Yunjing really had this capability, he would have long ascended to the divine realm. Why was there a need to fool around in this Wu Fang city still? But if he did not say a thing, wouldn't it be admitting that he was finding fault for no reason? Hey, I'll just casually report 5 kinds of ingredients. Could it be that you really dared to make the recipe known to all? Fu Yunjing snickered coldly inwardly and casually reported 5 kinds of materials. They were all ingredients frequently used in brewing alcohol. Listening to it seemed well-grounded and reasonable. Chi Hai gave a cold laugh and said, utter nonsense. Don't know what you're talking about. Truly shameless enough. Fu Yunjing said delightedly, since old Hai say that I'm uttering nonsense, then you say out those 5 kinds of materials. Don't need 5 kinds. 1 is enough. In my recipe has 7-star grass. 7-star grass will become lilac color when coming into contact with sulfur flame powder. Come, men, go and retrieve some sulfur flame powder over 1 try, and it will be clear. Chi Hai said, coolly. Fu Yunjing was still cheerily confident earlier. But at this time, his face was deathly pale. Wu Fang City was the alchemy holy land. Many families present were all alchemy families. They were naturally not foreign to this 7-star grass. He never would have thought that Chi Hai pressed hard at every step. Finally, it was actually using this sort of method to make him reveal his true colors. At this time, he could not resist turning his eyes towards Yuan, his gaze revealing hatred. Fu Yunjing had never heard before that Chi Hai knew alchemy. He had never heard before that Chi Hai knew how to brew alcohol, let alone believe that Chi Hai could report out all of the ingredients just by sampling a taste of his wine. Earlier, Yuan clearly said something to Chi Hai with voice transmission. Could it be that everything that Chi Hai said was this young man's scheme? Chapter 542, Insist on Not Accepting. Changed. It really changed. The immortal remembrance jade brew really has 7-star grass inside. Fu Yunjing is too much. To actually slander Wu Zan like this. This fellow is really shameless. Following placing a small amount of white-colored powder into a cup of immortal remembrance jade brew, the originally clear liquor became lilac color very quickly. With this, just who caused a disturbance first was perfectly clear. Many people had a feeling of being duped and became indignant right away, cursing Fu Yunjing's shamelessness. This fellow was clearly envious that Wu Zan brewed better immortal remembrance jade brew than what he could. That was why he vilified Wu Zan. What improved the formula? Utter bullshit. What are you still standing there for? Could it be you still want this old man to invite you to leave? Get lost, Chi Hai said coldly. If today wasn't Yuan's parents' joyous day, Chi Hai might have made a move and injured people. This fellow actually forced him into a very awkward situation earlier. If not for Yi Yuan instructing him secretly on how to break the deadlock, he would really be stuck today. Although Qi Hai was very easygoing, this did not mean that anyone could trample on his reputation. Although Fu Yunjing's strength was decent, it was still lacking in front of Qi Hai, and he did not have the qualifications to pick a fight with him either. Being forced into a dilemma by such a person, the fury in Qi Hai's heart could be imagined. The lie was exposed. Fu Yunjing naturally had no face to stay here anymore either. In truth, he already incurred public wrath today. In the future, he would probably have no way of even staying in this Wufang city. Fu Yunjing shot Yi Yuan a fierce glare and said with a cold snort, "Leave then leave." This old man admits to his bad luck today. Boy, we'll wait and see. I, Fu Yunjing, will officially break away from Wufang city starting from today. Leaving behind a few fierce words, Fu Yunjing flicked his sleeves grandly and hastened out of the entrance like fleeing. Seeing this scene, Qi Hai's expression darkened slightly. He said to Ning Yixian, "Send people to keep an eye on this old punk. Today isn't suited to get into a fight. After today passes, take good care of him for me." Yes, old Hai. Ning Yixian was also fooled by Fu Yunjing just now and even thought that Wu Zhan really stole the recipe. To talk about taking care of Fu Yunjing, he had no problems at all, nodding his head at once and consenting to this. Fu Yunjing was just an itinerant alchemy sovereign in Wufang city. Even though his strength was passable, he did not have too great of a background. In the past, he still had some status among Wufang city's upper echelons relying on the immortal remembrance jade brew. But his actions today truly offended many people. Everybody naturally did not have much of a favorable impression towards him anymore either. Alright, the time is almost here. Don't dampen everybody's spirits because of a stinky bug like this. Fine wine and delicacies are ahead. Everyone best savors it to your heart's content. Qi Hai said coolly. With this reminder, everyone all came back to their senses as well. There was free immortal remembrance jade brew to savor today. There wouldn't be this stall anymore after passing this village. While the immortal remembrance jade brew which Wu Zhan brought here today was a lot, with so many people getting a share, there was actually not much left either. Hence, the more these people drank, the more they treasured it. The more they drank, the more they would reminisce the aftertaste. There were some people present who had drunk before Fu Yunjing's immortal remembrance jade brew. But this wine drank today was even more fragrant than his. Before long, Ren Yuji walked into the main hall and called out in a clear voice, "The auspicious hour has arrived. Please welcome, the city lord, His Excellency." Ren Xingqian walked out in slow strides. He walked to the highest seat of honor and took his seat. Please welcome, the groom and the bride. The groom Yi Hang, all dressed in red robes, led Ren Hongling who was wearing phoenix coronet and ceremonial robes and walked out too. Next, was bowing to heaven and earth. Yi Yuan looked at his blissful-looking parents from below. A warm current brimmed in his heart too. Actually, in his mother's heart, she still worried about this unreasonable father of hers. This point, Yi Yuan was naturally clear in his heart as somebody with 2 lifetimes. Otherwise, he would not give Ren Xingqian a chance either. With Ren Xingqian this backing, Yi Yuan could put his mind completely at ease when going out to make a break in the future. The remaining thing was to deal with the fierce Gale World's invasion. Yi Yuan kept feeling that the fierce Gale World's invasion had some areas which were not right. But he could never figure out what was wrong. This feeling of losing control made him very uncomfortable. But this kind of thing, unless Zhao Tianyan told him personally, otherwise, there was simply no way of knowing. Now, he could only just take it one step at a time too. The most important thing now was still to increase his strength as soon as possible. Only through his way could he have the strength to protect himself facing these fierce Gale World's experts. Even though his current strength far surpassed martial artists at the same rank, in front of a real expert in a true battle, he still could not take a single blow. Hence, Yi Yuan was still harboring considerable hope towards the vast Heaven Pagoda inheritance this time. After the ceremony ended, Ren Xingqian suddenly got up and said in a clear voice, "Thank you all for coming to support. This Ren is endlessly grateful. Taking advantage of this joyous day today, this Ren still has something to announce." Ren Xingqian paused for a bit, glanced at Yi Yuan, and said, "This old man did a wrong thing back then. This matter, everybody is already aware. This old man won't hide it from everyone either. Today, It's all thanks to this grandson of mine that I was able to see the error of my ways and repent. Therefore, today, I want to appoint Yi Yuan as Wufang City's young lord. I wonder what are everyone's opinions. Although City Lord Manor had the final say in Wufang City, the Ren family was not the fixed city lord. Back then, the Cao family dominated the city lord position for a very long time but was replaced by Ren Xingqian. Hence, for Ren Xingqian to want to appoint a young lord, it still needed to go through everyone's approval. Yi Yuan, regardless whether was it talent or strength, there was probably not a single person who dared to say a word of objection. Yi Yuan being this young lord was naturally also getting what was deserved. Yi Yuan is a young hero. He can naturally take on this great responsibility. I have no objections. City Lord, you make the call. This Cao represents the Cao family and firmly endorses young Lord Yi Yuan. When Ren Xingqian's words were spoken, everyone all clamored to respond. Seeing this scene, Ren Xingqian nodded his head slightly too and said to Yi Yuan, from now onwards, you'll be. Hold on. Yi Yuan extended a hand and interrupted Ren Xingqian's words, saying, this status of a young lord, I'm not interested. Ren Xingqian's face went black. Wasn't this punk too uncivil? Wufang City's young lord was in existence on the same level as the three sects' head disciples. It was already the highest position among the Endless World's junior generation. This boy actually refused. Could it be that this boy was still harboring hatred in his heart and wanted to make him look bad in front of everyone? How could he know that? How could Yi Yuan settle on a puny little Wufang City young lord? Among the people present, probably only Qi Hai could slightly understand Yi Yuan's thoughts. But even he was unable to understand how great Yi Yuan's horizons were either. Not just me, Ren Dong, that boy, I'm bringing away too. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. It was fine if this boy did not accept the position of City Lord himself, he actually forbid Ren Xingqian's most favored grandson to be City Lord too. This time, it was really overboard. Yi Yuan, this old man already issued a self-admonishing edict. You should understand what this means. Are you going to ruin my Ren family's future in front of so many people? Rivers and mountains may be changed, but it's hard to alter a man's nature. Yi Yuan slapped his face in public. The fury in his heart could be imagined. Chapter 543, The Road Underfoot. Yi Yuan looked at Ren Xingqian, feeling very amused in his heart. If it were in the past, this old fellow would have long sent a palm howling over. But now, he was talking reason with him. It was also aggravating enough. However, Yi Yuan did not have plans on changing his thinking. The vast sky allowed a bird to fly, and the wide sea allowed a fish to leap about. It was naturally impossible for him to stay in a tiny little Wufang city to be some young lord. I have my own plans for the future. It's impossible to keep on staying in Wufang City. And Ren Dong already acknowledged me as his master. I naturally have to guide him well. As for this young lord position, I can recommend a person to you, Yi Yuan said coolly. Ren Xingqian was rather curious. Apart from Yi Yuan and Ren Dong, who else had the capabilities to be qualified for this young lord position? Say it. Yi Yuan's gaze landed on Yi Hang, and he said with a smile, far away on the horizon, and yet right before your eyes. Yi Hang was stupefied and pointed to himself and said, me? What kind of joke is this? Ren Xingqian's expression darkened once more. This punk was purely making a laughing stock out of him. How much capabilities Yi Hang had that he could still not be aware of? If Yi Hang had this capability, why would he object to Ren Hongling being together with him so determinedly back then? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I'm not joking. Father, you don't need to belittle yourself either. Within 10 years, you can definitely surpass old man Ren. Yi Yuan did not approve of Ren Xingqian up until now either, so he kept calling him old man Ren. Of course, old man Ren's mind was completely not focused on this. He was currently burning with rage. This punk was getting more preposterous as he spoke. Yi Hang surpassing him within 10 years. Wasn't this a fantasy tale? Yi Yuan, messing around got to have a limit too. Even if you don't acknowledge this old man, there isn't a need to make this sort of joke in front of so many people either. Ren Xingqian said furiously. Yi Yuan said coolly, I already said, I'm not joking around. Like this, how about we make a bet? If father is unable to surpass you within 10 years, I'll come back and be the young lord for you. What Yi Yuan was implying was Yi Hang being the city lord and not young lord. This sort of big talk Probably only Yi Yuan dared to say it. Actually, Yi Yuan naturally had full confidence in Yi Hang. He cultivated the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art and 1000 Augmenting Soul Incantation, these two cultivation methods. If he still could not break through to the Alchemy Sovereign Realm within 10 years, then that would be unbelievable. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew that Yi Hang's talent was not bad. Back then, the reason why he was inferior to Ren Hongling was entirely that of family background and resources problem. Now that Yi Hang's back was leaning on City Lord Manor, this big tree, and he had the Divine Realm's pinnacle level cultivation methods, cultivating to the Alchemy Sovereign Realm within 10 years was absolutely as easy as turning over one's hand. It was just that these people had no way of understanding. But Yi Yuan believed that before long, Yi Han's improvement speed would leave everyone dumbfounded. Fine, this old man will bet with you. Ren Xingqian agreed without any hesitation. 10 years' time was not considered long to him. He could totally wait. At that time, if Yi Hang did not have the qualifications, wouldn't Yi Yuan still come back obediently to take over Wufang City? How could he know that? How could Yi Yuan possibly stay in the lower realms for 10 years? The next day, a high platform was built in the exquisite Jade Pavilion's 1000 query walls main hall. A youth was currently sitting upright solemnly, with the air of a great master. But all the people below the stage were older than him, looking rather incongruous. This sort of thing, like hosting a forum and giving a lecture, without reaching a certain level, nobody dared to do it. Especially in Wufang City, the alchemy holy land. The level of the alchemists, standards here practically assembled all of Endless World's alchemy path elites. Without alchemy sovereign strength, how could the average person dare to open a forum and give a lecture? But Yi Yuan, this quasi-alchemy king realm youth, actually did it. Even though Yi Yuan was at the height of his popularity right now in Wufang City, it was not enough. The people who came to watch him make a fool of himself today was actually not the minority. Yi Yuan was seriously too young. As the saying went, young people couldn't be trusted with important tasks. Many people only heard rumors of the 1000 query wall's 7th level's questions being answered by someone. But not many people believed it. Of course, among the people here today, there were many who were alchemists present on that day. They all witnessed Yi Yuan's spectacular performance. Today was the first day the Ren family took over the 1000 query wall. Many people were also skeptical about whether or not the Ren family had the foundation to take over. Yi Yuan sat at the top very composedly, without the slightest hint of stage fright. In his previous life, he had opened forums and given lectures. More than once. Regarding such spectacles, he was all too familiar. It was simply far from getting stage fright. Compared to his previous life, the levels of these people in front of him was seriously too low. One had to know that each time Ji Qingyun hosted a forum and gave a lecture in his previous life, there were even quite a number of alchemy emperor powerhouses who came upon hearing the news. Likewise, an alchemy emperor, Yi Yuan's strength was much stronger compared to those people. Now, facing this small scene, it was simply child's play to Yi Yuan. After everybody settled down, Yi Yuan's first words made everyone's glasses fall off. The alchemy path and martial path are the same, they are also a kind of great Tao. The direction of Tao is formed by accumulating it step by step. As the saying goes, without the accumulations of small steps, it's impossible to walk and finish a journey of 1,000 miles. Without accumulating small, trickling streams, it's unable to form a great sea. There is no lack of quasi-alchemy kings, and even alchemy sovereign experts among you all. But touch your heart and ask yourselves, this road underneath your foot, was it really walked properly? This first day today, what I'll be narrating to you all is the refinement of Tier 1 medicinal pills. What did he say just now? At the start, hearing it was still quite interesting. But why did the style change as he spoke? With our strength, do we still need to listen to the refining methods of Tier 1 medicinal pills? Simply ludicrous. Yeah, what kind of bullshit hosting a forum and giving a lecture? Simply courting people's favor by talking big to impress. City Lord Manor actually sent a small child here to host a forum and give a lecture. What a joke. Let's leave. We came all the way here, could it be to just listen to a child talk about refining Tier 1 medicinal pills? Isn't this wasting time? Yi Yuan's words immediately incurred everyone's intense backlash. Even those who had seen before Yi Yuan's spectacular performance were also very disappointed by Yi Yuan's performance today. Could it be that Yi Yuan came prepared that day? That was why he was so mind-boggling. Today, In front of everyone, his true colors were revealed. Yuan finished saying the first sentence, and there were already many people starting to walk out. Regardless of whether they were martial artists or alchemists, their eyes were forever looking up. There would never be anyone who would think much of martial artists lower rank than themselves. Of course, Yuan was an exception. The way these people saw it, Tier 1 medicinal pills utterly did not even count as learning the rudiments. Was there still a need to pretend and host a forum to give a lecture? But the reason why Yuan could have such great accomplishments in his previous life was that his foundation was laid down too solidly. Wait until his boundary became high, it was merely just piecing together the originally simple things. The refining methods which looked to be extremely unfathomable in other people's eyes was very simple in Yuan's view. Yuan did not bother with those people who left but continued to speak with fervor and confidence. Some people left, but some people reigned in their impatience and stayed behind. And the expression on their faces also changed to become fervor from the initial disdain and finally became enthrallment. Chapter 544, Master Yi. High-rise buildings were raised from the ground up. For Yuan to be able to reach peak alchemy emperor realm, it was absolutely not by chance. The sturdiness of his basic skills in alchemy could make everyone all perspire from embarrassment, let alone that the ones with the highest strength among these alchemists in front of him were alchemy sovereign. Yuan's elucidation explained profound theories in simple terms, making those alchemists all have a feeling of suddenly becoming enlightened. Only after these alchemists listened to his words did they know that their path all the way over here was like a large funnel, leaking as they walked. Reaching their boundary now, they already missed God knows how many things. Hearing Yuan's sermon, they wished that they could immediately go back to study Tier 1 medicinal pills, systems, and learn once more. With Yuan's realm, narrating these basic theories was enough to make these people glean considerable gains. In the beginning, it was still quite noisy inside the entire main hall. But later on, the entire main hall became perfectly silent. Only Yuan's voice was reverberating. Those alchemists, including Cao Zheng who came with the mood of attending the event, all became devout believers at this time. The faces of these people would reveal a, so that's how it is look every now and then. Alright, the sermon today will end here. Now is the time to raise questions. I can answer 10 of your questions. Starting now then. Yuan's indifferent voice sounded out. Only now did the audience startle awake. Many people still had a look of recollecting the aftertaste. Evidently, they had not yet recovered from Yuan's sermon earlier. Only at this time did they abruptly wake up. The one giving them a sermon was merely a 17-year-old youth. How monstrous was this youth? To actually have such profound understanding of Tier 1 medicinal pills. Compared to Yuan's lecture earlier, the herbal compendium was simply like a child's play, too shallow. They all could not understand how a 17-year-old youth's understanding of alchemy reached such a level. Master Yi, I have a question to ask. An Alchemy King was the first to react and was the first to raise his hand. And in his words, Yuan already became Master Yi. Seeing that Alchemy King raise his hand, everyone was lamenting with regret in their hearts that they missed such a precious opportunity to clarify their doubts. But they all secretly made up their minds to definitely be the first one to raise their hands next time. Ren Dong was already standing on the platform at this time, helping Yuan to maintain order. He was listening to the lecture below the stage the entire time before this and also received considerable gains. These few days, he had been researching Tier 1 medicinal pills the entire time and had long trained the greater faceless art to the legendary realm under Yuan's guidance. Ren Dong felt that his understanding towards Tier 1 medicinal pills was already quite okay. But after hearing Yuan's talk today, he discovered that he seemed to have only touched the tip of the iceberg. Although these Tier 1 medicinal pills were simple, the things that he needed to study in depth were way too many. Standing on the platform at this time to help Yuan maintain order and hearing these people call Master Yi one after the other, he had indescribable pride in his heart. This master of his was considered acknowledged correctly. Even though Yuan was his cousin, the disparity between the two of them was too great. It's you then. Ask away, Ren Dong said, but when that Alchemy King heard Ren Dong's words, he became hesitant and actually did not open his mouth for a time. Ren Dong said unhappily, is there a question or not? If there isn't, switch to somebody else. Master's time is very precious. Where does he have the time to dawdle with you here? Only then did the Alchemy King said hesitatingly, Master Yi, my question. Concerns Tier 4 medicinal pills. I wonder. Yuan smiled faintly and said, doesn't matter. Ask away. This person was clearly afraid that he could not answer Tier 4 medicinal pills problems. Furthermore, the question asked was not too conforming with the contents of the sermon. Hence, he would appear hesitant. That Alchemy King was immediately overjoyed when he heard and said, Master Yi, recently when I've been refining the Phoenix Flame Pill, I noticed a problem. When the Phoenix Cry Grass and Bamboo Filament Azure Yellow are together, they keep on being unable to fuse together perfectly. From there, it caused my pill refinement success rate and quality unable to improve. I tried countless ways but always failed to resolve this issue. Master Yi, please resolve my doubt. When this Alchemy King expert was raising his problem, he was like a student asking a teacher questions, very devoutly. But towards his attitude, nobody questioned it. Yuan already used his broad and profound alchemy knowledge to subdue everyone. Among the people present, there were quite a few people who were among the group present when Yuan challenged the 1,000-query wall. Regarding whether or not Yuan could answer an Alchemy King's question, they were not worried in the slightest. Very uncoincidentally, this Alchemy King was not present the previous time. Hence, he was still somewhat doubtful about Yuan's ability. After all, even if a person researched more thoroughly into Tier 1 medicinal pills, it did not have the slightest thing to do with Tier 4 medicinal pills either. Yuan said without any need to think, the Phoenix Flame Grass and the Bamboo Filament Azure Yellow, their attributes clash. If you forcefully try to fuse them together, it naturally can't do so perfectly. Each time you were refining the Phoenix Flame Pill, was there a feeling of losing control of the fire, the medicinal pill about to jump out of your palm, around 15 minutes before forming the pill? The Alchemy King's eyes lit up, and he nodded his head like a chicken pecking for rice as he quickly said, yes, yes, yes. It's like that. Master Yi is really like a deity, to actually even know when my problem occurs as if you've seen it with your own eyes. May I ask Master, why is this so? Is there any way to resolve? Seeing this scene, everyone all revealed looks of admiration. Yuan was able to guess when this Alchemy King's problem occurred when he was refining pills just based on his simple description. Moreover, even the timing was said so accurately. This was simply godly skill. Even peak alchemy sovereign experts probably had no way of making such a judgment under the circumstance where they did not witness personally, right? Yuan said indifferently, is there a type of medicinal herb in the Phoenix Flame Pill called the Wood Immortal Root? Presumably, when you were refining pills, you should have overlooked its existence, right? The Alchemy King was stunned and said with a nod, Master, please explain. Could it be that this Wood Immortal Root still has some special effect? I've also thought before in this direction, but after trying several times, I still can't resolve the issue. So I thought that this Wood Immortal Root completely had no use. Yuan said with a smile, the forming of a pill formula is through repeatedly tempering. Each type of pill formula is the crystallization of the predecessor's wisdom. As long as the pill formula doesn't have mistakes, how can the medicinal herbs inside be useless? Refining the Phoenix Flame Pill, this Wood Immortal Root's effect is indeed not big. But to want to refine high-quality Phoenix Flame Pill, this Wood Immortal Root's effect is indispensable. Yuan spoke, with fervor and assurance, saying the refining method of this Wood Immortal Root detailed once. That Alchemy King became more excited as he listened. Towards the end, he was simply about to jump up. When Yuan finished talking, that Alchemy King bowed almost to the ground. He exclaimed, thankful for Master Yi's guidance. Yan Mu will remember firmly in my heart. Yuan nodded slightly and said, next one. Master, I have questions. Master Yi, I have questions too. Master, there's still me. Me. Quote. Quote. Chapter 545 Alchemy God's Reincarnation. You still have the time to drink alcohol here. Master Yi's lecture is about to start right away. If you still don't go, there won't be any seat anymore. Master Yi, who's that? That person looked at the other party with eyes like he was looking at an alien, with a face full of contempt. You don't even know who Master Yi is. He's City Lord Manor's grandson, Yuan, Master Yi. Master Yi's hosting a forum and giving lectures for 5 consecutive days at the 1,000-query wall to answer any doubts. Once you pass this village, there won't be this temple anymore. Ah, it's that grandson of the City Lord, His Excellency, that just got recently acknowledged. Isn't he just a teenager? How can he host a forum and give lectures? I say, What have you been busy with these few days? Master Yi's lectures have already swept throughout the entire Wufang city. You actually don't know. Master Yi is simply like the reincarnation of an alchemy god. If one can get Master Yi's guidance, it beats 10 years of bitter cultivation. Now, even alchemy sovereign experts have started posing questions to Master Yi too. Hiss. A teenage youth guiding alchemy sovereigns. Oh my, heaven, forget it, I can't be bothered with you. You continue to idle away here then. I'm going to the exquisite Jade Pavilion. As he said, that person left like a gust of wind. Today was already the 5th day, the last day, that Yuan was hosting a forum and giving a lecture. During the previous 4 days, Yuan's reputation already resounded throughout the entire Wufang city. Master Yi's name was practically already a household name in Wufang city. As long as one was an alchemist, regardless whether was it a little alchemy apprentice, alchemy master, or even a high and lofty alchemy sovereign expert, they all took pride in getting Master Yi's guidance. The 1,000 Query Wall's main hall was already close to bursting. Every time it reached this time, the inside would be densely packed with practically full of people. Wufang City's alchemy path was extremely flourishing. The number of alchemists in the city was immense. Yet, these few days, every time it reached the time Yuan was hosting a forum and giving a lecture, the streets inside the city were practically deserted. The originally extremely bustling markets actually had nobody patronizing anymore. After the first time, those alchemists who stayed behind to listen to the talk all became Yuan's loyal followers one by one. They all started to propagate Master Yi's name without sparing any effort. On the second day, the headcount in exquisite Jade Pavilion already soared. It was actually 10 times of the previous days. But among these people, the majority was still harboring half-skeptical attitudes to come and take a look. Yuan carried on as before. What he talked about was all some very basic stuff. But after the second day, none among these alchemists doubted Yuan's strength anymore. Just like this, spreading from person to person, by the time it was the 3rd day, Yuan hosting a forum and giving a lecture already swept throughout the entire Wufang city. Now, even, those alchemy sovereign experts in the city came due to its fame as well. Among them included Wu Zan, Cao Zheng, these people. Only until today did Cao Zheng know how brilliant this decision of presenting the exquisite Jade Pavilion to the city lord manor was. With Yuan around, the 1,000 Query Wall was simply a joke. In these few days, there were many formidable people raising all manners of questions to Yuan. Yet, regardless whether their strength was high or low, how crafty the questions asked was, Yuan's answer was undeniably accurate and detailed, leaving no fault for people to pick out at all. This prowess simply exceeded the people's imaginations. Even Dan Chenzi and Ren Xingqian could not possibly do it to such an extent either. Most importantly was that when Yuan answered these questions, it was practically blurted out without any effort, as if it did not require any thinking process at all. In the views of these alchemists, this already reached a godlike realm. These alchemists simply did not know what the concept of an alchemy god was. Just like this, the title of Alchemy God's Reincarnation was attached to Yuan. Actually, to them, Yuan was indeed a god-like existence. At least in alchemy, the level Yuan surpassed them simply could not be measured using realms. Regarding unknown existences, people tend to be willing to throw God this title on top. Yuan's present situation was like so. Alright, everybody quiet down. Yuan's voice spread out faintly. This instant, it was as if the entire world's sounds was voided. The great hall that could accommodate 100,000 people suddenly became dead silent. Everyone held their breaths, fearful of missing out any word that Yuan uttered. What we're going to talk about today is... Yuan started today's lecture unhurriedly. In the entire main hall, only Yuan's voice was echoing still. Originally, there were only several thousand people. Being able to maintain silence was very easy. But now, the number of people already broke through to 100,000 people. To still be able to maintain this kind of status, it could be seen how great the attraction of Yuan's lecture contents was to them. Same as the previous few days, Yuan's talk was still just some of the most basic stuff. These contents, those alchemists themselves were already familiar until they could not be any more familiar. But Yuan talked for 5 consecutive days, and they still listened with great gusto. The same kind of medicinal herbs, the same kind of refining methods, Yuan's narration was entirely different from their understanding. Not only did it utter out new meanings, it even showed them heights and depths in alchemy. There was no lack of alchemists present who were here from day one. After they went back, they refined medicinal pills according to Yi Yuan's method too. They discovered to their amazement that some of the very simple things Yi Yuan talked about, even when applied to refining high-tier medicinal pills, was similarly applicable. The quality of the medicinal pills they refined had a considerable raise. This was also the reason why they held Yi Yuan in increasingly greater esteem. The contents Yi Yuan narrated today were a lot, talking all the way from morning till dusk, before it finally ended. Alright, the lecture ends here. The 1000-query wall will be opened as usual from hereafter. If everyone has any question, you can come here to pose them, Yi Yuan said coolly. Only now did everyone realize that the 5 days of lectures had already passed. Yi Yuan would not be giving lectures to everybody anymore. Master Yi, can you please expound to us for another 3 days? No, even just 1 day is fine as well. Yeah, Master Yi, listening to your talks these few days, I've gotten considerable gains. It simply beats closed seclusion for 10 years. I beseech you, just lecture for 1 more day. Master Yi, just talk some more. Ren Dong was indignant at this time. He stepped forward and said in a clear voice, you all stop kicking up a row. Master He has to cultivate too. How can he possibly spend the whole day on giving you all talks? You people make him add 1 more day today, are you still going to make him add another day tomorrow? Like this, when will it end? Following Yi Yuan's status rising, Ren Dong this apprentice also became an immensely popular figure in Wufang City. In a daze, Ren Dong had a feeling of being apprenticed to a sage. This feeling of lording above countless lives was what he simply had no way of experiencing when he was City Lord Manor's young lord in the past. Now, thanks to his new identity, Ren Dong instead had the liberating feeling of flying in the vast skies. Being rebuked by Ren Dong like this, there was actually not a single person in the crowd below the stage who dared to refute. But they still looked at Yi Yuan with heated eyes, hoping that he could change his decision. Yi Yuan gave a sigh and said, it's not that I'm unwilling to continue giving lectures. I'll be heading to the vast heaven mystic realm tomorrow to challenge the vast heaven pagoda inheritance. I seriously can't do anything about this. Chapter 546, Monopoly. Hearing that Yi Yuan was going to challenge the vast heaven pagoda, the originally clamoring shouting voices gradually ceased. It was true, Yi Yuan's alchemy path strength was indeed formidable, but his boundary was too low after all. If they delayed Master Yi's cultivation for more lectures, then that would be too sinful. Master Yi was destined to be a sky-rocking figure in the future. How could he possibly waste time here to give talks to them constantly? But a series of lamenting still sounded out in the crowd. They were clearly all very regretful. At this time, a person suddenly shouted in a clear voice, Master Yi, Yan Mu is willing to wait upon you carefully. Even if it's just to be a little medicine boy. Master Yi, please grant my wish. Looking carefully, it was precisely that Alchemy King who was the first to pose a question to Yi Yuan on the first day. This Yan Mu was a peak Alchemy King expert. Among so many alchemists here, he was an extremely daunting existence too. He actually requested to be a little medicine boy for Yi Yuan. It was truly rather ludicrous. Yet, not a single one out of the 100,000 alchemists present felt that it was unexpected, as if it was something so natural. But Yan Mu's actions also reminded everyone. For a time, many people followed him to do so. Master Yi, I'm willing to slave for you as well. My skin is solid and thick and can take lugging. Master Yi, please take me in. I'm willing to be a bed warmer little maid for Master Yi. Master Yi, please take me in, shouted a female alchemist shrilly. This woman already reached middle age but had some good looks. Except that her saying this incurred a bout of loud laughter. Ha ha ha, old hag ding, you're too old to even be Master Yi's grandmother. To actually still want to be his bed warming maid. Even if this old lady is any older, I'm a woman too. Moreover, I'm a woman who ages pretty well. Master Yi is full of vigor and vitality and is clearly still a virgin boy. He just needs a maid like me to warm his bed. How can those little girls wait upon him be better than me? This old lady Ding had no qualms and restrictions at all, daring to say anything. Yi Yuan also sweat profusely in his heart when he heard it. Finding such a bed-warming lass, he could not endure it. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, everybody's good intentions, this Yi appreciates it. But this Yi is not used to being served by people. This matter of a medicine boy, better forget about it. Now that a formidable enemy lies ahead, it's precisely the time for everyone to render your services. This Yi hosted a forum to give sermons in order to raise everybody's strength. If everyone has the heart, you can join the City Lord Manor and offer help for the Endless Alliance. Since everybody regards this Yi highly, this Yi can promise everybody that each time this Yi returns to Wufang City next time, I'll host a forum and give a lecture once. As for the time gap, this Yi dare not guarantee. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, these alchemists could not help feeling disappointed. But many people also secretly made up their minds to definitely join the City Lord Manor tomorrow. At least this way, they could be a little closer to Master Yi. Perhaps there might be the opportunity to consult Master Yi on problems. Yi Yuan's requirement towards accepting disciples was extremely high. Although there were some among these people whose talents were not bad, it was still too far away from Yi Yuan's requirement. Wanting to become Yi Yuan's disciple, one at the bare minimum had to reach Xiao Ruyan's and Ren Dong's level. With these people's talent, they were clearly not just a level inferior. Among these people, just the Alchemy King experts were a large bunch. But the accomplishments of the vast majority among them would halt here. Such strength, how could Yi Yuan possibly expend painstaking effort on them? But Yi Yuan not needing them did not mean that the City Lord Manor did not require them. His old man was now the City Lord Manor's young lord. He was bound to inherit Wufang City in the future. Yi Yuan naturally have to gather some forces for Yi Hang. One could only imagine that the City Lord Manor's door's bottom frame would be trampled broken tomorrow. In the past, the Cao family could use the 1,000 Query Wall to gather alchemists. Now, Yi Yuan's status actually already surpassed the status of the 1,000 Query Wall. After all, no matter how strong the 1,000 Query Wall was, it had no way of letting 100,000 people's strength increase either. But Yi Yuan accomplished this. After these alchemists listened to 5 days of his lectures, their strength more or less had some improvement. One individual's strength increase might not have much use. But 100,000 alchemists, strength all increasing, this was a very terrifying force. In the crowd, Cao Zheng gave a melancholic sigh. He said, with this boy around, there is no longer the chance for my Cao family to rise up within 1,000 years. After this, Wufang City will be monopolized by the Ren family. But offering the 1,000 Query Wall to the Ren family was the most correct thing that this old man did. This boy's alchemy strength is too terrifying. He definitely had some staggering fortuitous encounter. Father, after today, I plan to enter closed seclusion for a period of time. My gains these few days have been considerable. Yi Yuan's lectures opened up a brand new alchemy path for me. After the seclusion this time, I'll definitely have breakthroughs. Cao Kun said. Cao Zheng's eyes lit up, and he said, good, good. Kun whether or not my Cao family can persist, will be up to you. As long as you can break through to become a peak alchemy sovereign, you can definitely protect my Cao family's legacy for 1,000 years. Of course, the prerequisite is not to have conflicts with the City Lord Manor, understood? Cao Kun nodded and said, Father, rest assured. Your child has engraved the matter in his heart. For as long as your child lives, I absolutely won't have any hint of conflict with the Ren family. Furthermore, I have a feeling that Yi Yuan insisting on rejecting the position of young lord, his father Yi Hang's, future accomplishments definitely won't be beneath mine. You have this feeling too. This boy seems to be impulsive when doing things. Actually, in the end, you'll discover that everything is within his grasp. That Yi Hang's age is still much younger than yours. His potential isn't exhausted yet. How his future accomplishments will be is really hard to say, Cao Zheng said with a grim expression. Yi Yuan stirred up a storm in the entire Wufang City these few days. The astonished ones were not just those alchemists. The shock in Ren Xingqian's heart was not the slightest bit lesser than the others. He thought over and over again and still decided to come and find Yi Hang to inquire about Yi Yuan's affairs. Honorable son-in-law, did Yi Yuan have some lucky encounter before? After talking aimlessly for a long time, Ren Xingqian finally turned the topic to Yi Yuan. But his form of address towards Yi Hang had already unknowingly changed into, Honorable son-in-law. Yi Hang was a clever man too. He obviously knew that his position today was all given to him by Yi Yuan. But there was no logic of a father being jealous of his son in this world. His son being promising, he was more than happy. As for Ren Xingqian's change in attitude, Yi Hang was naturally happy to see it. wasn't the reason why he came back to Wufang City for the sake of this situation today. It was just that Yi-Hang never expected that the one who helped him to fulfill his wish was not himself but his son. However, Yi-Hang secretly resolved his heart to definitely cultivate well from now on. He must break through to the alchemy sovereign realm within 10 years. Otherwise, he would become Wufang City's biggest joke. Lord Father-in-law, Yi Yuan, he told me before that he once obtained a pinnacle major powers legacy in his dream before. I originally thought that he just obtained the northern domains, a certain major power like father-in-law's inheritance. I even suspected for a period of time that it was Lord Father-in-law yourself. But looking at it now, it's probably not that simple, Yi-Hang said. Ren Xingqian's eyes glimmered, and he said solemnly, looks like Yi Yuan's fortuitous encounter already surpassed the endless world, this small world. Chapter 547, Vast Heaven Pagoda. Lord Father-in-law's meaning is, the divine realm. Even though Yi-Hang already had surmises it long ago, it still felt immensely heavy to say out these two words. His own son actually obtained the inheritance of a divine realm major power. This lucky encounter was sufficiently heaven-defying. However, thinking about his son rising up from the tiny little state of Qin, probably only such an explanation made sense too. Ren Xingqian nodded his head and said with a solemn expression, in my view, that powerhouse who taught in the dream is likely an extremely formidable existence in the divine realm too. Yi Yuan's alchemy level is not just as simple as surpassing alchemy sovereign. Yi-Hang was slightly apprehensive in his heart. How powerful was extremely formidable, he really could not gauge. In Yi-Hang's view, Ren Xingqian was already powerful until it made people feel suffocated. How powerful did that divine realm major power's strength have to be? The interactions between small worlds and the divine realm was too little. The lower realms simply had no way to obtain the divine realm's news. The more this was so, the more the lower realm martial artists felt that the divine realm was incomparably mysterious, but it was indisputable that the strength of those divine realm major powers was totally not what they could imagine. About Old Hai's evaluation of Yi Yuan being so high, it is most likely he's eyeing that major power behind Yi Yuan too. Otherwise, with his boundary, even if Yi Yuan was any more talented, it's also impossible to address him as brothers. Ren Xingqian was no fool. After knowing Yi Yuan's details, he was not far off from Qi Hai's thinking as well. Yi-Hang was not concerned about these though. As long as Yi Yuan could be safe and sound, he would be satisfied. Of course, his son becoming a divine realm major power's successor, Yi-Hang was naturally very proud. His son was so outstanding. Yi-Hang as a father naturally could not lose face for his son either. At the very least, he had to stand at the pinnacle of this endless world. And now, Yi-Hang finally knew how heaven-defying the two cultivation methods Yi Yuan imparted him was. That was absolutely the divine realm's powerful cultivation methods. If he still could not reach the pinnacle with a treasure mountain, then that would be too useless. This matter, the lesser people know, the better. Or else, I'm afraid there will be people with ill intent towards him. But I reckon that those few old fellows from the three sects more or less have some conjectures. It's just that they don't dare to confirm it. Tomorrow, I'll personally bring Yi Yuan to vast heaven mystic realm. The city lord Manor's affairs will be passed to Yuji and you, Ren Xingqian said. Yi-Hang nodded his head and said, Lord Father-in-law, rest assured. Yi-Hang knows what to do. The next day early morning, Yi Yuan bid farewell to his parents and headed for the vast heaven mystic realm with Ren Xingqian. In the past, this vast heaven mystic realm was monopolized by the three sects. Even Wufang City did not dare to stick their fingers in. But this time, the vast heaven mystic realm was opened up to everybody. It let those martial artists who originally did not see hope have the chance to advance shoulder to shoulder with the geniuses. And this time, Wufang City's young talents, including Ren Dong and Cao Fang, had the qualifications to join in too. The vast heaven mystic realm was at a place adjacent to the three sects' forces. There was still a considerable distance away from Wufang City. But Ren Xingqian rode on a profound artifact-ranking spirit boat and only used 3 days to reach. The vast heaven mystic realm had long already become an item kept in the three sects' bags. Hence, there was completely no danger in here. By the time Yi Yuan's party arrived, there were already several hundred people waiting in the mystic realm. Each time vast heaven pagoda opened, there were merely 300 slots. Actually, each time it opened, the slots of the three sects were all not used up. Only this time, did the three sects fill the slots to the brim, which was also 300 people. This time, the three sects opened up the vast heaven pagoda. Many of the itinerant cultivators who fulfilled the conditions naturally did not wish to miss it either. The three sects underwent a round of screening and selected 50 itinerant cultivators who fit the requirements. The various northern domain major factions excluding the three sects also picked 100 genius martial artists. Yuan and the others, their names were naturally among the 100 too. The remainder 150 slots, the three sects had 50 people each. Counting it, it was actually still the three sects that occupied the absolute position. But this could not be blamed on them either. Who asked the three sects, might to be the greatest in the entire endless world? To be able to enter the mystic realm was already the greatest grace to other people. Upon entering the mystic realm, Yuan saw a huge pagoda far away, towering and grandiose. Such a great distance away, and Yuan could clearly sense the archaic and mysterious aura coming from the pagoda. Yuan was slightly apprehensive in his heart. This vast heaven pagoda was absolutely not ordinary. It was just uncertain what on earth was inside this inheritance, to actually be able to let Lu Linfeng, that old punk, reach such a boundary. Ren Xingqian seemed to have perceived Yuan's puzzlement and explained, nobody knows this vast heaven pagoda's origins. It was if before this endless world formed, it was already standing here. For close to 10,000 years, this vast heaven pagoda has experienced several dozen factions, but it ultimately stood firm and immovable. For close to 10,000 years, the talented martial artists who entered inside were as many as several 100,000. But just a mere one individual could make it to the 8th level. And the vast majority of the martial artists can't even make it past the 5th level. However, just by completing the 5th level one can already obtain unimaginable benefits. Yuan became interested when he heard and asked, "Oh, what kind of benefits are there? Cultivation methods, martial techniques, medicinal pills, weapons, so on and so forth." The more levels passed, the more generous the rewards obtained. The martial techniques obtained from vast heaven pagoda, even if it's just a tier 1 martial technique, are all very heaven-defying. After cultivating them, it's virtually sweeping across those of the same rank. Ren Xingqian said, "These things," Yuan actually paid no attention to it. His cultivation methods and martial techniques are already sufficiently heaven-defying. Without the need for the cultivation methods and martial techniques inside, he could also full well sweep across those of the same rank. Apart from this, Yuan asked. Towards Yuan's reaction, Ren Xingqian was not surprised. He was aware of Yuan's strength. These things simply had no attraction to him. Concept comprehension, Ren Xingqian said. Yuan's eyes lit up. How so? What the specifics are like, I have no knowledge as well. But I know that any martial artist who make it past the 5th level and entered the 6th level virtually all ascended to the divine realm later. But in these recent 1,000 years, there has yet to be anyone who made it to the 6th level. There are quite a number of people who made it to the 5th level though. But they ultimately still failed on the verge of success. These recent 100 years, there's not even a single person who made it to the 4th level. Ren Xingqian said with a bitter smile. The endless worlds these 100 years was too disgraceful as well. To actually not even have a single person who made it to the 4th level. No wonder their strength was weak until like this. But this had to do with the three sects monopolizing resources and all as well. If these slots had been evenly distributed to the other factions and itinerant cultivators, perhaps there might be awe-inspiring geniuses that appeared. This method of closing their doors to the world ultimately caused talents to drop to zero. Yuan nodded slightly. Presumably, that Lu Linfeng should have comprehended the concept of formation's path in this vast heaven pagoda. That was why he soared to the heaven in one leap. It was just that Yuan was curious about what kind of existence created this vast heaven pagoda. When Lu Linfeng was in the lower realms, his comprehension of concepts already far surpassed the endless world, this small world. And he only made it to the 7th level. Then, the things in the 8th level and 9th level should be able to reach the level of the divine realm. Why would such an existence show up in the endless world and leave a legacy? Chapter 548, Not Someone You Can Afford to Offend. Along the way, Yuan continuously sized up the huge pagoda. The more he looked at it, the more extraordinary he felt it was. Approaching the front, Yuan said to Ren Xingqian, "Old man, you go and say hi to them. I'll stroll around myself." Regarding Yuan's form of address, Ren Xingqian was already used to it long ago. If he tried to gain back face with Yi Yuan, Ren Xingqian would have long exploded in anger. Ren Xingqian also discovered that Yi Yuan was very interested in Vast Heaven Pagoda. He nodded his head and said, "All right. You go alone then. There are a few of my old friends over there. I'll go and say hi to them. Dong Cao Feng, you guys follow me to greet several seniors." After Ren Xingqian left, Yi Yuan strolled around the Vast Heaven Pagoda by himself. Only after staring in close vicinity did Yi Yuan discover that he actually had no way of discerning what kind of material this pagoda was forged with. Although Yi Yuan did not dabble much in the path of refining, with his horizons, he still knew most of the materials in the divine realm. Yet, he was actually unable to discern this building's material. This involuntarily made Yi Yuan even more curious about this Vast Heaven Pagoda. Spirit-gathering formations are laid down around this Vast Heaven Pagoda to supply essence energy ceaselessly into the pagoda body. Countless array formations are inscribed onto the pagoda body. The usage of many array formations, even I actually can't understand any of them. Yi Yuan could not help drawing a cold breath. This Vast Heaven Pagoda was truly very abnormal. One had to know that although Yi Yuan's formations path attainments could not compare to Lu Linfang, he himself was a Tier 9 array emperor. Furthermore, he obtained Lu Linfang's legacy at the Grand Yan True Sect 2. His attainments in the formations path were already exceedingly high. With his present visual prowess, he actually could not figure out the array formations inscribed on the pagoda body. Just what is this Vast Heaven Pagoda's origin? Yi Yuan could not help muttering under his breath. Yi Yuan initially thought that everything should be under his control in the lower realms. But only now did he discover that within this endless world, actually there were a lot of secrets that even he could not understand. Not just this Vast Heaven Pagoda, even that incomparably mysterious endless forest as well. Yu Mengli said that she had once entered deep into the endless forest. But with her strength, she actually did not dare to enter into the deepest parts. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that this world seemed to be even more complex than he had imagined. A tiny little endless world had so many things that could not be figured out. Then what about the divine realm? Just how many secrets were hidden in the divine realm? Where did those deity realm powerhouses all go to? Why were the current martial artists unable to affirm their Tao and become deities? Yi Yuan discovered that he was too absorbed in alchemy in his previous life, resulting in overlooking many things. Only through this reincarnation did he realize that his understanding of this world was too little. Hey, I wonder which hillbilly who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even the three sects are unable to fully understand this Vast Heaven Pagoda's secrets, let alone you, a sea transformation realm boy. Yi Yuan was currently lost in thought when a disdainful voice came from behind. Turning around to look, it was a young man around 30. This person wore the Myriad Sword Sect's outfit. Clearly, he was a Myriad Sword Sect disciple. Yi Yuan shook his head slightly. Each and every one of the three sects' disciples was indeed very arrogant. Although this person had a Soul Sea realm strength, his pair of eyes were practically growing on top of his head. Opening up Vast Heaven Pagoda to everyone this time, the three sects' disciples were clearly very displeased. In their eyes, the young disciples apart from the three sects were probably all good for nothings, right? Yi Yuan was disinclined to dispute with him as well. He went to another place without even paying notice to him. When that person saw Yi Yuan's attitude, he immediately had a feeling of being disregarded. Rage welled up in his heart. Stinking brat, I'm talking to you. Did you hear or not? While talking, he reached his hand out to grab at Yi Yuan. He wanted to teach this cocky brat a bit of a lesson. A puny little sea transformation realm martial artist actually had this kind of attitude when seeing him. How arrogant. But then in his vision, Yi Yuan became a blurry figure and then disappeared without a trace. Looking again, Yi Yuan already arrived at several dozen feet away, currently sizing him up with unkind eyes. That young man's expression changed, his face revealing disbelief. He, a Soul Sea realm, was going to grab an early stage sea transformation boy, but he actually failed. A feeling of humiliation welled up in his heart uncontrollably. The young man was just about to make a move again to wash away the disgrace earlier when a voice suddenly was heard. Senior apprentice brother Zhou Yi, turns out you're here. Zhou Yi turned around and said with an unhappy look, Junior apprentice brother Qin Yan, you hang on for a bit. Wait until I take care of this condescending stinking brat. The arrival was precisely the Qin Yan who had already broken through to Soul Sea realm. Qin Yan followed Zhou Yi's gaze and could not help saying in surprise, "Yi Yuan." But he changed to another expression very quickly and circled around Zhou Yi to come before Yi Yuan. Qin Yan said with a respectful bow, "Any offense committed against junior apprentice brother Yi previously, Qin Yan apologizes for it here." When Yi Yuan saw that Qin Yan had indeed broken through to the Soul Sea realm, he was also rather surprised. When he captured Qin Yan to be a hostage last time, Qin Yan was still some distance away from Soul Sea realm. To think that he grew wiser with each setback, and he actually broke through to Soul Sea realm at the end. Zhou Yi's eyes went wide at the side. The myriad sword sect's proud son of heaven, Qin Yan, actually bowed towards this sea transformation realm little rookie. Junior apprentice brother Qin Yan, are you mistaken? To actually bow towards this brat? Zhou Yi was full of doubt. Qin Yan said in a slightly solemn voice, "Senior apprentice brother Zhou Yi, although I don't know what's going on, junior apprentice brother Yi isn't someone you can afford to offend. You head back quickly. Old ancestor is finding you for something." Zhou Yi's expression was seemingly apprehensive, and he could not help looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. He understood Qin Yan very well. In the sect, he was extremely haughty. But such a haughty Qin Yan actually lowered his proud head in front of this teenage youth. Who on earth was this youth? What are you still in a daze for? You're aware of old ancestor's temper. If you're late, I don't dare to say what consequences there are. Qin Yan frowned and said. Zhou Yi shuddered, nodded his head rigidly, and he hurriedly turned around and left. Yi Yuan looked at Qin Yan and said with a smile, "With your present strength, you shouldn't fear me." Why did this? Qin Yan breaking through to Soul Sea was different from those ordinary martial artists. Although similarly first-level Soul Sea, his strength was much greater. To Qin Yan, breaking through to Soul Sea was a qualitative leap. In this realm, it was the period for his potentially greatest burst to go forward. Even the current Yi Yuan did not dare say to be able to beat Qin Yan as well. Qin Yan said rather embarrassedly, "Junior apprentice brother Yi and I are destined to not be opponents on the same level. Don't make fun of me anymore. I'm aware that junior apprentice brother Yi slew a Soul Sea realm expert by yourself. The vast heaven inheritance this time, junior apprentice brother Yi can probably charge into the 6th level. At that time, you'll definitely soar to the heaven in one move." Yi Yuan was rather curious when he heard that and asked, "Oh, how do you know that I can charge into the 6th level?" The vast heaven pagoda is a place that tests potential and strength. With junior apprentice brother Yi's talent, charging into the 6th level should be highly certain. Qin Yan said. Then what about yourself? Yi Yuan inquired. Qin Yan seemed to have long had a prediction regarding this and said, "I have the confidence to charge into the 5th level. But I don't have much confidence in passing the 5th level." Chapter 549, Prediction. Oh, I heard that the 3 sects already had no one make it to the 5th level for close to 100 years. You're actually so confident? Yi Yuan asked. Hey, although this Qin can't match up to junior apprentice brother Yi, I still have some confidence after I look at myself. If it were before breaking through to Soul Sea, I really wouldn't dare to say this. But now, Qin Yan's words at the back were not said finish. But it was very clear he had absolute confidence in himself passing through the 4th level. In the case of genius martial artists, they all had full confidence in themselves. This was the essential condition to become a powerhouse. Qin Yan was indeed an outstanding figure among the Endless World's junior generation. Him having this confidence was nothing inappropriate either. If he did not have such confidence in himself, it was not possible to break through to the Soul Sea realm very quickly after receiving stimulation from the incident with Yi Yuan. Hoo-hoo, then I'll have to congratulate senior apprentice brother Qin in becoming the number 1 person in 100 years. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Dare not, dare not. With junior apprentice brother Yi around, how can I dare to call myself the number 1 person? Furthermore, Guo Taochun and Yin Yanhua are definitely unwilling to be left behind as well, Qin Yan hurriedly said. Turns out that junior apprentice brother Yi doesn't know yet. The 2 of them already broke through to the Soul Sea realm before coming to vast heaven mystic realm. Qin Yan knew that he had yet to receive the news when he saw Yi Yuan's expression. Regarding news of this aspect, Yi Yuan had always been slow. Yi Yuan could not help chuckling when he heard this. The 3 of you are following really tightly behind. But this way is good as well. Walking alone at the front is a bit too lonely. Qin Yan nodded and felt that what Yi Yuan said was correct as well. But he came to his senses very soon. Wasn't this person before his eyes the one walking alone at the front? Even the current him did not dare say to surely beat Yi Yuan, let alone talked about going after the vast heaven inheritance. Second level C transformation and able to kill a soul C realm expert. This Yi Yuan was simply monstrous until it made people feel dread. Actually, after being captured to be a hostage by Yi Yuan, Qin Yan was still very unresigned. He was holding on to this grievance too, that was why he could break through to Soul C realm so quickly. But when he heard the news of Yi Yuan slaying a Soul C realm expert alone, he could not invoke the thought of finding Yi Yuan to take revenge anymore. His disparity with Yi Yuan was too great. Furthermore, this disparity would only become increasingly bigger. Him suppressing Yi Yuan by a major realm did not seem to have the slightest hint of advantage to talk about at all. Moreover, with Yi Yuan's potential, his cultivation speed would only be faster than him. Accompanying Yi Yuan to tour one round, Qin Yan followed Yi Yuan back to the place where those major powers gathered. When Guo Taochun saw Yi Yuan, he immediately came up to greet warmly. He sighed, haha, junior apprentice brother Yi, you actually came together with Qin Yan. I just asked City Lord, His Excellency, and was just about to go find you. Yi Yuan's impression of this easygoing Guo Taochun was not bad. He said with a smile, having not met for several days, senior apprentice brother Guo improved again. Congratulations, Sai, isn't this still all thanks to you? If not for you stimulating Qin Yan, Fairy Ice Cloud and I wouldn't be stimulated by him either. I, Guo Taochun, only submit to you, Yi Yuan, alone. Qin Yan this punk beating me, I'm not convinced. Guo Taochun said smilingly, humph, no matter what, I won this time too. Qin Yan said with a cold snort. These two people were natural foes. Being together, they would argue within 3 sentences. So what then? Now, everybody is about the same again. If you're not convinced, let's just come and compete for one round. Guo Taochun said without yielding at all. Alright, what's the use of fighting and showing off? If you have the strength, why not spend it on the fierce Gale world martial artists? Yin Yanhua came over here at this time too and broke off the pair's intense confrontation. With Yin Yanhua opening her mouth, the two people both shut their mouths sensibly and did not argue anymore. Yi Yuan naturally perceived the delicate relationship between these three people and did not expose it either. He said with Yin Yanhua with clasped hands, congratulations to Fairy Ice Cloud for breaking through to the Soul Sea realm. This Yin Yanhua had an icy appearance. Yi Yuan could not be too polite with her either and just lightly congratulated. Yin Yanhua greeted with folded hands at the lower right side and said icily, I've incurred junior apprentice brother Yi's ridicule. Ha ha ha, little brother Yi came. I was just betting with old Ren earlier saying that you can definitely charge to the 6th level. Qin Hongtao came over to welcome with a loud laugh. Coming over together with him was still Ning Yixian, Jing Zan, as well as Ren Xingqian and the rest. These people were all the sect's old ancestor level figures. For the sake of their juniors, they all put down the important things in their hands and came to the vast heaven mystic realm. The matter of the alliance, these old ancestors determined the general direction. The remaining stuff naturally had other people to do. Their most important thing apart from their own cultivation was to groom junior descendants. Behind Qin Hongtao even tagged along that Zhou Yi. When he heard Qin Hongtao's words, his face swelled to a purple color, secretly looking at Yi Yuan from time to time. His own old ancestor was actually calling this boy his little brother. Wasn't this messing up the seniority? Zhou Yi was thrown into confusion. But there was one point which he was very clear about. Qin Yan really was not joking around with him earlier. This Yi Yuan was really not someone he could afford to offend. These several old ancestor level figures were on such close terms with Yi Yuan, calling him little brother one after another. The more Zhou Yi listened, the more intense the chill deep in his heart. He was quietly praying for Yi Yuan to not rat on him to his old ancestor. Otherwise, with his old ancestor's temper, he probably would not spare him. Zhou Yi started to listen to the few people converse on tenterhooks. Hoo, old ancestor Qin views me so high. If I don't make it to the 6th level, I wouldn't have the face to come out of the pagoda, Yi Yuan responded with a laugh. Hey, little brother Yi don't need to be humble anymore. My family's stinking brat already said that he can make it to the 5th level. You charging to the 6th level is absolutely fine. Qin Hongtao said with a guffaw. Yi Yuan just smiled. Instead, he turned to Ren Xingqian and said, Old ancestor Qin guessed that I can reach the 6th level. I wonder what city lord, your excellency, was saying earlier. Ren Xingqian smiled too and did not reply to Yi Yuan's words. Ning Yixian interjected, saying, this old man Ren is shrewd and planning something bad. Just now, we forced him to take a stance. But he just won't say. Maybe in his heart, little brother Yi making it to the 7th level isn't without the possibility too. Of course, this was just Ning Yixian's joking words. In his heart, even though Yi Yuan was monstrous, this vast heaven inheritance was even more monstrous. To be able to make it to the 6th level was already the number one person in 1,000 years for the endless world. How could the 7th level be barged inside that easily? One had to know that up until today, just a mere scanty 3 people made it into the 7th level. It was not that he did not believe in Yi Yuan, but this was the vast heaven pagoda. It was too perverse. Zhou Yi was filled with fear listening to these few people chatting all this while, but Yi Yuan did not give him a single glance from start to finish as if he was like air. After chatting for a period of time, Zhou Yi discovered that Yi Yuan seemed to have really forgotten about him. His tightly wound nerves finally eased up slightly. Right at this time, an enormous rumbling sound suddenly came from the pagoda body. The dark pagoda body suddenly gave off 100,000-foot light, blinding until everyone could not open their eyes at all. Vast Heaven Pagoda's bottom-most level gigantic door slowly pulled open. Chapter 550, the first level. The Vast Heaven Pagoda opened. Ha ha, to think that I still have the opportunity to enter the Vast Heaven Pagoda in this life. Thinking about it really makes people agitated. Success or failure hinges on this one action. I must stand out above the masses. The Vast Heaven Pagoda's abnormal activity aroused commotion from those sects and itinerant cultivators who were taking part for the first time. Compared to them, the 3 sects' disciples appeared rather calm. A light screen poured down from the top of the pagoda, akin to quicksilver spilling over the ground. It was an incredibly grand sight. The pagoda body being swept by this light screen, it actually displayed out rows of names. Yi Yuan focused his gaze. It was only to see a name inscribed at the most conspicuous place, Li Fantian. Affixed on top of this name was the 8th level. He was also the one and only martial artist who made it past the 7th level and entered the 8th level in these 10,000 years. Yi Yuan continued looking down. There were 3 names under the 7th level. The first name was called Luo Yanqing. The second name was called Zhou Fei. And the third name was shockingly Lu Linfang. This old punk was likely a legendary figure in the endless world back then too. It's just that with the passing of time, his legend has already been gradually forgotten by the later generations. Yi Yuan sighed in his heart. Actually, the primary reason why Lu Linfang was forgotten by the endless world was still that of the Grand Yan True Sect's destruction. Otherwise, with the Grand Yan True Sect's legacy, no matter how useless, they would also be the overlord of a region in the endless world too. As for after the 6th level, the names were densely packed. It was also uncertain how many there were. Yi Yuan was no longer interested in looking anymore. Yi Yuan coming to the Vast Heaven Pagoda this time, the lowest target was also the 7th level. If he could not even match up to Lu Linfang, then what right did he have to get involved with those turbulent waves in the divine realm? But Yi Yuan was also very curious about which era those figures Luo Yanqing and Zhou Fei were from. Yi Yuan unexpectedly had not heard of them before. Logically speaking, they could make it to the 7th level, they should absolutely not be unrecorded nameless people. Looks like the mighty current of time buried countless geniuses in oblivion. Even if Lu Linfang roams unobstructed in the divine realm right now, there might not be people who can remember him years later. Yi Yuan sighed quietly. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that beside the names, there was still a patch of blank light screen, but he did not know what use it had. After you all enter, the light screen will display your names and the level you are at. This vast heaven mystic realm doesn't have any danger. But once the mission fails, you'll be transported out by the pagoda. Your names will disappear with it too. Furthermore, inside the mystic realm, all the pain is real, even if it's death. Yi Yuan looked sideways. Chi Hai already arrived beside him since who knew when. Old Hai, why did you come? Yi Yuan said in surprise. Hoo, little brother Yi clearing the vast heaven pagoda, how can I not come and bear witness to this historical moment? In this 1,000 years, you're the martial artist with the greatest hope of charging to the 6th level. But sadly, time waits for no one. If your boundary could increase some more, you might have hopes of making it to the 7th level. Chi Hai said with a slight pity. In the end, it was still that Yi Yuan's current boundary was too low. His present strength was at best also just around the strength of Qin Yan and the others. If counting in potential, Qi Hai's judgment of Yi Yuan was the same, it was entering the 6th level. If Yi Yuan could break through a few more realms, Qi Hai's judgment of Yi Yuan would naturally be much higher. But this vast heaven pagoda was clearly harder the further back. The 7th level was already the limits that everyone could understand. Except that everybody including Qi Hai all did not know that the lowest target Yi Yuan set for himself was the 7th level. Haha, since old Hai thinks so highly of Yi Yuan, I have to take on this 6th level no matter what. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Hoo, this old man will wait and see. Alright, it's almost time. You guys should enter, Qi Hai said. Ning Yixian said in a loud and clear voice, the vast heaven pagoda is already open. Everybody has to put in more effort when you're inside. My endless world's future is resting on you all. But this old man will get the unpleasant things out of the way first. Opening up the vast heaven pagoda this time is for the sake of my endless world's future and in order to resist the fierce Gale world's invasion. After you guys come out from the vast heaven pagoda, you must join the Endless Alliance and serve the Alliance. In the future, when the fierce Gale world is defeated, we'll naturally give you guys back your freedom. Alliance Chief Ning, we'll definitely put our best foot forward and serve the Alliance. To these itinerant cultivator martial artists, this was an opportunity that only came once in a lifetime. Once someone's talent showed itself, founding a sect in the future was something easily accomplished too. Ning Yixian said, alright, you all enter from the entrance by yourselves. Under Ning Yixian's command, the group of martial artists all flew over to the entrance scrambling over each other, especially those itinerant cultivator martial artists. To them, this was a great opportunity for the carp to leap over the dragon gate. Furthermore, to be able to get selected, these people's strength were all preeminent among the itinerant cultivator martial artists. There were people with exceptional talents. They were naturally unwilling to fall behind others. Yi Yuan bid farewell to the group of old ancestors and also followed the group and flew into the pagoda. Entering the vast heaven pagoda, the scenery before Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly changed. It was as if he had arrived at a different world. Yi Yuan had yet to land on his feet, and he saw a blur in front of him. A shadow attacked towards him, but the speed of this shadow was as slow as a snail in Yi Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan casually pointed a finger, and that shadow collapsed to the ground with a bang. Looking closely, it was a Tier 2 demonic beast. Hoo, junior apprentice brother Yi's luck is really booming. To actually bump into a demonic beast right after entering, said Guo Taochun, who came to Yi Yuan's side with a wide grin. Yi Yuan smiled and said, just a Tier 2 demonic beast. Not worth mentioning, it's just, the mission of this first level isn't to hunt demonic beasts, right? Guo Taochun smiled too and said, junior apprentice brother Yi is indeed astute. Actually, the missions in the first 3 levels are all to hunt down demonic beasts. It's just that the ranks of the demonic beasts are different. This first level only has peak Tier 2 demonic beasts. What we need to do is to breach the blockade of the Tier 2 demonic beasts, and then we are to find the entrance leading to the 2nd level to reach the next level. Yi Yuan was stunned. So simple. Guo Taochun burst into laughter and said, simple. Haha, it's junior apprentice brother Yi is thinking of things too simply. Don't look at how we have 300 people who entered this vast heaven mystic realm. In this first level, close to half of the martial artists will be eliminated. We're only at the entrance area right now, so the number of demonic beasts is not many. When reaching the deep regions of the first level, the numbers of these Tier 2 demonic beasts will reach an extremely terrifying number. Even Sea Transformation Realm experts might not be able to retreat unscathed. Although I broke through to the Soul Sea Realm now, I don't dare to keep on fighting in the beast horde either. Otherwise, my essence energy will be exhausted sooner or later and be eliminated. Only now did Yi Yuan come to understand. If it was just vanquishing Tier 2 demonic beasts, then that was truly too simple. Although the strength of Tier 2 demonic beasts was not powerful, once the numbers reach a certain level, it would produce a qualitative change. No matter how high your boundary was, it could not withstand the exhaustion from confronting too many demonic beasts. High-tier martial artists were hailed as invincible. In real-life situation, that was the case too. But in theory, low-ranking martial artists could completely use numbers to exhaust high-tier martial artists to death. Yi Yuan thought about it and asked, could it be that the demonic beasts in this first level can't all be killed completely? Chapter 551, Why did you only just arrive? Hearing Yi Yuan's query, Guo Taochun could not help being stupefied. I really don't know. Probably, no one will be dumb enough to kill off all the demonic beasts here, right? Although these demonic beasts are not corporeal bodies, their strength is not the slightest bit inferior to real demonic beasts. Those endless demonic beasts, unless one has a divine traversing realm strength, otherwise, nobody dares to stay here to kill off all the demonic beasts. Guo Taochun felt that this question of Yi Yuan's was somewhat hard to answer, so he replied it like this. Yi Yuan nodded his head and did not say anything. He killed a demonic beast earlier and also felt that these demonic beasts were not corporeal, but it seemed to be formed from some type of energy. But the strength of that demonic beast just now was not the slightest bit inferior to Tier 2 demonic beasts. If these demonic beasts reached a certain number, even Soul Sea Realm experts would not dare to clash head-on either. They all went to the inner region. Let's go too, Yi Yuan said. Guo Taochun hurriedly followed after and said to Yi Yuan, Junior apprentice brother Yi, it's very easy to pass through this first level. How about we compete on who passes the first level first? To the current Guo Taochun, Tier 2 demonic beasts truly had no way of threatening him. As long as he charged over with all his might, those demonic beasts could not stop him. With the desire to win stirring inside him, Guo Taochun gave birth to the thought of competing with Yi Yuan for a bit. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard and said, if it's battling you, I really don't have much assurance in beating you. But to compete in speed with you, you'll definitely lose. Guo Taochun had a face full of disbelief and said, might not be so, right? He was at the Soul Sea realm now. Even if he did not have full assurance in winning Yi Yuan, in terms of battle endurance and explosive power, he was confident that he could surpass Yi Yuan. The reason why Yi Yuan could cross boundaries to battle and his greatest reliance were the terrifying concept comprehension of his. If it was competing in speed, with Yi Yuan facing so many Tier 2 demonic beasts obstruction, for him wanting to be faster than Guo Taochun, it was virtually impossible. Yi Yuan smiled and said, if you don't believe me, let's just compete. But we don't need to compete until the finish point. Just determining the victor will do. Fine, compete away then, starting now. Guo Taochun's voice had yet to fade, and his entire person already dashed out like an arrow discharging. Yi Yuan smiled faintly, his movement technique activated, and he followed after too. At the start, this stretch of area was practically a vast expanse of flat land. What these two people competed in was naturally leg strength. Yet, Guo Taochun discovered to his dismay that no matter how hard he exerted his strength to speed up his movement technique, Yi Yuan was around not far from him from start to end. Yi Yuan was like a dog's skin plaster sticking to him. Yi Yuan's current movement technique was still spirit void shattering space. But ever since comprehending the concept of wind, Yi Yuan applied the concept of wind into his movement technique. The two superimposed. Although Yi Yuan was only second level C transformation right now, his speed was not the slightest bit slower than Guo Taochun's. Along the way, the two people casually slew the Tier 2 demonic beasts around them, running neck to neck all the way. After 2 hours, Guo Taochun stopped gloomily and said to Yi Yuan, I say, aren't you too freakish? Offensive power so formidable, even movement technique is also so freakish. I broke through to Soul Sea realm now and cultivated Tier 4 movement technique and actually can't shake you off. Yi Yuan stopped too and said smilingly, this movement technique of yours isn't bad. If you can train it to the Great Circle stage, I won't be able to keep up. Guo Taochun involuntarily rolled his eyes. He just broke through to Soul Sea realm not long ago. How could he possibly train the Tier 4 movement technique to the Great Circle stage? Heh. Even if your movement technique is any faster, it's useless too. Starting from now, the number of demonic beasts will get increasingly more. Although movement technique is important, endurance and essence energy are the key to determining victory. Guo Taochun finished talking and dashed out once more. Before long, sure enough, as Guo Taochun said, the number of demonic beasts became increasingly more, virtually surrounding the two people. Everyone's destination was pretty much the same. With 300 people in this first level, the chances of everyone bumping was still very high. But as they got deeper and deeper in, martial artists' miserable cries would sound out from time to time from the two people's surroundings and then disappear. Clearly, they were transported out of vast heaven pagoda. But those being transported out were basically all sea transformation realm martial artists. Like Guo Taochun said, This first level was going to eliminate a large batch of martial artists. Guo Taochun was a peak existence among the junior generation himself. Now, especially after breaking through to the Soul Sea realm, his strength was incomparably daunting. Demonic beasts that approached him practically all had the outcome of being instantly killed. But along with the increasing number of demonic beasts, Guo Taochun also gradually put away his mentality of playing around and started to treat things seriously. Failing miserably at a simple task was not something fun. Around another 2 hours passed. Guo Taochun finally could not resist darting a glance to the back with his eyes. He was delighted inwardly, because there was already no sign of Yi Yuan. Evidently, Yi Yuan was already blocked by the demonic beasts. Even though he overwhelmed Yi Yuan with the advantage of cultivation realm, Guo Taochun still felt very accomplished. Yi Yuan's monstrousness virtually made people despair. Regardless of winning him under any kind of circumstances, it was all something to be very thrilled about. Being besieged by so many demonic beasts, the consumption speed of a sea transformation realm's essence energy was much faster than a soul sea realm's. In order to reduce this kind of expenditure, the martial artist must carefully utilize their own essence energy. This way, the speed of killing demonic beasts was bound to slow down. Charging ahead blindly, the speed of essence energy consumption would shoot up by several folds. With Yi Yuan's second level sea transformation essence energy level, it would be exhausted entirely very quickly. How could such a clever person like Yi Yuan possibly do this kind of foolish thing because of a small competition? Heh, charge ahead for a distance, then wait for Yi Yuan and tell him that I won. Haha, I really want to see the expression of him losing the competition. Guo Taochun was talking, but his hands were not slow. In a blink of an eye, another dozen over demonic beasts were killed, and he charged forward once again. After a while, Guo Taochun suddenly discovered that the demonic beasts ahead seemed to be increasingly lesser. What's going on? Logically speaking, the further in one goes, there should be more demonic beasts. Could it be that I had too much fun killing and actually lost my way? That's wrong, the direction should be correct. Really weird. Guo Taochun could not figure it out. He continued dashing ahead but discovered that the demonic beasts around became lesser and lesser. The puzzlement in his heart grew. All of a sudden, ahead of him was clear and spacious, without even a single demonic beast. And in front of him, Yi Yuan was currently looking at him calmly, with a wide grin on his face. Why are you only here now? I've already waited for a long time. With nothing to do, I cleared away the surrounding demonic beasts and finally can have a break, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Quote. Guo Taochun stared at Yi Yuan with wide saucers for eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. Just how did you do it? You're only at the sea transformation realm. How can you possibly be so much faster than me? It was only after some time did Guo Taochun come back to his senses and ask out this question. Chapter 552, Nameless Energy. Of course, Yi Yuan would be that much faster than him. The number of these demonic beasts looked to be extremely horrifying. But to talk about crowd control measures, was there any martial technique more powerful than Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals? At least in this endless world, such a martial technique probably could not be found. If these demonic beasts' ranks were high, then forget it. If it were just tier 2 demonic beasts, Yi Yuan could casually summon a cluster of petals and it would basically be an instant kill. More importantly, 1,000 flowing petals was a type of perpetual martial technique. As long as Yi Yuan's essence energy was not exhausted, he could constantly summon more petals by his side. Guo Taochun naturally had crowd control type martial techniques too. But firstly, crowd control type martial techniques had tremendous expenditure. Secondly, unleashing it takes time. The losses outweighed the gains. To the vast majority of the people in the vast heaven pagoda right now, charging into the second level was the most important thing. Guo Taochun was clearly not an exception too. Along the way, Yi Yuan displayed the 1,000 flowing petals. His advancement speed was not much slower compared to when without demonic beasts. In comparison, the demonic beasts in front of Guo Taochun got increasingly more. His speed naturally slowed down. Hoo, I said that you'd definitely lose. You just had to insist on a pummeling. Alright, you go to the second level by yourself. I'll circle around the first level some more, said Yi Yuan. As he said this, he was making his move to leave. Guo Taochun was stunned. What's there to circle around in the first level? The first level had long been cleared countless times. If there were any hidden rewards, it would have long been discovered by people. But up till today, there was simply nobody who discovered any additional rewards. Yuan said smilingly, "It's fine. I'm just curious. You go on first." As he said this, Yuan's figure leapt, vanishing inside the demonic beast herd. Guo Taochun saw Yuan moving freely among the demonic beasts. It was as if it was an uninhabited land. His eye could not help becoming wide saucers. Only at this time did he know why Yuan's speed was much faster than his. The demonic beasts here completely did not have their own consciousness and attacked martial artists with no fear of death at all. But those demonic beasts simply could not approach Yuan's body. Clusters of petals willfully reaped the lives of those demonic beasts. Hiss. Monsters are monsters. Indeed, not what mortals like us can compare to. After a long while, Guo Taochun gave a sigh and turned around, rushing to the depths of the first level. After half a day, in a remote corner of the vast heaven pagoda's first level, Yuan suddenly opened both eyes. These demonic beasts are all formed from a type of energy. Slaying these demonic beasts can actually acquire a trace of this type of energy. And this type of energy can actually convert into essence energy, promoting the advancement of cultivation. Truly unbelievably miraculous, Yuan muttered under his breath. In the beginning, Yuan did not notice yet. But when he was competing with Guo Taochun, Yuan slaughtered large numbers of demonic beasts and finally noticed a hint of something wrong. After those demonic beasts were killed, there was a strand of extremely minute energy that entered inside Yuan's body. This wisp of energy was extremely minute, it was virtually undetectable. If it weren't for the fact that Yuan killed a large number of demonic beasts within a period of time and those energies converged to form a small tuft, Yuan would not be able to discover it at all. Yuan was also uncertain if this type of energy was harmful to the body or not. So he bid farewell to Guo Taochun and found a covert place to investigate. He casually laid down a set of array formation. Those tier 2 demonic beasts were simply incapable of barging inside. Then he started to study this small tuft of energy. But with this investigation, Yuan discovered that with his experience and knowledge, he actually could not recognize what this energy was. After failing to glean anything with numerous attempts, Yuan simply mustered essence energy and attempted to force that trace of energy out of the body. But Yuan did not expect that once the energy came into contact with essence energy, it actually merged into the essence energy with a whoosh. This was no trifling matter. Yuan hurriedly wanted to expel the nameless energy. But after that tuft of energy fused into his own essence energy, it was like a poisonous sore inflicted deep into the bones, no longer able to separate. Yuan unleashed all of his skills to the utmost and could not do anything to that mass of nameless energy. But that mass of energy just quietly lay within his essence energy sea and did not have make any excessive action. Only then did this let Yuan be slightly at ease. Later on, Yuan might as well just circulate the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art and started to refine that mass of essence energy. What surprised Yuan was that the nameless energy really reacted. Before long, the nameless energy was actually refined into essence energy. It made Yuan's boundary loosen up a trace. This made Yuan very surprised. Although Yuan had killed many demonic beasts, the nameless energy obtained was an extremely tiny speck. Yuan internally viewed that trace of essence energy. It seemed to be a little different from the essence energy that he originally cultivated. But just how was it different? Yuan could not determine it. To really say it out, Yuan had a feeling that this kind of essence energy seemed to be even more powerful than the essence energy which he previously cultivated. This type of energy can actually promote essence energy. Then wouldn't I be able to use this energy to undergo cultivation? Guo Taochun said that this first level did not have any additional rewards. Could it be that this is the first level's hidden boon? It's just that this type of energy. Just what in the world is it? Why is it that even I haven't heard of it before? Yuan thought for a long time and could not figure out the reason why either. But he felt that this energy should not be harmful to the human body. Hence, he made a bold decision: kill off all the demonic beasts in the first level. Since this type of energy could increase cultivation, how could Yuan let it slip by? When soldiers arrive, use a general to keep them off. When water rises, build a dam with earth. If some problem were to really occur, just think of ways to resolve it in the future. Outside the vast heaven pagoda, those sects, old ancestors all stared at the light screen, wanting to see to what extent their own juniors had progressed to. Somebody entered the second level. N. Who is Lu Hong? He's actually the first one to enter the second level. The first to rush into the second level is actually not the 3 sects, head disciples. Where did this Lu Hong pop out from? The second level was totally empty right now. Therefore, Lu Hong's name was very conspicuous. This name appeared abruptly, making everyone all feel somewhat caught off guard. Because before this, simply no one had heard of this name. The expressions of the 3 sects, old ancestors, were very ugly. They had a feeling of getting their faces slapped. It was fine if Yi Yuan was monstrous. Where did this Lu Hong pop out from? To actually prevail over the 3 sects, one had to know that Qin Yan and Guo Taochun, they all were at the Soul Sea realm now. Among the junior generation, they should be sweeping away everyone else. But now, they were actually surpassed by an unknown boy. I have some impression of this Lu Hong. Seems to be an itinerant cultivator. During the itinerant martial artist selection, this person's performance was remarkably astonishing. He directly overwhelmed everybody and obtained the right to enter the vast heaven pagoda with the status of the first place. To think that he still held back during the selections. His strength is actually so formidable, said a heavenly martial sect's grand elder. He was the main examiner in charge of the itinerant cultivators selection and had some impression of this Lu Hong. Quickly look, Qin Yan, the 3 of them virtually rushed into the second level at the same time. At this time, somebody exclaimed. Only after seeing Qin Yan trio entering the second level closely behind Lu Hong did the expressions on the 3 old ancestors' faces become slightly better. Chapter 553, Blunder. Although the first one to rush into the second level might not mean that he was definitely the strongest one, to a certain extent, it also illustrated many problems. Hence, for that Lu Hong to be able to be the first one to rush into the second level, it at least showed that his strength was very formidable. I didn't think that among the itinerant cultivators, a genius junior actually appeared too. Chi Hai stroked his beard and smiled. To the present endless world, the more geniuses like this, the better things would be. Humph, might just be a moment of luck, Qin Hongtao said with a cold snort. More and more names vanished from the first level. Ren Xingqian's eyebrows could not help knitting together. He kept on staring at Yi Yuan's name. But Yi Yuan's name did not have any signs of moving throughout. Regardless of how the other people's names moved, Yi Yuan's name remained in the first level from start to end. At this time, somebody reacted to it as well and asked, Where's Yi Yuan? With his strength, he should have entered the second level long ago, right? His name is still at the first level. I wonder what happened, Ning Yixian said. No way, right? Yi Yuan is able to kill a Soul Sea realm expert on his own. How can he possibly be trapped at the first level? Maybe he got delayed because of some matter. There's nothing in the first level. Can be held up by. What? Is it possible that Yi Yuan can kill Soul Sea realm experts because his explosive power is very great? But to charge into the second level, what's required is abundant essence energy and lasting endurance. On this aspect, Yi Yuan is just a second level sea transformation. He'll probably be at a disadvantage. What this person said was reasonable. Many people could not help falling silent when they heard that. Ren Xingqian's expression was very ugly. He thought very highly of Yi Yuan and felt that Yi Yuan would bring him a tremendous surprise. If Yi Yuan already fell behind in the first level, the difficulty of the levels at the back would be increasingly greater. How was Yi Yuan going to pass through? Ren Xingqian looked previously already. Cao Fang was already eliminated in the first level. Although Ren Dong made it into the second level, he was placed rather behind in terms of timing. If even Yi Yuan failed, then Wu Fang City would be utterly disgraced. Sigh. In the end, this vast heaven pagoda is still too much for sea transformation realms. Passing through this vast heaven pagoda's checkpoints need to be done in one breath. The more one drags, the less favorable. If Yi Yuan he continues dawdling, once his essence energy is exhausted, it will likely be very tough to push through the first level. I really didn't expect that a heavens chosen like Yi Yuan would actually suffer a crushing defeat in the first level. For a time, the people surrounding and spectating all discussed in low voices. With the passing of time, they were clearly less and less optimistic about Yi Yuan. People's hearts were always like this. Yi Yuan rose up extremely fast like a comet. Some of the sects, old ancestors more or less still had some jealousy in their hearts. Now, seeing Yi Yuan about to be eliminated in the first level, although they would not express it too obviously, there was still some gloating in their words and between the lines. How could Ren Xingqian not discern the gloating over other people's misfortunes in these people's words? He was even more panicky in his heart. Yi Yuan, what the hell are you doing? Could it be that with your strength, you can't even make it past the first level? Ren Xingqian said anxiously in his heart. Time slowly trickled by. The names remaining in the first level became progressively lesser. But among these people, practically nobody could charge into the second level. The names all directly vanished. Evidently, they were already sent out by the vast heaven pagoda. Finally, the last name in the first level apart from Yi Yuan's vanished, kicked out by the vast heaven pagoda. In the first level, only Yi Yuan alone was left. At this time, the second level was densely covered with people, while in the first level, Yi Yuan's name became extremely eye-catching. Yi Yuan's strength is still very powerful among sea transformation realms. He actually persisted for a day and night already. It's just that, who knows how long he can sustain in the end. The first level has a time restriction of only 3 days. If one is unable to make it to the second level within 3 days, they will still get kicked out by the vast heaven pagoda. The demonic beasts around the entrance to the second level will become increasingly more. For Yi Yuan to want to make it through, it's probably riddled with numerous difficulties. Different from how these people imagined, the demonic beasts around the entrance to the second level was already less than lesser. In the first level, only Yi Yuan alone was left. He had free rein and unleashed the 1,000 flowing petals, willfully reaping the lives of those demonic beasts. The petals which filled the sky were like locusts. Areas they passed through, no living thing was spared. Yi Yuan initially thought that these demonic beasts could not be killed completely. But after he slaughtered for an entire day, he finally noticed that these demonic beasts became thinly scattered. Very clearly, the number of the demonic beasts was reducing. Furthermore, Yi Yuan discovered that these demonic beasts would automatically converge at the entrance to the second level to attempt to stop him from entering the second level. However, Yi Yuan's goal was not the second level at all. It was to kill these demonic beasts to obtain that nameless energy. I wonder what kind of effect there will be by killing all the demonic beasts in the first level. Yi Yuan said with a loud laugh. Of course, increasingly lesser was just relatively speaking. Around Yi Yuan, there were still countless demonic beasts surrounding him now. Even if Yi Yuan wanted to break out of the encirclement now, it was already impractical. At this time, there were already no other martial artists in the first level. Just Yi Yuan alone left, and these demonic beasts seemed to sense it, converging around Yi Yuan unceasingly. Even though the total number of demonic beasts was reducing, in the radius of the local area, the demonic beasts were increasingly more. But Yi Yuan did not mind at all. These demonic beasts were entirely unable to approach his body. Just like this, Yi Yuan spent 2 days constantly in the midst of slaughter. Only Yi Yuan could sustain for 2 days under such a high-intensity essence energy consumption. If it were others, they would have died long ago from essence energy exhaustion. Since he wanted to kill off all the demonic beasts, Yi Yuan naturally made preparations long ago. Hence, he was very sparing when using essence energy. But, even so, his essence energy was already close to rock bottom at the end of these 2 days. The demonic beasts became lesser and lesser, but Yi Yuan's attacks clearly became sluggish too. Huff, looks like I still have to expend 1 medicinal pill. Yi Yuan said helplessly. He initially thought that he could rely on his body's essence energy to sustain. Who knew that the number of demonic beasts in this first level was too terrifying? Slaughtered for 2 days and did not finish killing either. At this time, if Yi Yuan still did not consume medicinal pills to restore essence energy, he was already unable to carry on sustaining. Yi Yuan's finger twitched. A medicinal pill appeared in his hand. Yet, just as Yi Yuan was planning on swallowing the medicinal pill, a scene which left him dumbfounded occurred. That medicinal pill was actually like weathered away by the wind, breaking down into powder. A light breeze blew, and it vanished. Fuck me, no way, right, could it be that inside this vast heaven pagoda, usage of medicinal pills isn't allowed? Why didn't anyone tell me before? Yi Yuan could not refrain from cursing. Unreconciled, Yi Yuan took out a medicinal pill again. Indeed, it was immediately eroded by the wind. This time, I really made a blunder. Yi Yuan stared wide-eyed in his mouth agape at the thing that happened before his eyes as he said with a bitter smile. Chapter 554, Instant Cast Martial Technique. Yi Yuan daring to fight a battle of attrition here, his greatest reliance was medicinal pills. But Yi Yuan never would have expected that this vast heaven pagoda could actually erode the medicinal pills that he refined with just the wind. This was simply something unheard of. Without medicinal pills to replenish essence energy, Yi Yuan's essence energy was going to be depleted very soon. This was still his first time encountering such a bizarre thing. For a moment, he did not know what he should do either. Could it be that he was really going to be killed by these tier 2 demonic beasts because of essence energy exhaustion? If he was transported outside, wouldn't it become the entire endless world's joke? Even though Yi Yuan did not care about other people's views, this kind of failing method, even he himself was unable to accept it too. Damn it, fight it out. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and completely erupted all of his remaining essence energy. For a time, innumerable petals enveloped Yi Yuan. At the same time, Yi Yuan pushed the spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art to the limits, refining the nameless energy that was absorbed into his body. The process of martial artists' cultivation was actually the process of splitting open the dantian. When not using martial techniques, the circulation of the essence energy in the body would form a circulatory cycle, reaching a delicate equilibrium with the outside world's heaven and earth quintessence. But once martial techniques were used, the expenditure of essence energy within the martial artist's body would increase drastically. The speed of converting the outside world's quintessence to become the essence energy within the body simply could not catch up to the speed of consumption. The more powerful the martial technique, the more enormous the expenditure on essence energy. Replenishing it would become slower. Even though Yi Yuan's control regarding essence energy was extremely great, for a martial technique like the 1,000 flowing petals, the consumption was very large too. Only Yi Yuan could utilize this martial technique for 2 days straight. At this time, Yi Yuan's absorption speed already could not keep up with the consumption speed. Only by refining these nameless energies into essence energy could he resolve the imminent danger. Through 2 days of absorbing, inside Yi Yuan's body already accumulated considerable nameless energy. But in comparison to Yi Yuan's current expenditure, the nameless energy converted to become essence energy was just as if trying to put out a cartload of burning logs with a cup of water. But right now, Yi Yuan already did not have other alternatives. He could only make a last attempt to remedy a hopeless situation. Lasting a while longer was a while. At least it was better than being exhausted to death, right? It was better than being kicked out by the vast heaven pagoda, and then him explaining to others that he postured, wanting to finish all the demonic beasts in the first level. And that this resulted to his essence energy being depleted and him getting killed by demonic beasts. Under Yi Yuan's frenzied refining, those nameless energies were finally converted to become essence energy bit by bit, flowing into the essence energy sea. These essence energies entered the essence energy sea arbitrarily, fusing together with that trace of essence energy which Yi Yuan refined previously. Adding it up, it was merely as big as the rim of a bowl. Seeing this sort of situation, Yi Yuan could not help smiling bitterly. This tiny bit of essence energy wasn't enough for him to sustain a while at all. Yi Yuan also did not expect that he slaughtered demonic beasts for 2 days and 2 nights, and he actually just accumulated this tiny bit of nameless energy. Wasn't this thing too precious? Before long, the 1,000 flowing petals which Yi Yuan cast before this was finally depleted. Those demonic beasts charged forward once again without fear of death. Yi Yuan was helpless and could only revolve his cultivation method, mustering up the essence energy in his essence energy sea which was converted from that tiny bit of nameless energy. Yet, something which made Yi Yuan awkward happened. Once more, he revolved his cultivation method and actually only mustered a tiny drop of nameless essence energy. The fuck? No way, right? This is too much of a scam. What can 1 drop of essence energy do? Yi Yuan nearly broke down. He killed demonic beasts so painstakingly until now just for the sake of collecting this nameless energy. In the end, he could actually only mobilize a drop of essence energy. This was simply such irony. If he were eliminated like this, Yi Yuan would really have to find a place to enter closed seclusion for 20 years and be too embarrassed to exit seclusion. But at the next instant, Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. After that drop of essence energy entered the meridians, it suddenly vanished. Yi Yuan had yet to react when an even more horrifying 1,000 flowing petals when compared to before appeared without any signs just like this. The 1,000 flowing petals erupted abruptly, practically sweeping away clean the surrounding demonic beasts instantaneously. What kind of situation is this? This time, Yi Yuan was struck utterly senseless. Ever since entering the vast heaven pagoda, too many things that exceeded his expectations happened, virtually more than what he could handle. And everything that happened before his eyes clearly made him unable to understand too. One drop of essence energy could actually erupt out such a terrifying attack. Furthermore, him unleashing the 1,000 flowing petals this time was practically completed instantly. Could it be that this type of essence energy could instant cast martial techniques? Moreover, the 1,000 flowing petals this time, regardless of whether was it power or range, it was all much more powerful than what he used previously. Even though it was somewhat incomprehensible, without any doubt, Yuan picked up a treasure. One had to know that when martial artists used martial techniques, no matter how pure and simple, it was also impossible to achieve instant cast. Essence energy exit the essence energy see and circulate within the meridians according to the martial techniques method, working in concert with heaven and earth quintessence, and then releasing them out. In between this, it had to go through a series of transformations. And this sort of transformations naturally needed time to be executed. The more powerful the martial technique, the more time required as well. Very clearly, under the situation where the power of the martial technique was the same, the shorter the time taken to cast the skill, the more advantageous. And this type of essence energy could not only achieve instant cast martial techniques, but it also seemed to have the effects of promoting and strengthening the martial technique. It was seriously too perverse. Hey, looks like expending such a long time wasn't a waste at long last, Yuan said with a smile. As he said, he deployed that nameless essence energy again. 1,000 flowing petals erupted abruptly once more, massacring a mass of demonic beasts. Yuan is indeed formidable. To actually be able to last until 3 days. Even though he can't pass through the first level, it's also sufficient to be proud. Still have 2 hours, and it will be 3 whole days. Even if he's still unscathed, he'll still get kicked out automatically by the vast heaven pagoda. Looks like he also knows that he can't clear it, so he found a place to rest and rehabilitate to quietly wait for 3 days' time to be up. Such a pity, a genius like this actually didn't even clear the first level. In the vast heaven mystic realm, everyone was discussing excitedly. Some really felt pity for Yuan, while others were gloating over his misfortune. But no matter what, they all did not think that Yuan could pass through the first level. Regardless of what reason Yuan had to hold up in the first level, 3 days' time was also plenty for him to finish settling it. Those martial artists who were in the second level now, there was a small portion who was at the sea transformation realm too. Even they were able to clear the first level, but Yuan was unable to clear it. That could only show that Yuan's strength was lacking. Ren Xingqian's old face was black as the bottom of a pot. He never would have thought that the vast heaven pagoda journey this time, they came in a jolly mood but returned home disappointed. They were going to head back home so soon. And the Yuan he pinned high hopes on actually could not even clear the first level. About to hit 3 days right away. It's already hopeless for Yuan. Yeah, such a pity. You guys, look, Yuan's name disappeared. 3 days' time is up. Yuan is probably already transported out. Let's go find him then. Hang on, you guys look, Yuan's name appeared in the second level. He actually passed through at the last moment. Chapter 555, Continue Killing Finish. This stinking brat gave me a fright. Ren Xingqian finally heaved a sigh in relief secretly in his heart. Even if he had experienced countless great storms and waves, his heart still leapt to his throat earlier. If Yuan were to be kicked out like this, then his face would be trashed badly. Fortunately, Yuan finally charged into the second level at the final juncture. What kind of situation is this? Yuan he actually charged into the second level at the last moment. Yeah, if he long had this strength, why not enter earlier? But if he didn't have this strength, how did he charge inside ultimately? This Yuan is really. He's clearing the vast heaven pagoda while actually teasing with this kind of thrill. One had to acknowledge that Yuan teasing with this roller coaster ride had indeed made many people have a feeling of plummeting from above the clouds, exhilarating to the max. Actually, many people were already prepared to watch the spectacle. In the end, Yuan just had to clear the first level. This made those people preparing to watch a show suddenly feel very bored. That's not right. Logically speaking, with Yuan's strength, it's impossible to not clear the first level. But why did he only rush in at the last moment? Just what on earth is he doing inside? Qin Hongtao was similarly very convoluted by Yuan's actions. Their thinking previously was also all very simple. They thought that Yuan's essence energy was not abundant enough, or that only his explosive power was great and actually his endurance was lacking. Thinking carefully about it now, Yuan should not be like this. But for such a long time, what in the world was Yuan doing in the first level? Qihai's gaze was glued fixedly on Yuan's name. All of a sudden, he had some guesses. This boy wouldn't be tempering himself inside, right? Somewhere in the second level, Yuan pointed a finger and killed a lion-formed demonic beast. His brows could not help furrowing. As the second level's guardian demonic beasts, the Aurora Electric Lion. That's pretty hard to deal with. The Aurora Electric Lion is a kind of tier 3 demonic beasts. Not only was its speed unbelievable abnormal, its attacks even carried lightning attribute, rather nasty. An Aurora Electric Lion was naturally nothing much to Yuan, but at the thought of that horrifying number in the first level, even Yuan could not help shuddering. Although the demonic beasts in the vast heaven pagoda were not corporeal bodies, their attributes and strength were no different from the outside world. Fortunately, the multiple Aurora Electric Lions that Yuan killed were all just initial stage tier 3. If this level was all initial stage tier 3 Aurora Electric Lions, it might not be without the possibility of duking it out. Even so, the difficulty of this second level threw the first level behind by several grades. Tier 3 demonic beasts and peak tier 2 demonic beasts were on an entirely different level. No wonder Lu Linfang only made it to the 7th level too. Advancing upwards at this degree of difficulty, how terrifying would it be when arriving at the 9th level? Yuan said with an emotional sigh. Thinking it over, Yuan still decided to enter the 3rd level after killing off all the demonic beasts. The allure of the nameless essence energy was seriously too great to Yuan. Previously at the 1st level, he only used several drops of nameless essence energy and killed all of the demonic beasts. After absorbing those demonic beasts' nameless energy, Yuan discovered that his own realm could no longer be kept in check, so he went with the momentum and chose to break through. With this breakthrough, Yuan directly charged to peak 3rd level C transformation, just a bit more to reach 1st level C transformation. Yuan shockingly discovered that this nameless essence energy actually had the effect of hewing open his essence energy C. Originally, according to his estimations, 3rd level C transformation should have a 90 feet essence energy C. But now, Yuan's essence energy C already opened up to 100 feet circumference. One should not look at how it was just a circumference of 10 feet. For Yuan's essence energy C to open up and to form perfect spirit condensation, even just opening up a fraction more was also extremely difficult. One had to know that Yuan's essence energy C previously was already around the same as the divine realm's pinnacle young geniuses. Now, cleaving open a circumference of 10 feet more, it already surpassed those geniuses with absolute certainty. Yuan discovered that this nameless essence energy was truly incomparably mysterious. Apart from instant casting martial techniques and amplifying martial techniques, it actually had the effect of opening up his essence energy C. He had no idea just what was the origin of this nameless essence energy, and what other functions did it still have. But Yuan dared to assume that this type of essence energy was absolutely a heaven-defying level treasure. At least in the divine realm, Yuan had never heard before any kind of special essence energy that could have so many enhancement effects. Yuan was increasingly curious about this vast heaven pagoda's origin. It was simply a treasure vault. Ignoring other things, just this nameless essence energy was enough to make all martial artists go crazy. After musing for a moment, Yuan started making his way to the 2nd level's inner region. Due to the others entering 2 days earlier than him, they were probably about to rush into the 3rd level at this time. This entrance area was naturally already void of people. But Yuan learned to be more cautious this time. He absorbed and refined the nameless essence energy while killing the Aurora Electric Lions so as to maintain sufficient essence energy. With the spirit bristle 9 Yang divine arts prowess, as long as Yuan did not overexpend it like at the 1st level, the problem of essence energy drying up would not arise. Yuan planned to kill a batch of Aurora Electric Lions first, then absorb a portion of nameless energy and make use of the momentum to break through to the 4th level C transformation. He would then head for the entrance to the 3rd level. These Aurora Electric Lion contained a trace of nameless energy too. Moreover, it was much stronger compared to the 1st level's demonic beasts. If he could kill off all the Aurora Electric Lions in the 2nd level, Yuan could refine a lot of this type of nameless energy even while expending them. At the 3rd level's entrance area, dozens of martial artists were surrounded by numerous Aurora Electric Lion. The battle situation was very alarming. In the fight, there were martial artists killed by the Aurora Electric Lions every now and then and transported out of the vast heaven pagoda. At this second level, the martial artists were all feeling increasingly pressured. Even Soul Sea Realm experts were no exception. Even though these Aurora Electric Lion could not threaten them, for them to want to be as leisure as in the first level was not doable. Yin-Yang casually slashed out a sword and killed multiple Aurora Electric Lions. But his gaze was looking at the Lu Hong ahead. I don't know where this person popped out from. His strength is actually so formidable. An itinerant cultivator can actually cultivate to such a level too. Qin Yan said, I have a feeling that he's still preserving strength now. He should be planning on using it at the back. By the side, Guo Taochun had a solemn look too. Heh, which of the three of us don't have our own trump cards? When the time comes, we might have to use them in order to charge into the 5th level. Qin Yan said smilingly. Guo Taochun nodded slightly and suddenly said, oh, right, after I separated from Yuan at the 1st level, I never saw him all this while. Have you seen him? Qin Yan was stunned and only came back to his senses now. He shook his head and said, I've really not seen him. With his strength, he should have reached here long ago. Yeah, I looked for trouble competing in the speed of killing demonic beasts one time at the 1st level with him. The result was utter defeat. I feel that even that Lu Hong might not be faster than Yuan either. Guo Taochun said. Qin Yan laughed in spite of himself and said, you were really taking the road to ruin. Yuan's prowess isn't just reflected by killing a Soul Sea realm. Forget it, he shouldn't need us to worry. Let's enter the next level quickly. The demonic beasts here are getting more and more now. Chapter 556, indeed deliberate. It's that Lu Hong again. He's the first one to enter the 3rd level. This Lu Hong is so strong. To actually overpower the 3 sects, head disciples twice and be the first one to charge into the next level. Just what is this Lu Hong's background? To actually be so powerful. Allegedly, he came from a small sect. But the sect he was from was destroyed later on. He should have obtained some fortuitous encounter afterward. That's how he can have his current strength. Fame can be a double-edged sword. The originally unrecorded and nameless Lu Hong shot to fame in just one move this time. His history was naturally dug out very quickly too. The 3 sects choosing these itinerant martial artists naturally would not select them casually. They would definitely impose stringent screening on these martial artists, including their past. No matter what, overpowering the 3 sects, head disciples twice in a row was plenty for him to become the subject of everyone's talk. One time could be said to be a coincidence. If it was twice, then it probably was not what a coincidence or luck could explain. In comparison, Yuan, who was the hottest topic in the beginning, was no longer popular at this time. Nobody would pay attention to a failure. Yuan entering the 2nd level, with a buzzer beater, was already not viewed optimistically by many people. This vast heaven pagoda had always been about fighting for number 1. It had yet to be heard of who wanted to fight for the last place. Originally, everyone was all anticipating Yuan creating a miracle. But now, they focused their gazes on Lu Hong. Actually, the vast heaven pagoda's first 3 levels did not have much worth to see. There was not the slightest bit of suspense about prodigious talents like Qin Yan, Guo Taochun, and Yin Yanhua passing through the first 3 levels. If one had to say what was worth watching, it was only who would be the first one to charge into the next level. Originally, everyone was the most optimistic about Yuan, but Yuan actually stayed in the 1st level alone for 3 whole days. Later on, everyone focused their eyes on the 3 sects, head disciples, and did not expect a huge dark horse to actually charge out, overpowering the 3 sects, disciples. The vast heaven pagoda's trial this time could be said to among the most exciting and exhilarating times. It was open for others outside the 3 sects. To the 3 sects, they obviously did not wish for their own disciples to lose in their own territory. But to the itinerant cultivators and the other sects, they did not say it verbally. They earnestly wished for somebody to step forward and wreck the 3 sects. This mentality of sour grapes, many people had it. Hence, when everyone saw that Lu Hong was the first one to charge into the 3rd level, each and every one of them was like being injected with stimulants, praising him to the skies. Yuan was currently following a routine, killing monsters and training, continuously absorbing and converting the nameless essence energy. After a day, a horrifying essence energy storm howled within the beast horde. The essence energy storm was extremely turbulent, strangling the nearby demonic beasts to death in succession. After a day of slaughter, the nameless essence energy in Yi Yuan's essence energy sea already accumulated to the size of 2 bowls. The nameless energy contained within the Aurora Electric Lion's bodies were clearly much more than the first level's demonic beasts. Yi Yuan only used a day's time and accumulated to around the first level's nameless essence energy. After a period of time, Yi Yuan broke through to the 4th level sea transformation smoothly. His essence energy sea surged once again, reaching a circumference of 150 feet. This nameless essence energy is indeed incredible. With my current essence energy potency, winning, even killing 2nd level soul seas, shouldn't be any problem. But there is an extremely wide gap between each soul sea realm's small boundary. Although I broke through to the 4th level sea transformation now and I might have the power to contend with 3rd level soul seas, to match up against 4th level soul seas, it's absolutely impossible to win. Yi Yuan estimated his current strength. All along, Yi Yuan could basically cross a major realm to fight the enemy. Even when facing the disparity between the lower 3 realms and middle 3 realms, he could completely ignore it too. But with the increase in realm, his limitations of crossing boundaries to battle clearly became increasingly more too. The huge disparity between Soul Sea realm and Sea Transformation realm was seriously too great. Yi Yuan wanting to match up against 4th level Soul Seas with 4th level Sea Transformation basically did not have too much hope. This nameless essence energy is extremely powerful. If it can erupt instantaneously, it might be able to severely wound those at the 4th level Soul Sea realm. But the nameless essence energy, using a bit, will make them a bit lesser. Unless it's a last resort, best to not use it, Yi Yuan muttered to himself. Although the nameless essence energy was powerful, the biggest issue was that it could not be produced again. Regardless of how Yi Yuan absorbed the outside world's essence energy, it had no way of converting into the nameless essence energy. The nameless essence energy could only be a trump card. Unless there were no other alternatives, it could not be used. Previously, Yi Yuan used over a dozen drops in the 1st level. That already gave him unbelievable heartache. With my present strength, I should be able to sweep away these Aurora Electric Lions. Other people entered the 3rd level 2 days before me. In addition to yesterday's 1 day, 3 days have passed. They should all have already entered the 3rd level. It's time to go to the entrance area to the 3rd level. This 2nd level's time limit is the same, 3 days. I still have 2 days' time. Yi Yuan's figure moved. 1,000 flowing petals was executed along, and he rushed over towards the entrance area to the 3rd level. After breaking through to the 4th level Sea Transformation, Yi Yuan's spirit, qi, and vitality all reached the peak state. His essence energy C was 3 times bigger when compared to at the 2nd level Sea Transformation. In his current state, even if he did not utilize essence energy, it was also sufficient to kill off all the Aurora Electric Lions. 2 days later, Yi Yuan became the topic of discussion once more. Because he stayed a full 3 days in the 2nd level one more time. The other people already charged into the 2nd level on the 1st day and used 2 days to charge into the 3rd level. Which was also to say that Yi Yuan was now 3 whole days slower than them now. What is it with this Yi Yuan? Stayed a full 3 days in the 2nd level again. He wouldn't be treating clearing the checkpoints like a vacation, right? Wonder if he can charge to the 3rd level at the last moment this time or not. It's really hard to say. If he can still rush in at the last moment this time, then it should be deliberate. It's just, I don't know why he needs to stay a full 3 days. Who knows? The time is about to arrive. Name disappeared. Quickly see if he entered the 3rd level or not. There. Indeed there. What is he trying to do? Why must he insist on staying a full 3 days' time on each level? This time, nobody doubted if Yi Yuan had the strength to pass through anymore. The first time could be said to be a fluke, but entering at the same time the 2nd time, it was clearly intentional. Except that nobody could figure out what Yi Yuan was trying to do. This stinking brat, what the hell is he doing? Teasing with this sort of thrill each time. What if it just missed by a bit? Wouldn't it waste all the previous efforts? Ren Xingqian panted heavily once again and could not refrain from grumbling. They could not be blamed for this either. After all, there had never been anybody who would do this sort of foolish thing, killing off all the demonic beasts at each level. Even now, nobody thought that Yi Yuan was actually doing such a thing as well. They felt that Yi Yuan definitely found a place to hide and made use of the 11th hour to spurt towards the next level. Hoo, City Lord Ren, calm down. Yi Yuan isn't a frivolous person. Him doing this surely has his reasons. In this vast heaven pagoda, it's also not whoever clears the round fastest can walk to the end, Chi-Hai reminded Ren Xingqian, suddenly appearing beside him. Chapter 557. He's different from you guys. Oh, old Hai, is it possible that you know what Yi Yuan is doing? Inside, seeing Chi-Hai's attitude, Ren Xingqian was slightly surprised. Chi-Hai smiled slightly and said, Yi Yuan's level is different from the others. The things that he sees are naturally different too. There are countless demonic beasts in the first level and second level. Furthermore, these demonic beasts are not corporeal bodies, an excellent venue for training and tempering. If my conjectures are correct, he should be borrowing these demonic beasts to temper himself. That's why he would hang on to enter the next level each time. Ren Xingqian's eyes went wide. Even though he was very confident in Yi Yuan, wasn't this too exaggerated? Even Soul Sea Realm martial artists did not dare to stay in a level for too long. Yi Yuan dared to stay alone until the time was almost up. Furthermore, without other people pinning them down, how did he charge past alone? Old Hai, even though Yi Yuan's strength is pretty good, he's at the sea transformation realm after all. Training inside like this, I'm afraid that his essence energy can't sustain. Ren Xingqian said tactfully. These words sounded like concern on the surface, but actually, it was reproaching that Yi Yuan was messing around too much. So many demonic beasts inside, if his essence energy were exhausted and he got eliminated, just how unjust of a matter would that have to be? If he was really eliminated, forget about him, this city lord, even Yi Yuan himself would not be able to preserve his face either. Hoo-hoo, you this old man are losing yourself in concern. Furthermore, this grandson of yours, you yourself probably still don't have much understanding. Yi Yuan appears very impetuous when doing this, even somewhat disregarding consequence. But after the matter, you'll discover that he already calculated every single thing. Him stopping the Purple Mansion sect, detaining Qin Hongtao's grandson, eradicating the Heavenly Evil sect, which incident wasn't carried out after scheming. Relax, this boy will be fine, Qin Hongtao said very affirmatively. Ren Xingqian thought about it. It seemed to be truly as Chi-Hai said. His understanding of this grandson of his was really pitiably little. Of course, this was also related to Yi Yuan deliberately keeping him at a distance. This boy's temper was even worse than his. The two people frequently could not even see eye to eye. If he did not yield in the end, this boy could even poke a hole in the sky. Chi-Hai was very confident in his judgment. But he could not dare dream that Yi Yuan's final goal was actually to kill off all the demonic beasts in a level either. If he knew what Yi Yuan was doing inside, it was uncertain if he could still be so composed. After entering the third level, Yi Yuan suddenly noticed that it was much more spacious. Within the first level and the second level, it was densely populated with demonic beasts. Especially the first level, that sort of density simply gave people a feeling of their scalp tingling. Just those numbers made people feel despair. But after Yi Yuan entered the third level, he suddenly discovered that the demonic beasts did not seem to be as many as before. He had already entered this level for some time and actually did not even see a single demonic beast. It could not be to the extent where these demonic beasts were all killed by other people, right? Yi Yuan was 3 days behind the rest. So, at this time, the third level should have already been void of other people long ago. The other martial artists should have already cleared the third round or were already kicked out. Which was also to say that currently in the third level, there was only Yi Yuan alone. The one and only person. Strange, even if this third level's demonic beasts would have some reduction, it can't be diminished to such an extent either, right? Just what on earth happened? Yi Yuan said depressedly. Since he could not meet demonic beasts, Yi Yuan simply just flew towards the entrance to the fourth level. Yi Yuan was also rather looking forward to it now. Because after clearing the third level, there would be an interim reward. If it was before coming in, Yi Yuan absolutely would not be looking forward to it like so. Because cultivation methods and martial techniques and whatnot, he really was not lacking any of them. Just the spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art was enough for him to cultivate to the divine king realm. Why would there be a need to take such a superfluous action to learn other cultivation methods? Even if he knew that Lu Linfang's sword from here, Lu Linfang's level was merely just slightly stronger than him. To really talk about interest, Yi Yuan was just interested in the things after the 6th level. But now, Yi Yuan's thinking completely changed. This vast heaven pagoda was too mystical, to actually have this sort of thing like the nameless energy. Then what would the rewards for the first 3 levels be? Because the path was free and unobstructed, Yuan's speed was exceptionally fast. He only used 2 hours' time and was about to reach the 4th level's entrance already. However, everything before his eyes left Yuan staring wide-eyed and his mouth agape. Fuck me, are you shitting me? Yuan looked at the scene before his eyes and could not help rolling his eyes. At the same time, in a nameless space, a group of martial artists was currently discussing fervently. Finally passed the 3rd level and can obtain the first stage's reward. Yeah, although the demonic beast's rank only increased a small boundary with each round cleared, it feels more than several times more powerful. This 4th level, I can't clear it no matter what. Those blue sand beasts were really hard to tangle with. I almost succumbed in the 3rd level. If I couldn't even pass the 3rd level, this trip would be considered wasted. Yeah, the blue sand beasts are extremely formidable existences among tier 3 demonic beasts too. Although the few of us are soul sea realms, being surrounded by so many blue sand beasts was really enough for us to die. Very clearly, the 3rd level gave considerable pressure to these soul sea realms. One should not look at how each level's demonic beasts only raised by a small boundary. The increase in the degree of difficulty was not simple. Facing never-ending attacks, no matter how powerful the martial artist, they would be exhausted to death too. Yuan's control over essence energy was so subtle and he nearly screwed himself to death, let alone other people. Furthermore, these demonic beasts were not ordinary demonic beasts. Their strength in the same rank was very formidable too. If one did not have the corresponding strength, they would simply be unable to breach through the encirclement. Entering the vast heaven pagoda this time, a total of 300 people entered. Yet, only less than 20 people were still inside this nameless space right now. These people were all the same, they were all soul sea realm experts. Sea transformation realm martial artists were already wrecked by those demonic beasts until not even dregs were left. The only sea transformation realm martial artist surviving was just Yuan alone. Right at this time, an archaic voice suddenly sounded out, "Welcome to the inheritance space. Congratulations to everyone for successfully clearing the vast heaven pagoda's first 3 levels. I'll give you each your corresponding rewards according to your performances in the first 3 levels." Guo Taochun was the second to enter the nameless space. After entering the nameless space, he had been staring at the entrance all this while, wanting to see Yuan's silhouette. But sadly, he did not even see a freaking shadow all the way until this voice sounded out. Could it be that Yuan really failed? But how was this possible? Guo Taochun and Qing Yan exchanged glances, both looking absent-minded. Just what in the world happened to Yuan, to actually fail? May we ask Senior, there should still be one of us who hasn't arrived yet, right? At this time, Yin Yanhua suddenly spoke. Everybody fell silent. They all knew who Yin Yanhua was talking about. "He's different from you guys," said the voice, after musing for a moment. Chapter 558, Different in what way? Damn, is this to let I, little lord, to review the troops? So many armored diamond bulls are here just to wait for me. Only seeing the scene before his eyes did Yuan finally know why he did not run into demonic beasts along the way. All the demonic beasts were already gathered here, waiting in battle formation. In front of Yuan, it was all herds of large black bulls as far as the eyes could see, stretching to infinity. These big black bulls were blazing with anger and seething with killing intent as if they had long been awaiting him. Of course, Yuan was still currently unaware that what those people previously encountered were all blue sand beasts and not the armored diamond bulls. This armored diamond bulls belong to the category of extremely formidable existences among tier 3 demonic beasts. The skins of these large black bulls were coarse. They had thick flesh. Ordinary attacks simply had no way of penetrating their defense. Under normal circumstances, even peak crystal formation realm human martial artists had no way of breaching middle stage tier 3 armored diamond bulls' defense too. One could imagine just how freakish this demonic beast was. More importantly, this type of demonic beasts even had the bull species savageness. Its offensive power was extremely formidable. Ordinary martial artists, even if they got grazed, the outcome would be exceedingly wretched too. Of course, no matter how powerful the armored diamond bull was, it was merely just a tier 3 demonic beast. To those at the sea transformation realms and soul sea realms, they were not worth mentioning at all. Yet, armored diamond bulls which blotted out the skies and covered the earth was an entirely different matter. If what those people previously encountered were armored diamond bulls, it would be pretty good to have 5 people managing to get past it. It was precisely because he knew these armored diamond bulls' prowess that Yuan could not resist swearing and have a myriad of profanities running through his head. If he could use medicinal pills, Yuan would not fear these savage bulls at all. But without the support of medicinal pills, the result was hard to say. This was a very spectacular image. On one side were massive black bull herds blotting out the skies and covering the earth. On the other was a frail youth. The visual impact of this image was incredibly intense. The two sides formed a strong contrast. Yuan in front of this sea of armored diamond bulls was a feeble existence like a small rowboat, possible to capsize at any moment. However, killing these large raging bulls should be able to obtain considerable nameless essence energy, right? As he said, Yuan took out the Xianxia sword and accumulated his power, waiting to make a move. Come on, large raging bulls. Yuan gave a clear cry. A half-moon slash cleaved out domineeringly. Roar. Roaring sounds that reverberated throughout the skies emitted from these bulls' mouth, vibrating until Yuan's eardrums hurt. At the same time Yuan raised his sword, those armored diamond bulls moved too. They charged towards Yuan without heed for anything. That imposing manner could really topple mountains and overturn the seas. Half-moon slash stuck close to the ground and flew over towards the armored diamond bulls, cleaving a large gouge in the ground. The places where the half-moon slash passed through, the armored diamond bulls were completely decimated and wiped out. Just one move and several hundred armored diamond bulls were killed. But sadly, several hundreds did not even count as a single hair from 9 oxen to such a massive bull herd. Yuan was very unsatisfied at the effects of this attack. The defense of these large savage bulls was not ordinary at all. If they were to be other demonic beasts, this attack should be able to cut down up to 1,000. If he attacked like this, his essence energy expenditure would be much fiercer. Even though his present essence energy sea already expanded to a circumference of 150 feet, the strength of the demonic beasts rose by a lot too. If he continued expending essence energy like this, he would not be able to take it either. Coarse skin and thick flesh. Indeed, not easy to deal with. Yuan sighed with a vicissitude of emotion. The attacks of these large black bulls, Yuan was not very concerned. He had comprehended the concept of wind flow. Under such circumstances, it was even easier to avoid those large black bulls' attacks. These large black bulls simply could not touch him. The problem was how much consumption could his essence energy take. Unless there were no other alternatives, Yuan did not wish to employ the nameless essence energy. Expending the nameless essence energy in such a place was truly too regretful. He was not worried about these large black bulls' attacks now. But once his essence energy ran out, the attacks of these large black bulls would be terrifying. Yuan slaughtered the armored diamond bulls non-stop while he was coming up with countermeasures. In the inheritance space, those martial artists had blank looks. Different from us. What does that mean? Could it be that Yuan still hasn't been eliminated now, and he's still in the midst of clearing the rounds? No way, right, already 6-7 days have passed here. He should be in the 3rd level right now. His clearing speed is so slow. He's not even equal to us. Very clearly, these people all knew that the mysterious person and Yin Yanhua were talking about the same person. It was Yuan. However, the mysterious person's appraisal made these people all very displeased. If Yuan entered ahead of them, then forget it. But it was very clear right now that Yuan was inferior to them. Even if he was not eliminated, what could such slow clearing speed explain? In these people's thinking derived from experience, it was still whoever entered the next level faster, the better. Nobody would be foolish enough to stay behind to kill off all the demonic beasts in a level. Hearing the mysterious person's appraisal, Lu Hong frowned slightly too. Before coming to the vast heaven pagoda, he already planned properly. This time, he must shock everyone in one move, and to overpower the 3 sects, head disciples. Now, he accomplished it. Clearing the rounds twice consecutively, he was the first person to enter the next level. In the competition at the back, he believed that he would not lose as well. But now, what did this mean? That punk called Yuan was not here at all. Could it be that Yuan was even more incredible than him? Lu Hong was a shockingly talented itinerant cultivator. After his sect was destroyed, he obtained a peak divine traversing realm expert's inheritance by chance. During the past years, he had been cultivating bitterly in closed seclusion all along and finally acquired a certain level of achievement. Coincidentally, the three sects opened up the vast heaven pagoda this time. Lu Hong naturally had to come and give it a shot in order to advance further. His horizons were exceedingly high now and were long already not that small sect's disciple back then. Lu Hong's current goal was very clear. He wanted to ascend to the divine realm. Right at this time, the three sects opened up the vast heaven pagoda too. This was simply a God-sent opportunity. Even the heaven wants me, Lu Hong, to soar to the skies with one leap. What reason do I, Lu Hong, have to refuse? This was Lu Hong's first reaction after getting this news. In Lu Hong's view, this vast heaven pagoda was specifically opened up for him. Otherwise, why was it not opened up sooner or later, but it was opened to the public right at the critical juncture of him exiting seclusion? Troubled times create heroes. He was surely the hero created by this era. But what was the meaning of the words said by this mysterious person? Could it be that this Yuan was actually even more special than him? Lu Hong had been in closed seclusion all along. He was very uninformed about news and completely did not know just what kind of existence Yuan was. In his eyes, the three sects, head disciples were the targets that he had to surpass. Senior, I wonder how is he different from us? Even since entering the vast heaven pagoda, Lu Hong had been moving alone the entire time. But this time, he finally could not resist voicing out. Yet, when he opened his mouth, the Qin Yan trio all looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot. Chapter 559, Vast Heaven Steel. Different how? Too different. Only the Qin Yan trio who had personally experienced Yuan's terror knew how monstrous Yuan was. The other people, including all the Soul Sea realms present, only heard about Yuan from other people's mouths. These people were all proud children of heaven. Who would truly be convinced by a genius that they had only heard of before? Let alone that this so-called genius was even so much slower than them to enter the inheritance space. You all don't need to ask anymore. When the time comes, you'll naturally know. Now, prepare to receive the rewards. The mysterious person's hollow voice sounded out once more as if it was not interested in replying Lu Hong's question at all. Right at this time, several dozen streams of light shot down from the air, suspending in front of everybody. After a short while, the light faded away. All kinds of rewards suspended before their eyes quietly. The other people tossed Yuan's problem to the back of their minds very quickly. No matter how monstrous Yuan was, it had nothing to do with them in the slightest either. But these rewards were real. Ha ha ha, this is a tier 5 cultivation method. It can cultivate all the way to peak divine traversing realm. This cultivation method is way stronger compared to our sect's main cultivation method. It can be used as the sect's supreme treasure. This is 3 Gods 9 Cries pill. The effect is, improving the meridians, increasing 10% cultivation speed. Ha ha ha, really picked up a treasure. A medicinal pill with such effects is simply unheard of. Too heaven-defying. This is a profound artifact. Even though it's a low-grade profound artifact, the quality is exceedingly high. On these treasures, all of them had simple inscriptions, telling these martial artists the functions. The way these people saw it, these rewards were already very incredible. Just a cultivation method was already much stronger than their sects. These things were all very heaven-defying existences when brought outside. No wonder the final accomplishments of the people who walked out from here were all extraordinary. But these treasures clearly had the distinction of good and bad too. In comparison, cultivation methods were the best, medicinal pills were second, and finally, weapons were the lousiest. Cultivation methods could be regarded as a legacy treasure. This martial artist taking it out could even establish a sect. Medicinal pills could aid cultivation, especially medicinal pills which improved the meridians. This was simply a heaven-defying treasure. As for weapons, it was merely just external objects. Even though it could improve strength in a short time, it was ultimately just an assistance. Martial artists' prowess ultimately relied on oneself. Of course, if one was so powerful, having a heaven-defying weapon was naturally something superfluous. Qin Yan, what's that of yours? Guo Taochun asked. Martial technique. Mine is martial technique too. Moreover, it seems to be a martial technique custom-made for me. Guo Taochun said rather excitedly. For them, unless it was a heaven-defying class cultivation method, otherwise, they would not take fancy of it at all. But martial techniques were different. A powerful martial technique could even boost their combat power several times over. And the 4 of them including Lu Hong all obtained a martial technique. Even though Lu Hong overwhelmed Guo Taochun they all, the disparity was very small. Even though Lu Hong was formidable, in terms of combat power, he might not be much stronger than Guo Taochun they all. As for the specifics, without going through a fight, there was simply no way to speculate. A gigantic stone steel descended from the sky and landed in the inheritance space. The vast heaven steel. It's the vast heaven steel. It finally came out. Seeing that steel, a martial artist immediately cried out agitatedly. When Qin Yan trio saw this steel, they were rather excited too. Alright, the time flow rate here is 1/15 of the outside worlds. You all have 1 day's time to contemplate the vast heaven steel. How much you can comprehend will be up to your fortune. After 15 days, you all will automatically enter the 4th level. If you want to study the vast heaven steel again, you must clear the 6th level. You guys try your best. When the mysterious person finished talking, he did not make any more sound again. But the others were already not interested to bother with him. The time to contemplate on the vast heaven steel was too precious. Not a single second could be wasted. For a time, the inheritance space was dead silent. They all started contemplating on the vast heaven steel. When the others were currently studying the vast heaven steel, Yuan was currently in the heat of battle in the 3rd level. Azure Dipper floating 0 sword, myriad rain sword blades. Yuan growled. 10,000 sword blades rushed towards the black bull herds like raindrops. The power of the myriad rain sword blades was seriously too strong. This one move down was akin to the wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Waves of armored diamond bulls turned into flying ash. Yuan's current essence energy C was already 3 times bigger than before. But this move still expended close to 1/3 of his essence energy. This move was powerful, it just cost too much essence energy. 1/3 essence energy was even more than the total essence energy when he was fighting Dai Yuan. The power of this move could be seen. At a glance, those armored diamond bulls were hailed as impervious to swords and spears. But under this move of Yuan, it was like paper, they were utterly unable to withstand it even in the slightest. The sword blades directly pierced through far into the distance before gradually vanishing. The power of condensed form of gathered essence was not what these tier 3 demonic beasts could withstand. This sword slashing down, most probably tens of thousands of armored diamond bulls were instantly killed. But the problem was that these armored diamond bulls did not have their own consciousness at all. They totally did not know what was called being afraid. The place of those large black bulls killed were very quickly filled in by their companions that charged at Yuan once more without fear of death. Yuan smiled faintly and did not attack either. His figure moved, fluttering like a piece of paper. No matter how ferocious those raging bulls' attacks were, it could not touch the corners of his sleeves. Even though the armored diamond bull's natural endowments were extraordinary, in terms of dodging, how could they be mentioned in the same breath with the Yuan who comprehended the true intent of wind flow? Yuan shuttled back and forth within the bull herd, like fish in water. At this time, Yuan used the wind flow true intent in the concept of wind and the transmission true intent in the concept of fire at the same time, lowering the essence energy consumption to the minimum. At the same time, the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art within his body was revolved to the limits, recovering essence energy frenziedly. Just like this, Yuan's essence energy C was slowly recovering. Roughly the greater part of an hour later, Yuan's expenditure previously was finally finished replenishing. Hence, Yuan wielded Xuanying sword. Myriad rain sword blades was released once more. Waves of armored diamond bulls collapsed again. This was the method that Yuan thought of in the end. Since medicinal pills were unable to be used, then he would absorb essence energy himself to recover. At this time, the powerful aspect of Yuan's cultivation method was manifested. How could ordinary cultivation methods possibly replenish the expended essence energy in such a short time? Furthermore, at the same time that Yuan was replenishing essence energy, he was still expending a portion of it to maintain his movement technique. The essence energy within this vast heaven pagoda was very plentiful. Yuan absorbing it was accomplished with high proficiency. Just within a greater part of an hour and it would replenish completely. Just like this, every greater part of an hour passed, Yuan would fire out myriad rain sword blades once, killing large groups of armored diamond bulls. Chapter 560, Gold-Colored Name. During these 3 days, Yuan's nerves have been in an extremely tense state the entire time. He was maintaining non-stop operation of 2 kinds of true intents under hard like still water hard realm, and he was also revolving the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art to the limit. This burden was not an ordinary kind of difficulty, it was more than just being difficult. If he did not have the support of hard like still water hard realm, he would have given up long ago. Seeing as the 3 days limit was about to reach, the armored diamond bulls in front of Yi Yuan were finally only left with the last batch. Bye-bye, big raging bulls. At this instant, Yi Yuan pushed the myriad rain sword blades to the limits, directly expending the greater half of his essence energy. After a series of slaughtering, the entire third level finally quietened down. Huff, these large raging bulls were really hard to tangle with. But my harvest this time was also not an ordinary kind of big. Apart from those nameless energies, Yi Yuan operated so many skills at such high intensity, the benefits gained were naturally not few either. Ignoring the two true intents, his comprehension became even deeper. What made Yi Yuan wildly ecstatic was still hard realm. He felt that his hard-like still water realm was already approaching the bottleneck. Advancing a step further and it would be the hard-like monolith realm. Hard realm breakthroughs are extremely difficult. If without suitable opportunities, not breaking through for life is also a possibility. This bottleneck isn't that easy to cross, Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. One would become insatiably greedy upon tasting the benefits. Hard-like still water realm had brought too many benefits and assistance to Yi Yuan. Hence, when he saw hopes to reach the hard-like monolith realm now, he naturally very much hoped to be able to break through. However, even though hard-like still water realm to hard-like monolith looked to be a step away, many divine kings were not able to cross it. This step was way too difficult. Forget it, let nature takes its course. This kind of thing can't be imposed on. When the opportunity arrives, one will naturally break through. To be able to cultivate hard-like still water realm to this stage, it's already very lucky. Following the breakthrough in hard realm, Yi Yuan became more open-minded about such things too. Resting slightly for a short while, Yi Yuan headed for the entrance leading to the inheritance space. Quickly look, Yi Yuan entered the inheritance space too. Following the disappearance of Yi Yuan's name, somebody shouted. They were originally already not optimistic about Yi Yuan and did not think that Yi Yuan actually would reach this step by persisting alone. Unrivaled geniuses were unrivaled geniuses. Regardless of where, one should not look down on him. Otherwise, one's face would get slapped. Those people initially planning to watch the joke were secretly gloomy in their hearts too. Even though Yi Yuan's clearing speed was slow, he would always succeed in passing through at the last moment. This was clearly done intentionally by him. Want to enter, then enter. The other people already came out from the inheritance space long ago and entered the 4th level. With Yi Yuan's strength, clearing the first 3 rounds isn't something impressive, right? Some people said scornfully. Ever since they knew that Yi Yuan did it deliberately, those people originally skeptical no longer doubted Yi Yuan's strength. What they were curious about was why Yi Yuan wanted to do this. When Ren Xingqian saw this scene, the smile on his face could not be held back anymore. The corners of his mouth curled by a small arc. The City Lord Manor's people were already eliminated finish. Now, there was only Yi Yuan alone. But Yi Yuan was the City Lord Manor's biggest chip. Ever since hearing Qi Hai's words, Ren Xingqian already firmly believed that Yi Yuan was the vast Heaven Pagoda Inheritance's biggest dark horse this time. No, how could Yi Yuan be a dark horse? He was originally that strongest one. You people praise that whatever Lu Hong to the skies. Give it another few days and watch Yi Yuan slap your faces one by one for you to see. Let you all see what was called a true genius. Ren Xingqian was just beaming proudly to himself when all of a sudden, somebody exclaimed, quickly look. Yi Yuan's name became golden color. What's going on here? This cry immediately startled everyone. Name becoming golden. This was something that had never happened before. What in the world did Yi Yuan do for his name to actually become golden? The crowd looked towards Yi Yuan's name. Indeed, they discovered that Yi Yuan's name became gilded gold color. It was remarkably dazzling. Even if he was still in the inheritance space right now and was in the last place, that light could not be concealed either. This unexpected change made everyone extremely shocked. Especially the 3 sects, old ancestors. Their faces all showed immense shock. From the 3 sects being established until today, they had sent many genius disciples over to this vast heaven pagoda. But such a situation had never occurred before. Ning Yixian, Qin Hongtao, and Jing Zan, the 3 of them exchanged glances. Evidently, They did not know what was happening as well. Finally, the three people focused their gaze on Chi-Hai. Chi-Hai's seniority was even older than them. Furthermore, Chi-Hai's understanding of the endless world was absolutely above the three of them. If even Chi-Hai did not know what happened, then nobody knew. Chi-Hai's expression turned into a never-before solemnness as he muttered, This can't be, right? How is this possible? Old Hai, what in the world happened? What's going on with Yi Yuan's name? Qin Hongtao asked anxiously. Everyone stared at Chi-Hai, wanting to hear what kind of answer he would give. This sort of bizarre event, only Old Hai, this kind of accomplished master-level expert, knew what was happening. Chi-Hai did not answer them, but he fell silent for a long time, seemingly digesting this matter. Only after some time, did Chi-Hai draw a deep breath and said slowly, I didn't expect that the legend was actually true. The people at the sides were already beyond anxious. Could your elderly self not pause when talking? Would saying things till the end in one breath kill you? Chi-Hai looked at everyone and said rather disbelieving still, legend has it that this vast heaven pagoda inheritance's rewards are given out according to the challenger's completion rate. The higher the completion rate, the greater the rewards obtained too. Ah, there's actually still such a saying. This vast heaven pagoda's round clearings wasn't competing in who is the first to rush into the next level. All along, we've been competing like this, said a three sects Grand Elder in surprise. Actually, it was not just him, everybody present here all thought that way. Hence, seeing that Yi Yuan was always the last one to successfully clear the round each time, they had long been pessimistic about Yi Yuan. The reason why these people chased Lu Hong like so was precisely because he was the first one to rush into the next level each time. In normal understanding, Lu Hong was the number one person in this batch of people. Even the three sects, head disciples could not compare either. But hearing Chi-Hai said so now, they discovered that it seemed to completely not be the case. Even Chi-Hai said that it was a legend. Who knew if it was real or fake? Chi-Hai smiled bitterly and said, actually, I thought that way all along as well. But I somehow feel that the clearing method we thought of is a very grave error now. Old Hai, can you clear it up? This was all passed down by our forefathers. How can it be wrong? Since this is wrong, then what kind of clearing method is correct? Ning Yixian said perplexedly too. Chi-Hai's expression froze, and he said solemnly, the correct clearing method isn't competing in speed but competing in the number of demonic beasts killed. Chapter 561, Perfect Completion. What, Old Hai, you aren't making a joke, right? Yeah, Old Hai, is there a mistake? The numbers of the demonic beasts in this vast heaven pagoda's first three levels are extremely terrifying. How can a bunch of Sea Transformation Realm and Soul Sea Realm juniors compete in killing demonic beasts inside? Medicinal pills can't be used to replenish essence energy inside the vast heaven pagoda. Even the three sects, head disciples will die from essence energy exhaustion from constantly killing inside the first level. Chi-Hai's statement was seriously too subverting, it was completely exceeding everyone's understanding. Forget about the third level, just in the first level, it was also impossible for these sect disciples to stay inside for a long time. If they had that capability, the three sects disciples would have long slaughtered the first level clean. How could they possibly wait until today? Heh, this old man just stated his view. Why is there a need for you all to approve? As for to believe it or not, it's naturally up to you all, Chi-Hai said with a cold snicker. Actually, he himself spent a very long time to digest this news as well. He obviously did not hope to convince these people with a few sentences. The reason why legends were legends was that it was practically impossible to accomplish. Hence, once a legend became a reality, it was basically very hard to make ordinary people believe. Because within the scope of their understanding, it was simply impossible for something like this to happen. Old Hai, calm your anger. Old Hai's meaning is that, actually, we got it wrong all along. Ning Yixian saw Chi-Hai flare up and hurriedly voiced out to advise. Chi-Hai nodded and said, in truth, these things, I came to know of it but naturally I don't believe it either. With our age, it's obviously impossible to enter the vast heaven pagoda again to ascertain things for sure. But without a doubt, the average Sea Transformation Realm and Soul Sea Realm absolutely don't dare to make extra stopovers in the vast heaven pagoda. Once they fall into a tight encirclement, it would basically be the outcome of getting kicked out. The vast heaven pagoda inheritance's chance is extremely hard to come by. Nobody dares to make this sort of bet. And martial artists who were able to be the first one to charge into the next level were all the strongest one among them under normal circumstances. The number of demonic beasts killed was naturally the most as well. Hence, the reward they obtained was naturally the most generous. In the course of time, we fell into a misconception and think that the martial artist who enters the next level earlier would obtain more rewards. Even though the others did not believe, they were also listening to Chi Hai's explanation very attentively. Chi Hai's analysis was very on point. It essentially restored the truth of history to its original state and had immense convincing power too. While these people present still did not dare believe it, subconsciously, they still felt that Chi Hai's analysis was not wrong. Ning Yixian's eyes showed deep pondering, and he said, "So, it's actually like this. But what does this have to do with Yi Yuan's name turning golden?" Chi Hai drew a deep breath and said, "I heard the previous generation realm lord said before, legend has it that in this vast heaven pagoda inheritance, there is a kind of completion rate called perfect completion." Ning Yixian's pupils constricted slightly as he drew a cold breath and said, "Old Hai's meaning is that?" The others had yet to react, but Ning Yixian's brain spun the fastest. He virtually knew at the first moment what the perfect completion Chi Hai was talking about was. Previously, Chi Hai kept saying that the clearing rewards was related to the completion rate. The so-called completion rate was the number of demonic beasts killed. Then, what perfect completion meant did not need to be verbalized any further to understand it. Chi Hai nodded his head and said, "That's right. If the legends are true, Yi Yuan he must have killed all the demonic beasts in the first 3 levels and obtained the perfect completion's reward. Hence, that's why his name would turn into gold color." What? Yi Yuan killed off all of the demonic beasts? Is this what a sea transformation realm can accomplish? The demonic beasts in each level are absolutely not beneath millions in number. Yi Yuan, a sea transformation realm martial artist, how can his essence energy possibly sustain until killing off all the demonic beasts? Yeah, moreover, all of this have to be achieved within 3 days. Which is also to say that Yi Yuan must expend essence energy constantly every second. Under the circumstances where he had no medicinal pills to replenish, this is simply something impossible. Chi Hai's words made everyone all burst into a discussion. Not that they did not believe Chi Hai's words, but that his words were too outrageous. If Yi Yuan had Soul Sea Realm strength now, they would not feel that the so-called perfect completion was that impossible either. But Yi Yuan was only at the sea transformation realm currently. Especially the 3rd level, those demonic beasts were only a major boundary lower than Yi Yuan. Numbers in the millions was an exceedingly terrifying force. How could Yi Yuan possibly finish alone? If they knew that what Yi Yuan killed was the extremely hard to tangle with, the armored diamond bulls, it was uncertain what thoughts they would have. In the inheritance space, a light flashed. Yi Yuan was transported inside. "Young man, congratulations to you. You've become the first martial artist to achieve perfect completion in this 10,000 years and will obtain tremendously generous clearing rewards." The mysterious person's voice sounded out right away. At this time, the others had already entered the 4th level. In this inheritance space was just Yi Yuan alone. Perfect completion. Yi Yuan could not help being stupefied when he heard that. "That's right, you annihilated all of the demonic beasts in the first 3 levels. In the vast heaven pagoda inheritance, it's called perfect completion," explained the mysterious person. Yi Yuan was enlightened. He only finish all the demonic beasts because he wanted to collect the nameless energy. To think that a perfect completion actually came from stumbling about blindly. However, he was the first one in this 10,000 years. Speaking of this, the difficulty of this perfect completion was really not an ordinary kind of big. Especially the 3rd level, those armored diamond bulls were simply powerful until it could be said to be perverse. Even when the spirit bristle divine king was young, he might not be able to clear it either. So that's how it is. May I ask, senior, what the reward of perfect completion is? Cultivation methods and the likes of medicinal pills, forget it, Yi Yuan said. The mysterious person was clearly stunned by Yi Yuan's such insolent and wildly arrogant attitude. The other people clearing 3 rounds consecutively, which one of them did not overflow with gratitude when seeing these rewards? Yet, just this punk was actually still so picky. "Young man, what high-sounding sentiments. Do you know what kind of heaven-defying items the cultivation methods and medicinal pills in this vast heaven pagoda are?" The mysterious person's words carried a hint of anger. In fact, the mysterious person truly did not plan on giving Yi Yuan cultivation methods and medicinal pills. But Yi Yuan's attitude made him very displeased. However, Yi Yuan paid no attention to his displeasure. He said, "I know. But I'm really not lacking in cultivation methods and medicinal pills. Therefore, can it be exchanged for other things? If there seriously isn't, changing medicinal pills to some precious medicinal herbs works too." "Is that so? If I insist on giving you cultivation methods and medicinal pills?" said the mysterious person, somewhat irately. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "If it's like this, senior, better keep it for yourself. These two really don't have much effect on me." Yi Yuan could also guess with his eyes closed that even if he achieved perfect completion in the first 3 levels, the cultivation methods and medicinal pills obtained also could not possibly be very heaven-defying items. At least, it was not possible to be more powerful than his spirit bristle 9 yang divine art, and it was also impossible to surpass his alchemy skills. Since that was the case, why did he need to waste time? Chapter 562, 9 Characters True Word Formula. A long silence. Yi Yuan did not rush that mysterious person. He just waited quietly. All of a sudden, several beams of light descended from the sky. 3 talismans suspended in front of Yi Yuan quietly. "This is your reward. 3 Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talismans. Each Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman is equivalent to a Peak Divine Traversing Realm Martial Artist's all-out attack once. Additionally, there is still a martial technique. You open up your Sea of Consciousness now. The vast heaven pagoda will imprint it into your Sea of Consciousness. You can slowly comprehend it," said mysterious person after falling silent for a long time. Seeing those 3 Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talismans, Yi Yuan's eyes could not help lighting up. This was good stuff. If used well, it could even kill a Peak Divine Traversing Realm martial artist. Such a talisman was absolutely a heaven-defying class treasure in the endless world. Yi Yuan's research into talismans was not much, but he also knew that this kind of one-time attack talisman was exceedingly valuable. It was equal to storing an extremely powerful martial technique. This was undoubtedly an additional major killing tool to the current Yi Yuan. As long as he did not battle against Peak Divine Traversing Realm experts, he could practically do whatever he wanted in the endless world. Yi Yuan was not courteous either, offhandedly keeping the 3 talismans into the spatial spirit artifact. But what made Yi Yuan even more curious was still this martial technique. Regarding imprinting in the Sea of Consciousness, this sort of inheritance method, Yi Yuan was naturally not foreign. Any and all things passed down through this sort of method, the power was all extremely formidable. Furthermore, they were incredibly abstruse and hard to understand. It was because this sort of martial technique could only be understood but not expressed in words. It was simply unable to be inscribed into jade slips. "Now, you can begin receiving the inheritance." Once the mysterious person's voice faded, a stream of light shot out from the firmament and directly entered into Yi Yuan's Sea of Consciousness. Yi Yuan naturally would not fully open up his Sea of Consciousness. He shielded the golden characters and the black bead these things using mystic arts. One could not be without vigilance against others. Yi Yuan did not wish for his secrets to be pried by people. The light flashed, then faded. Yi Yuan instantly felt that inside his Sea of Consciousness had additional 9 words: Lin, Bing, Do, Jie, Jia, Lai, Zhen, Qian, Xing. This is the 9 characters true word formula. Each word encompasses the maxim of the great Tao. You should study it well. This martial technique is not some earth-shaking great skills, but it can develop the potential in the human body to the extreme. It is far from what ordinary martial techniques can be equated to. The mysterious person seemed to be worried that Yi Yuan did not know about the goods. That was why he talked a whole bunch to explain it. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. He was an alchemy emperor of his generation in his previous life. His understanding of heavenly Tao was exceedingly profound. How could he not tell that these 9 characters contained the maxim of the great Tao? With his horizons, he was actually unable to fully understand a single word. Just as the mysterious person said, this martial technique was not some earth-shaking great skill. But it was even more incredible than those things. Cultivating them to the peak, he would most probably have the capability of obliterating heaven and earth, even affirming one's Tao and becoming a deity. The item rewarded from this perfect clear was indeed incomparable from normal rewards. Yi Yuan knew that this 9 characters true word formula, even when placed in the divine realm, would probably stir up a bloody slaughter among martial artists too. Thank you very much for senior's present. Yi Yuan is endlessly grateful. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said gratefully to the void. Yet, the mysterious person ignored him. The vast heaven steel directly descended from the sky and landed in front of Yi Yuan. You cleared the first 3 levels perfectly. The time for comprehending the vast heaven steel is 3 times of others, which is also 45 days' time. Grasp it well, said the mysterious person coldly, and then no longer made a sound. Yi Yuan could not help smiling wryly. This mysterious person seemed to be throwing a little tantrum because of his contempt previously and did not want to respond to him. But Yi Yuan did not think too much either. His attention was very quickly drawn by the vast heaven steel. The first impression that the vast heaven steel gave Yi Yuan was all-encompassing. As if this small stone tablet was the crystallization of myriad life on earth. Yi Yuan's understanding of the Tao was far from what those rookies could compare to. But even he could not discern this vast heaven steel's origin. This vast heaven inheritance is truly unbelievably mystical. Could it actually be an item left behind by a deity realm powerhouse? Disregarding this vast heaven steel, even the 9 characters true word formula and that nameless energy are top-notch inheritances when placed in the divine realm too. Yi Yuan was incomparably shocked in his heart. However, he had a feeling that within this vast heaven steel, the most powerful object was none other than this steel before his eyes. On it was teeming with the aura of the Tao. It was simply a heaven-defying treasure. Yi Yuan put away his thoughts very quickly and entered heart-like still water heart realm, sinking his divine sense into the vast heaven steel. 45 days' time looked to be a lot, but to contemplate this steel, it's something in the course of a twinkle. Having such a precious opportunity, Yi Yuan did not wish to waste it. Instantaneously, Yi Yuan was seemingly placed within a boundless sea of fire. His entire person seemed to be about to combust. Yi Yuan was dragged into this space right as his consciousness came into contact with the vast heaven steel. This stretch of space, apart from flames, did not have anything. Didn't expect that what I will contemplate in is the concept of fire. It's just who knows how much can be comprehended from the visualization this time. Yi Yuan was also somewhat secretly looking forward to it. The concept of fire was actually the concept that Yi Yuan wanted to comprehend the most. In his previous life and this, he had a baffling affinity with fire. But yet, he used essence fire to an exceptionally profound realm but did not comprehend any kind of true intent involving fire. To think that this vast heaven steel was actually this mystical, knowing what he needed, directly bringing him to a flame world. It's just that these flames don't seem to be that powerful. How should I comprehend true intent? Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that the surrounding flames were not as powerful as imagined. It could not cause any harm to him at all. Under such circumstances, how should he comprehend concepts? No, wait, the temperature of these flames is slowly rising. If one doesn't pay attention, it won't be detected at all. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered the abnormality and became alert. The surrounding flames suddenly became violent. Tongues of flames wantonly extended, as if it was going to devour everything. In an instant, Yi Yuan was engulfed by countless flame tongues, burning him to ashes fully. Coming back to his senses again, Yi Yuan was actually standing there perfectly well again, as if the same as when he just came in. The neither warm nor violent flames were currently blazing as if it was completely harmless to man and beast. But all of a sudden, the flames erupted abruptly, leaping up once more. Is this wanting to burn me to death countless times to let me experience the flames, scorching true intent personally? Heh, indeed a fine method. This vast heaven steel is indeed mystical. Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. That taste of being burned to death, Yi Yuan felt like he had experienced it in person. If he did not wish to be burned to death, then he had to comprehend the scorching true intent as soon as possible to be able to be spared from the torture of being immolated. Fortunately, although it was the consciousness which entered into the space inside the vast heaven steel, hard-like still water heart realm could still be used. Yi Yuan was not careless either, directly entering into the state of hard-like still water realm and started comprehending the concept of scorching flames. Chapter 563, Flame Movement Carnage. This is already Yi Yuan's 3rd day inside this inheritance space, right? The reward of this perfect clear is truly incomparably bountiful. Yeah, the quintessence of this vast heaven pagoda is the vast heaven steel's comprehension. Yi Yuan obtained perfect clear. The time is actually 3 times of others. I really don't know what level Yi Yuan will reach after coming out from the vast heaven pagoda. The inheritance space's time flow rate is 15 times slower compared to the outside world. Which is also to say that Yuan has 45 days time to go and comprehend the vast heaven steel. With his talent, I really don't know to what degree he can comprehend to. Seeing that gilded name on the light projection, the audience all felt envious. To the vast majority of martial artists, the vast heaven pagoda inheritance only had the opportunity to comprehend the vast heaven steel once. It was because they simply could not make it past the 6th level. Which was also to say that how much could be comprehended after clearing the 3rd level would be up to the martial artist's own comprehension abilities. The time was only 15 days. Some people would be able to rely on this opportunity to soar to the heavens in one move, while others still remain lost in the masses. But without any doubt, to be able to obtain the chance to contemplate the vast heaven steel, one would at least be a notable figure in a region. City. Lord Ren, congratulations, your grandson is actually able to achieve the perfect completion in the legends. His gains this time is bound to be unbelievably startling. Wu Fang City's position, nobody in the entire endless world can replace it. Ning Yixian went forward to congratulate. Haha, not at all, not at all. This boy's temper is stubborn as hell. This old man can't tame him at all. I only hope that he doesn't add more problems for me. Although Ren Xingqian kept only grumbling in his words, the expression on his face betrayed him. Anyone also knew the delight in his heart right now. As it went, when one man attained the Tao, his fowls and dogs ascended to heaven too. It was roughly this meaning. At this point, nobody suspected Qi Hai's words anymore. The reward of this perfect completion was absolutely incomparably lavish. Otherwise, how could Yuan possibly stop for 3 days' time in the inheritance space? The momentum of Wu Fang City's rise was already unstoppable. In the future, it might even overpower the 3 sects. Therefore, starting from just now, there were many people going forward to congratulate to express goodwill to Ren Xingqian, so as to establish a relationship with Wu Fang City. But toward this situation, the 3 sects, old ancestors did not seem to have any displeasure. In truth, when they knew that Yuan was Ren Xingqian's grandson, the 3 sects knew that Wu Fang City was likely about to become the endless world's most special existence already. It was just that they did not expect that this day would actually arrive so quickly. If there weren't the fierce Gale World's invasion, these 3 sects would surely think of ways to suppress Yuan and not let Wu Fang City rise up. But being forced by the current situation, internal strife would only let the endless world fall apart to pieces. The 3 sects, old ancestors naturally did not dare to make a move without careful consideration. They were even the same as other people, going to build a connection with Ren Xingqian as well. In truth, everyone had a score in their hearts. If the endless world were able to beat back the fierce Gale World by luck this time, the northern domain's topographical arrangements would undergo titanic changes too. Within the vast heaven steel's consciousness space, Yuan was already the embodiment of a flame person at this time. Over 30 days had already passed from the very first time being burned to death. And in these 30+ days, he already died several hundred times. From the earlier survival of just at most few breaths of time, now he could already persevere for an entire day. The surrounding flame temperature was unbelievably high. If one did not know the scorching true intent, one would simply not be able to make it through very long. And the scorching true intent was also an extremely profound and powerful true intent. It was even harder to comprehend than Yuan's own falling flower floating zero sword intent. For ordinary martial artists, even for martial artists that cultivated fire attribute cultivation methods, wanting to comprehend the scorching true intent was exceedingly difficult too. And the supreme true intent that evolved from the scorching true intent was even more absurdly daunting. This supreme true intent was also one of the spirit bristle divine king's greatest reliance to roam the divine realm unhindered. It could be seen how hard this true intent was to comprehend. If Yuan could comprehend the scorching supreme true intent, its power would be much more daunting compared to the azure dipper floating zero sword. This was also one of the reasons why Yuan was so interested in the scorching true intent. Another reason was naturally that he liked to play with fire inherently. As an alchemist, he naturally sowed inseparable destiny with fire. But an alchemist's fire control and comprehending true intent were 2 entirely different concepts. Controlling fire was the manipulation of essence fire. As long as one had the corresponding seals, it would do. But comprehending true intent required understanding the original source of flames. What one comprehended was the great Tao maxim of the fire element. Although fire control was also an extremely profound study to alchemists, compared to comprehending concepts, the degree of difficulty was still a little lower. If not like so, Yuan would also not possibly have not comprehended scorching true intent until now. But within this vast heaven steel's consciousness space, Yuan finally found the turning point for comprehension. Experiencing over 30 days of tempering, Yuan finally fumbled out some knack to it. Looks like this fire control and the true intent of fire are completely two extremes. The art of fire control is to produce a resonance with the essence energy within the body and essence fire, and from there, drive the essence energy for one's own use. While the true intent of fire is to convert essence energy into the most fundamental form of fire to immolate the opponent with an exceptionally terrifying temperature. No wonder I couldn't find the entrance threshold of the scorching true intent all this while. Looks like it was alchemist this occupation which misdirected me. If not for contemplating the vast heaven steel this time, I'm afraid that I would still have to wander around inside this mistaken area for a long time. But looking at it now, 45 days should be enough. Yuan said with a vicissitude of emotion. Yuan being burnt to death so many times was naturally also not dying for naught. Gradually, he touched upon some scorching true intense tricks as well and started to maneuver the essence energy within the body to simulate the concept of scorching heat. Arg! Yuan gave a miserable cry and was burnt to death by the flames once more. Very quickly, he obtained new life again and endured the broiling of this limitless flames once more. For so many days, Yuan's path of comprehension was not that simple. He went through a torment that the average person could not imagine. Even though this immolation would not really cause death, that kind of anguish made people go insane. This method of comprehension was for the sake of letting the martial artist clearly sense the scorching true intent with every inch of their flesh and skin. That kind of torment was even harder to bear. Furthermore, this kind of agony became clearer along with the true intent Yuan comprehended becoming increasingly profound. Because in pace with the survival time extending, this agony was magnified limitlessly. If it were a normal person, they would long have been unable to bear it. They would withdraw out of this consciousness space themselves. Yet, Yuan did not ease up for even a moment, repeating this process of revival after death, and dying again after living, for hundreds of times. On the 45th day, Yuan, who had been standing still freely allowing the flames to burn, finally had some movement. It was only to see him tightly clenching both fists, bending his body slightly, then abruptly blasting both fists out, akin to a flood dragon heading out to sea. Flame movement carnage. Yuan gave a light cry. All of a sudden, the entire consciousness space trembled. The flames which originally filled the entire consciousness space actually scattered and disappeared into nothingness under Yuan's one punch. Chapter 564, Illusionary Spirits Killing Array. Inside the inheritance space, the corners of Yuan's mouth curled slightly. His consciousness had already withdrawn out of the vast heaven steel. It could be discerned from Yuan's expression that he was still pretty satisfied with the power of that one punch earlier. My sword moves are mostly long-distance attacks. Close combat has always been the weakest link. But with the flame movement carnage, my close combat abilities now are rather impressive as well. This vast heaven steel is indeed mystical, to actually be able to let people comprehend true intent with this kind of method. Truly remarkable, Yuan muttered to himself. Yuan comprehended the scorching true intent and created this flame movement carnage move in these 45 days. This was what he completely did not expect before this. Yuan had close ties with the spirit bristle divine king in his previous life and had a clear understanding of both the scorching true intent's comprehension difficulty and power. Therefore, prior to this, Yuan actually did not have confidence in comprehending true intent at all. It was just that he did not expect that this consciousness space was very mystical, to actually be able to let people comprehend concepts through such a method of experiencing true intent personally. This flame movement carnage was a martial technique that Yuan created himself. He formed his own style. In terms of power, this move, apart from myriad rain sword blades, was already not weaker than his other martial techniques. Listening to it did not seem to be anything impressive, but one had to know that this move was still a move released with the scorching true intent. Once Yuan made further progress and comprehended the scorching supreme true intent, how terrifying would the power of his moves be? Although this move was not as outrageous as the wind-fire violent blaze transforming dragon, the power could not be underestimated either. More importantly, this move compensated for Yuan's close combat weak point. making his combat abilities even more comprehensive. Flame Movement Carnage. This move was executed by converting the essence energy into scorching true intent and storing it in the fist. Once it landed on the other party, it could pour in the extremely scorching energy into the other party's body, causing tremendous damage from there. With Yi Yuan's bizarre and agile movement technique, coupling it with the Flame Movement Carnage was absolutely formidable to the extreme. Furthermore, the area of effect of this move is extremely small, so the essence energy expended was very little. Yi Yuan's control over essence energy was extremely precise in the first place. Using this move could entirely be sustained for a very long time. If he had comprehended this move before this, the first 3 levels would not need to be so taxing at all. It's time to go to the 4th level. 3 days was almost already up. Yi Yuan had comprehended the scorching true intent too. He obviously would not stay here. On top of that, all of a sudden, the inheritance space trembled abruptly. A vortex suddenly appeared behind Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was sucked into the vortex without the slightest precaution. This brat, to actually dare look down on this venerated self. Serves you right to suffer some hardship. At this time, within a nameless space, a faint black shadow said with a cold snort. Hearing the voice, who could it be but that mysterious person? Looks like he was still very displeased with Yi Yuan's haughty attitude. However, this boy actually comprehended the scorching true intent within such a short time. Truly staggering talent. His talent is not at all inferior to Master's, muttered the mysterious person to himself. Again, the mysterious person also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually directly visualized out the scorching true intent. In the beginning, he still felt that Yi Yuan was reaching too far beyond his grasp. After all, this scorching true intent was famed for being hard to comprehend. Even for some normal true intent, comprehending them requires more than 10 years as well. And this standard was still applicable to Qin Yan, Guo Taochun, their level of geniuses. To ordinary martial artists, they would not be able to comprehend even an extremely simple true intent for all their lives. To ordinary people, true intent was a height that they would be unable to reach for all their lives. The scorching true intent was an extremely high-end existence among true intents. Even if one's talent was startling, comprehension time was also calculated in units of decades. Unless one's talent was heaven-defying until the mysterious person's master's height, otherwise, it was absolutely reaching beyond one's grasp. Even though the mysterious person was very pleased with Yi Yuan's performance in the first 3 rounds, he was still not optimistic about Yi Yuan being able to fully comprehend the scorching true intent within a short 45 days. Yet, Yi Yuan's performance made him wide-eyed and dumbfounded with shock. Right at the beginning, Yi Yuan was burnt to death by the flames very quickly. The mysterious person was still secretly taking delight in his misfortune by the side. But a few days later, he could not laugh anymore. Yi Yuan's improvement speed was too rapid. From several breaths to several dozen breaths. Then to 15 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. Yi Yuan's improvement speed practically climbed vertically. Over a dozen days later, the mysterious person was long already staring woodenly with his jaw slack. At the rate of this improvement speed, maybe Yi Yuan could really comprehend the scorching true intent within 45 days. When Yi Yuan's flame movement carnage was executed, the mysterious person almost jumped up. Yi Yuan really did it. He completely comprehended the scorching true intent. Within 45 days, from being instantly killed to fully comprehending the scorching true intent, just how heaven-defying a talent did this require? How could there be such a freak in this world? Hey, this brat is really interesting. I increased a bit of difficulty for him previously in the 3rd level. To think that he still finished perfectly. Now, he even fully comprehended the scorching true intent during the first reward. Truly remarkable. Looks like he really cares not for cultivation methods and medicinal pills. This brat's soul force isn't weak. Could he be an alchemist still? If that's true, then this boy will really be heaven-defying. This venerable has guarded here for countless years. Finally, I encountered an interesting youth. In these countless years, this is still the first time that I'm so looking forward to a youth. Said the mysterious person to himself. Ouch. Yi Yuan gave a miserable cry, landing heavily onto the ground. This fellow is actually so petty. I merely just didn't want his cultivation methods and medicinal pills, and he actually restrained my essence energy, directly throwing me into the 4th level. Yi Yuan rubbed his buttocks and stood up. Right away, Yi Yuan guessed that it was the mysterious person playing tricks. But this fall was really heavy. Even with Yi Yuan's physique, he cried out in pain too. However, after entering the 4th level, Yi Yuan's essence energy was already recovered. Slightly circulating essence energy a bit, the pain instantly disappeared. The 5th level's entrance is actually right there. What the hell is with this 4th level? Why isn't there anything at all? Could it be that that mysterious person saw that this young master is incomparably talented and that the 4th level couldn't stump me, so he directly guaranteed me to enter the 5th level? Yi Yuan guessed very cockily. This 4th level was greatly different from the first 3 levels. It could be seen through at a glance. The 5th level's entrance was not far ahead. Yi Yuan could go over with a few leaps. Furthermore, this 4th level's layout was different from before. It seemed to be an illusionary space. The surrounding was void of anything. Who cares? Head over first before talking. As he said, Yi Yuan opened up his footsteps and directly walked over towards the 5th level's entrance. Yet, he had just walked for not very far when all of a sudden, several dozen phantoms descended from the sky, encircling Yi Yuan in the center. Illusionary Spirits Killing Array, activate now, said one of the phantoms faintly. Chapter 565, Cracking the Formation with Might. Seeing those phantoms, Yi Yuan could not help turning solemn. Illusionary spirit bodies. That middle-aged man at the helm was stunned hearing that as well and said rather surprisedly, "Young man, you actually know about the illusionary spirit body. Indeed, you have some knowledge and experience. No wonder you could perfectly clear the first 3 level. The so-called illusionary spirit body was created by refining the divine soul spiritual body with an extremely special method into a virtually undying, imperishable state. This sort of illusionary spirit body was exceedingly hard to tangle with. Because they were very difficult to kill. Even when blasting them into dregs, they could still restore their original appearance very quickly. Unless the martial artist's realm was much higher than the illusionary spirit bodies and used a mighty arcane ability to utterly annihilate them, that was how one could kill them. Yi Yuan had very in-depth research into the divine soul before and saw through at one glance that these people were illusionary spirit bodies. Senior, you actually have your own consciousness. Hearing this middle-aged man actually speak to him, Yi Yuan was stunned as well. As far as he knew, illusionary spirit bodies generally had their consciousness wiped by others, becoming an unfeeling killing machine. Yet, these people in front of him had intelligent eyes. Clearly, they had their own consciousness. This unwittingly made Yi Yuan greatly surprised. Looks like you know quite a bit. Relax, we were refined to become illusionary spirit bodies out of our own accords and at the same time preserving our own consciousness, said the middle-aged man. Willingly, Yi Yuan could not help being amazed. The process of refining an illusionary spirit body was exceedingly tortuous. Even for the divine soul spirit body, that anguish could also overwhelm people until they wished for death. Moreover, to refine an illusionary spirit body, one must kill the other party in front of them, and extract the soul to undergo refinement. The method was exceptionally cruel. It was precisely because of so that this sort of method was classified as a forbidden art in the divine realm. Once it was discovered that somebody refined an illusionary spirit body, they would be rallied upon and attacked together. These illusionary spirit bodies before his eyes were all actually refined out of their own free will. This truly gave Yi Yuan a surprise. That's right, we received the vast heaven pagoda's owner's great grace while we were still living. But because of an accident, all of us fell. The vast heaven pagoda's owner made it at the last moment and killed the adversary. That's how we were spared from the outcome of our souls dissipating. The middle-aged man seemed to be very spirited and actually chatted with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan only came to a realization after hearing it, but he said doubtfully again, with the vast heaven pagoda owner's means, even if he couldn't revive you guys, finding a couple of bodies to let you all take possession to revive should still be achievable, right? The middle-aged man laughed and said, certainly. It's just that we weren't willing, that's all. Back then, the vast heaven pagoda's owner gave us 2 options. One was to let us take possession and revive. The other was to become this vast heaven pagoda's guardian spirits. The few of us discussed it and finally still decided to become the guardian spirits. Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Since these people were willing, then he was naturally disinclined to poke a finger into other people's affairs as well. Senior, just what kind of person is this vast heaven pagoda's owner? Yi Yuan could not hold back the puzzlement in his heart, and he inquired. I can't talk about this. If you have an affinity with this vast heaven pagoda, you'll naturally know in the future, said the middle-aged man. Looking at the middle-aged man's appearance, Yi Yuan knew that he could not inquire anything either. He clasped his hands and said, "Make a move then, senior." The middle-aged man looked at Yi Yuan and said smilingly, "Even though I find you, this brat, rather pleasing to the eye, we won't pull our punches. Senior, just feel free to take action will do." Yi Yuan did not care a whit. These illusionary spirit bodies before his eyes were clearly not just sea transformation realm strength. But they suppressed their realms at the middle stage sea transformation without exception, matching theirs with Yi Yuan's realm. The power of the array was released, and Yi Yuan sensed a pressure blotting out the heaven and earth approaching. With Yi Yuan's knowledge and experience, he could naturally discern that these illusionary spirit bodies formed a set of array formation. Furthermore, this set of array formation, Yi Yuan actually had not seen before. But using his butt to think, even he could also figure out that the power of this array formation was bound to be extraordinary. "Young man, take this." A cold light flashed. Countless streaks of sword light assailed towards Yi Yuan. With this attack, Yi Yuan knew that the difficulty of this round rose more than just a tiny bit compared to the first 3 levels. Even though it was much lesser in numbers, in terms of quality, it was more than a level stronger. Although the first 3 levels were challenging, that was only in terms of demonic beasts' numbers. On a small scale, it simply had no way of stopping Lu Hong and Qin Yan, these people. But wanting to charge out of the formation in this 4th round, without some capabilities, one probably could not pass it. However, Yi Yuan's current goal was not just to make it through, but it was to thoroughly crack the array formation, even going as far as to kill all of these illusionary spirit bodies. Having tasted the benefits of perfect clear, Yi Yuan was naturally unresigned to just simply succeed in clearing the round. The 4th, 5th, and 6th level, these 3 levels, he wanted to perfectly clear them too. The allure of the vast heaven steel was seriously too great. Heh, just comprehended the flame movement carnage. Perfect for trying it this time. Yi Yuan chuckled lightly, his figure instantly becoming strange. Yi Yuan unleashed 3 punches in succession, directly scattering aside all of the sword shadows. Scorching true intent. Fine lad. The middle-aged man's shock was by no means small. This array formation of theirs, killing middle stage sea transformations, was no different from pinching an ant to death. But now, it actually could not form an effective attack in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan just relied on the flame movement carnage and actually utterly suppressed all of them. This involuntarily made the middle-aged man feel very aggrieved. This 4th level's mission was to make them suppress their boundaries to the same level as the challenger. They were simply unable to unleash the strength that they should have. Initially, with their martial path cultivation and coupled with this set of array formation, suppressing opponents at the same realm was simply like playing around. But he never could have expected that Yi Yuan's true combat strength far surpassed his own realm. Moreover, flame movement carnage, this move was extremely powerful. It was simply unrivaled in front of those at the same realm. If not for their martial path experience being very abundant, that strike just now would already have let Yi Yuan directly crack the array formation. With the middle-aged man's visual prowess, he could obviously tell that with their present strength, they were simply incapable of stopping Yi Yuan from entering the next level. Right at this time, a voice sounded by the middle-aged man's ear. Kue Liang, raise the threshold to the late-stage sea transformation. Kue Liang's eyes lit up, and his face could not help showing an amused look. This voice came from none other than precisely that mysterious person. Okay, very clearly, the others received the same order too. In an instant, these people's auras skyrocketed, instantly breaking through the middle stage sea transformation, and rising to the late stage sea transformation. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not refrain from saying disdainfully, "Senior, can you all still be like this when guarding the pass? Isn't it too shameless?" Kue Liang chortled with laughter and said, "Young man, we can't be blamed for this. Want to blame? Blame for yourself for being too monstrous. Come on." Yi Yuan grinned and said with a laugh, "Senior is thinking too much. Do you think that by advancing to late-stage sea transformation, you can stop me from cracking the formation? Are you ready? I'm coming." Kue Liang's smile froze abruptly on his face. "Quick, combine attacks and kill this boy." This blow of Yi Yuan's carried tremendous power. The might of one punch actually made even him feel somewhat of a shudder. Just one punch shattered the grand array which Kue Liang presided over into smithereens. Chapter 566, 5th level. The might of that fist was dreadfully powerful. In the past, When Yi Yuan encountered array formations, he would think of cracking them first. But this time, he did not. In order to test out the power of the flame movement carnage, he threw a punch over crudely just like this. This punch collided head-on with Kuei Liang without the slightest bit of gaudiness. The result was Yi Yuan's complete victory. One had to know that behind Kuei Liang there was the support of an array formation. What Yi Yuan faced was not him alone, but it was the entire array formation. Yet, this punch directly blasted everyone flying. Apologies for offending, senior. This Yi wants to clear the round perfectly and have no choice but to kill you all. As he said, Yi Yuan's figure moved, and a punch rumbled towards Kuei Liang once more. Fine lad, I'll wait for you at the next level. At this time, the Grand Array was simply unable to finish forming. The late-stage C transformation Kuei Liang when facing Yi Yuan only had the chance to close his eyes and await death. Okay, let's meet at the 5th level, Yi Yuan said verbally, but his attack was not careless at all, directly blasting Kuei Liang into residue with a punch. Regarding the other people, Yi Yuan followed suit as well, disposing them one by one. Without the combined power of the array formation, these late-stage C transformation illusionary spirits simply could not cause any threat to Yi Yuan. After these illusionary spirits were killed by Yi Yuan, they did not appear again. They vanished. Since Kuei Liang said to meet again in the next level, it naturally showed that the next level was even harder and that he would not appear again. Yi Yuan did not hesitate either and directly entered the 5th level from the passageway. Quickly look. Yi Yuan entered the 5th level. Why is it so quick? Hiss. He spent 3 days in all the first 3 levels before making it through. But in this 4th level, he actually didn't even use 15 minutes. Isn't this too exaggerated? Right now in the 5th level, there's only Lu Hong, the 4 of them. They stayed in the 4th level for quite a few days. Yi Yuan he actually passed through instantly. Yi Yuan's name only stopped in the 4th level for a very short time before directly showing up in the 5th level. This gave everyone a huge shock. About Yi Yuan being able to clear the 4th level, these people already did not have objections long ago. But nobody could have expected that Yi Yuan's clearing speed would actually be so swift. What's this boy playing at again? Ren Xingqian said somewhat perplexedly. Hoo, if my conjectures are right, Yi Yuan might have reaped considerable gains in the inheritance space, and his strength had a very great improvement. Hence, his clearing speed is this quick, Chi Hai said. I think so too, but doesn't this boy want to clear the round perfectly anymore? Ren Xingqian said, how can perfect completion be that easy? After the 4th level, the difficulty will get increasingly greater. Wanting to clear the round perfectly is practically impossible. Looking from Yi Yuan's performance previously, him clearing perfectly in the first 3 levels was probably very strenuous as well. Or else, he would not have passed through right on the time limit each time either. Now, he definitely knows that he's incapable of clearing perfectly. Hence, that's why he would choose to charge through directly, Chi Hai said. Ren Xingqian nodded his head and rather approved of this notion as well. It was true that Yi Yuan was impressive. But to let him perfectly cleared another 3 rounds again, that was virtually something impossible. This 4th round already had close to 100 years since someone passed it. The level of difficulty could be imagined. Even if Yi Yuan's strength stood head and shoulders above others, if he wanted to clear the rounds perfectly again like before, the likelihood was not big. And truthfully, wanting to clear Kuei Liang this round was not something that easy. If Yi Yuan did not glean tremendous harvests in the first 3 levels and in the inheritance space, it was also impossible for him to want to pass through this round so effortlessly. Perhaps, he would have to employ the myriad rain sword blades. But with Yi Yuan's present control over the myriad rain sword blades, unless he made use of the nameless essence energy, otherwise, Kuei Liang would not give him the time to execute the skill. In the 5th level, light flashed at the entrance area. Yi Yuan's silhouette appeared. Not far away, 3 people were currently looking at the Lu Hong within the array formation with ghostly pale expressions. Within the array formation, Lu Hong was teetering on his feet. How was there still any hint of the demeanor of an expert? He's about to die, Yi Yuan judged the outcome indifferently. Qin Yan trio watched too nervously, so they did not notice Yi Yuan's appearance at all. With Yi Yuan talking, the 3 of them were startled awake abruptly. Turning around to look, Guo Taochun said in astonishment, Yi Yuan. You actually really made it here. The 3 of them were still unaware of the matter of Yi Yuan clearing the rounds perfectly. Although they heard the mysterious person said that Yi Yuan was different from them, but specifically in what way, they did not know. Seeing Yi Yuan at this time, Guo Taochun blurted it out right away. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "You guys all made it over. Can't I make it through?" Guo Taochun was stunned, then he said with a forced smile, "Makes sense. It's just, why were you so slow? With your strength, you should have entered even earlier than us." Yi Yuan just smiled and did not answer, but looked at Lu Hong and said rather surprisedly, "Who is this person? To actually be able to make it here with you all." Qin Yan said with a disdainful look, "He's called Lu Hong. A very cocky fellow. He kept on posturing in front of us and actually even wanted to clear the 5th level. You look, he can't hold on anymore, right?" Even though Qin Yan was very displeased with this Lu Hong, his strength was not the ordinary kind of strong. During the 4th level, Lu Hong finally revealed his true strength, and he was again the first one to charge into the 5th level. And Lu Hong's battle finally made Qin Yan trio realize that this boy's strength was indeed above theirs. Now, Lu Hong had already fought for a day and night inside this array formation. To be able to persevere in the 5th level until now, it could be seen that this Lu Hong's strength was rather uncommon. How many days has it just been? You're actually already 4th level C transformation, almost 5th level C transformation. Qin Yan said in amazement. Although just a few days had passed in reality, Yi Yuan already stayed for 45 days inside the inheritance space. Experiencing this period of accumulation, Yi Yuan was only a step away from the 5th level C transformation. Hoo, I had some gains in the first few levels, that's how I was lucky to break through. That Lu Hong almost can't hold on anymore. At most 5 moves, he's dead for sure, Yi Yuan said indifferently. The 3 people being led by Yi Yuan like this, unconsciously looked towards Lu Hong. Once 5 moves passed, Lu Hong was indeed stabbed by a sword with a moment of carelessness. Following that, he was very quickly killed by a flurry of swords. Afterward, Lu Hong's body disappeared just like this and was transported out of the vast heaven pagoda. Alright, you guys came first, I won't snatch with you guys. You all discuss for a bit who goes first then, Yi Yuan said faintly. Qin Yan and Guo Taochun exchanged glances, both having some fear. These people were too strong. They made no pretense to be stronger than Lu Hong and simply could not make it through at all. Including Yin Yanhua, they all did not move after hearing Yi Yuan's words. Yi Yuan gave them a glance and said smilingly, "Since you all are declining so modestly, then I won't be courteous." Finished talking, Yi Yuan leapt and directly stepped into the array formation. Chapter 567, Really Different. Lu Hong was transported out just like this. But he did not feel dejected at all. During the vast heaven pagoda trip this time, he felt that he perfectly accomplished the objectives he targeted and would definitely make the 3 sects gave him a sidelong glance. He would surely receive the 3 sects' attention this time and become an immensely popular figure. Yet, when he arrived at the vast heaven pagoda's main entrance, he discovered that there was not a single person paying attention to him. Everyone was staring at the light screen, as if they could make out what was happening inside from those scanty few remaining names on it. Weird, I already came out, what are they still looking at? No matter how impressive those 3 sects' head disciples are, they can't possibly last longer than me in the 5th level either. Lu Hong thought perplexedly to himself. Lu Hong was very curious. Him being transported out, everyone should already be aware of it. But why was there not a single person paying attention to him? According to what he had in mind previously, he should already be encircled by the various major sects now, and he would be warmly invited to join the Endless Alliance by Ning Yixi and they all. But everything happening before his eyes was too different from what he predicted previously. Not a single person seemed to pay attention to his appearance. Everyone's attention was still on the vast heaven pagoda inheritance. As for what the mysterious person said before, Yi Yuan being different from them, these words, Lu Hong had flung it to the back of his mind long ago. He did not feel that there was anybody who could obtain even more dazzling results than him in the vast heaven pagoda inheritance this time. His, Lu Hong's, opponents, were only the 3 sects' head disciples. But what kind of situation was this right now? Unable to hold back the puzzlement in his heart, Lu Hong grabbed an itinerant cultivator disciple who was kicked out by the vast heaven pagoda long ago. This vast heaven pagoda inheritance is also about to end soon, right? What are they still looking at? Lu Hong inquired. That person turned back to take a look. Seeing that it was Lu Hong, he was a little agitated. The vast heaven pagoda inheritance this time, Lu Hong had indeed achieved very dazzling results. And his itinerant cultivator identity also made him be idolized by many itinerant cultivators. Turns out it's senior apprentice brother Lu. You're already out. Senior apprentice brother Lu shocked everyone with one move. Truly the role model of my generation's itinerant cultivators. Being buttered up by this person, Lu Hong instantly found a sense of existence. Holding back the wild elation in his heart, he feigned indifference and said, "Not at all, not at all. We all came from itinerant cultivators' background and should naturally advance and withdraw together." That person had a pleasantly surprised look when he heard. Even though he was selected to enter this vast heaven pagoda inheritance too, compared to Lu Hong, it was undoubtedly one in the heaven, the other on the ground. To be able to establish such a relationship, it was very useful to him in the future as well. After all, everybody was about to all join the Endless Alliance. With Lu Hong's strength, he was bound to be able to receive an important post. Senior apprentice brother Lu is indeed modest, with the demeanor of a major sect's disciple. After the vast heaven pagoda inheritance this time, senior apprentice brother Lu is most likely the younger generation's number 2 person already. Truly remarkable. That itinerant cultivator sighed with admiration. These words of his were originally flattery, but to Lu Hong, it sounded very grating on the ears. He was clearly the number 1 person, all right. Why was he the number 2 person? Could it be that among those 3 people, there was still somebody who could break through the 5th level? Oh, right. Why is everybody still staring at the vast heaven pagoda? If barring no accidents, the inheritance this time should be ending latest by tomorrow, right? Everybody should be preparing to leave, said Lu Hong, pressed down the unhappiness within. Ending. It's still early, right? You look at that light screen. On it has a scalding gold name. That person is incredible. Those old ancestors all don't dare to blink their eyes right now, fearful of missing this historical moment. The person clicked his tongue in admiration. Lu Hong followed the direction he pointed at and looked over. Indeed, he saw that there was a gilded name in the 5th level. It was precisely Yuan. This astonishment was not small. Apart from himself and the 3 sects, head disciples, there was actually still somebody who made it into the 5th level. He was trapped inside the illusionary spirit's killing array previously and did not notice that Yuan had already entered the 5th level at all. What special meaning does this gilded name have? Lu Hong frowned and asked. It naturally has special meaning. That gilded name represents perfectly completing the first 3 levels. Oh, perfect completion means killing all of the demonic beasts in the first 3 levels. That person was scared that Lu Hong did not know what perfect completion meant and even specially explained it to him. What? Killing all of them? How is that possible? Lu Hong almost leapt up. This shout of his immediately attracted many gazes to look at him. Yet, not a single one of those old ancestors turned around, their gazes still staring fixedly at the light screen. The itinerant cultivator saw Lu Hong's eyeballs pop out and could not help saying with a smile, "Actually, when I heard those old ancestors say this, my reaction was the same as senior apprentice brother Lu's. But looking at it now, that Yuan should have really done it. Because the time he stayed in the inheritance space was 3 times compared to you guys." Lu Hong drew a cold breath. This news was seriously too staggering to him. All of a sudden, he recalled the words said by that mysterious person inside the inheritance space, and could not help quivering. He's different from you guys. Turns out that he was really different. Lu Hong did not know where this Yuan popped out from, to actually crush him until he had not a single patch of skin unscathed. His gaze was also glued tightly on that gilded name on the light screen and was speechless for a long time. "Hey, do you guys think that Yuan can pass through this round or not?" Guo Taochun asked the other 2. Yin Yanhua said icily, "I've never doubted Yuan being able to clear the 5th round before." Qin Yan said, "Yuan has clearly experienced some things that we don't know about down below. Otherwise, how can his realm possibly rise so quickly? When he was at the 1st level C transformation, he already killed a Soul C realm expert. Now that he broke through to the peak 4th level C transformation, his strength is truly hard to gauge already. That's odd. Doesn't these spirit bodies match according to the level of the martial artist that enters?" Guo Taochun suddenly said. The 2 people's expression changed when they heard that and also discovered what was amiss. Previously, when these illusionary spirits killed Lu Hong, they were 1st level Soul C boundary. Now that Yuan entered the array formation, they actually did not suppress their boundary, but maintained first-level Soul Sea realm. Hiss. Could it be that these illusionary bodies want to battle with Yi Yuan with Soul Sea realm strength? Isn't this too much of a bully? Qin Yan said in astoundment. Yin Yanghua's eyebrows knitted slightly and said, looks like, these spirit bodies' judgment of Yi Yuan's strength has already placed him in the same class. As Soul Sea realm, the three people drew a cold breath at the same time. In this fifth level, these illusionary spirits' concepts and martial techniques were much stronger compared to at the fourth level. Under such circumstances, they were actually still going to use Soul Sea realm strength to deal with Yi Yuan. This was simply too much of a bully. It was also to say that the difficulty of Yi Yuan passing this round was several times of theirs. Could Yi Yuan really make it through this round? Young man, at the fourth level, our strength was only 30% of the same boundary. But now, we possess 70% of our original body's strength. You have to be careful. Kuei Liang said. Chapter 568, meet again in the next level. The 70% strength that Kuei Liang talked about was naturally not referring to his cultivation, but the concept strength at the same realm. Which was also to say that originally, Kuei Liang comprehended 100% of the concepts. But at the fourth level, he only used these concepts 30%. Even 30% was stronger than the vast majority of the martial artists that came to challenge the rounds. With 70% strength, even if it was just first-level Soul Sea, it was not what a martial artist like Lu Hong could resist. Let alone that there were still several martial artists at the same boundary adding on with an array formation. Lu Hong and Qin Yan, they all may well be facing numerous difficulties to want to pass through this fifth level. Senior doesn't have to be courteous. Just bring it on. Yi Yuan fully released his aura. The surroundings faintly had a red glow revolving around, but condensed and did not dissipate. This was precisely the mark of the scorching true intent showing outside. Seeing this scene, Kuei Liang's expression was slightly apprehensive as he said, essence energy is converting to become scorching true intent. To actually be able to achieve condensing and not dissipating, looks like your control over essence energy has already reached an extremely profound boundary. Even my original body is incapable of achieving your level. Young man, you've really brought us too many surprises. Yi Yuan said smilingly, just displaying my slight skill before an expert. Senior's strength should greatly surpass mine. If not for adhering to the rules, killing me is probably just a matter of a twinkle. Kuei Liang waved his hands and said, that's different. Me being stronger than you is just in terms of realm. Your concept's comprehension and control over essence energy are much stronger than mine. I truly dare not imagine that you're only 17 years old. Hoo, senior is too kind. Yi Yuan is making a move. Come on. Yi Yuan's fist momentum erupted abruptly, his entire person entering a frenzied state. It could be said that each fist landed solidly on the flesh, suppressing the array formation formed by these illusionary spirits. These illusionary spirits were all first-level Soul Sea boundary. Yi Yuan, a fourth-level Sea transformation, actually suppressed so many people. Seeing this scene, the three people by the sides were dumbstruck. They never would have thought that just around 10 days or so of not meeting, Yi Yuan was actually formidable to such a level already. I originally thought that I had considerable gains myself in this vast heaven pagoda and should have shrunk the distance between Yi Yuan by a little. Never expected that. The gap between us is becoming greater and greater. Qin Yan said with a bitter smile. This set of fist arts of his seems to have scorching true intent. My God, this level of true intent, Yi Yuan actually fully comprehended it. Guo Taochun's jaws nearly fell off from shock. Yin Yanghua's expression was grave as she said with a nod, it's indeed the scorching true intent. Being so far away, the essence energy within my body actually feels discomfort. Yi Yuan's current strength is seriously too terrifying. The three of us most likely can't even exchange a single blow with him. No wonder that mysterious person said that Yi Yuan was different from us. Looks like his harvests in the earlier few rounds was far more than we imagined. Qin Yan said, what's laughable was that I still thought that Yi Yuan tripped and stumbled previously. Thinking about it now, he was long not on the same level as us. Guo Taochun said speechlessly, yeah, disregarding other things, just this combat strength of his right now is likely plenty to overpower third-level Soul Seas. Crossing boundaries to fight to his sort of degree is also considered a wonder, Qin Yan said helplessly. Inside the array formation, Yi Yuan was akin to entering an uninhabited zone. Places where his fists passed by, those illusionary spirits all clamored to evade. But one could tell that this group of people's cooperation had a very tacit understanding. Furthermore, their fighting experience was very abundant. Under Kuei Liang's guidance, they did not clash head-on with Yi Yuan at all. With their present strength, they simply had no way of counter-pressuring Yi Yuan. They could only drag the time patiently with Yi Yuan, looking for the opportunity. And the primary target of Yi Yuan's attacks was placed on Kuei Liang. He was the core of this array formation, guiding the cooperation of the entire array formation and acting as a middleman, being highly important. But Kuei Liang was very smart. He lay low within the array formation all along and did not come into direct contact with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's fists were always blocked by the combined power of the array formation. This set of array formation could not be said to not be strong. A bunch of first-level Soul Seas teaming up together virtually had the strength of a peak third-level Soul Sea already. But even so, they were still domineeringly suppressed by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan suddenly beamed and said, "Senior, do you think that by hiding for a moment, you can still hide for life?" Kuei Liang was concealed within the array formation as he called out in a clear voice, "If you have the capabilities, then drag me out." "Ha ha, Senior, look closely." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly shot out but did not rush for Kuei Liang. Another illusionary spirit was sent flying out. But his position immediately had people covering. That illusionary spirit was fine and returned to the array formation again very quickly. This was the formidable aspect of array formations. "Hoo-hoo, young man, it's useless," Kuei Liang said with a laugh when he saw this scene. "Is that so?" Yi Yuan gave a faint smile. His figure moved, but he rushed towards another person. That person was blasted flying out too. For a time, there were people blasted flying out without pause. In the beginning, Kuei Liang still did not take it seriously. But very soon, he discovered something amiss. The entire array formation seemed to have a feeling of sluggishness and was not operating as smoothly as before. But by the time he came around, it was already too late. How could Yi Yuan possibly give him the opportunity? Kuei Liang's eyes blurred. Yi Yuan actually appeared before him from God knows when. "Heh, apologies, Senior. Let's meet again at the next level." Yi Yuan did not pull his punches in the slightest. He mustered essence energy fully and gathered it onto his fist, then blasted Kuei Liang into residue with one punch. In terms of combat power alone, none of these illusionary spirits was Yi Yuan's match. As long as Yi Yuan grabbed hold of a weakness, wanting to kill them was not something difficult. The core of this set of array formation was at Kuei Liang's place. The most vulnerable link was here too. Even though Yi Yuan had never seen before this array formation, his formation's path attainments were exceptionally high. Those fights previously, Yi Yuan was not lashing out blindly like a headless fly, but he is actually feeling out this array formation's method to crack it. But sadly, how could Kuei Liang know? Not only was Yi Yuan's combat strength astonishing, but he was also even a level 9 formations path expert. Although this set of array formation was profound, as long as Yi Yuan worked hard to find the flaw, how could Kuei Liang conceal it? He only practiced this set of array formation to the point he became proficient in it. But he did not understand the principle of the array formation after all. Unless they could finish off Yi Yuan very quickly, otherwise, the final outcome could only be having the formation cracked by Yi Yuan, then routed each of them one by one. Once Kuei Liang died, the entire array formation clearly became too weak to withstand a single blow. Yi Yuan followed suit, killing these illusionary spirits one by one, and perfectly clearing the 5th level very quickly. Qin Yan and the others were long already staring wide-eyed and their jaws slack. Them attempting to challenge this level was by breaching the constraints of the array formation at all costs and rushing towards the next level's entrance. But Yi Yuan, not only did he crack the array formation, he even killed all of the illusionary spirits. One had to know that these illusionary spirits, each one of them in terms of strength alone, was not beneath theirs. Chapter 569 Who's bullying who? "Everyone, I'm making a move first," Yi Yuan greeted the Qin Yan trio and directly entered the 6th level. Qin Yan and the others exchanged glances and already did not know what they should say. At this time, the illusionary spirits that were already killed by Yi Yuan emerged once more one by one. "Do you guys still plan on challenging the round? Seems like we don't have any hope at all," Qin Yan said rather dispiritedly. Guo Taochun gritted his teeth and sighed, already came here. We can't retreat without fighting. I'll go first. As he said those words, Guo Taochun entered inside the array formation with a leap. Yi Yuan, he really entered the 6th level. He has produced the best result in this 1000 years. After entering the 4th level, his speed became fast instead. The 4th level only used 15 minutes to clear it. This 5th level is also merely just using the lesser part of a day's time. Truly inconceivable. Wonder just where this fellow's limits lie. I don't know if he can clear the 6th level or not. If he can even make it past the 6th level, then he'll be the 5th martial artist who charges into the 7th level in this 10,000 years. Such monstrousness simply surpasses ancient and modern times. This isn't very likely, right? I heard that this 6th level's guardian strength is even a cut above the challenger's own strength. Adding the supplementation of the array formation, it's simply impossible to make it through. Who knows? Ignoring the differences in strength, just talking about what happened inside this vast heaven pagoda, how many miracles has Yi Yuan created already? The other person did not reply. Yeah, just within this vast heaven pagoda, how many turning points had Yi Yuan already created? The first 3 levels cleared perfectly, obtaining 3 times the inheritance time of others. Other people all got increasingly slower as they challenged the rounds. But after Yi Yuan entered the 4th level, his speed became faster instead. Consecutively clearing 2 levels actually only used half a day's time. Who could ascertain that Yi Yuan definitely could not clear the 6th level? Lu Hong stared at that gold-colored name blankly. The sense of defeat in his heart was incomparably intense. He originally thought that he was the most talented youngster in this endless world. Who knew that there were people beyond people? This Yi Yuan's talent flung him more than several streets behind. What was laughable was that he still prided himself on being exceptional previously, and he even shrugged off that mysterious person's words. Yi Yuan's performance in this vast heaven pagoda was much more dazzling than his. Forget about the 3rd level, even in the 1st level, Lu Hong did not dare to remain behind to kill off all the demonic beasts. And at this time, each step that Yi Yuan advanced trampled on his self-esteem once. Soon, it was going to be crushed. At the 6th level, Kuei Liang was already waiting in full battle formation. Young man, what's your name called? This seat is called Kuei Liang. You just call me elder brother Kuei will do. This was Kuei Liang's first time telling Yi Yuan his own name. In this 10,000 years, he had just spoken to a scanty few people before. But Yi Yuan was clearly the one that he spoke the most to. Junior Yi Yuan has seen elder brother Kuei. Yi Yuan reported his family name. Kuei Liang nodded and said, Yi Yuan, you're very decent. This 6th level, it's already been 1,000 years since anybody entered. Even if this 10,000 years, not many people could barge into the 6th level too. Furthermore, perfectly clearing these first 5 levels is just you alone. Oh, but previously, someone made it to the 8th level, right? Could it be that he didn't clear perfectly? Yi Yuan asked rather curiously. That person called Li Fantian walked even further than Lu Linfang. Logically speaking, he should be a world-shaking figure. Such a genius should logically have the possibility of completing each level perfectly. But it was only to see Kuei Liang shook his head and said, he did indeed achieve perfect completion in the first 4 levels. But he fell short of success at the 5th level. Hence, your talent is still above his. Successfully clearing and perfectly clearing, the difficulty was not even on the same level. The 5th level's degree of difficulty was indeed not an ordinary kind of great. If Yi Yuan did not comprehend a number of true intents, wanting to perfectly clear this round was likely not that easy as well. Yi Yuan nodded his head, but he said with a forced smile, but elder brother Kuei, isn't it somewhat high-handed for you guys to guard this level with the strength of 4th level Soul Sea Realm? Kuei Liang laughed loudly when he heard that and said, your true combat power can't be measured using realms at all. The hurdles that the vast heaven pagoda set up are used to test the martial artist's potential. You are able to clear the round perfectly at the 5th level and kill our 1st level Soul Sea doppelgangers. The might of your combat strength is thus obvious. Furthermore, I have a feeling that you didn't go all out when you were at the 5th level. Yi Yuan said helplessly, fine then. In a while, elder brother Kuei have to show leniency. Heh, showing leniency can't be done. The stronger you are, the more we can't pull our punches. This time, we're going to unleash 100% of your concept's strength. Kuei Liang said with a laugh. Tisk tisk, how ruthless. Since elder brother Kuei regards me so highly, then I naturally also have to strive with all my might this time. But before this, can elder brother Kuei allow me to break through realm first? Yi Yuan said smilingly. Kuei Liang was startled. Oh, you're going to break through again so quickly? Fine. What's the harm in letting you break through? Yi Yuan said with clasped hands. Thank you very much, elder brother Kuei. Yi Yuan did not talk nonsense either, directly amassing immense heaven and earth essence energy, and started to break through to the 5th level sea transformation. Roughly 2 hours later, the storm ceased. Yi Yuan's aura rose by a level once more, and finally broke through to the 5th level sea transformation. Elder brother Kuei, thanks for waiting, Yi Yuan said with clasped hands. Kuei Liang looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze revealed astonishment. You, a puny little sea transformation realm, actually have such impact when breaking through a minor boundary. If not for witnessing with my own eyes, I even thought that you were assaulting the soul sea realm. Yi Yuan said smilingly, I've incurred elder brother Kuei's ridicule. The cultivation method that I cultivate in is rather special. The essence energy required is very massive. So the commotion when breaking through is a bit big. It was more than just a bit big. It was very huge, alright. Kuei Liang nodded and said, Your strength is so formidable, the cultivation method that you cultivate naturally can't be too lousy. Looks like your inheritance isn't simple. It probably isn't what this small world can have. Yi Yuan smiled. He knew that this could not hide from Kuei Liang's eyes either, and he could only change the topic. Elder brother Kuei, let's begin. Finished talking, Yi Yuan leapt and was about to land inside the array formation. At the same time, the essence fire within Yi Yuan's body erupted abruptly. During the process of him leaping, the aura in his body erupted once more, and his boundary soared up mightily. By the time he landed inside the array formation, he already directly broke through to the 7th level sea transformation. Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Following Yi Yuan's boundary slowly advancing, the cleansing sandal sacred flame was already unable to sustain him breaking through 3 minor boundaries. Even breaking through to late stage sea transformation this time was quite forceful. Fortunately, the cleansing sandal sacred flame was very powerful among tier 4 essence fires. Only then did it forcibly support his breakthrough. When Kuei Liang saw this scene, his eyes became wide saucers. Fine lad. To actually still have this card up your sleeves. This martial technique is remarkably powerful. To actually directly aid you to break through to the late stage sea transformation. I originally thought that I could bully you properly this time. Now, why do I feel like it's still you bullying me? Chapter 570. 2 Great Concepts of Fire. Haha, elder brother Kuei, I'm coming. Yi Yuan said with a loud laugh. Bring it on. Facing Yi Yuan bearing down menacingly, Kuei Liang awaited in full battle array. Presently, Yi Yuan broke through to the late stage sea transformation realm. His strength soared fiercely once more. Flame movement carnage was brandished. It was on a completely different level than before. Kuei Liang, these people used all of their power. Their concepts were clearly all true intent level and above. But Yi Yuan's scorching true intent overwhelmingly crushed them. Flame movement carnage was just created, and its power was already not worse off compared to the 9 sword stance and 1000 flowing petals, these martial techniques. It could be imagined how formidable the might of scorching true intent was. Even in terms of instantaneous explosive power, flame movement carnage was even stronger than the move Yi Yuan created using supreme true intent. What was even deadlier was that Yi Yuan's control over essence energy was very precise. One should not look at how each punch of his seemed to use all the strength in his body, it actually did not expend much essence energy. With his present essence energy density, even if he fought non-stop for a day and a night, he would not exhaust all the essence energy within his body at all. Of course, the prerequisite was that the Origin Spirit 9 transformations could sustain for such a long time. For a time, the situation inside the array formation was actually the same as in the 5th level. Kuei Liang's side was completely suppressed by Yi Yuan. Heh, elder brother Kuei, this array formation of yours is already useless against me. If you don't wish to lose, quickly think of a way, Yi Yuan said to Kuei Liang as he punched out. Kuei Liang was also someone who was a veteran of 100 battles. Looking at Yi Yuan's performance in the 5th level, he knew that the array formation was already useless. After a violent collision, Kuei Liang and Yi Yuan both separated. Yi Yuan, you're indeed formidable. This array formation, We brothers practiced for a very long time before slowly understanding it well. You merely entered the array for half a day and actually already have a thorough understanding of the array formation. Kuei Liang said with an emotional sigh. Yi Yuan's monstrousness totally exceeded his expectations. This boy seemed to have limitless means. He had already guarded this pass here for God knows how many years and had yet to be suppressed to this extent by a junior. Although he admired Yi Yuan's talent, Kuei Liang still felt very aggrieved. He was a powerhouse that controlled a region while he was still alive. Even if he became an illusionary spirit guarding this pass now, his pride still remained. Being beaten by Yi Yuan for 3 consecutive rounds like this, it brought out his temper. However, we brothers are not easy to bully. What I want to tell you is that not using array formations can instead increase our combat strength even more. Brothers, go full power. Kuei Liang roared. Each and every one of those illusionary spirits was like injected with stimulants, instantly erupting with a powerful aura. Even though their boundaries were still 4th level Soul C, Yi Yuan suddenly felt that these illusionary spirits became somewhat different. As if all of a sudden, these illusionary spirits became gods of war one by one, giving people a feeling of peerlessness. Ha ha ha, how many years has it been since this feeling of hot blood boiling? Thank you, Yi Yuan. If it wasn't for you, we'd probably all remain as emotionless walking corpses. Kuei Liang said with a loud laugh. The Kuei Liang at this time was akin to a god of war, his eyes radiating a brilliant light as if 2 different persons from that previous lifelessness. Seeing Kuei Liang brimming with fighting spirit, Yi Yuan said with a smile, looks like these few years, elder brother Kuei was shackled by the rules and became overly cautious and didn't dare to act boldly. Since that's the case, I'll consult elder brother Kuei's true strength then. Good, Yi Yuan, I'll put forth my best effort to defeat you. This round isn't that easy to clear. Go. Under Kuei Liang's command, those 30 over illusionary spirits rushed towards Yi Yuan without any pattern at all. It was entirely different from that strict order previously. But Yi Yuan's face became solemn. These people became completely different. However, Yi Yuan naturally would not show weakness either. His figure moved, and he charged towards those illusionary spirits. With his current, late-stage C transformation strength used in conjunction with the scorching true intent and concept of wind flow, it was not too difficult to contend with 4th level Soul Cs. In an instant, Yi Yuan fell into these 30 over people's encirclement. Different from landing in the array formation prior to this, these illusionary spirits' attacks were without any order to speak of. It was completely each fighting their own battles. But not knowing why, these people's combat power suddenly soared by a level. Furthermore, even though they were each fighting separate battle, the cooperation between each other was extremely well coordinated. Frequently, as Yi Yuan's fist was just thinking of hitting towards a person, he would suffer the pincer attacks of multiple people at the same time. Helpless, Yi Yuan could only give up the attack and switch to defense. The teamwork between these people was absolutely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Although there was no array formations augmentation, the pressure that Yi Yuan felt was much stronger than when they formed an array formation. Yi Yuan crisscrossed among the illusionary spirits and displayed the wind flow true intent to the limits. There was actually a feeling of beyond one's power. This made Yi Yuan very baffled. Just what in the world happened to these people? Haha, back then, we were all a mercenary team. Every fight was all acting in concert together. For close to 1,000 years, we ourselves can't remember clearly how many times we've fought together either. This sort of fighting instinct has long been assimilated into your blood already. Without the constraints of array formations, the teamwork between us will become even closer instead. Yi Yuan, if you can defeat us under this condition, you'll have the qualifications to accept the challenge of the final 3 levels. Kuei Liang said loudly. Yi Yuan was enlightened in his heart when he heard that. No wonder he had a feeling of being unable to carry out every time he attacked. Turns out that these people had long taken team fights as their own instincts. The incomparable trust between each other. Even communicating with their eyes was not needed, it was simply accomplishing things with a thought. Fighting instinctively like this was undoubtedly extremely formidable. So that's how it is. Elder brother and everyone else are indeed very strong. Your trust between each other also makes Yi Yuan visibly moved. However, this 7th level, I must go. Finished talking, Yi Yuan's aura likewise erupted abruptly, soaring tremendously once more. Essence energy ignition. Flame movement carnage. Yi Yuan gave a roar. The essence energy within his body instantly ignited. Instantaneously, Yi Yuan's fist exploded with a dazzling red light. An appalling aura forced those illusionary spirits back. Following that, Yi Yuan swung out a fist, smashing it towards that group of illusionary spirits like a tempestuous storm. The transmission true intent coupled with the scorching true intent, two types of true intents added together for the first time, making the power of flame movement carnage soar explosively. Even though what Yi Yuan was facing a group of 4th level Soul Sea experts, this punch still beat the opponent down to the mortal world like breaking a dead branch off a tree. Those dozen over illusionary spirits at the forefront were practically obliterated by Yi Yuan at the first moment. Those illusionary spirits at the back also received injuries to varying degrees. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intent of stopping. A punch smashed over again, annihilating quite a few illusionary spirits once more. 2 punches down, only a scanty few illusionary spirits remained in good condition. Seeing this scene, Kuei Liang's complexion was white as a sheet. Chapter 571, Creating History. This Yi Yuan was actually someone who had become stronger when encountering strong enemies. Regarding the strength of these brothers of his, Kuei Liang was all too clear. But even so, they were still crushed by Yi Yuan domineeringly. Those 2 punches earlier, even he felt terror. Could it be that this boy had no limits? This group of people was all 4th level Soul Sea strength. What did this illustrate? This showed that when these people, were at the 4th level Soul Sea, as a team still could not triumph over Yi Yuan this 5th level Sea transformation. Furthermore, when they were at the 4th level Soul Sea, they did not have their current concepts comprehension at all. Yi Yuan using these 2 punches perfectly elucidated what was called powerful. Kuei Liang looked at Yi Yuan and suddenly burst into laughter, ha ha ha. How many years has it been? The vast heaven pagoda finally welcomed an interesting youth. Yi Yuan, you're excellent. This vast heaven pagoda inheritance, the final 3 rounds are the most important. You have to put in great effort. Don't let me down. As he said, Kuei Liang swung his sword in a circle, then swiped towards his own neck. The other illusionary spirits all followed suit, all choosing to commit suicide. Very soon, Kuei Liang and the rest all revived from the dead, appearing in front of Yi Yuan once again. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Thank you very much, elder brother Kuei." "Hoo, thank for what? There has never been compassion in the martial artist's world, only strength. If you don't have adequate strength, how can you be qualified to let me view you in a different light? Who knows how many martial artists came to this vast heaven pagoda? But barely any had the qualifications to let me a word more. And you, have this qualification. All right, you go to the inheritance space then," Kuei Liang said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Farewell." Cleared. Really made it through. The 7th level. 7th level. Outside the vast heaven pagoda, everyone's emotion was boiling over. The 7th level. This was a result which created history. Since Lu Linfang made it into the 7th level, several thousand years had already passed. During this period, nobody ever made it inside. Lu Linfang's prowess, nobody dared to dispute it. After a time interval of several thousand years, was another Grand Yan True Lord such existence going to appear again? Entering the 7th level meant that Yi Yuan at least made it into the top 5 in this 10,000 years. 10,000 years. How many geniuses slowly rose up, then vanished in the long process of history again? To be able to rank in the top 5 of all the geniuses in 10,000 years, this glory, just thinking about it made people feel excited. Quickly look. You guys, quickly look. Yi Yuan's name is changing again. On the light screen, the originally gilded, Yi Yuan, 2 characters were gradually plated with a layer of purple halo. The initially gold-colored name, after adding this layer of purple halo, actually became sacred. When the surrounding martial artists saw that name, a feeling of prostrating in worship actually birthed in their hearts. Yi Yuan's name actually became purple gold-colored. What does this represent? Ning Yixian said in astonishment. Ning Yixian, Qin Hongtao, and Jing Zan exchanged glances. Their hearts all had a conjecture which shocked them to the core. Yi Yuan should have perfectly cleared the round once again. Qi Hai's voice suddenly rang out. Hiss. Although they had surmised it in their hearts, hearing Qi Hai say it out, the shock in their hearts was still beyond words. The Grand Yan True Lord swept across the endless world after coming out from the vast heaven pagoda back then. This legend was passed down all the way until now. But Ning Yixian they all had never heard before that the Grand Yan True Lord had once perfectly cleared the rounds. How many times greater was the difficulty of the middle 3 levels compared to the first 3 levels? But under such circumstances, Yi Yuan still cleared the rounds perfectly. What in the world did Yi Yuan do inside this vast heaven pagoda? If he can even perfectly clear the 6th level, what kind of realm has his present strength already reached? Ning Yixian felt rather hard to wrap his mind around it. The middle 3 levels all configure the opponents according to the martial artist's own boundary. Yi Yuan's realm is only Sea Transformation realm, but his true combat power can cross a major boundary. If it's like this, he has a huge advantage in clearing these middle 3 levels, Qin Hongtao said. Not so. When Yi Yuan was at the 5th level, the opponents he faced were all 1st level Soul Sea. I witnessed with my own eyes that those opponents were all killed by Yi Yuan. Qin Hongtao had just finished talking when a voice immediately jumped out to refute. Everyone turned around to look. It was precisely the Guo Taochun who was already kicked out of the 5th level. Guo Taochun's words stirred up an intense wave once again. What? You said that Yi Yuan's opponents in the 5th level were actually all 1st level Soul Sea? Ning Yixian's eyes became round as a ball. Guo Taochun nodded and said, that's right. Furthermore, there was the augmentation of array formation. The power of the illusionary spirit's killing array is very strong. Even if I have 3rd level Soul Sea strength right now, I might not be able to pass through the 5th level either. And I personally witnessed that Yi Yuan carried out a complete suppression against the illusionary spirit's killing array right from the start, all the way until they were all killed. Silence. Deathly silent. The news that Guo Taochun brought was even more astounding than Yi Yuan's name becoming purple gold earlier. A Sea Transformation realm martial artist actually suppressed a group of Soul Sea realm illusionary spirits across the board, and he even killed all of them. How horrifying a combat power did this required? Oh, right, what does this perfect completion that you guys talked about mean? Guo Taochun had just come out from the vast heaven pagoda and was still unaware of what perfect clear signified. Ning Yixian briefly explained to Guo Taochun. Guo Taochun was not as shocked as imagined, because he already personally witnessed Yi Yuan's prowess in the vast heaven pagoda. Except that after hearing Ning Yixian's explanation, Guo Taochun could not help saying with a bitter smile, looks like at the 5th level, Yi Yuan did not use his full strength. I reckon that the opponents in the 6th level are at least at the 3rd level Soul Sea realm. Maybe even 4th level Soul Sea. He actually still killed all the opponents same as before. This shows that the 5th level was just an appetizer to him. Guo Taochun never could have expected that the vast heaven pagoda trip this time actually pulled apart the distance between him and Yi Yuan so greatly. The present Yi Yuan was already on an entirely different level from them, these juniors. Ren Xingqian's entire body was somewhat trembling right now. How many years has it been since he was so agitated? Even when he became Wufang City Lord back then, he had not been so agitated before too. The worry in the beginning to the pride and arrogance now, this sort of situation made him, this old man who had experienced the hardships of life, somewhat surging with agitation in his heart. At present, Ren Xingqian involuntarily recalled the scene of him forcing Yi Heng and Ren Hongling husband and wife out of Wufang City back then. Thinking about it, he truly did something extremely foolish back then. If one person's willpower was not staunch enough between the two of them, how could he have such a remarkable grandson now? If his separation of the loving couple back then succeeded, Ren Xingqian even did not quite dare to imagine right now. Yi Yuan's rising momentum was too strong. With Yi Yuan around, Wufang City would become the entire endless world's pinnacle existence for at least 1,000 years. Before long, Wufang City would completely quash the 3 sects, becoming the #1 major faction in this endless world. Ren Xingqian was an ambitious old man. Thinking about Wufang City's future, he was rather agitated. Chapter 572 True Dragon's Blood. In the inheritance space, Yi Yuan appeared, but his expression froze. A black-clothed man was currently standing with his hands behind his back, and his back facing Yi Yuan. You're very decent. In this recent 10,000 years, you're the first young genius to perfectly clear the first 6 levels. This black-clothed person was clearly that mysterious person in the inheritance space previously. Regarding this mysterious person making an appearance in person, Yi Yuan was rather surprised. He even thought that this person would be like before, remotely controlling here from some hidden place. Looks like consecutively clearing the rounds perfectly twice had already made this black-clothed person have a completely new appraisal of him. So, you felt that I have the qualifications to let you show up and meet in person? Yuan said with a faint smile and was not very overwhelmed by the grace. The black-clothed person was clearly quite surprised. This boy seemed to forever be this calm and collected. Nothing could visibly move him, he was completely not unlike a lower realm's youth. This boy actually even haggled with him previously, angering him plenty. Now that he showed up in person to meet, this boy still had a punchable look. Really makes people displeased. The black-clothed person did not speak. He just casually waved his hand. A small bottle appeared in Yuan's hand. This is the reward for your second perfect clear, the black-clothed person said. Yuan checked his palm and could not help sizing up this small bottle. Inside the bottle was stark empty and only had a drop of fresh blood. This drop of blood was clearly not quite the same as ordinary blood. It was not bright red in color but revealed a golden color in the bright red. Seeing this scene, Yuan's expression changed. Could this be a divine beast blood essence? Yuan evidently recognized this item and said in amazement. The black-clothed person turned around rather surprisedly. But his profile remained hidden in the black robes. Yuan could not see at all. Furthermore, Yuan felt that this black-clothed person before his eyes had a quite unreal sensation. He was clearly standing in front of him, but seemed to be very distant away. This made him slightly apprehensive in his heart. The black-clothed person's strength was most likely not an ordinary kind of strong. You actually know about divine beast blood essence. Looks like your background isn't normal, said the black-clothed person in surprise. Yuan drew a deep breath and forcefully pressed down the shock in his heart and said, "You must be kidding, senior. Within this fresh blood, it faintly exudes a golden color. This is the hallmark of demonic beasts starting to evolve to become divine beasts." This second perfect clear's reward was simply too generous. Yuan could not help quivering in his heart as well when he recognized this drop of blood essence. What was the concept of a divine beast? Every divine beast was all genuine deity realm powerhouses. The so-called divine beasts under this stretch of heaven now were actually all rubbish. At the very most, they could only be hailed as divine beast progenies. True divine beasts no longer existed in this world. Hence, how precious this drop of blood essence in Yuan's hands could not be imagined at all. Yuan knew that there were that few demonic beasts in the divine realm, their blood was this sort of color as well. However, those few demonic beasts were all the divine realm's peak existences. Among the human martial artists, only existences like the 10 great divine kings could be on par with them. Wanting to obtain their blood was simply nothing more than wishful thinking. Yuan never could have imagined that he could actually obtain a drop of blood like this inside this vast heaven pagoda. Heh, this boy, are indeed interesting. To actually even know about this sort of thing. That's right, this is a drop of true dragon's blood. Since you know that this is a divine beast blood essence, about its usage you don't need me to say any further, right? The black-clothed person said smilingly. The black-clothed person played it down, but Yuan's entire body trembled. His eyes revealed a look of disbelief as he said, "What did you say?" This is a true dragon's blood." This time, Yuan was really astonished. Although deity realm powerhouses were already gone like clouds dissipating, the footsteps of martial artists' pursuit of the deity realm had never stopped. The legend of deity realm powerhouses also circulated on in the divine realm all along. Divine beasts were undoubtedly extremely formidable existences. But among divine beasts there were distinction of superiority and inferiority too. The 4 great divine beasts were clearly the pinnacle most existences among divine beasts. Now, Yuan actually obtained a drop of true dragon's blood. Even if this drop of blood essence came from one that had yet to completely evolve to become a divine beast, it was still an extremely valuable item. Heh, brat, are you still going to say that the things which this seat gives you are worthless now? Said the black-clothed person with some ridicule. Yuan was speechless. This fellow still remembered this matter until now. This person's strength was unfathomable. To think that he was actually so narrow-minded, involuntarily making Yuan feel contempt in his heart. But he gave away so many valuable things. Yuan could not very well give him a blow. He just clasped his hands and said, "Many thanks for senior's gift." Yuan was not some hillbilly who had not seen the world after all. After the shock, Yuan adjusted his state of mind very quickly and recovered. When the black-clothed person saw that Yi Yuan actually recovered back to normal so quickly, he was also rather surprised secretly. Even a fellow who did not know about the goods also knew just how precious an item like true dragon's blood was, let alone Yi Yuan who recognized it at a glance. Facing such temptation, this fellow could actually remain so composed. This involuntarily made the black-clothed person's appraisal of Yi Yuan rise up a level once again. No need to thank me. These are the rules that fellow set. Since you cleared perfectly the second time, this is the reward that you deserve. But I have to warn you, true dragon's blood is abnormally tyrannical. Your current boundary is still too low. I advise that you better wait until after divine traversing realm before taking it. Or else, if you explode from being loaded up by the true dragon's blood, I'm not responsible. The black-clothed person said. True dragon's blood was extremely tyrannical and violent. Ordinary martial artists were unable to harness it at all. Even if ordinary martial artists obtained true dragon's blood, they would not dare easily consume it either. But Yi Yuan said with a laugh, although taking the true dragon's blood at the divine traversing realm is safe, the benefits to me won't be that great anymore. At present, my essence energy sea has just opened up not long ago. Consuming this true dragon's blood is precisely the ideal period. When Yi Yuan knew that this was true dragon's blood, he already made up his mind to immediately consume it. Yi Yuan naturally knew the overbearingness of true dragon's blood. But he also knew that his condition at the moment was precisely the ideal period for consuming the true dragon's blood. Sea transformation realm was a new beginning, and it was also the foundation of all the boundaries in the future. The four great divine beasts were all the beloved of heaven and earth. True dragon's blood had the powerful effect of remolding a martial artist's bloodline. Not only could it let the martial artist increase their boundary within a short period of time, but also it could even let the martial artist's affinity with heaven and earth essence energy rise multiple levels, greatly increasing the martial artist's cultivation speed. This, to martial artists, was simply a priceless treasure. The black-clothed man snickered coldly when he heard that and said, "Brat, I admit that you're extraordinarily talented. But don't be arrogant and overweening too. Arrogant people never have any good endings. Even though you are aware of divine beast bloodlines, you've never experienced before how powerful divine beast bloodlines are, right? True dragon's blood is an extremely powerful existence among divine beast bloodlines too. If you swallow it with your present boundary, you'll die for sure." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Senior, since this true dragon's blood is my reward, then I'm the one who makes the call, right?" Chapter 573, Slaughtering Cities. The black-clothed person's expression involuntarily choked up as he said indignantly, "Fine. I see that you're a talent, that's why I'm giving you a piece of advice. Since you're courting death yourself, then I'm not to be blamed for it. Although your talent is decent, your disposition is terrible. Even if you don't die today, you'll die sooner or later in the future due to your wild arrogance." However, Yi Yuan was neither anxious nor worried as he said with a smile, "Many thanks for senior's concern. But Yi Yuan's matters, I have a score in my heart. True dragon's blood is so powerful. If I can't bring out its full might, wouldn't it be a wanton waste of God's good gifts? Don't you agree, senior?" "Humph, all the best to you," said the black-clothed person with a cold snort and vanished with that. Yi Yuan looked at the true dragon's blood in his hand and could not help being out of sorts. He also did not expect that the vast heaven pagoda trip this time, the gains would actually be so bountiful. Regardless whether was it the nameless essence energy, or the vast heaven steel, or the 9 characters true word formula, they were all top-notch treasures. Even when placed in the divine realm, it was very hard to come by as well. And the 6th level's perfect completion would actually reward him with a drop of true dragon's blood. This was truly an unexpected surprise. To say such words, it was not exaggerated at all. Martial artists who got their hands on true dragon's blood and used it could be said to cast off their old self and be reborn anew. Even if it were a pig, his cultivation speed would also be swift to the extent where it made ordinary people despair. Cultivating essence energy had always been painstaking work. Even though Yi Yuan could pop pills, along with his boundary getting increasingly higher, the requirements towards medicinal herbs also became progressively greater. He did not have a medicine king hall behind him to support his cultivation now. Even if he could bear the costs of medicinal herbs, he could not find so many high-tier medicinal herbs either. Furthermore, frankly speaking, this body's talent honestly was not much. It had tremendously huge constraints on Yi Yuan's cultivation speed as well. Yi Yuan's boundary rising until now was basically all relying on medicinal pills and lucky encounters. Strictly following the routine cultivation time was really not much. With this true dragon's blood, he would not need to worry about cultivation speed this problem anymore in the future. Right away, Yi Yuan sat down with his legs crossed without any hesitation and entered hard-like Stillwater Hard Realm to adjust his body's condition to the prime. True dragon's blood was powerful, but just as the black-clothed person said, a moment of carelessness and it would stuff the martial artist until they exploded. Even though Yi Yuan had confidence in subjugating this true dragon's blood, he did not dare to slack off in the slightest either. This was a tempo of playing with one's life. Yi Yuan carefully opened up the small bottle. A peerlessly tyrannical aura gushed out, seemingly wanted to rip this entire stretch of space to shreds. Instantly, Yi Yuan seemed to have seen a true dragon rush out of the small bottle, circling around in the air. Indeed, well deserving of being a true dragon's blood. Even if it's just one drop of blood essence, it has such power too. Yi Yuan praised with a sigh. Without hesitation, Yi Yuan directly swallowed the blood essence into his abdomen. Immediately, he felt like his internal body was like being immolated. Only at this instant, did Yi Yuan know what was genuinely called viscera burning up. Arg! Yi Yuan could not hold back a long cry, reverberating around the entire inheritance space. Inside the void, the black-clothed person watched this scene indifferently as he said coldly, "A brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Originally thought that you were somewhat different from the others. Didn't think that you're still a fool. Refining true dragon's blood, the most terrifying thing isn't the energy contained within the true dragon's blood, but the dreadful true dragon's will. Even for divine traversing realm martial artists, a moment of carelessness and they would have their will obliterated by the true dragon's will as well, becoming a walking corpse. Forget it, a fool like this, if he's dead, then he's dead. Nothing to feel regret about either." Yi Yuan clenched his teeth till it chattered. Every inch of skin and flesh on his body was immolating. The surface skin and flesh actually gradually cracked open, looking very awful. Yi Yuan was still under the hard-like Stillwater Hard Realm right now. All of the pain all appeared especially vivid. That anguish gave people an impulse to want to commit suicide. True dragon's blood was indeed abnormally tyrannical. It actually wanted to forcibly load Yi Yuan up to death. Within all of Yi Yuan's meridians at the moment, violent energy was teeming everywhere. Even when Yi Yuan revolved the spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art to the limits, it was unable to digest those violent energies either. Very soon, Yi Yuan fell into an extreme crisis. Seeing Yi Yuan's wretched appearance, the black-clothed person could not help rebuking him again. Heh, tasted the hardships, right? Who asked you to be arrogant? Even though this true dragon's blood isn't a genuine divine beast's blood essence, the energy contained within is also not what a puny little seed transformation realm like you can subjugate. Truly a fool. As the black-clothed person said this, he suddenly gave a melancholic sigh. He said, finally managed to found a peerlessly talented genius. Didn't think that he would actually die just like this. That fellow is seriously, why did he have to freaking give some true dragon's blood? It's great now, isn't it? To wait for another genius like this, no idea how many years it will take either. Outside of the vast heaven pagoda, a commotion suddenly arose. A soul sea realm martial artist barged into the vast heaven mystic realm and sprinted straight for Ning Yixian. Alliance chief, things are bad. That martial artist had a manner of utmost urgency. Ning Yixian's heart thumped, but he still asked in a low voice, what happened? This martial artist was his confidant. He stayed in Wufang City to assist a heavenly martial sect's grand elder in dealing with alliance matters. Looking at his appearance, something extraordinary most likely happened. Indeed, that martial artist said with a look of righteous indignation, fierce Gale World's 5 great titans personally moved out, directly storming and capturing the northern domain's southeastern strategic city, Cloud Iron City, and activated the transmission array. Now, fierce Gale World martial artists already invaded the northern domain on a large scale, attacking and occupying the southeastern side's 3 cities in one move. Furthermore, with this, everybody's expressions changed. The fierce Gale World's 5 great titans personally moving out. This was terrible. The fierce Gale World did not have any activities all along after entering the southern domain for so many. To think that once they moved out, it was so swift, precise, and fierce. Ning Yixian they all originally thought that with the endless forest this natural protective defense, the fierce Gale world wanting to invade en masse could not be accomplished within a short period. Who knew that these 5 titans would actually be so decisive in going for the kill, directly attack over the endless forest? Those beneath divine traversing realm were incapable of flying over directly. Only by entering the divine traversing realm could one have sufficient capabilities to preserve themselves. The 5 great titans personally moved out to seize the transmission array. This was what Ning Yixian did not expect prior to this. Furthermore, what? Don't be like a woman. Quickly say, Ning Yixian said anxiously. That martial artist said with a look of grief and anger. Furthermore, after the fierce Gale world occupied those 3 cities, they actually issued the order to slaughter the people, killing all of the endless world martial artists in those 3 cities. The count is most likely as massive as in the millions. What did you say? Slaughter everyone in the 3 cities? Ning Yixian doubted his own ears a little. Could it be that those people were all madmen? According to what Yuan said and looking from the situation that they came to learn about now, the fierce Gale world only came for the endless world's resources. If they adopted conciliatory strategies, the endless world would definitely have many people whose determination was not firm cross over to the other side. But once this sort of tactic, like slaughtering the city, was implemented, it would undoubtedly arouse all the endless world's martial artists' frenzied resistance. Such a simple logic, could it be that those fierce Gale world martial artists did not know? Chapter 574, Slaying True Dragon Will. 1,000,000 martial artists were just a small figure to the endless world. But the influence of the massacring of the cities, occupants this time towards this war was massive. This was forcing all the endless world's martial artists to rise up in resistance. Either you die or I perish. The fierce Gale world's way of doing things left everyone very perplexed. We planted quite a few hidden agents in the southern domain. Nearby the endless forest has a lot of hidden sentries too. Could it be that they did not detect anything in advance? Ning Yixian said furiously. Although both ends of the endless forest basically broke off contact, as the alliance chief, how could Ning Yixian possibly not think of ways to plant some informants in the southern domain? If one was oblivious to the situation, this war did not need to be fought either. That martial artist shook his head and said, no news was sent back from the southern side. The hidden agents in the endless forest detected it, but the 5 great peak sovereigns' speed was too fast. They simply could not transmit the information in time. Ning Yixian felt a headache. The 3 cities were just a small area of land to the Ning Yixian. But once this hole opened up, the fierce Gale world could send in reinforcements endlessly through these 3 cities. This realm war was also considered to have officially started. Old Hai, how do you view it? Ning Yixian was also rather ruffled at this time and could only ask Chi Hai. Chi Hai had his brows tightly locked all this while as well. Seeing Ning Yixian inquire, he waved his hand and said, you lead the others back first. I'll wait here for Yuan and the other 2 to come out. Gauge out the intention of the other party massacring the cities first before deciding again. Additionally, spread this information around the world. Let every martial artist in the endless world all know that they already don't have a way out. If it's not the fierce Gale world's defeat, then it's our own death. Chi Hai clearly could not figure out what the other party was playing at either. Ever since the realm passageway linked together, the information that the endless world knew about the fierce Gale world was seriously too little. They were simply unable to have any effective response. Ning Yixian heaved a sigh when he heard that and said, there's only this as well. Then I have to trouble old Hai with Yuan. I'll bring them back right away. Chi Hai's brows were tightly locked. He nodded his head but did not speak, lifting his head to look at that purple gold name on the light screen. Only after Ning Yixian brought everyone away, did Chi Hai look at Yuan's name and said with a long sigh, Yuan, you're the endless world's final hope. Quickly get stronger. Inside the inheritance space, Yuan's breath became weaker and weaker. The boundless energy contained in the true dragon's blood looked to be loading him up until he was about to explode. Right at this time, a majestic consciousness instantly intruded inside Yuan's sea of consciousness and turned into an azure dragon's appearance. Boy, you actually dare to refine this noble true dragon's blood. Pay the price for your ignorance. The azure dragon was very haughty inside Yuan's sea of consciousness. At this time, although Yuan was in unbearable pain, under hard-like Stillwater hard realm, he could still preserve his own consciousness. In front of this young master, you dare to call yourself noble, Yuan said coldly. Ha ha ha, you are but a sea transformation realm little bastard. To also dare be arrogant in front of our noble dragon race. Wait until I thoroughly obliterate your consciousness and turn you into a walking corpse. See what you still have to be arrogant in front of this dragon," said the azure dragon with a roaring laugh. "With the likes of you," Yi Yuan said with a disdainful look. "Humph, ignorant child, still being stubborn on your deathbed. Although this dragon is just a tiny bit of remnant consciousness, to deal with a sea transformation realm brat like you, isn't it still defeating you with ease? Watch closely, this dragon will completely wipe away your consciousness right now." Finished talking, the azure dragon gave a dragon roar, shocking until Yi Yuan's consciousness nearly collapsed and almost dissipated. "Damn it, why isn't there any activity from the golden characters yet? If this carries on, this lousy dragon is really going to disintegrate my consciousness." The will of an azure dragon was no joke. They were the proudest existence beneath this sky, and also the most overbearing existence. Even just a tiny hint of remnant will was extremely proud and powerful too. Yi Yuan waited without fear. What he relied on was naturally the golden characters in his sea of consciousness. But until now, they did not have any movements at all. Damn it, in the end, I still have to rely on myself. 1000 augmenting soul incantation, break for me. Yi Yuan's condensed his own consciousness to become a sword, stabbing towards that azure dragon. Haha, paltry tricks, want to deal with this dragon with just the likes of this? The azure dragon extended a dragon claw, lightly grabbing towards that sword. Yet, right at this time, the black bead within Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness suddenly quivered. The next instant, that colossal azure dragon illusion seemed to be struck by lightning, actually unable to move his entire body. The dragon claw that he extended froze there too, unable to advance an inch. Swish, the soul sword that Yi Yuan condensed penetrated through the azure dragon illusion just like this. The confrontation between consciousnesses was the most perilous. Yi Yuan's soul sword condensed all of his attainments on the divine soul. This attack was by no means insignificant. Arg, how can this dragon be killed by a sea transformation realm brat? Impossible, impos. The azure dragon's roars gradually became weaker, all the way until that phantom turned into nothing, and finally vanishing. Yi Yuan let out a long breath, looking at that black bead in his sea of consciousness with an astonished gaze. Just what is this black bead's origin? To actually be able to produce such power to restrain a true dragon's will. If not for the black bead remedying the situation today, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to finish off the azure dragon with such ease. This black bead was too mysterious. Also don't know just what was its origins. But through today's matters, Yi Yuan could confirm that this black bead's origin was absolutely extraordinary. One had to know that a true dragon had one of the strongest types of will in this world. Even Yi Yuan did not dare say he had full confidence in dealing with it either. But that black bead just quivered slightly and that azure dragon formed from that strand of will actually become incapable of moving. At this moment, Yi Yuan discovered to his dismay that he had many staggering secrets on him, yet, he could not control even a single one of them. No time to think too much. Better absorb the true dragon's blood fast. Yi Yuan calmed his mind very quickly and absorbed the true dragon's blood in full force. Without the true dragon will's guiding, this true dragon's blood became much more obedient, it was not as tyrannical and brutal as before. The powerful energy in the dragon blood continuously baptized Yi Yuan's body, strengthening his essence energy. Yi Yuan's aura could be seen with the naked eye to be strengthening rapidly. After half a day, Yi Yuan successfully broke through to the 6th level sea transformation. What's going on? That boy is actually breaking through. When the black-clothed person saw that Yi Yuan was already severely injured and on the verge of dying, he was disinclined to pay attention to him again any longer. At this time, suddenly detecting somebody breaking through, he hurriedly paid close attention to Yi Yuan. With this look, he could not help jumping in fright. The flesh and skin on Yi Yuan's body covered in cracks not only recovered as good as new at this time, it even became brass-colored, faintly exuding powerful strength. Not only did Yi Yuan not show the slightest hint of being injured, but his aura also was terrifyingly powerful. Did he really succeed in refining the true dragon's blood? How is this possible? True dragon will is abnormally ruthless and tyrannical. He's only sea transformation realm. How can he possibly beat the true dragon will? This time, the black-clothed person was really stunned. Chapter 575, Half-Dragon Physique, 8th Level Sea Transformation. Yi Yuan's aura rose without ceasing. After breaking through to the 6th level C transformation, the momentum still did not reduce, instead, surging towards the 7th level C transformation. At the same time, Yi Yuan's skeleton was also rattling. His body was still undergoing the dragon blood's baptism. When the black-clothed person saw this scene, he was truly astonished until he could not speak. Yi Yuan was breaking through boundaries while tempering his physique on the side. What kind of freak was this fellow? One had to know that although there was no true dragon will, tempering the physique was something extremely perilous. A single mishap and one would run amok. Breaking through boundaries was likewise something which did not tolerate any hint of mistakes and was also exceptionally easy for the person to become deranged. These two matters doing at the same time, the risk of running amok would increase tremendously. But Yi Yuan, this psycho, was actually carrying it out in a systematic order. Yi Yuan's aura rose without stopping and arrived at the 7th level C transformation's boundary very soon. This was the moment which was the most exhilarating for martial artists, but it was also the most dangerous moment. The black-clothed person watched until his heart leapt to his throat. How could he know that Yi Yuan under heart-like still water realm doing something like dual tasking was not something that was hard? The process of breaking through to the 7th level C transformation was not as perilous as the black-clothed person imagined. It was completed easily like water flowing when a channel was formed. Yi Yuan's body at present already underwent a thorough remolding transformation. Breaking through was even less of a burden. But the boundless energy contained within the dragon blood still did not end like this, all the way until Yi Yuan broke through to the 8th level C transformation, did it finally stop. When a brand new Yi Yuan appeared before the black-clothed person's eyes, his entire person was in a complete daze. This boy, he really succeeded. His original talent was already very startling. Having experienced the dragon blood's remolding at this time, it's simply going to be heaven-defying. The black-clothed person sucked in a cold breath. Yi Yuan was very pleased with his current body. Even if he did not use essence energy, his entire body was filled with the feeling of strength too. He had a feeling that even if he did not make use of essence energy, he could sweep away C transformation realm martial artists too. The power of dragon blood is indeed heaven-defying. My physical body actually became formidable to such a degree. A large quantity of true dragon aura is held within my essence energy right now. It can at least increase the power of my martial techniques by 30%. Furthermore, the power of the dragon blood did not dissipated but actually fused into my blood, creating a sort of bloodline. One could say that I'm currently already a half-dragon physique. Yi Yuan examined his own body and was inexplicably thrilled too. This true dragon's blood was too terrifying. What it brought to him was simply a completely remolding transformation. The original Yi Yuan with mediocre talent was now a genius in its true sense at present. Yi Yuan felt like he had a sensation of teeming with power, and he could not refrain from lifting his head up and giving a long howl, unleashing a punch abruptly. Once the fiery red fist shadow appeared, the entire space seemed to be trembling. Intense trembling as well as detonation sounds emitted in the air. This boy, the black-clothed person, was also very alarmed when he saw this punch of Yi Yuan's. With Yi Yuan's current strength, ordinary late-stage soul Cs were completely not his match. Breaking through boundaries, Yi Yuan's current mood was excellent. He cupped his fists and said to the void, "Many thanks to Senior for gifting dragon blood." Yi Yuan is endlessly grateful. The black-clothed person could not help choking up. He previously swore that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. But now, not only was Yi Yuan standing in front of him perfectly well, his strength even soared by leaps and bounds. At present, Yi Yuan gave thanks. Although there was no intention of mocking him, the black-clothed person's face was burning hot. The black-clothed person was embarrassed to acknowledge this. He just casually waved his hand. The vast heaven steel landed in the inheritance space with a bang. Yi Yuan saw that the black-clothed person did not seem to have the intention of opening his mouth, so he just smiled and walked towards the vast heaven steel. When Yi Yuan's divine sense probed into the vast heaven steel, he could not help being greatly taken aback. What I visualize is still the scorching true intent. Why would I come to a stretch of frozen and snow-covered land? Is there a mistake? No way, right, the vast heaven steel can make mistakes too. Yi Yuan said in surprise. As far as the eye could see, it was entirely a vast expanse of whiteness, not a single crap to do with fire at all. Yi Yuan's thinking was very simple. No matter how many true intents one comprehended, it was also not as practical as specializing in one true intent. Rather than wasting time to visualize other true intents, might as well cultivate the scorching true intent to supreme level. True intent to supreme true intent was a massive chasm of difference. Crossing it would be a boundless plain. Unable to cross it, and one could only fade into the crowd. In the divine realm, one could not tell how many martial artists could grasp true intent, but it was far from what those at the lower realms could compare to. Yet, those able to grasp supreme true intent were in the minority. Yuan had never been satisfied with grasping true intent. His goal was supreme true intent. Only by grasping supreme true intent could he have the qualifications to contend with xianxia, to have the capital to avenge his hatred. Although the Azure Dipper floating zero sword intent was powerful, it was still unable to defeat xianxia. As the #1 expert of the Medicine King Hall, how could xianxia possibly not have supreme true intent? Xianxia was indeed a rarely seen genius of the martial path. Even if his strength were inferior to the 10 great divine kings, the disparity would not be too great either. Wanting to surpass xianxia, Yuan needed to become even stronger. Yuan could roam unhindered in the lower realms, but he himself knew that after going to the divine realm, his advantage would not be that big anymore. He could even disregard the immense disparity of a major boundary to cross boundaries and challenge others in the endless world. But reaching the divine realm, even if he could cross boundaries to challenge, it was also impossible to ignore the gap between levels. There were large numbers of martial artists in the divine realm who could grasp true intent. Among them, there was no lack of martial artists who grasped some extremely powerful true intents. So much so that the divine realm's young generation already comprehended the elementary form of supreme true intent at this current realm of his. Compared to those people, Yuan's advantage was naturally all gone as well. Therefore, right now, Yuan could only become even stronger. Only then would he have the capital to gain a foothold when arriving at the divine realm. But comprehending true intents simply had no way of letting him become stronger. Only supreme true intents could let him walk further. With Yuan's talent, him casually comprehending multiple true intents in this vast heaven steel was not an issue. But supreme true intent was different. Comprehending true intent was with decades and centuries as a unit of measurement. In many divine kings in the divine realm only comprehended one supreme true intent throughout their lifetime. It could be seen how hard it was to comprehend supreme true intent. Furthermore, the scorching true intent was even a kind that was extremely hard to comprehend among them. Even if Yuan was brimming with confidence, it was also impossible to succeed in comprehending entirely inside this vast heaven steel within a short period of time. But without any doubt, this vast heaven steel could let his comprehension road shrink tremendously. But what the hell was this right now? What Yuan wanted to comprehend was the scorching supreme true intent, not the extreme cold supreme true intent. Why would the vast heaven steel send him to such an environment? But, what the hell is this place? It's really cold. In this space, Yuan's consciousness was seemingly about to be frozen. This also involuntarily made him release the scorching true intent to resist this kind of extreme cold weather. Chapter 576, Endless Benefits. Very soon, Yuan discovered that his own essence energy expenditure speed was very rapid. Even with Yuan's control over essence energy reaching a very subtle degree, he only persisted for half a day's time before being completely frozen into a popsicle. Extreme cold concept and scorching concept were two kinds of diametrically opposed concepts. Yuan determined that this was not the vast heaven steel's blunder very soon, but it wanted him to temper his scorching true intent through this sort of method. This degree of extreme cold, Yuan was completely unable to comprehend. Extreme cold true intent belonged to the ice attribute true intent, and ice attribute true intents belonged to an important branch of concept of water. Yuan had not even learned the rudiments of the concept of water, let alone say, comprehending the extreme cold true intent. This was like a Soul Sea realm martial artist telling an Essence Chi realm martial artist how Soul Sea realms cultivated. Those at the Essence Chi realm were simply unable to comprehend. Hence, this way of tempering true intent was surely for the sake of the scorching true intent. It was just that how to go and comprehend the scorching supreme true intent, Yuan did not have any clues at all. However, he was not in a rush either. The scorching supreme true intent was too hard to comprehend. He had never thought of accomplishing it in one stroke. Since the vast heaven steel space had a shortcut to walk, he actually saved a lot of time already. If placed in the outside world, who knows how much time he had to spend before he could find a way to learn the basics. Scorching true intent to supreme true intent, the scorching supreme true intent, there was a massive ridge. Even the spirit bristle divine king also spent several hundred years back then before succeeding in comprehending. If Yuan could comprehend successfully within a few days, then it would really be a joke. To be able to achieve a position among the 10 great divine kings, which one of them wasn't somebody with unparalleled talent. Though Yuan's comprehension abilities were high, to talk about being hundreds, thousands of times greater than the spirit bristle divine king, that was too exaggerated as well. The black-clothed person stared at Yuan from inside the void and muttered to himself, "This boy is indeed a self-aware person, he knows the logic of biting off more than one can chew. Looks like his horizons are much greater compared to the other endless world martial artists. True intent is but the start of cultivation. What's truly powerful is still supreme true intent. If this boy can comprehend the scorching supreme true intent, then the next 3 rounds most likely won't be able to stump him." The black-clothed person thought about it, and he could not help laughing in spite of himself and said, "I'm really muddled up by this punk." The scorching supreme true intent is one of the pinnacle few kinds of supreme true intents. Even if his talent is monstrous, without 180 years, one can also forget about having some accomplishments. Right now, inside the inheritance space, the time flow is 30 to 1. The second perfect clear has a reward of 6 days, which is also to say that he only has 180 days time. 180 days to comprehend the scorching supreme true intent isn't even enough to fill the gaps between one's teeth, right? 180 years to have some accomplishments, this was already a tremendously high appraisal of Yuan. One had to know that for a divine king powerhouse in the divine realm, if he could comprehend the scorching supreme true intent during his lifetime, his strength would be an immensely powerful existence among divine kings. Yuan being able to have some accomplishments in 80 to 100 years, such an appraisal could not be said to not be high. 180 days in comparison to 180 years, was truly just a twinkle. Even wanting to cross the threshold was very challenging. Time flew by quickly in the inheritance space for Yuan. In the outside world, only a few short days had passed. As expected, Qin Yan and Yin Yanhua were both killed in the 5th level by the illusionary spirits killing array and kicked out of the vast heaven pagoda. When they heard that Yuan cleared the first 6 levels perfectly, each one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. Apart from the 2 of them, Qi Hai even let Lu Hong and Guo Taochun stay. These 4 strongest people of the junior generation were all now beside Qi Hai. "The 4 of you, just cultivate in seclusion here. I'll safeguard you guys. You all should have much comprehension and benefits in the vast heaven pagoda." Entering seclusion at this time is the most optimum period. The outside world's matters naturally have those divine traversing realm experts to go and worry over. "Having the few of you more to join them won't have much impact," Qi Hai said to the 4 people. "Yes, Old Hai," the 4 people acknowledged in unison. "Old Hai, did you keep us behind for the sake of cultivation?" Guo Taochun plucked up his courage and asked weakly. Although they were the strongest ones among the junior generation, in front of Qi Hai, they were still out-and-out juniors. This Old Hai before their eyes was a legendary class expert, he was in existence even more powerful than their old ancestors. Qi Hai said coolly, "It's naturally not just for cultivation. I kept you guys behind in order to wait for Yuan to come out." Qi Hai did not hide it either, directly saying out his true intentions. "Wait for Yuan." Lu Hong was a bit stunned. Guo Taochun and the others were not surprised at all. They had clearly expected it to some extent long ago. Actually, Lu Hong was still extremely dejected in his heart right now. Although he achieved the goal of shocking everyone with one move this vast heaven pagoda trip this time, he never would have thought that an existence 100 times, 1,000 times more monstrous than him would actually emerge too. Under Yuan's halo, his sense of existence was weakened to the extreme. This kind of psychological depression, he could not talk to others either. He could only be depressed by himself secretly. In the end, he was held back by Qi Hai and was even chuckling to himself for a bit secretly, thinking that he was going to get Old Hai's heavy grooming. Who knew that he would hear Qi Hai say so right now, that he only let the few of them stayed behind for the sake of Yuan. This made the little bit of hope that just sprung up for him be extinguished again mercilessly. Qi Hai was shrewd and experienced with age. How could he not perceive Lu Hong's emotions? But he just treated as if he did not see and said coolly, Yuan's gains in this vast heaven pagoda trip this time is definitely more than what we imagine. After he comes out this time, he'll become the indisputable leader of your junior generation. I believe that in the near future, he might become the entire endless world's young people's idol. This point, you all need to have a clear understanding yourselves. I know that the four of you are all proud individuals and arrogant at heart. But in front of Yi Yuan, you guys don't have the capital to be arrogant in the least bit. Do you understand? The Qin Yan trio all nodded their heads slightly when they heard that. They had long already accepted this fact. Yi Yuan's rising speed was seriously too fast. They could not catch up even by whipping their horses. The martial artist world had always been a world which talked using strength. Yi Yuan already used his strength to utterly conquer these so-called strongest people in the junior generation. Especially when they saw that scene of Yi Yuan killing the illusionary spirits in the 5th level. It simply made them unable to give rise to the desire to chase after. Yet, before entering the vast heaven pagoda, Lu Hong had not heard of Yi Yuan before at all. This made him feel in his heart some difficulties to adapt to things. Qi Hai's words were actually primarily said for him to hear. Qi Hai frowned slightly. Lu Hong involuntarily shuddered and hurriedly said, "Old Hai, Lu Hong understands." Qi Hai nodded his head and continued, "The purpose of me making you guys stay behind is very simple. The realm war has already started in full scale now. From now onwards, the four of you have to keep on following by Yi Yuan's side, and listen to his instructions. You don't need to look at me with those eyes. I'm not asking you guys to break away from your own sects, but I am taking into consideration for the sake of your futures, and for the sake of the endless world's future. Following by his side, you will receive endless benefits." Chapter 577, Be proud of today's choice. Of course, I won't force you guys to stay by his side. If you yourselves aren't willing, you can leave right now. Finished talking, Qi Hai pulled out a flask of wine calmly and went to the stone table by the side to start pouring himself a cup to drink on his own. This was the immortal remembrance jade brew that Yi Yuan gave him. This time, he specially brought it along with him. He knew that these four people would definitely be very conflicted and surely would not have an answer for a short while. Forget about Lu Hong. The other three people were all the top proud children of heaven of a world, gathering millions of gazes on them. Even if they admired Yi Yuan very much right now, it also did not represent that they were willing to be Yi Yuan's underlings, listening to Yi Yuan's assignment for every matter. But Qi Hai had his own considerations. Yi Yuan had never belonged to the endless world. He was destined to radiate splendor in the divine realm. With Yi Yuan's current improvement speed, he believed that this day would not be too distant. Maybe 10 years, but even so, the maximum would not exceed 20 years. However, to talk about where the endless world's final hope lay, that was absolutely Yi Yuan. Zhao Tianyan, this boundless realm existence was akin to a gigantic mountain pressing down on Qi Hai's heart. Once the realm passageway was completely stabilized and the Wind Emperor personally descended upon the endless world, it would probably be hard for him, a realm lord, to survive as well. Initially, he was constantly worrying about this matter, all the way until he saw Yi Yuan's spectacular performance in the vast heaven pagoda this time. Yes, Qi Hai was completely awe-inspired. Perfect completion 2 consecutive times and directly making it into the 7th level. Such a result, not say that it would never be seen again, but it was absolutely unprecedented. Moreover, in just this half a month's time, Yi Yuan already broke through multiple realms in a row, breaking through to middle stage C transformation. Such cultivation speed, who could guarantee that he would be incapable of having the strength to contend with the Wind Emperor before he descended? An endless world youth being able to obtain a divine realm's inheritance was no doubt impressive. But Yi Yuan's extraordinariness was clearly not due to this. The most remarkable thing about Yi Yuan was not the divine realm inheritance, but that remarkable talent of his. It was himself. Qi Hai dared to confirm that even if the divine realm's legacies landed on these four people before his eyes, they absolutely could not reach Yi Yuan's level either. After all, no matter how incredible the legacy, it also needed the martial artist to go and comprehend concepts bit by bit, to go and cultivate essence energy. Essence energy cultivation was hard to say, but this sort of thing like concepts comprehension, it required talent. The reason why Yi Yuan was powerful was that his concepts comprehension threw these few people in front of him multiple streets behind. And to make these four people follow Yi Yuan was also hoping that they could become the endless world's future hope. It was to let them mature even faster and become even stronger. If they could not let go of the pride in their hearts, Qi Hai could not help them either. Okay, I'll stay behind to follow Yi Yuan. What made Qi rather surprised was that the first one to speak up was actually the Qin Yan who had a grudge with Yi Yuan. I'm staying too. Guo Taochun and Yin Yanhua practically followed right after. But Lu Hong became rather hesitant. This sort of situation now was far too drastically different from what he predicted before coming to the vast heaven pagoda. He did not think that he actually had to be a lackey for a youth much younger than him now. Lu Hong revealed a difficult look and became hesitant to speak. Qi gave him a sidelong glance and said coolly, no need to be conflicted. Willing means willing, unwilling means unwilling. I won't make things difficult for you just because you choose to leave. Furthermore, I came up with this idea at the last minute as well and still haven't discussed it with Yi Yuan yet. Whether he's willing to or not is still another matter altogether. This matter was indeed what he conceived impromptu. The fierce Gale world's abnormal activities made him rather uneasy. No matter which angle one analyzed from, the move of massacring cities was the dumbest one. But were the fierce Gale world folks really a bunch of fools? This Lu Hong's talent was indeed decent. That was why Qi had the thought of keeping him behind together with the others. Actually, you don't need to feel wronged. I believe you've perceived it too, Yi Yuan's talent and strength, you won't be able to catch up for the rest of your life too. When he cleared the 5th level, he already had that kind of strength. The second perfect clear this time, it's still uncertain what kind of heaven-defying rewards he obtained. Coming out of the vast heaven pagoda this time, he's already on a completely different level of martial artist from us. Following him won't bring disgrace to you. Maybe there might come a day where you would even be proud because of today's choice. At this time, Qin Yan suddenly voiced out to urge. Qi glugged a mouthful of immortal remembrance jade brew and said with a smile, not maybe. It's definitely. Lu Hong finally sighed slightly and said to Qi, okay, I'll stay behind. Alright, since that's the case, you guys each enter seclusion to comprehend then. Regarding Lu Hong's choice, Qi was not very surprised. This person was not someone stupid. Or else, he would not have his present accomplishments either. How he should choose, he was actually very clear in his heart. It was just that he could not cross this hurdle in his heart. As long as the gains and losses were analyzed clearly, he could make a wise choice. In a blink, Yi Yuan had already spent over 5 months in the snow-covered land of ice. In these 5 months plus, Yi Yuan was frozen to death many times. Each time was death because of depleting essence energy. In order to not freeze to death, Yi Yuan thought of countless ways. Yet, it yielded very little success. In the beginning, Yi Yuan released the scorching true intent to maintain his body temperature. He discovered that this way would exhaust essence energy very quickly and die. Later on, Yi Yuan became wiser. He only maintained the released true intent at a very low level to barely ensure that he would not be frozen to death. But that sort of extremely cold feeling made him exceptionally clear-minded. That bone-piercing chill made him have limitless despair. But Yi Yuan still toughed it out. Under hard-like still water hard realm, Yi Yuan gingerly maintained the feeble true intent to resist the freezing cold. Gradually, Yi Yuan finally touched upon some know-how. Yi Yuan discovered that he could sense the scorching true intent's true essence more clearly under such a condition. Even though this sort of feeling was still extremely fuzzy, at least he had a direction to strive towards, it was not hazy like before. These few days, Yi Yuan had been fastidiously experiencing the scorching true intent all along, and he gradually had some understanding in his heart. Heat was a kind of energy release. When the temperature was not high, this sort of release would not produce too much destructive power. But once the temperature rose to an extremely terrifying level, the destructive force of that scorching true intent would be very alarming. In the end, it was still how high a degree the martial artist could raise the temperature of the scorching true intent to. The higher the temperature of the martial technique released, the greater the destructive power evidently caused. Just like the spirit bristle divine king's 9 suns burning heaven, its horrifying destructive power was not due to its large area of effect, but it was because he could raise the temperature within a certain sphere of influence to an extremely terrifying level. A level that was able to obliterate divine king powerhouses. How profound a concept did that have to be? The present Yi Yuan was clearly still far off. Figuring out this link, Yi Yuan no longer used the scorching concept to maintain his own body temperature anymore. Chapter 578, Preliminary Peep at the Door. Yi Yuan released all of his essence energy, wanting to shatter this world of ice and snow. Yet, everything was futile. His flame movement carnage was incapable of stirring up even a drop of sea spray. But Yuan did not have the intention of giving up. He swung his fists like this over and over again, repeatedly like a moth flying into the fire, all the way until he froze to death. Then once more. Yuan already could not remember how many times he had died and how many punches he had swung. Either way, every time he swung his fists, he had to go all out to release the scorching true intent to the limits. Still a little bit more. Just a tiny bit. These countless times of swinging his fists was not a wasted effort. Continuously persisting in the state of his limits, this made his utilization of the scorching true intent become even more practiced. The understanding became deeper too. And now, Yuan finally felt that he was gradually going to touch that threshold. This feeling made him excited, yet dejected. He was excited that the scorching supreme true intent's gate was right in front of him, but feeling dejected that this step kept on being distant just like the end of the world for very long, unable to break through for a long time. How could the gate to a supreme true intent be so easy to step inside? But what Yuan lacked the least was patience. In his previous life, in order to research a type of medicinal pill, he would even perform up to 1,000,000 dreary experiments. If there were not this sort of grinding process, he could not possibly have become the divine realm's youngest peak alchemy emperor either. This bit right now was simply just child's play to him. Just like this, his fists danced about over and over again, seeking that sensation of breakthrough bit by bit. By the time it was the 170th day, Yuan finally found a spark of inspiration. Yuan struck out a punch with all his might. The snowy ice space finally underwent a trace of change. It was this trace of change that made Yuan inexplicably excited. That punch earlier shattered that extreme cold very briefly. Even though it was only for an extremely brief time, Yuan sensed it clearly. But this punch, likewise, exhausted all of his essence energy. Yuan would be frozen to death very soon. Reviving again, Yuan did not attack randomly right away, but he meticulously visualized that sort of feeling just now. Mustering strength, punching out, shattering space. It was this sort of feeling. Yuan once again sensed that the instant the extreme cold was smashed, the extreme cold weather had that tiny hint of loosening up. Although this sort of extreme cold was very stubborn and recaptured the position immediately, that kind of feeling absolutely would not be wrong. Heh, hard work pays off. Finally got a preliminary peep at the door. Even Yuan himself could not help being proud of himself for a while either. He only used a short 170 days' time to get a preliminary peep at the door of the scorching supreme true intent. This was absolutely a very remarkable achievement. Even the spirit bristle divine king back them spent at least several decades' time to get a preliminary peep at the door of this supreme true intent. As it was said, the first step was the hardest for everything. The hardest thing about comprehending concepts was not the process of comprehension, but finding the way to cross the threshold. Even if Yuan already comprehended the scorching true intent, to go a step further and achieve supreme true intent, it was another world. This degree of difficulty was no less than an aboriginal ascending to the divine realm from the endless world. Apart from Yuan, this exception, for an aboriginal to want to ascend to the divine realm from the endless world, there might not be one in several hundred years either. The level of difficulty could be imagined. Yuan could get a preliminary peep at the door in a short 170 days. This was absolutely an incredible heroic undertaking. Of course, even if Yuan got a preliminary peep at the door, the road at the back was extremely hard to walk to. But once this step was taken out, it was the most solid step. The astonishment in the black-clothed person's heart could be imagined. This boy, just where did this freak pop out from? This is the scorching supreme true intent, not some lousy common wear. 170 days. He only used 170 days to get a preliminary peep at the door. The black-clothed person's pride was already beaten, completely battered and bruised by Yuan under the circumstances where he knew nothing of. Along the way, Yuan completed far too many impossible to complete tasks. The black-clothed person already felt that he was numb, but he was still shocked by Yuan once more without any surprise. Even though the black-clothed person did not tell him the time he remained in the inheritance space this time, he reckoned that it was almost up as well. Even if there were still time left, there definitely wouldn't be much left either. To want to get any progress in the scorching concept, the time was simply insufficient. Hence, Yuan thought of the 9 characters true word formula. Yuan decided to use this bit of time remaining to research this 9 characters true word formula for a bit. This 9 characters true word formula was vastly different from ordinary martial techniques. There was no general outline, no cultivation method, just 9 very blurry words, giving people a feeling of having no way to start. Yuan mustered up heart like still water and started to visualize the Ellen character formula. This already became a habit of Yuan's. Under heart like still water heart realm, regardless whether was it cultivation or battle for Yuan, the efficiency was very high. Yet, in the next moment, Yuan's entire body suddenly trembled. This heart like still water realm actually produced an inexplicable resonance with the Ellen character. Could it be that these two have some connection? Yuan said in great surprise. This heart like still water was successfully comprehended by chance when he was at the Nine Heavens Road. It was completely unrelated to this Ellen character. But he clearly sensed that the heart realm which was stuck at the bottleneck all along seemed to have that tiny hint of loosening. On the other side, the originally extremely fuzzy Ellen character in the sea of consciousness, under Yuan's visualization, seemed to gradually become clearer. The two, heart realm and the Ellen character, seemingly like dry wood meeting raging flames, instantaneously producing a resonance. Under this resonance, luck came as Yuan's mind became more agile, and he actually involuntarily formed a strange hand seal. This hand seal was not complicated. But not knowing why, when Yuan formed the seal, it was unbelievably strenuous. The method to form the seals was clearly in Yuan's head. However, even the first hand seal, he was unable to form it even by mustering all of his might. It was as if within this seal, it contained tremendous repulsive force, separating his both hands. Yuan was a stubborn person too. This first seal, he already formed more than half of it. Just the final step and it was going to succeed. At this time, he absolutely did not wish to give up. Hence, he used all the essence energy in his body, wanting to complete the seal. Yuan finally could not hold back the sweetness in his throat. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out. This seal is exceedingly overbearing. It actually shocked me till internal injuries. Even the first seal is so profound. How terrifying must the seals at the back be? Yuan wiped the fresh blood at the corners of his mouth and could not help saying with an emotional sigh. Even though he did not succeed, Yuan could confirm that this Ellen character and heart realm most likely had some kind of connection. Yuan already had not broken through in heart realm for very long, constantly marching on the spot. Evidently, he had reached a bottleneck. But through the visualization this time, Yuan clearly sensed heart like still water heart realm loosening up again. As long as he continued visualizing, Yuan's heart realm was bound to have some breakthrough. However, what excited Yuan even more was that if visualizing the Ellen character could aid heart realm breakthrough, then didn't he obtain a method to cultivate heart realm? Chapter 579, 3 Palms. Heart realm did not have a direct enhancement to a person when it came to combat power. But its auxiliary function was too powerful. Along the way, this heart like still water already helped him for God knows how many times. Essence energy realm increase was not something hard to Yuan. But heart realm was different. He knew that if there wasn't any heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, wanting to break through to heart like monolith realm was too difficult. If this 9 characters true word formula could really advance heart realm, then its benefit was huge. But this was all just Yuan's deductions. He only visualized the Ellen character once and could not even form the first hand seal. How could wanting to break through be that easy? However, as long as there was a direction to work towards, Yuan believed that he could fumble it out someday. Right at this time, Yuan's vision suddenly blurred, and he was directly kicked out of the inheritance space. It turned out that time was already up. His visualization this time, 10 days' time actually passed in a twinkle. When Yuan recovered to his senses, he could not help feeling surprised. This 7th level space was not large but was totally bare. There was only a silhouette that appeared before him. It was precisely that black-clothed person. Is it possible that Senior you're this 7th level's guardian? Yuan figured out the connection very quickly. The black-clothed person turned around and said indifferently, "That's right. This 7th round is very simple. You just have to receive 3 of my palms and still be able to stand up will do." Simple. Probably wasn't that simple, right? It was only unless this vast heaven pagoda owner was a fool that he would place a simple hurdle at the 7th level. This black-clothed person was clearly an expert who was extremely powerful. With Yi Yuan's present strength, he could not fathom the other party at all. If these 3 palms were so easy to receive, Lu Linfang would also not have suffered a crushing defeat at this round. That was a freak-like existence. Even he could not clear this round. The might of these 3 palms could be imagined. Senior's strength is unfathomable. You hitting me with 3 palms, how can I not die? Yi Yuan said, don't you worry, I'll suppress my boundary to the level corresponding to yours. Your 8th level C transformation right now. I'll face you with 8th level C transformation, said the black-clothed person coolly, his tone revealing extreme self-confidence. Yi Yuan's expression became apprehensive. Could it be that Lu Linfang was the same as him? If it was really like this, how formidable did this black-clothed person's strength have to be? Ever since Yi Yuan reincarnated, this was still the first time hearing that somebody dared to battle him with the same realm. Furthermore, what black clothing said was, 3 palms. 3 palms and still being able to stand. Which was also to say that Yi Yuan just had to endure these 3 palms and he could enter the next level successfully. This black-clothed person was either a moron, or he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Yi Yuan believed that his own performance, this black-clothed person definitely took it all into consideration. He actually still dared to say so under the circumstances where he knew Yi Yuan's strength. He definitely had full confidence that Yi Yuan was not his match. Seemingly discerning Yi Yuan's worry, the black-clothed person said with a cold smile, what? Scared? Yi Yuan smiled and said, not so far as to be scared. The worst outcome is merely just losing the qualifications to continue challenging, that's all. I was just trying to guess Senior's strength. The black-clothed person did not seem to be joking as he said coldly, you're wrong. The first 6 levels indeed didn't have the possibility of being injured or causing death. But these 3 levels behind, one might lose their lives at any time. Therefore, don't you dare to have the mentality of passing by a fluke. The black-clothed person paused for a bit and explained, it's genuine death. Yi Yuan could not help being startled inwardly. This black-clothed person was clearly not joking. Could it be that the next 3 levels would really have injury and death accompanying? If this was the case, then wasn't Lu Linfang beaten down by this fellow? Yi Yuan could not imagine the sight of Lu Linfang being beaten down to the ground by this person and being unable to get up. The black-clothed person clearly did not know that Yi Yuan was still in the mood to scoff at Lu Linfang at this time. He said coolly, you still have the chance to choose to withdraw now. But once you decide, you don't have the opportunity anymore. Yi Yuan did not have much hesitation as he said straightforwardly, I choose to challenge. The black-clothed person was a little surprised. Yi Yuan's reply was too quick as if he did not go through detailed deliberation at all. Was this boy brave because of his superb techniques? Or was he simply missing a few things in his head? Although there were few who were able to make it to the 7th round, there was not a single exception. Previously, those people all went through a very long mental struggle without exception before mustering up the courage to agree to it. Not everyone could face the challenge of death calmly. No matter how overflowing you were with talent. Only Yi Yuan seemed to say it without hesitation. You're sure that you don't need to reconsider? You should know that in this 10,000 years, there were a total of 4 people who entered the 7th level. But only a single person could endure my 3 palms. And the other 3 people, there was even one who was killed on the spot by me. The black-clothed person was not telling lies. The names on the light screen only showed that there were 3 people who entered the 7th level. As for their life and death, it could not illustrate. Actually, the black-clothed person being made fun of by Yi Yuan time and again, he more or less still had some thoughts of taking revenge in his heart. He very much wanted to see fear, this emotion, on Yi Yuan's face. But this time, he was still disappointed. Yi Yuan had a calm look as he said without any fear, dying at Senior's hands only shows that Yi Yuan's skill was lacking. If I die, then I die. No big deal. Yi Yuan was a person who had died once. He was clearer than anybody in this world the implication of death. But it was precisely because so that Yi Yuan yearned even more to obtain more powerful strength. After reincarnation, Yi Yuan's greatest obsession was revenge. Even after going through Ji Zhengyang's enlightenment, this obsession of Yi Yuan's did not change. However, he was still able to think rationally. He was still rational enough not to become an emotionless machine controlled by vengeance. He was slowly making his preparation and building up his strength. Yi Yuan's conviction to desire strength was greater than anyone. Ji Canglin was too strong. Without absolute strength, Yi Yuan was simply incapable of defeating him. With this conviction, Yi Yuan had never lacked courage. He dared to challenge everything in this world. If he did not even dare to receive the black-clothed person's 3 palms, what courage would he have to go find Ji Canglin for revenge? All along, facing people much more powerful than him, Yi Yuan had never retreated. If gods blocked, kill gods. Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. This was the path of a powerhouse. Seeing the expression on Yi Yuan's face, the black-clothed person knew that he belittled him too much. True powerhouses absolutely would not fear death. Their only fear was, fear that they were not strong enough. 2 perfect completions in a row, Yi Yuan naturally knew that there were even greater rewards waiting for him behind this. And the current Yi Yuan made no effort to conceal the yearning for this reward as well. This desire of becoming strong had long surpassed life and death already. The black-clothed person fell silent for a long time before heaving a sigh and saying, "Looks like I've underestimated you. These 3 palms are extraordinary. You have to be careful." As he said, the black-clothed person's realm dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. But the aura on his body was rising steadily instead. Yi Yuan and the black-clothed person faced each other from a distance, but their faces had never before seen solemnness. Chapter 580, Counterattack. Seeing the black-clothed person's harrowing aura, Yi Yuan did not dare to be careless in the slightest, mobilizing all the essence energy in his body and gathering it onto his fist. The palm wind was too fast. Yi Yuan simply could not cast myriad rain sword blades in time at all. The aura was astonishing, but the black-clothed person's actions were not shocking. He raised his palm slightly and just pushed out 3 palms in succession in a casual manner. 3 azure dragons carried a series of dragon roars as they galloped at full speed towards Yi Yuan. The palm force had yet to arrive, and a sensation which made Yi Yuan feel suffocated was already transmitted in front of him. At this moment, Yi Yuan felt an unprecedented pressure. At this moment, Yi Yuan used the most powerful flame movement carnage without holding anything back, pouring the trace of concept which he comprehended in the inheritance space into it as well. Instantaneously, Yi Yuan swung out a myriad of uncountable punches. The entire sky was all Yi Yuan's fist shadows. Yet, those 3 azure dragons completely disregarded Yi Yuan's fist shadows, breaching the defense Yi Yuan laid out at the forefront. It was as if breaking a dead branch from a tree. They broke through Yi Yuan's fist shadows savagely, instantly tearing those red-colored fist shadows to shreds. But Yi Yuan did not seem to see it. He still brandished his fists frenziedly, striking towards the 3 azure dragons unceasingly. These 3 azure dragons seemed to be like living things, destroying everything that obstructed them exceedingly tyrannically. Yi Yuan in front of them was frail like a little kitty. If such tyrannical 3 palms landed on Yi Yuan's body, the outcome could not be imagined. But Yi Yuan did not seem to be aware of the approach of danger. His fist speed became faster and faster. The fist shadows became increasingly concentrated. Initially, the black-clothed person still looked at Yi Yuan's struggle calmly. But his expression at this time involuntarily became somber. The advancement speed of those 3 azure dragons actually became progressively slower. The concentrated fist shadows landed on the azure dragons' bodies. Even if it only scratched an itch for him, Yi Yuan's fist shadows were swift to the extreme. It would cause considerable obstruction to them as well. In this short while, Yi Yuan already struck out uncountable punches. Moreover, his speed was still becoming faster. Through the true dragon's blood reforming, Yi Yuan's current body was already extremely powerful and could fully withstand this sort of taxing punching speed. Countless fist shadows exploding sounds reverberated in the air, looking very spectacular. The bodies of the 3 azure dragons actually gradually became illusionary. This was a sign of their energy about to be depleted. Hiss. This boy actually received 3 palms with such a method. When seeing the azure dragon's bodies gradually becoming faint, the black-clothed person knew that Yi Yuan clearing this 7th level was already almost guaranteed. Actually, the black-clothed person had never thought that Yi Yuan could not pass through the 7th level at all. Yi Yuan could clear the rounds perfectly twice. His concept's comprehension was far from what other martial artists could compare to. Even that Li Fantian was much worse compared to Yi Yuan. Furthermore, Yi Yuan had gone through the true dragon's blood's remolding. Within his essence energy now contained the chi of a true dragon. The power of the flame movement carnage that Yi Yuan fired out now was already much more powerful compared to previously. If such a Yi Yuan could not pass the 7th level, he could directly find a piece of tofu to commit suicide. Yi Yuan punched out a fist one after another. The 3 azure dragon silhouettes already became fainter and fainter. That sort of initial savageness and pride were already completely gone at this time. Finally, with a bang, the 3 azure dragons directly exploded in the air, and they were already less than 30 feet distance away from Yi Yuan. What's this boy doing? The black-clothed person suddenly felt puzzled. After Yi Yuan utterly annihilated the 3 azure dragons, he was still punching non-stop. The air gave off dense, yet dull detonating sounds, making people feel incredibly stifled. Awoo! Suddenly, a fiery red colossal dragon rushed out from Yi Yuan's fist shadows, hurtling straight at the black-clothed person. The black-clothed person's pupils constricted, and he sucked in a cold breath. Hiss! This boy is truly a freak. Talking was talking. The black-clothed person's hand movements were not slow. It was only to see him slowly reached out with his palm and grabbed hold of the dragon's head quite leisurely, and then pinched lightly just like that. The originally violent red dragon immediately dissipated into nothing. Yi Yuan finally stopped and collapsed onto the ground straight away, panting heavily. He was already totally drained of strength and could not even move even a finger at this time. How many years has it been? You're the first person who still has the strength to spare to counterattack me. Truly remarkable. The black-clothed person finally did not stint with his praises. Even though he had long guessed that the 7th level could not stump Yi Yuan, he never would have thought that Yi Yuan actually still had strength left over to counterattack after neutralizing his attacks. Those 3 palms of his earlier were not really sent out casually. It was just that he had long already had full control over palm force. That was why it appeared to be effortless. In his view, Yi Yuan being able to barely receive these 3 palms was already considered not bad. The matter developed just as he expected in the beginning too. He estimated that Yi Yuan's limits were also just barely making it through these 3 palms. But he never would have thought that Yi Yuan's limits far exceeded his expectations. No, it should be said that Yi Yuan's limits were just that much. But when he used flame movement carnage earlier, he seemed to have found some inspiration. Hence, he clenched his teeth and persisted longer than he initially could. The first half segment was Yi Yuan's strength, while the latter half segment was entirely Yi Yuan using willpower to grit his teeth and persevere on. In this countless years, geniuses that the black-clothed person had seen were like schools of carps crossing the river. They were too many to enumerate. Yet, he had never seen before any genius with Yi Yuan's willpower. When one's physical abilities exceeded the limits, it would be immensely agonizing. Furthermore, all kinds of discordance would appear in one's movements. Without staggering willpower, there was just no way to control one's strength. But just now, each of Yi Yuan's fist was controlled very perfectly, all the way until that final earth-shaking blow. In the end, that fire dragon crumbled in a single blow in front of the black-clothed person only because he was too strong. The power of that blow was already not beneath the myriad rain sword blades in the slightest. No wonder you could refine the true dragon's blood. Just based on this willpower of yours, your future accomplishments are already limitless. The black-clothed person praised. Yi Yuan did not wish to speak, nor did he have the strength to talk. He was already dead exhausted. Seeing the situation, casually, the black-clothed person fired out a streak of essence energy into Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan shuddered slightly and finally recovered some strength. He sat up and said to the black-clothed person, Is it considered successful?" The black-clothed person was dazed, and he could not help laughing as he said, "Of course. These 3 levels don't have any perfect completion. If there was, you already cleared the round perfectly just now." Yi Yuan struck out the final punch and directly laid on the ground. According to what the black-clothed person said previously, it should be failing the challenge. But even a moron could tell that Yi Yuan had indeed cleared the round. Furthermore, he cleared the round very beautifully. Yi Yuan lifted his head slightly and forced a smile and said, "Hoo, then that's good." Chapter 581, Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm. Only now did Yi Yuan know that these 3 levels actually did not have the talk of perfect clear. But just from those 3 palms earlier, there was indeed no need for the so-called perfect completion. Scattering those 3 azure dragons just now, he already used up all of his strength. If not for stubbornly holding onto one last breath, he would have fainted long ago. To be able to last all the way until the final blow, on the one hand, stemmed from his powerful willpower. On the other hand, it was because his body was reformed by a true dragon's blood before. You're really a genius, to actually grasp the strength of a true dragon so quickly and fuse it into the scorching true intent. Tisk tisk, boy, I think very highly of you. The black-clothed person praised. Yi Yuan smiled and said, actually, I'm a little confused myself. When I went all out to deal with Senior's palm force, the true dragon strength incubating in my body actually stirred, and it entered my fists bit by bit. The black-clothed person nodded slightly and said, looks like you're a natural martial artist. Your future accomplishments might be above that fellow's. Yi Yuan could not help being absent-minded when he heard that. From his previous life to this life, this was still the first time somebody gave him such an appraisal. The previous life's Yi Yuan likewise grew up in the midst of countless praises. But everyone all did not pay attention to his martial talent. Because his alchemy talent was too dazzling, so much so that it made everyone all overlook his talent in the martial path. All the way until this lifetime, Yi Yuan resolved to become a martial path powerhouse. The more he placed effort in the martial path, the more did he discover that he seemed to have similarly tremendous potential in it. Azure Dipper floating zero sword, heart like still water, concept of wind, concept of fire. These things all required martial artists to spend immense effort to go and comprehend. But he did not seem to have expended much time comprehending them. Even though quite a few among these were because of coincidences, one had to admit that his talent played a very huge part. Without talent, even if lucky chances came, one could only enter a treasure mountain and return empty-handed. Since you have some comprehensions, then regulate your breathing and digest your gains earlier right here for a bit. At the 8th level, I'll only unleash 2 palms. You have to try your best. Finished talking, the black-clothed person vanished. Who, finally going to enter the 8th level huh? Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and muttered to himself. The lowest goal which Yi Yuan set for himself was the 7th level. Except, he did not expect that the gains he had in this vast heaven pagoda far surpassed his own imaginations. Now, his strength soared rapidly. He totally had the qualifications to challenge the 8th level. Yi Yuan even somewhat suspected if this was set up by the vast heaven pagoda's owner beforehand, and that he was currently walking step by step until now according to the route planned out by the vast heaven pagoda's owner. Otherwise, it was simply impossible for an ordinary genius to walk to this step. Yi Yuan had a feeling that this was a systematic training to nurture geniuses. Courage and insight, comprehension abilities, and strength. Not one could be missing. That fellow mentioned by the black-clothed person, Yi Yuan felt that he was very likely to be this vast heaven pagoda's owner. This person was truly an enigmatic existence. Yi Yuan felt like this vast heaven pagoda owner might even be much stronger compared to the 10 great divine kings. Could he be a deity realm existence? But right now in this world, how could it possibly give birth to deity realm powerhouses? The vast heaven pagoda was something that only appeared in these 10,000 years. Could it be that within this 10,000 years, there were really deity realm powerhouses born? If the vast heaven pagoda owner was really a deity realm powerhouse, where did he go? Deity realm powerhouses had long lifespans. Living for 10,000 years was absolutely not an issue. Yi Yuan felt that the riddles in his heart were getting more and more. Who cares? Want to attain deity realm, I first have to kill Ji Kanglin. Yi Yuan chased this messy stuff out of his mind and started to meditate to recover essence energy. After half a day, Yi Yuan opened both eyes. His body already recovered to its optimum state. Heh, if Lu Linfang that old thing knows that I made it past the 7th level, who knows what expression he would have. Yi Yuan suddenly remembered Lu Linfang and could not help finding it funny. Looks like Lu Linfang should have comprehended the formation's path in the vast heaven steel. That was how he had today's accomplishments. But this old punk's talent was indeed astonishing too. To actually be able to rely on the formation's path to achieve 10 great divine kings. However, Yi Yuan knew that this vast heaven mystic realm only opened up a window for Lu Linfang. His true rise was still after exiting the vast heaven mystic realm. Snap! Outside the vast heaven pagoda, Chi Hai's hand trembled, crushing the southern sandalwood cup filled with immortal remembrance jade brew into pieces. This action of his startled Qin Yan and the others who were currently in closed seclusion. Old Hai, what's wrong? Chi Hai drew a deep breath and said, you guys see for yourselves. The 4 people were stunned and followed Chi Hai's gaze to look at the light screen. It was only to see that Yi Yuan's name already appeared in the 8th level. Hiss. The 4 people sucked in a cold breath. The 8th level. What kind of concept was this? Yi Yuan already tied with the number 1 person in this 10,000 years, Li Fantian. Now, do you guys still have any opinions about following him? Qi Hai asked leisurely. The 4 people could not help exchanging glances and shook their heads at the same time. What damn opinion was there still? No matter how talented the 4 of them were, it was impossible to reach this sort of level 2. Compared to Yi Yuan, they were like fireflies compared to the bright moon, too great a disparity. You all cultivate properly. Don't lose even the qualifications to follow him, Qi Hai said with a long sigh. In the 8th level, Yi Yuan and the black-clothed person faced each other from a distance. Ready. This time, I'll only unleash 2 palms, and I will still maintain the same realm as you, said the black-clothed person. Yi Yuan said, Senior, this palm technique of yours seems to be unleashed with true dragon strength too. Although I didn't sense a supreme true intent, the power isn't the slightest bit inferior to supreme true intents. I wonder why, the black-clothed person said. What's strange about that? The strength of true dragons escapes the 5 elements in the first place. What the 4 great divine beasts relied on came from their bloodline power. And within their bloodline contains the great Tao of heaven and earth in itself. This is not what humans can compare to. In terms of power, it's naturally not worse off than supreme true intents. You had refined true dragon's blood now, and the power of a true dragon is contained within your body too. You should be able to experience the might of bloodline power. Yi Yuan nodded his head and understood very quickly. Divine beasts were all the favored children of heaven. They were born with their might, especially the 4 great divine beasts. Their strength was even much stronger compared to many human deity realm powerhouses. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew that the 4 great divine beasts' level of divine beasts virtually did not need to cultivate. As long as they matured to become adult divine beasts, they could achieve the divine path. The whole process from beginning to end was unbelievably heaven-defying. Hence, divine beasts were all extremely proud races. Even a drop of blood essence contained an exceptionally tyrannical will inside. I got it, Senior, make your move, Yi Yuan said coolly. The black-clothed person was not long-winded either. This time, he placed both hands together. Immediately, a violent wind howled along with a series of dragon roars emitting. This set of palm technique is named Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm. Training to an advanced level can shatter the firmament with force. You have to receive it well. Chapter 582 10 Days Time. 2 Azure Dragons. Except that this time, the 2 Azure Dragons appeared much more robust compared to the 3 previously. Very clearly, the true dragon strength contained inside was way stronger than before. Facing these 2 Azure Dragons, Yi Yuan actually had a feeling of his scalp tingling. Flame movement true dragon carnage. Yi Yuan's dual fists were like flood dragons heading out to the seas. 2 red dragons came out with a roar too. This flame movement true dragon carnage was precisely the final attack that Yi Yuan comprehended in the 7th level. This attack fused the true dragon strength in Yi Yuan's body, augmenting the power of Yi Yuan's flame movement carnage multiple times. It already reached the level of condensed form of gathered essence. Virtually instantly, 2 azure dragons and 2 red dragons collided together just like this. The collision aftershock seemingly made the entire space shudder. Under this shock wave, the black-clothed person was as firm as a mountain. But Yi Yuan was pushed out far away before he barely managed to stabilize himself. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Yuan revolved the spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art with all his might to recover essence energy. He knew that his flame movement true dragon carnage was not the black-clothed person's match at all. He had to seize all the opportunity he could to restore his strength so as to respond to the follow-up clash. With Yi Yuan's current essence energy magnitude coupled with this move, flame movement true dragon carnage, instant killing late-stage soul sea experts were nothing difficult. But in front of the black-clothed person, it appeared too weak to stand up to a single blow. The 2 red dragons only blocked for several breaths of time and were smashed into smithereens by those 2 azure dragons. Those 2 azure dragons' remaining momentum was not diminished, hurtling towards Yi Yuan. 1,000 flowing petals, explode. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan already finished preparing the second wave of attacks. From the beginning, Yi Yuan had never planned on being able to surpass the black-clothed person's 2 palms. In the 7th level, he already experienced the might of this coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. In this 8th level, he would only unleash 2 palms. The difficulty would surely surge. Otherwise, how could that Li Fantian with such talent possibly lose in this 8th level? This flame movement true dragon carnage was already one of his strongest trump cards right now. But it still could not resist the 2 azure dragons for a short while. Since facing attack with attack could not do anything to these 2 azure dragons, then he could only defend. The 1,000 flowing petals offensive power was not strong, but using to defend was an excellent move. After Yuan broke through to the 8th level C transformation, his essence energy C already reached a very exaggerated 400 feet. While the average 8th level C transformation was also just around 150 feet essence energy C at the very most. His current essence energy thickness was already nearly 3 times of ordinary martial artists. While for most ordinary Soul C experts, their essence energy Cs were 1,000 feet in circumference, merely over twice of Yuan's. One had to know that when C transformation realm martial artists broke through to Soul C, their essence energy C would snowball up to 10 times. Wait until Yuan broke through to Soul C. How horrifying an extent would the area of his essence energy C expand to? Executing 1,000 flowing petals with Yuan's current strength, the power and area of attack were all not what it could be compared to previously. Flying petals in the count of hundreds of millions rushed towards the 2 azure dragons. They attached onto the azure dragons' bodies and carried out mild explosions unceasingly. If it were an ordinary attack, it would have long been totally worn away by this move of Yuan's and could not arrive in front of him at all. But these 2 azure dragons were too strong. They easily defeated Yuan's 2 red dragons. How could these petals stop them? However, 1,000 flowing petals was the martial technique which Yuan was most skilled in after all. Its powerful attrition abilities still played a huge part. Puff, puff, puff. The sounds of petals exploding non-stop transmitted from the air. The 2 azure dragons' speed fell abruptly, becoming sluggish. Those countless flying petals were like a marsh, making the 2 azure dragons sank deeper and deeper. When the black-clothed person saw this scene, he could not help saying with a smile, "This boy, his means are indeed inexhaustible." So young and he actually comprehended a supreme true intent to this extent. Truly remarkable. If it were a complete supreme true intent, just relying on these 2 palms really would not be able to do anything against him. But if it's just this level, it's still inadequate. Indeed, those 2 azure dragons were not exploded to death by the 1,000 flowing petals. Soon they broke out of the layer upon layer of obstacles, charging at Yuan. Yuan's expression became intent, and he took out the Xianxia sword. The starting stance of myriad rain sword blades was displayed. Myriad rain sword blades. 1,000 flowing petals strove for time for myriad rain sword blades casting. This was also Yuan's final trump card measure. This time, Yuan did not hold back, but maneuvered all the remaining essence energy in his body, pouring it into the myriad rain sword blades in one go. The 2 azure dragons were wrapped in large quantities of petals and rushed for Yuan. Puvark. Yuan's body was akin to a kite with a broken string, flying out. And those 2 azure dragons finally dissipated into thin air too. Under this blow, Yuan was finally injured. But under his struggling, he finally still stood up. Yuan's innards received tremendous impact. Presently, the wounds sustained were not light. The black-clothed person said coolly, "You indeed didn't let me down. I think you should have guessed it. This 9th level, I'll only unleash 1 palm, which is also the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm's ultimate palm. The vast heaven pagoda will treat your wounds. You have 10 days time to be in closed seclusion here. Perhaps you will have some gains. After 10 days, whether or not you can become the first genius to clear the 9th level in this 10,000 years will be up to you." Leaving behind this sentence, the black-clothed person left without even turning his head back. Right at this time, a beam of light shot down from the air, enveloping Yuan inside. This light beam actually had the effects of healing injuries. Yuan shrugged off the disorderly emotions and meditated with his legs crossed, recovering injuries with all his strength. Less than an hour, Yuan's injuries were healed. The black-clothed person said that what I'm given is 10 days' time. But this treatment only used an hour's time. He made me enter seclusion in these 10 days. What kind of games can there be in 10 days' time? But since he said it, it shouldn't be talking nonsense, right? This 8th level, I've virtually already used all of my strength. With my current strength, even if I employ the nameless energy, it's impossible to pass through the 9th level too. Once his injuries healed, Yuan started to deliberate. The words that the black-clothed person said seemed to have profound meaning. 10 days' time was too short. To say that one's strength could make staggering progress, that simply could not be accomplished. But with Yuan's present strength, he was likely unable to clear the 9th level at all. Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm's ultimate palm. Yuan felt fearful just thinking about it. Unless his current strength broke through to Soul Sea, or else, there was simply no way to contend with this so-called ultimate palm. But even if Yuan broke through to Soul Sea Realm, this black-clothed person would definitely execute this move with Soul Sea Realm. The outcome was still the same. Putting it bluntly, this vast heaven pagoda's guardian suppressing his boundary to around the same as the challengers all along was for the sake of testing the challengers' talent and strength. Cultivation. This thing was too easy for geniuses. There was simply no challenge. But concept's comprehension was different. There was simply no way to achieve it in one step. 10 days' time. Just what is it enough to use for? Yuan unwittingly began to ruminate. Chapter 583. Mobilizing Strength of a True Dragon. The 8th level's difficulty could be said to have already reached Yuan's limits. A fraction stronger and Yuan would likely be unable to bear it. But the difficulty of this 9th level was most likely not just a tiny bit harder than the 8th levels. With Yuan's attainments in concepts, even he was unable to pass it. Could it be that there were still people able to pass it? Most likely, only unless it was those divine king powerhouses suppressing their cultivation to enter the vast heaven pagoda could there be a possibility of clearing it, right? Designing such a level that was impossible to clear, what on earth was the vast heaven pagoda owner thinking? Although it was to test talent and strength, surpassing the limits of geniuses would have no meaning at all, right? Yuan could not help being at a loss. He ran over all of his trump cards and discovered that he completely could not see the hope of passing through. Just what does this black-clothed person want me to comprehend in seclusion here? Could it be? Yuan suddenly had an inspiration and seemed to have thought of something. The black-clothed person said that what the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm used was the strength of a true dragon. And the power of a true dragon's strength was in existence on the same level as a supreme true intent. Supreme true intent required martial artists to go and comprehend, while true dragon's strength only needed powerful bloodline power. Yuan refined the blood of a true dragon that was already about to evolve to divine beast level. The bloodline power was already very strong. If he used the strength of a true dragon to deal with the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. The black-clothed person even said that when the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was trained to an extremely high level, it could practically shatter the firmament with force. The might of the power could be seen. If he successfully cultivated this martial technique, Yuan was quite excited just thinking about it. What the black-clothed person wanted to let him comprehend was definitely the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Figuring out the links in between this, Yuan calmed down instead. How could him wanting to comprehend the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm be something that easy? 10 days' time. This black-clothed person is also thinking too highly of me, Yuan said with a bitter smile. Coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. The black-clothed person used it for a total of 2 times. Yuan wanting to rely on his own impression to comprehend this martial technique, the degree of difficulty was too great. This was simply an impossible to complete mission. But Yuan did not have the intention of giving up. He settled down to focus very quickly, carefully recollecting the black-clothed person's every action. Yuan started to imitate the black-clothed person's actions and executed the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. A very feeble attack, without the least bit of threat at all. Yuan even suspected whether or not this palm of his earlier could kill a sea transformation realm martial artist. Of course, this was only the beginning. This martial technique was so powerful. It was obviously not so easy to comprehend. 1 palm, 2 palms, 3 palms. In a flash, Yuan unleashed 10 palms. But there was no progress at all. He attempted to copy the black-clothed person's movements, firing out the true dragon's strength. But he discovered that wanting to accomplish this was too difficult. Even though Yuan had the strength of a true dragon inside his body, it was very hard to utilize. Even with flame movement true dragon carnage, the true dragon's strength he could mobilize was extremely little. The might of this move was primarily still depending on the scorching true intent. True dragon's strength only had the function of adding flowers to embroidery. And it was very challenging for Yi Yuan to want to use the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm to mobilize true dragon's strength. Firstly, he did not get to the bottom of the true dragon's strength's application method. Secondly, he was accustomed to using essence energy. It was very hard to adjust his habit right away. I still have no way of mobilizing the strength of a true dragon. Just how can it be done? Yi Yuan stopped to think for a bit and unleashed a palm once more. But he still could not find the feeling. Yi Yuan application of true dragon's strength was like a piece of blank paper, not even knowing the rudiments. The black-clothed person looked at the Yi Yuan in the middle of non-stop attempts and could not help heaving a sigh and saying, This fellow actually set up such a perverse round. How are people going to clear it? True dragon's strength is an extremely powerful bloodline power. Even the dragon race themselves have to put in tremendous amounts of effort to want to truly grasp the application method of bloodline power. How can a youth who just refined the strength of a true dragon possibly comprehend it? I seriously can't think of anyone else who can clear this perverse 9th level once Yi Yuan this punk fails. Turns out that this 9th level round was set up by the vast heaven pagoda owner. Listening to the black-clothed person's meaning, clearly, he himself did not understand this 9th level setting as well. Such a challenging round, even martial artists any more talented could not possibly clear it either, right? To talk about comprehending supreme true intent, the skeletal age restriction determined that it was impossible for the concepts and cultivation of the martial artists who entered to be very high. For so many years, Yi Yuan's concepts were one of the most freakish ones. But even with his current level, it was impossible to pass through the 9th level as well. To talk about comprehending the strength of a true dragon, how could a youth who had just refined dragon blood possibly comprehend successfully in such a short time? To clear the 9th level, one must contend against the powerful with power. After refining dragon blood, it was to counter a true dragon's strength with another true dragon's strength, otherwise, there were no chances of victory at all. Unless Yi Yuan could completely master a supreme true intent. Or else, he could only be a vanquished opponent of the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. But to Yi Yuan, true dragon's strength was entirely foreign, and grasping the strength of a true dragon was only the first step. He still had to be able to execute the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm before he had the qualifications to endure the final palm. 3 days passed in a twinkle. Yi Yuan had long given up on directly comprehending out the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. He was thinking of ways to mobilize true dragon's strength, and right now, the only way he could mobilize true dragon's strength was to employ the flame movement true dragon carnage. These 3 days, he had been using the flame movement true dragon carnage constantly, comprehending the application method of true dragon's strength unceasingly. Gradually, Yi Yuan finally got a bit of the knack to it. When he executed the flame movement true dragon carnage, it relied entirely on a kind of instinct to merge a trace of true dragon's strength into the flame movement carnage. However, he only just knew how, but not why. But now, he must find the reason why he could utilize the strength of a true dragon. These 3 days, he had been searching for this reason all along. Yi Yuan used the flame movement true dragon carnage over and over again, and finally found a tiny bit of reason. He discovered that the reason why he could mobilize the strength of a true dragon was because when he used the flame movement carnage, his body's amplitude and the amplitude of the true dragon's strength achieved synchronization. That was when he could sense a trace of true dragon strength entering inside his meridians and be released along with the martial technique. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered a problem. That was that he still treated himself as a human all along. Hence, the true dragon strength within his body did not buy it at all. Which was also to say that to want to draw on the strength of a true dragon, one must first of all turn themselves into a dragon, and not a person. Using human martial artists' methods to initiate a dragon race martial technique. This was naturally something nonsensical. Straightening out this point, everything was easy to handle. Yi Yuan sat down with his legs crossed and both eyes tightly shut. Inside his brain, he simulated the scene of when he executed the flame movement true dragon carnage endlessly. Gradually, the muscles in Yi Yuan's entire body started to convulse. This sort of convulsion became increasingly intense. Suddenly, Yi Yuan snapped open both eyes and pushed a palm out with all his might. A faint dragon roar emitted from the center of his palm. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan revealed excitement on his face. Chapter 584, Advancing a Step, Endless Blue Skies. 9th level. Yi Yuan he entered the 9th level. He He surpassed Li Fantian, becoming the number 1 person in these 10,000 years. Seeing Yi Yuan's name appear at the 9th level on the light screen, Guo Taochun suddenly exclaimed. Ever since they knew that Yi Yuan entered the 8th level, these few people were no longer in the mood to be in closed seclusion. Especially when Yi Yuan actually stayed for 10 days at the 8th level. This whetted their appetites even more. Even Qi Hai raised his head to look at the light screen every now and then too, wanting to see if Yi Yuan entered the 9th level or not. But Yi Yuan seemed to stagnate at the 8th level and did not have any activities all along. Guo Taochun they all simply talked it over, each one of them took turn to keep watch daily to see if Yi Yuan entered the 9th level or not. All the way until today, Guo Taochun finally saw Yi Yuan's name appear in the 9th level. With him crying out, everyone all stood up with a start. What the 9th level signified, these few people were all too clear. Not knowing when it started, Li Fantian's name had always been crowned with the title of number 1 talent in 10,000 years. And now, this title was going to be crowned on Yi Yuan. Even though the endless world was just a small world, how many geniuses would be born in 10,000 years? Among these geniuses, there was no lack of some astounding to the max characters, such as the Grand Yan True Lord, Lu Linfang. But now, these so-called geniuses all had to bow their heads in submission at Yi Yuan's feet. These few former strongest people among the junior generation, witnessing this historical moment, the agitation and admiration in their hearts were naturally hard to express with words. Ever since Yi Yuan made it into the 8th level, these 4 people including Lu Hong already let go of all of their pride. Even if they were any more rampant and any prouder, they examined their consciousness and knew that it was impossible for them to make it to the 8th level, this sort of level, as well. The 5th level and the 8th level. The gap in between this could not be measured with distance. Now that Yi Yuan stepped into the final level, this already made them prostrate on all fours in admiration. Just as Qi Hai said back then, maybe someday, they would be proud because of following Yi Yuan. Even though it's just a legend, these last 3 levels difficulties are definitely what we can't imagine. Yi Yuan he could actually clear 2 rounds consecutively under such a difficulty level. Truly astonishing, Qin Yan said. Back then, the Grand Yan True Lord, that astonishingly talented figure, only made it into the 7th level. Yi Yuan charged into the 9th level now. His accomplishments at the minimum also won't be lower than his, right? Guo Taochun said, that's for certain. Since ancient times, there has never been anyone who made it into the 9th level. At least, Yi Yuan can't possibly be worse than Grand Yan True Lord either. Qin Yan said, hey, I wonder how many years Yi Yuan's legend will circulate in our endless world. I now feel that being his follower isn't anything bad. Perhaps after he ascends to the divine realm, we can be fowls and dogs riding on his coattails too. Guo Taochun said, Pooh, you're the fowl and dog. But right now, I really feel that Yi Yuan is somebody with a great destiny. Following by his side, we might receive endless benefits. Qin Yan said. By the side, Yin Yanhua nodded her head silently. Clearly, she very much approved of these words too. And even though Lu Hong did not speak, it could be seen from his expression as well that he already did not have any opinion about becoming Yi Yuan's follower. Qi Hai did not speak all along, staring at the light screen blankly. It was also uncertain what he was thinking about. The 9th level space. The black-clothed person stared at Yi Yuan opposite and said with an emotional sigh, you finally still came here. I thought that you'd choose to quit. Yi Yuan said smilingly, I don't have the habit of giving up halfway. Do you feel that you can make it through this 9th level with your current strength? With your wit, you should be able to guess how powerful this palm will be. With your present strength, it's simply impossible to be able to pass it. And the outcome of failing to pass it is death. You're the most talented youth in these 10,000 years. Killing you personally, I can't really bear to, said the black-clothed person. The black-clothed person witnessed Yi Yuan's heaven-defying talent along the way. He was naturally unwilling to destroy such a genius in his heart. Huhu, how will one know without trying? Senior, make your move. Yi Yuan said indifferently without a care in this world. The black-clothed person kept quiet and did not speak. The reason why he judged that Yi Yuan could not clear the 9th level was actually that Yi Yuan did not do anything in the later 5 days. He meditated in seclusion at the 8th level for 5 days. Previously, Yi Yuan using 3 days to find the method to maneuver the strength of a true dragon, it truly astonished the black-clothed person for a bit. But what made him puzzled was that Yi Yuan actually meditated in seclusion the entire time in the later 5 days. Martial technique and comprehending concepts were different. The former needed one to constantly train. Especially the dragon race's martial technique, it needed time to polish even more so. Yi Yuan did not think that he could clear the 9th level by being able to maneuver the strength of a true dragon, right? Maneuvering true dragon's strength to unleash a palm and using the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm to unleash a palm were two entirely different concepts. Or perhaps, Yi Yuan was comprehending the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm during these 5 days, but he had no gains. No matter which angle one looked at, Yi Yuan did not have hopes of making it through the 9th level. I advise that you better give up. The coiling dragon heaven devastating palm ultimate palm, although I'm only using 20% strength, it's also not what the current you can contend with. If you can comprehend the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, then there's still hope. Although you can't score a victory, you at least have the strength to protect yourself. But you only comprehended the method to maneuver the strength of a true dragon and have not learned the rudiments regarding the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. It's simply impossible to survive. Musing briefly, the black-clothed person still exhorted him. It was not that the black-clothed person was pessimistic about Yi Yuan. On the contrary, he was too optimistic about Yi Yuan. But he was even clearer about the might of the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. The might of this martial technique, Yi Yuan was simply unable to experience. The difficulty of this 9th level was too perverse. You should withdraw out of the vast heaven pagoda first. You're still young. Come again to the vast heaven pagoda after 10 years, this 9th level wouldn't be considered much to you either. At that time, you will be able to experience the feeling of an awe-inspiring view from a high place. Young man, sometimes, take a step back, and it's endless blue skies. Urged the black-clothed person. Yi Yuan looked at the black-clothed person and suddenly grinned and said, "Many thanks for senior's concern. But this 9th level, I still want to challenge. In my world, behind are all sheer precipices and overhanging rocks. Only in front of me there are endless blue skies." It was not some heroic words, but the powerful self-confidence Yi Yuan exuded moved the black-clothed person visibly. Yet, the way the black-clothed person saw it, he was still unable to understand Yi Yuan's thinking. A step back, endless blue skies, this was the black-clothed person's understanding of life. But advancing a step, endless blue skies, this was Yi Yuan's understanding towards life. Regardless of whether it was the previous life or this life, there was no backing down, these two words in Yi Yuan's dictionary. Furthermore, to Yi Yuan, he truly could not wait for the next 10 years. 10 years were too long for Yi Yuan. Hey, you this boy, are really quite different. However, this is you asking for it yourself. If you die in my hands, you mustn't have any grievances. Yi Yuan said with a smile, no complaints nor regrets. Chapter 585, A Genius's Unyielding Pride. Fine, since it's like this, I'll fulfill your wish. The black-clothed person finished talking. The entire 9th level space became dim. Now, it was only to see he lifted his palm up. An exceedingly violent aura spread out in all directions. A colossal azure dragon gradually became distinct, coiling around behind the black-clothed person, with its face showing savageness as it looked at Yi Yuan. Although he knew that this was just a Dharma idol, Yi Yuan still felt tremendous pressure. A fierce wind blew past, lifting the corner of Yi Yuan's sleeves. The palm force had yet to be released. There was already an imposing momentum that blotted out the skies and covered the earth, engulfing everything. This coiling dragon heaven devastating palm is hailed as able to shatter the firmament with force. Indeed, well deserving of its reputation. He suppressed his cultivation to the 8th level seed transformation and only used 20% true dragon strength. This final palm actually has such power. This palm of the black-clothed person's was much more powerful than Yi Yuan imagined. The 9th levels and 8th levels difficulties were indeed not on the same level with this current level. No wonder the black-clothed person kept on urging him to withdraw out of the 9th level. This level of difficulty was really not an ordinary kind of freakish. He really did not know if this vast heaven pagoda owner was a psychopath or not, to actually set up such a level of difficulty as a hurdle. How could this possibly be cleared? Furthermore, without any doubt, this black-clothed person's true dragon strength was clearly already cultivated to an extremely high level. Just 20% true dragon strength could actually generate such a horrifying move. Yi Yuan stared at the black-clothed person without moving his gaze, mapping each one of his movements into his brain. Suddenly, a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. So that's how it is. He slowly closed his eyes. The muscles on his body started to shake with a kind of strange tempo. Yi Yuan learned from the black-clothed person's manner, lifting his palm and maneuvering the true dragon strength in his entire body. A faint phantom appeared behind Yi Yuan. It was actually a Dharma idol azure dragon too. When the black-clothed person saw this scene, his pupils constricted and his gaze revealed unbelievable shock. This boy, just how did he accomplish it? This is my first time casting the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm's ultimate palm. He actually learned it. How is this possible? At this moment, the astonishment in the black-clothed person's heart simply could not be described using words. He was really incapable of imagining how monstrous a talent could comprehend the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm in such a short time. There was actually such a heaven-defyingly talented youth in this world. The black-clothed already arrived at the critical juncture of casting his skills at this time. He forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and continued casting the skill. Coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, shattering stars. The black-clothed person gave a sharp cry. The Dharma idol true dragon was released with a roar. That momentum was truly startling heaven and earth and making gods and ghosts weep. A Dharma idol true dragon flew towards Yi Yuan with baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. To be able to condense a Dharma idol, it indicated that the bloodline power was very strong. And a true dragon Dharma idol was all the more an extremely difficult Dharma idol to condense. Even in the true dragon race, very few people could condense it as well. Hence, this azure dragon before his eyes was on an entirely different level from the previous two levels. At this time, Yi Yuan snapped open both eyes, seemingly exerting all the strength in his body, pushing out the Dharma idol behind him. Compared to the black-clothed person's Dharma idol azure dragon, Yi Yuan's Dharma idol azure dragon was much more illusory and a size smaller too. Clearly, it was way lousier. But this was not the key. The critical thing was that a little rookie like Yi Yuan could actually condense a Dharma idol azure dragon. Two Dharma idol azure dragon collided together fiercely. The shock wave produced practically affected the entire 9th level. The black-clothed person did not budge an inch in this tempest. Such an intense collision actually did not have any effect on him. But Yi Yuan could not. He directly vomited a large mouthful of blood, receiving a tremendous impact. If not that his current body went through the dragon blood's remolding and was already no longer what it was, this blow could claim his life. The black-clothed person's Dharma idol azure dragon directly smashed Yi Yuan's Dharma idol and continued charging towards Yi Yuan. But the Dharma idol azure dragon at this time was only left with a faint image. Clearly, a large portion of the true dragon strength was expended. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest hesitation. He forcefully suppressed the injuries on his body and maneuvered all the essence energy in his body, executing the myriad rain sword blades without holding anything back. Another violent collision, but the commotion this time was far from as intense as before. Yi Yuan vomited a large mouthful of blood again, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Although the Dharma idol azure dragon only had a faint phantom left, the power was still extremely strong. Yi Yuan forcefully deployed essence energy under the circumstances where he was injured. It originally already caused his injuries to pile on. Suffering an intense impact once more, he was already very weak at this time. However, the black-clothed person's Dharma idol azure dragon was completely exhausted by Yi Yuan in the end. The black-clothed person looked at this scene and was speechless for a long time. He finally still heaved a sigh and said, "I really have no way of imagining just how did you comprehend the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Such a pity. According to that fellow's requirements, you must stand up in the end. But you're heavily injured right now and your essence energy depleted. Forget about standing up, even moving a bit is probably impossible." The black-clothed person was indeed shocked. But he was incapable of going against the vast heaven pagoda owner's requirements. If Yi Yuan could not stand up, he would still fail in the end. But you don't need to feel sorry either. You've already done very well. Vast Heaven Pagoda doesn't forbid martial artists from entering a second time. With your talent, the 9th level would simply be unworthy of mentioning in front of you 10 years later. The black-clothed person consoled. Yi Yuan lying on the ground seemed to be stimulated and started to struggle to his feet. It's not over yet. Yi Yuan's fists clenched tightly as he used all the strength in the body, wanting to get up. The black-clothed person's expression changed. His judgment regarding Yi Yuan's injuries should not be wrong. Logically speaking, it was simply impossible for Yi Yuan to stand up. But, this boy, Yi Yuan struggled a bit but still fell to the ground again. Don't struggle anymore. You'll die if this continues. Admit defeat. The vast heaven pagoda can treat your wounds. Seeing Yi Yuan being so stubborn, the black-clothed person could not help being quite worried as well. This coiling dragon heaven devastating palm's final palm was nothing to be trifled with. Yi Yuan had injuries piling on top of injuries right now. Even if his body had undergone the dragon blood's remolding, it already reached the limit too. Yi Yuan messing around like this would really be putting his life at risk. No, I can stand up, Yi Yuan said obstinately. He panted very heavily like puffing bellows. Clearly, his body already reached the limit. Yet, he still stubbornly propped his body up and slowly got up. The black-clothed person was visibly moved looking at this scene too. He wished that he could go forward and give Yi Yuan a hand. But the black-clothed person knew that if he really did that, not only would Yi Yuan not thank him, he would hate him instead. Because that way would not only make Yi Yuan's challenge fail, it even trampled on Yi Yuan's dignity. This was a peerless genius's pride. Yi Yuan could die, but he absolutely did not need other people's charity. I finally understand why you want to set up such a stage. He and you are really alike. The black-clothed person murmured to himself. He seemed to have understood something. They were too similar. Chapter 586, Dragon Wave. Yi Yuan fell to the ground once more. This was already the fourth time he failed. During these attempts, his wounds were affected and became worse each time. He had vomited quite a few mouthfuls of blood. His complexion became increasingly paler, and his breathing progressively weaker, but he still stubbornly attempted to stand up once again. Yi Yuan used all the strength in his body to howl. This time, he finally stood up. But his two legs already did not have the slightest bit of strength. He stood up and his legs went weak, and he almost fell down again. Only after staggering quite a few steps did Yi Yuan barely stabilize his figure. Huff, huff. Yi Yuan was panting non-stop. He was already weary to the limit. His body kept on swaying but did not fall down from start to finish. Seeing this scene, the black-clothed person's countenance finally changed. If it was said that he purely had the appreciation of a genius towards Yi Yuan previously, at this moment, he was filled with admiration towards Yi Yuan. He had long seen through that Yi Yuan had already reached his limits. To be able to stand up, Yi Yuan relied entirely on one breath to forcefully hang in there. Without immense willpower, it simply could not be done. The black-clothed person came before Yi Yuan and said, "Boy, you're bound to be a world-shaking figure in the future. To be able to wait for you, my 50,000 years of bitter guarding this place were not in vain either." Yi Yuan paid no attention to him. He still swayed constantly there with his head lowered. The black-clothed person suddenly discovered something amiss. Looking close, Yi Yuan actually had both eyes tightly shut. He had already fainted dead away. Seeing the situation, the black-clothed person gave a long sigh and beckoned with one hand. A beam of light shone down from the air, enveloping Yi Yuan inside. The aura on Yi Yuan's body was already very weak. If it were still not treated, he would really die. But the black-clothed person was really unable to imagine just what kind of willpower Yi Yuan relied on to stand up. The black-clothed person looked at the Yi Yuan in the middle of the light halo. His expression and emotion were complicated. How many years had it been since his emotions were so worked up? He waited for 50,000 years in his vast heaven pagoda. Yet, there was not a single one who could truly enter his sights. Several thousand years ago, when that youth called Li Fantian appeared before him, it finally made his eyes lit up. However, Li Fantian ultimately still could not make it through the 8th level. This even made him feel regret for a very long time back then. All the way until Yi Yuan's appearance, finally this youth gave him a real shock. In truth, back at the first 3 levels, the black-clothed person did not feel that Yi Yuan was much stronger than Li Fantian yet. But when Yi Yuan had the second perfect completion, the black-clothed person finally realized Yi Yuan's extraordinariness. Especially Yi Yuan had refined the dragon blood. This gave him a tremendous impact. And now, the black-clothed person was filled with admiration towards this youth. This youth had talent, had willpower, and had lucky chances. Yi Yuan possessed virtually all the qualities to become a powerhouse. More importantly, he saw that person's shadow on Yi Yuan. Stubbornness, an unyielding spirit. All the way until this moment did the black-clothed person finally understand the purpose of the vast heaven pagoda owner setting up this 9th level hurdle. What this 9th level tested was not just comprehension abilities, it tested a person's character even more. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes and discovered that he was at an unknown space. You're awake. Here is the vast heaven pagoda's central space. You've already successfully cleared the 9th level, an aged voice said. Yi Yuan's eyes gradually focused. In his sight was a thin and emaciated old man. You're the black-clothed person. Yi Yuan hesitated for a moment and asked. This old man's appearance was very scary. The wrinkles on his face were practically bunching together already, looking very hideous. This old man is Long Teng. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he asked, could Senior be a member of the dragon race? Long Teng's face revealed surprise, and he came to a realization right after. You, this boy, are indeed astute. However, this old man has never taken himself to be a member of the dragon race. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Senior's dragon race martial techniques are at the acme of perfection and also crowned with the surname of Long Dragon. If I can't even guess this, then I'd also be too stupid. There were many people with the surname of Long. But to be able to cultivate the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, such a heaven-defying martial technique, to such a level, he was absolutely not an ordinary person. The Divine Realm's dragon race was a very powerful race. Yi Yuan naturally linked this old man in front of him to this race. It was just that from Long Teng's words, one could also guess that his direct relationship with the dragon race was probably not that simple. Even though Yi Yuan was very curious, he did not plan on rashly posing questions either. This violated taboos greatly. Fine lad, I'm very curious, just how did you comprehend the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm? This period of time where Yi Yuan was unconscious, what Long Teng could not figure out after racking his brains was this problem. One had to know that he spent far more than several thousand years of effort on this martial technique. But Yi Yuan only used a few short days and comprehended it. Furthermore, he knew that Yi Yuan did not rehearse the palm art at all. He meditated in the 8th level the entire time. This was too strange. Yi Yuan smiled and said, the last 3 levels were all guarded with the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Moreover, when Senior Long was using the move, you were very deliberate, as if intentionally letting me have a clear view. Then, the turning point to clearing the 9th level could naturally only be on this coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. With this Long Teng's strength, that level of coiling dragon heaven devastating palm at the 7th level and 8th level could only be to demonstrate the rudiments of the skill. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Long Teng nodded his head slightly and said, you punk, such a keen mind. But these few days, I saw that you have been meditating all along and did not rehearse at all. Yi Yuan smiled and pointed at his head and said, all of the rehearsing was all in here. Seeing Long Teng's puzzled look, Yi Yuan continued, actually, after I found the method to maneuver true dragon strength, I've been pondering on how to grasp the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm the entire time. Later on, I discovered that when Senior execute your moves, you will release a kind of special undulation at specific times. So I guessed that the key to this coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was here. In my seclusion these few days was constantly seeking this sort of undulation. Long Teng's gaze turned intent, and he said in surprise, You can actually perceive dragon wave. Turns out that is called dragon wave. It's very appropriate, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Long Teng sucked in a deep breath and said, all of the dragon race's martial techniques are all released with dragon wave. It's just according to the differences in strength and weakness of the martial technique, the dragon wave's vibration frequency would be different, that's all. The coiling dragon heaven devastating palm is an extremely powerful martial technique in the dragon race too. The magnitude of the dragon wave even reaches heaven rank. The first time you used dragon wave, you're actually able to infinitely approach heaven rank magnitude. But these words made Yi Yuan stunned. Is it very difficult? Hearing these words, Long Teng choked up, and the words at the back were forcefully swallowed back down. Seeing that conflicted face of Long Teng's becoming even more troubled, Yi Yuan also realized that this seemed to be pretty hard. Do you know how many years I used to cultivate dragon wave to heaven rank? Long Teng said with a black face. Yi Yuan replied weakly, 5 years. Long Teng choked up again and almost could not breathe. He only recovered to his senses after some time and said to Yi Yuan with a glare, 100 years. Chapter 587, Final Inheritance. Yi Yuan himself was very muddled as well. He only sought out the method to execute the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm according to Long Teng's demonstration. He completely did not know what was called Dragon Wave and also did not know how hard Dragon Wave was to practice. It was only after hearing Long Teng said so did Yi Yuan finally know why the other party had this sort of want to strangle him to death expression. This was the first time he used Dragon Wave, and it actually reached a standard of infinitely approaching heaven rank, while a pinnacle expert like Long Teng actually used 100 years. Yi Yuan's expression was slightly awkward as he said, haha, Senior Long, I'm a blind cat bumping into a dead rat. To really let me train, I'd probably need to train for 100 years too. Who knew that Long Teng's face became black again? He billowed his beard and glared as he said huffily, don't give this old man that crap. Do you think that attaining heaven-ranked Dragon Wave in 100 years is already very noob? Yi Yuan gave an awkward smile. But Long Teng could tell what he thought from his expression too. When this old man was younger, I was known as the dragon race's #1 genius. For ordinary people to want to cultivate Dragon Wave to heaven rank, they need at least 300 years. If not forget it, not talking about those stale topics of conversation, Long Teng said and waved his hand. Cough cough, Senior Long, I didn't mean that, Yi Yuan said embarrassedly. Forget it, what you mean, do I still not know? You're a freak, but it doesn't mean that everyone is a freak. Let me tell you, this Dragon Wave is divided into 6 boundaries. Yellow rank, Mystic rank, Earth rank, Heaven rank, Spirit rank, and Divine rank. Although your coiling dragon heaven devastating palm is nondescript, the Dragon Wave had indeed reached the boundary of peak Earth rank. With this level, you cultivating the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm will yield twice the results with half the effort, Long Teng said. Yi Yuan was completely ignorant about the dragon race's cultivation methods. Hearing Long Teng's words at this time, he became interested. That nondescript coiling dragon heaven devastating palm that he executed previously already reached that kind of power. Then how powerful did the true coiling dragon heaven devastating palm have to be? This point, one could tell by looking at the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm Long Teng unleashed. Although Yi Yuan could not reach that level within a short time, if he learned it, then that would absolutely be one of his greatest trumps now. It would even surpass the myriad rain sword blades. Furthermore, hearing Long Teng's meaning, he had decent talent in cultivating the dragon race's martial techniques. This moved Yi Yuan even more. One had to know that this coiling dragon heaven devastating palm cultivated to the highest level was absolutely not worse than supreme true intense. Senior Long, this coiling dragon heaven devastating palm? Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Long Teng gave an ugly smile and said, relax, this coiling dragon heaven devastating palm is one of the rewards for clearing the 9th level. If it's not taught to you, then what would I expend so much effort for? One of the rewards. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. The coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was already a very formidable martial technique. At least with Yi Yuan's understanding, training this move to the pinnacle level was absolutely not worse compared to the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Arts 9 Suns Burning Heaven. If this was just one of the rewards for clearing the 9th level, then what was the final reward? Long Teng clearly guessed Yi Yuan's thoughts and said with a nod, that's right, this is just one of the rewards for clearing the 9th level. As for this final reward, aren't you very bright? You can make a guess. No idea where this old man's mood to play came from, to actually play a guessing game with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was thrown into a daze by this old man too and started ruminating. After a dozen over breaths, Yi Yuan lifted his head abruptly and looked at Long Teng with exceedingly doubtful eyes. Senior Long, it can't be. Yi Yuan did not quite dare to trust his own judgment himself. He had kept on thinking of how to clear these final 3 levels all along, so he simply did not think in this direction. But now, Long Teng was being vague. Under Yi Yuan's contemplating, he thought of a certain possibility. Except, this kind of possibility, even he himself did not quite dare believe it. But thinking it over and over again, only this possibility was the most likely too. Long Teng looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, it can't be what? Say it out for me to hear. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and asked probingly, the vast heaven pagoda. Long Teng shot Yi Yuan an approving look and said smilingly, you only guessed half of it correctly. This 9th level's true reward is the vast heaven steel. Vast heaven steel, Yi Yuan said in surprise. In Yi Yuan's view, the vast heaven steel was just a part of the vast heaven pagoda. At the very most, it was just a very critical component. The reason why the vast heaven steel had the effect of aiding martial artists in enhancing their concepts was only that the vast heaven pagoda endowed it this ability. That's right, people all think that the vast heaven pagoda is a profound and mystical object, but don't know that this vast heaven pagoda's true core is the vast heaven steel and not this pagoda. This vast heaven pagoda was actually only forged in order to conceal the vast heaven steel. Long Teng said words which surprised Yi Yuan greatly. In Yi Yuan's understanding, the vast heaven steel was just a part of the vast heaven pagoda. The effects of the vast heaven steel were all granted by the vast heaven pagoda. But hearing Long Teng's meaning, could it be that it was not like this? Seeing Yi Yuan's doubtful eyes, Long Teng said coolly, "Let me tell you a story then." Yi Yuan hurriedly said, "Pray tell." One could also know without the need to guess that this story was related to the vast heaven pagoda and vast heaven steel's origins. Seeing Yi Yuan's knowledge-seeking appearance, Long Teng nodded his head contently and started to talk tirelessly. The story happened over 50,000 years ago, and the main character of that story likewise appeared in the endless world. That youth was called Fang Tian. In an accident, he obtained a piece of rock. Ever since then, he started to soar up into the sky with a start, becoming this small world's king very quickly. After ascending to the divine realm, Fang Tian still advanced with rapid strides and songs on his lips, becoming a peak powerhouse in the divine realm very quickly. At that time, a heaven-defying treasure appeared in the divine realm. Its name was Vast Heaven Pagoda. Fang Tian relied on this treasure to roam the divine realm unhindered, undefeatable by anyone. Yet, the rise of a powerhouse was bound to be accompanied by blood and slaughter. During this process, Fang Tian rescued a severely wounded azure dragon on the verge of death in an accident arising from many causes. Ever since then, the one dragon and one human threw the entire divine realm into an upheaval. Finally, Fang Tian provoked an extremely powerful Fiend Path faction at that time. And this faction's strongest person was known as the Heavenly Fiend God. 50,000 years ago, a great paramount battle unfolded between Fang Tian and the Heavenly Fiend God. That battle could be said to astound heaven and earth and make gods and ghosts weep, throwing the entire divine realm into pandemonium. Except that both sides' battle concluded with both parties suffering great losses. The Heavenly Fiend God fled with heavy injuries, his whereabouts unknown, while Fang Tian with severe injuries vanished from the divine realm ever since. Then 40,000 years later, a heaven-defying inheritance space appeared in the endless world. That was the vast heaven inheritance. Ever since, countless geniuses fell over each other to enter the vast heaven inheritance, in hopes of obtaining the vast heaven pagoda's ultimate inheritance. It was just that the so-called geniuses in this small world were simply unable to complete the 9-level hurdles which the vast heaven pagoda owner set. All the way until today, Yi Yuan's appearance finally completed this task which nobody had ever accomplished before, obtaining the final inheritance. Chapter 588 Vast Heaven Pagoda's New Owner. This story lasted for 50,000 years, all the way till today. Long Teng said it very briefly, but Yi Yuan did not find it brief at all when he listened. Yi Yuan's knowledge and experience were far from this, so he could totally discern just how soul-stirring Long Teng's sketched-over contents were. Then Senior Fang Tian Yi Yuan inquired. Long Teng shook his head and said, "That fellow threw the vast heaven steel here, and his whereabouts became unknown. And I was afflicted with a deadly poison during that battle as well, that's why I turned into this manner. If not for hiding inside this vast heaven pagoda, I'd have already become a withered skeleton long ago." Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Looks like that great battle 50,000 years ago was really abnormally cruel. Even Long Teng, this level of expert, ended up in this miserable state. Then Senior Fang Tian, was he a deity realm powerhouse? Yi Yuan carried some agitation as he asked. Hoo, how can deity realm be so easy to reach? Under this stretch of heaven, it is already incapable of giving birth to deity realm powerhouses again. Long Teng said with a sigh. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he inquired, "May I ask Senior, why is this so?" Long Teng shook his head and said, "Divine realm powerhouses disappeared from the divine realm overnight. Since then, only legends of the divine realm was left behind. To talk about the reason, probably only they know it, right?" Hearing this answer, Yi Yuan was quite disappointed too. Deity realm was his life's aspiration. Barely managed to see a trace of hope, and it was shattered again. But he was still unresigned as he said, this vast heaven steel should exceed divine king standards, right? Furthermore, that vast heaven steel has an extraordinary background. Could it be that such an existence still couldn't reach the level of deity realm? Long Teng shook his head and said, can't reach. Deity realm is far more powerful than you imagine. Fang Tian thought that he already reached deity realm back then too. But later on, he discovered that that was simply not the case. Yi Yuan's expression changed and suddenly recalled the words that Father, Ji Zhengyang, said to him on his deathbed. Because he obtained the medicine god's soul canon when he was still living, his divine soul reached a very abstruse boundary. Could it be that for martial artists' cultivation, there were still even stronger realms above divine king? The more Yi Yuan thought, the more baffled he became and felt that he was less and less able to see through this world. Long Teng saw Yi Yuan's look of dilemma and said smilingly, no need to be bewildered on this sort of thing. You only have sea transformation realm strength right now. Thinking about this is a bit too distant. Being down to earth is still better. Yi Yuan was stunned and laughed in spite of himself as he said, what Senior said is right. Yi Yuan was impetuous. Senior Long, could your meaning previously be that this vast heaven steel will belong to me from now on? That's right. Long Teng reached his hand out and beckoned. The vast heaven steel appeared before Yi Yuan. Before that fellow left, he already removed his own brand. You only have to drip your own blood essence on it, and you can refine it to acknowledge an owner. Long Teng said. Yi Yuan was stupefied as he said, so simple. It's that simple. Logically speaking, such a heaven-defying treasure should be very hard to refine. But it's just this simple. When you grasp the vast heaven steel, you can control the vast heaven pagoda. But with your current realm, you can't unleash its power at all. Long Teng said, hey, no matter what, collect first before talking. Yi Yuan was not courteous either. He dripped a drop of blood essence on the vast heaven steel. The vast heaven steel immediately erupted with rays of brilliant light. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan felt that he had established a kind of inexplicable connection with the vast heaven steel. Evidently, he had already become this vast heaven steel's owner. Except that Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that even though he became the vast heaven steel's owner, he was still utterly clueless about it. Even though you've dripped your blood and got it to acknowledge an owner now, with your current realm, you're simply unable to deploy the vast heaven steel and vast heaven pagoda. If you forcefully deploy them, you'll only be drained dry, Long Teng warned him. Yi Yuan could not help being speechless when he heard that. He said helplessly, then isn't it the same effect as not getting it? Long Teng said with a laugh, of course it's different. With the vast heaven steel, you can enter inside the steel space to comprehend concepts at any time. This is a treatment that nobody is able to enjoy. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. This vast heaven steel was absolutely a heaven-defying treasure, to be able to aid martial artists in comprehending concepts. If he could meditate on the vast heaven steel as he wished, then Yi Yuan would really be taking the expressway. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked again, oh, right, can this vast heaven pagoda change the flow of time? You don't need to think about this. In order to slow down my aging, Fang Tian changed the flow of time around my physical body. The instant that you cleared the 9th level, the inheritance space was also utterly destroyed already. Now, this vast heaven. Inheritance is no longer an inheritance item. It belongs to you. Alright, I know that you still have many queries, but I'm unable to answer you one by one either. My exhaustion the round clearing this time is too great. I'm about to fall in a deep sleep right away. As he said, Long Teng fired out a seal, imprinting directly between Yi Yuan's eyebrows and vanished. This is the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm and dragon waves cultivation methods. Train well. If you can enter the dragon race in the future, help me teach them a good lesson. Finished talking, Long Teng directly disappeared right before Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was not very surprised. He had long seen through that this Long Teng was just an incarnation. His true physical body was still inside some space within this vast heaven pagoda. This Long Teng being able to live up to 50,000 years, he was probably asleep the vast majority of the time. Of course, it definitely had a lot to do with Fang Tian changing the flow of time around him. Speaking of this Fang Tian, he was truly a world-shaking figure. His means were most likely transcendent. Except that, sadly, it was unknown where he was at now. He might had even perished, and his Tao dissipated already. One had to admit that it was something which made people lament. He left both the vast heaven pagoda and vast heaven stele here, all for the sake of seeking a successor. Looking from this, the possibility of him alive right now was probably very tiny already. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he came to a grassland. This place seemed to be another world. It was not very different from the outside world. Both hands lightly forming a seal, a large group of people appeared before him. Young Master Yi, young Master. Yuan Fei and Lu Er were both excited to see Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan rubbed Lu Er's head guiltily and said, Lu Er, give young Master a bit more time. Young Master will be able to let you become like a normal person very soon. But Lu Er said without a care, as long as Lu Er can follow by young Master's side, Lu Er doesn't mind. Where is this place? So beautiful, much better than inside that spatial spirit artifact. Yi Yuan said with a smile, do you like it? Lu Er nodded her head obediently and excitedly, yes. Hoo, then you and Yuan Fei they will all stay here from now on. This is a treasure that young Master newly acquired. This place, apart from having no people, it's already no different from the outside world, Yi Yuan said with a chuckle. Ah, really? Then that's really great, Lu Er said excitedly. Yi Yuan smiled. His gaze suddenly fixed onto white light and he could not help being surprised. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.